It is also the host plant of the rare medicinal herb sistanche, known as desert ginseng. Digging up these saxaul trees could lead to finding sistanche, but at the moment they had no plans to do that. Digging up saxaul would consume a lot of energy, and they weren't in great condition. They just wanted to find the desert rose stones and get out of there quickly. Unexpectedly, they found a cobra den under the saxaul, even before Yun Mian Mian and the others could get close. They saw several cobras poking their heads out from the shrubs. They moved arrogantly with large heads and expanded necks, hissing and flicking their tongues, enough to make anyone shiver. Found them. Upon seeing the cobras, Yun Mian Mian felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. Once they dealt with these snakes, they could collect the desert rose stones. Yun Mian Mian's mind raced, thinking of a way to kill all of them. Earlier she had no ideas, but seeing so much saxaul gave her a plan. Saxaul was a great fuel, and the snakes were hiding inside the shrubs, so why not burn it all? Most snakes have poor eyesight and rely on heat detection and smell to attack prey. When exposed to high temperatures, they experience pain and may become immobile. If they were immobilized, they'd be easy targets. Yun Mian Mian also had oil in her backpack. By combining oil with the highly flammable saxaul, they could quickly start a fire. She shared her plan with Lin Qi and Zhao Yichen. It sounded simple, but executing it would be challenging. The snakes were inside the saxaul, and getting close to pour the oil would risk being attacked by them. Even after pouring the oil, the snakes might scatter. The three discussed the plan and decided to split up. Zhao Yichen would distract the snakes, drawing their attention, while Lin Qi would help Zhao Yichen and pour oil over the saxaul. Yun Mian Mian would pour oil around the area, trapping the snakes in a circle. Then, she would ignite the fire with her bow, one arrow to set it all ablaze. The plan wasn't foolproof, but it was feasible. Executing it, however, would be dangerous. Zhao Yichen would be facing many snakes, and he could easily get hurt. Yun Mian Mian, standing at a distance, would need to cover him, shooting arrows if any snake attacked. They were all on edge. A single bite from a snake, and the venom would kick in fast. However, Yun Mian Mian had a Qingxin pill that could remove 90% of negative effects from the body. A life-saving item. If either of her companions got bitten, she was prepared to use it.
Zhao Yichen said, "I think I've seen the name Bai Jiaoyi on the leaderboard." Yun Mian Mian replied, "Yeah, I thought it looked familiar, but I can't remember which leaderboard exactly." Zhao Yichen said, "It must be from the all-district survival on deserted island leaderboard. She's probably pretty capable, but from what you said, it seems like she's really eager to form a team with you. Maybe because you're strong and being a woman, you might be more approachable." Yun Mian Mian said, "I'm not sure, but she and my friend are together now. The other girl. I met her the day before yesterday, and they have been together since then." Zhao Yichen said, "It looks like she's coming for you and is hard to shake off. Let's play it by ear." Yun Mian Mian said, I got it." The two got out of the car, Yun Mian Mian walking forward while Zhao Yichen stayed behind to say something to Lin Qi. This was Bai Jiaoyi's first time seeing Yun Mian Mian in person. She hadn't expected the famous Yun Mian Mian to be such a gentle and cute girl. She imagined Yun Mian Mian would be more of a cool, fierce type. Bai Jiaoyi warmly greeted her. "Finally, I get to meet you, Mian Mian. I've wanted to meet you for a long time." She reached out as if to take Yun Mian Mian's hand, but Yun Mian Mian dodged it, politely saying, "Hello." Yun Mian Mian looked at Mu Baiyin. "Baiyin, are you okay?" Mu Baiyin looked exhausted and worn out. She and Bai Jiaoyi's group had been traveling non-stop, and even the camels were on the verge of collapsing just to finally reach this oasis. They followed tire tracks and saw a mirage. When the sandstorm erased the tracks, they relied on the distance to Yun Mian Mian, testing multiple directions until they found the right one to reach here. Yun Mian Mian arrived at the oasis last night. Bai Jiaoyi and the others, without a vehicle, simply couldn't match her speed. They only slept for about 5 to 6 hours the night before, set off early in the morning, and only rested briefly when the sun was at its peak in the afternoon. By the time they got here, everyone was completely worn out. If Bai Jiaoyi hadn't brought a lot of energy-boosting electrolyte drinks, they wouldn't have made it. However, Bai Jiaoyi treated Mu Baiyin better than the other teammates, always giving her more food and water. Mu Baiyin wanted to tell Bai Jiaoyi several times not to push herself, but Bai Jiaoyi insisted they hurry, and the other 3 teammates obeyed her. Mu Baiyin wasn't fond of the way Bai Jiaoyi's team operated. She considered leaving, but after experiencing heat stroke yesterday, Bai Jiaoyi took care of her and gave her a cleansing pill, which made Mu Baiyin feel grateful. She felt embarrassed to leave. Seeing Yun Mian, Mu Baiyin was relieved. Mu Baiyin said, "I'm okay, just tired." Yun Mian replied, "You do look like you need some rest. The environment here is pretty good. There's a river ahead. You can replenish your supplies and rest." Yun Mian made it clear that she didn't plan to team up, indirectly separating herself from Mu Baiyin's group. Friends are friends, but Yun Mian knew where to draw the line. She wouldn't consider Bai Jiaoyi's entire group as friends just because she was friends with Mu Baiyin. Mu Baiyin understood the underlying meaning. She felt a bit embarrassed, but could also understand. "Okay, thank you." Yun Mian said, "My teammates and I are also staying here. Let me know if you need anything." She didn't plan to trade with the man in white in front of these people, even though they had enough desert rose stones already. As long as they traded before 8, there was no rush. Lin Qi and Zhao Yichen walked over. Zhao Yichen asked Yun Mian, "Are you done? Let's go. I really need a bath." He spoke impatiently on purpose to help Yun Mian get away. Yun Mian went along. All right, let's go." She only exchanged a greeting with Bai Jiaoyi and ignored her for the rest. Bai Jiaoyi wasn't dumb. Yun Mian had brushed her off a few times, making it clear she wasn't interested in being friends. After they left, 2 of Bai Jiaoyi's teammates expressed their displeasure, saying, "Who does Yun Mian think she is? Jiaoyi, you spoke to her and she didn't even respond. We don't need to make friends with her, it's useless." "Yeah, there's no need to team up with her, we can find resources ourselves." Bai Jiaoyi felt a bit awkward. Everyone's different, we can't force it. "Baiyin, is Yun Mian always like this? She was so cold to me." Mu Baiyin wasn't sure if Bai Jiaoyi truly didn't understand or was pretending. Obviously it was because there were too many people in their group. But seeing Bai Jiaoyi's sincere expression, Mu Baiyin just shook her head lightly without saying anything. After washing up, Yun Mian and the others returned before 8 to trade goods with the man in white. He was still standing in the same spot. His stance hadn't changed much, suggesting he was a fixed NPC who stayed there daily waiting for players to trade. Yun Mian exchanged 50 desert rose stones for the fishing sandpit map. She had the most desert rose stones. Adding up the ones she picked, plus those from shooting vultures and killing cobras, she had over 60. After exchanging the map, she still had a dozen left. Even though Zhao Yichen said earlier that the link card wasn't useful, he still exchanged for one, and also bought a flare gun. It would be better to use the flare gun during the day. If they used it at night, it would be too obvious, and if there really was an airdrop, it would be hard to find it themselves. Lin Qi didn't exchange for anything for now. He decided to wait and see, and Yun Mian agreed. Their collective resources were quite sufficient for now. It was better to hold on to some desert rose stones, who knew when they might need them again. Yun Mian speculated that there might be more than one resource point, and perhaps the items available for exchange at other resource points were different. It would be a bit unnecessary to use up all the desert rose stones at just one resource point. Item name, contact card. Usage, enter the player's name to immediately connect with them and keep the chat box open thereafter. Being able to keep the chat box open meant continuous communication was possible. This contact card had a pretty high cost-effectiveness. Yun Mian was tempted to exchange for one. However, she decided to wait a bit longer. She wanted to see what would happen after Zhao Yichen contacted Wei Yue and understand Wei Yue's situation. Zhao Yichen entered Wei Yue's name. Soon his panel displayed the chat box with Wei Yue. Zhao Yichen, where are you? Private chat, Wei Yue, 834.23 kilometers. Where else would I be? In the desert. Zhao Yichen, you're really far away. I used a contact card to find you. Over 800 kilometers. It would take 10 hours by car. Private chat. Wei Yue, 834.23 kilometers. How are things on your side? Zhao Yichen. I'm currently with Yun Mian and Lin Qi in the same region. We've been together for the past few days and we've found 2 oases and some desert rose stones. Private chat. Wei Yue, 834.23 kilometers. How's the environment at your oasis? How many desert rose stones do you have? Zhao Yichen. The environment is pretty good. Each of us has around 50 or 60 stones, not too many. The two chatted for a while. Wei Yue had been alone all along, with few Zone 1 people in his region, but he had found an oasis and gathered dozens of desert rose stones. He just hadn't yet gone to a resource point to exchange them. After discussing it with Zhao Yichen, Wei Yue decided to exchange for an off-road vehicle with 4 wheels and planned to drive over to meet them during the night. Even though visibility would be low at night, his vehicle had navigation, and he was also bringing a locator radar this time. After Zhao Yichen sent him the coordinates, Wei Yue would be able to find Yun Mian and the others precisely. Yun Mian. Wei Yue's car is pretty advanced. It even has navigation. Zhao Yichen. Yeah, his car can seat 4 people, so once he arrives we can use just one vehicle. Yun Mian. That's nice. Won't he be exhausted driving through the night, though? Zhao Yichen. He doesn't need sleep. He's like an Iron Man. There was one time when he stood at the workbench for an entire day and night crafting over 1,000 items when supplies were low. Yun Mian gave a thumbs up. He's amazing. More hardcore than she was. At that moment, Yun Mian's panel automatically popped up. Lowe's used a contact card, requesting to connect with you. Do you agree? Yun Mian. Huh. Lowe's contacted me. She quickly clicked agree. Private chat. Lowe's, 571.2 km. Sister Mian. Yun Mian. We're pretty far apart. No wonder we're not in the same region. Private chat. Loza, 571.2 km. I'm heading to find my sister first and then I'll come to find you. Yun Mian. Where's Loro? Private chat. Loza, 571.2 km. She's over 100 kilometers away from me. It'll take me a few hours to get to her, and then we'll head straight to you. Yun Mian. Are you planning to drive all night? Private chat. Lowe's, 571.2 kilometers. This way I won't waste time. It's too hot to drive long distances during the day. Private chat. Sa Lowe's, 571.2 kilometers. Is anyone else coming to meet you? Yun Mian. I'm currently with 2 Zone 1 people. Just now they contacted Wei Yue and he's also planning to drive over tonight to meet us. Yun Mian. Though Wei Yue is really far away, over 800 kilometers. Private chat. Loza, 571.2 kilometers. Got it? Sunshine, Ni Yangguang is also in my zone. I'll ask if he wants to come with us. Yun Mian. By the way, could you help me check the zone chat to see if there's anyone named Yun Xiao or Xiao Ruowei? Just say you're Mian's friend. Private chat. Lowe's, 571.2 km. Okay, are they your family? Yun Mian. Yes. Private chat. Lowe's, 571.2 km. Got it, I'll ask now. Yun Mian also had Zhao Yichen send a message to Wei Yue asking him to check the zone chat too. Maybe they could help bring her family over if they found them. The next day, Yun Mian would get to see Loro and Loza, and she was quite excited. Once they arrived, her group would be even more formidable, and with Wei Yue joining too, it would be an incredibly strong team. It was practically an all-star team. Of the top 9 players on the combat power ranking, 6 were in their team. The thought of it made her excited. Moreover, they had ranks 1, 2, 3, and 4. So cool. Yun Mian shared the news with Zhao Yichen and Lin Qi, and they were also looking forward to it. With high combat power, the Low siblings' arrival meant they'd be able to spar a little. Yun Mian. Do you think once we join forces, we'll be unbeatable? Zhao Yichen. Definitely. We should take a group photo when we're all together. Lin Qi. That said, you're the weakest among us as number 9. Any thoughts? Zhao Yichen. Do you have a death wish? Lower combat power doesn't mean I can't beat you. Lin Qi. Oh? Low combat power can still win? Zhao Yichen was thoroughly provoked and grabbed his sword to duel Lin Qi. Lin Chi smiled, ready to accept the challenge. Yun Mian was watching with great interest. Okay, I want to see it. I'll be the referee. Just fight until the meal's ready. By the time I'm done cooking, I'm sure you'll be done too. Both men stopped moving. Lin Chi asked, "How long are you going to take to cook?" Yun Mian. "About half an hour? Enough time, right?" Zhao Yichen frowned. "What if we're not done and the food's ready?" Here's the translation of the text. Lin Chi said, "Let's eat before we start." Zhao Yichen agreed. Yun Mian protested, "Really? We got all excited for nothing. We can eat later, can't we?" Yun Mian and her team had already spent 4 days in the desert, and today was the 5th day. Yun Mian woke up before 6 in the morning. The sky was already bright, and the sun's rays were lighting up the entire desert. By her calculations, Wei Yue and Luo Ze should arrive soon. Yun Mian decided to prepare a lavish breakfast. Last night, Luo Ze had picked up Luo in the middle of the night and had also managed to find Yun Mian's mother, Xiao Wei, bringing her along. The thought of seeing her mother soon made Yun Mian incredibly happy. To celebrate everyone's reunion, she decided to make 10 dishes for breakfast. She had gathered a lot of wild herbs nearby, including wild desert onions. Desert onions are unique to the desert and can be eaten raw or cooked. When eaten raw, they taste similar to chives. When cooked, they taste like regular onions. They were perfect for making scrambled eggs or being cooked with lamb. The meat dishes included iron plate beef, braised potatoes with beef, shredded potatoes, boiled fish, grilled fish, and spicy snake meat. In addition, Yun Mian had found some wild greens, blanched them, and made a dried vegetable salad. Zhao Yi had caught 2 birds, which Yun Mian used to make soup, similar to chicken soup. There was no dining table, so Zhao Yichen made one temporarily. He chopped a few trees and made several wooden planks, using a mortise and tenon structure to piece them together into a simple dining table. Yun Mian tested it and found it sturdy enough, so she placed all the food on it. Before everyone arrived, she had already prepared a table full of dishes. Yun Mian sent Luo Ze a message to ask where he was. Private chat, Luo Ze, 18.23 Kemaniers. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. Yun Mian replied, "Okay, I've prepared all the food. You can eat as soon as you arrive." She also sent him a picture. Luo Ze didn't dare open it. He was already starving, and seeing the food would only make it worse. The aroma of the food spread far due to the wind and the lack of other smells in the desert. The scent was so prominent that Bai Zhao Yi's group, who had camped not far from Yun Mian's, quickly caught wind of it. Bai Zhao Yi and her teammates had also woken up early. Their breakfast consisted of grilled fish and some wild fruits they had found nearby. However, as they smelled the tantalizing aroma, they found the burnt grilled fish in their hands even less appetizing. "Zhao Yi, what's that amazing smell? Is it coming from Yun Mian's group?" "It seems so. It smells like it's from that direction." "What are they eating? It smells like beef. Or grilled lamb? I'm drooling. This is torture." Bai Zhao Yi looked at Mu Baiyin, who was eating her fish with her head down. "Baiyin, are you full? Should we go over and have a look?" Mu Baiyin replied, "Go over? Isn't that inappropriate?" "Why would it be? We could exchange resources for food. The food we have is too simple. I could use electrolyte water to trade with them. I think they might need it." Bai Zhao Yi had received a recipe for electrolyte water during the ship phase and had made a lot of it. In the desert, electrolyte water was much better than ordinary water. It had a composition similar to human sweat, supplemented with nutrients and electrolytes like sodium and potassium, which helped the body retain water and relieved the negative effects of dehydration. Bai Zhao Yi had bartered electrolyte water for a lot of supplies. This time, she had brought dozens of barrels of electrolyte water, enough for her team. Mu Baiyin thought it over. Electrolyte water was indeed valuable, and Yun Mian might be willing to trade food for it. She nodded. "All right." Bai Zhao Yi excitedly took Mu Baiyin's hand and led her toward Yun Mian's group. Some of the other teammates also wanted to come along, but Bai Zhao Yi stopped them. It's better if just the two of us go. Too many people might be overwhelming. I just want to see what they're eating. It smells so good. Yeah, Zhao Yi, we haven't eaten anything good for days in the desert, and that aroma is too tempting. Don't worry. If I manage to trade for food, I'll bring it back for everyone. As Bai Jiaoyi and Mu Baiyin walked, they heard a car engine roaring. They turned to see a car speeding past them, taking a shortcut and heading toward Yun Mianmian's camp. Bai Jiaoyi wondered aloud, who could that be? It looks like they're heading toward Yun Mianmian. Do you think they're here to cause trouble? The car windows were up, so Bai Jiaoyi couldn't see the people inside. Mu Baiyin replied, I don't know. Let's hurry and check it out. Mu Baiyin was worried that the people in the car might be there to cause trouble for Yun Mianmian. Anyone with a car would likely be quite powerful. Bai Jiaoyi said, Yes. If Yun Mianmian's in danger, we can help. The two quickened their pace. Since it wasn't far, they soon arrived at Yun Mianmian's camp. However, the situation was far from what they had imagined. Instead of a confrontation, they found a scene of happiness and joy. Yun Mianmian was hugging a middle-aged woman, while the others stood around smiling. Mu Baiyin also spotted Luo Ze. She hadn't seen him the day before, meaning he must have arrived in the car. Besides Luo Ze, there were two other women and one man, and Yun Mianmian was embracing a middle-aged woman. Bai Jiaoyi whispered, Baiyin, it looks like they know each other. Do you recognize them? Mu Baiyin replied, I only know the tallest guy. Bai Jiaoyi quickly noticed Luo Ze. After all, he was tall and handsome with a commanding presence. She asked curiously, Who is that guy? Lin Qi said, Let's eat before we start. Zhao Yichen agreed. Yun Mianmian protested, Really? We got all excited for nothing. We can eat later, can't we? Yun Mianmian and her team had already spent 4 days in the desert, and today was the 5th day. Yun Mianmian woke up before 6 in the morning. The sky was already bright, and the sun's rays were lighting up the entire desert. By her calculations, Wei Yue and Luo Ze should arrive soon. Yun Mianmian decided to prepare a lavish breakfast. Last night, Luo Ze had picked up Luo Luo in the middle of the night, and had also managed to find Yun Mianmian's mother, Xiao Ruowei, bringing her along. The thought of seeing her mother soon made Yun Mianmian incredibly happy. To celebrate everyone's reunion, she decided to make 10 dishes for breakfast. She had gathered a lot of wild herbs nearby, including wild desert onions. Desert onions are unique to the desert and can be eaten raw or cooked. When eaten raw, they taste similar to chives. When cooked, they taste like regular onions. They were perfect for making scrambled eggs or being cooked with lamb. The meat dishes included iron plate beef, braised potatoes with beef, shredded potatoes, boiled fish, grilled fish, and spicy snake meat. In addition, Yun Mianmian had found some wild greens, blanched them, and made a dried vegetable salad. Zhao Yi had caught 2 birds, which Yun Mianmian used to make soup, similar to chicken soup. There was no dining table, so Zhao Yichen made one temporarily. He chopped a few trees and made several wooden planks, using a mortise and tenon structure to piece them together into a simple dining table. Yun Mianmian tested it and found it sturdy enough, so she placed all the food on it. Before everyone arrived, she had already prepared a table full of dishes. Yun Mianmian sent Luo Ze a message to ask where he was. Private chat Luo Ze, 18-23 Kelim. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. Yun Mianmian replied, Okay, I've prepared all the food. You can eat as soon as you arrive. She also sent him a picture. Luo Ze didn't dare open it. He was already starving, and seeing the food would only make it worse. The aroma of the food spread far due to the wind and the lack of other smells in the desert. The scent was so prominent that Bai Jiaoyi's group, who had camped not far from Yun Mianmian's, quickly caught wind of it. Bai Jiaoyi and her teammates had also woken up early. Their breakfast consisted of grilled fish and some wild fruits they had found nearby. However, as they smelled the tantalizing aroma, they found the burnt grilled fish in their hands even less appetizing. Jiaoyi, what's that amazing smell? Is it coming from Yun Mianmian's group? It seems so. It smells like it's from that direction. What are they eating? It smells like beef? Or grilled lamb? I'm drooling. This is torture. Bai Jiaoyi looked at Mu Baiyin, who was eating her fish with her head down. Baiyin, are you full? Should we go over and have a look? Mu Baiyin replied, Go over? Isn't that inappropriate? Why would it be? We could exchange resources for food. The food we have is too simple. I could use electrolyte water to trade with them. I think they might need it. Bai Jiaoyi had received a recipe for electrolyte water during the ship phase and had made a lot of it. In the desert, electrolyte water was much better than ordinary water. It had a composition similar to human sweat, supplemented with nutrients and electrolytes like sodium and potassium, which helped the body retain water and relieved the negative effects of dehydration. Bai Jiaoyi had bartered electrolyte water for a lot of supplies. This time, she had brought dozens of barrels of electrolyte water, enough for her team. Mu Baiyin thought it over. Electrolyte water was indeed valuable, and Yun Mian might be willing to trade food for it. She nodded. All right. Bai Jiaoyi excitedly took Mu Baiyin's hand and led her toward Yun Mian's group. Some of the other teammates also wanted to come along, but Bai Jiaoyi stopped them. It's better if just the two of us go. Too many people might be overwhelming. I just want to see what they're eating. It smells so good. Yeah, Jiaoyi, we haven't eaten anything good for days in the desert, and that aroma is too tempting. Don't worry. If I manage to trade for food, I'll bring it back for everyone. As Bai Jiaoyi and Mu Baiyin walked, they heard a car engine roaring. They turned to see a car speeding past them, taking a shortcut and heading toward Yun Mian's camp. Bai Jiaoyi wondered aloud. Who could that be? It looks like they're heading toward Yun Mian. Do you think they're here to cause trouble? The car windows were up, so Bai Jiaoyi couldn't see the people inside. Mu Baiyin replied, I don't know. Let's hurry and check it out. Mu Baiyin was worried that the people in the car might be there to cause trouble for Yun Mian. Anyone with a car would likely be quite powerful. Bai Jiaoyi said, Yes, if Yun Mian's in danger, we can help. The two quickened their pace. Since it wasn't far, they soon arrived at Yun Mian's camp. However, the situation was far from what they had imagined. Instead of a confrontation, they found a scene of happiness and joy. Yun Mian was hugging a middle-aged woman, while the others stood around smiling. Mu Baiyin also spotted Luo Ze. She hadn't seen him the day before, meaning he must have arrived in the car. Besides Luo Ze, there were two other women and one man, and Yun Mian was embracing a middle-aged woman. Bai Jiaoyi whispered, Baiyin, it looks like they know each other. Do you recognize them? Mu Baiyin replied, I only know the tallest guy. Bai Jiaoyi quickly noticed Luo Ze. After all, he was tall and handsome with a commanding presence. She asked curiously, Who is that guy? Mu Baiyin said, He's also a friend of Yun Mian and mine. Bai Jiaoyi, should we go over and say hello? Mu Baiyin hesitated but eventually nodded. Okay. The two of them walked over, and they were quickly noticed by Lin Qi's sharp eyes. Lin Qi said, Someone's coming. It's those two girls from yesterday. Yun Mian was reuniting with Xiao Ruo and her mother after days of separation. Naturally, there were tears, and they hugged each other, reluctant to let go. Xiao Ruo patted Yun Mian's shoulder. You're already grown up but still acting like a child. Your friends are all watching. Yun Mian finally let go, smiling. I haven't seen you in so long, I missed you. She turned around to see Mu Baiyin and Bai Jiaoyi approaching, and she wasn't surprised at all. Yun Mian walked over. Is there something you need? Bai Jiaoyi said, I saw a vehicle arriving just now, and I got a bit worried, so I came over to check. Mu Baiyin said, I didn't expect it to be Luo Ze. Did you come from a far distance? Luo Ze. Yes. I drove for a few hours to get here. Bai Jiaoyi had seen the dishes on the wooden table just now. Although she had guessed that Yun Mian and the others were cooking something good, she didn't expect it to be this sumptuous. The table was filled with dishes, enough to feed 10 people. Bai Jiaoyi asked politely, Yun Mian, I have some electrolyte water. I want to trade it for some food. What do you think? Yun Mian thought to herself, electrolyte water is good. What do you want in exchange? Bai Jiao Yi. I see you've made a lot of food here. My teammates and I haven't had a good meal in a long time. Could I use the electrolyte water to trade for some food? Yun Mian said, Not today. This is breakfast for my friends and me, and we'll finish it soon. If you want to trade food, wait for tonight, and I'll make more. Bai Jiao Yi was stunned. Yun Mian only had 7 people. How could 10 dishes not be enough? It wouldn't affect her to share some. Yun Mian saw her confusion but didn't explain. She wanted the electrolyte water, but she didn't want Bai Jiao Yi to think she was desperate for the trade. Bai Jiao Yi said, All right then. Ni Yangguang also knew Mu Baiyin because Yun Mian had created a group chat and added them all so they had talked before. Seeing Mu Baiyin with someone else instead of Yun Mian's team, he found it strange and kept looking at them. Yun Mian said to Bai Jiao Yi, If there's nothing else, my friends and I are about to eat. Could you leave? Bai Jiao Yi's expression instantly became awkward. She bit her lip, looking pitiful, and glanced at everyone. It had to be said Bai Jiao Yi looked very pure and delicate, so her hurt expression was quite pitiful. But Yun Mian's words had no opposition. In this group, everyone centered around Yun Mian. Whether it was Lin Qi and Zhao Yichen or the Luo siblings, none would contradict Yun Mian. Ni Yangguang, although confused, trusted Yun Mian's decision. Xiao Ruo naturally supported Yun Mian unconditionally, so no matter how Bai Jiao Yi acted, no one spoke up for her. Bai Jiao Yi waited for a while, but nothing happened like she imagined, and she felt a huge sense of loss. She had been in situations like this before, but someone always stood by her side. Why was it different now? Bai Jiao Yi couldn't understand. Under everyone's gaze, Bai Jiao Yi had no choice but to turn and leave. She tried to pull Mu Baiyin along, but Mu Baiyin didn't move. She had originally teamed up with Bai Jiao Yi as a temporary arrangement, and later she always wanted to join Yun Mian, but she couldn't find the opportunity. Now that Luo Ze had arrived, she wanted it even more. She even thought that if Yun Mian asked her to stay, she would be very happy. But Yun Mian didn't say anything. Mu Baiyin knew that if she didn't speak up now, she might never get the chance. Jiao Yi, I want to stay here. After all, we're not from the same district. I still want to be with my friends. After saying this, she looked at Yun Mian. Mian, can I join you? Bai Jiao Yi's face changed slightly. She barely managed to suppress her anger. Yun Mian seemed a little surprised that she would decide this now. She hadn't said it yesterday when they met. Yun Mian wasn't sure of the exact reason for this sudden decision. To be honest, their team was already strong enough. Adding Mu Baiyin wouldn't necessarily make it better, and it could even mean more resource consumption and less to share. Wei Yue was also coming soon. Currently, in the team, besides Xiao Ruo, the others were all notable figures on the combat power rankings. With Yun Mian's resources and abilities, taking Xiao Ruo was unquestionable. But for Mu Baiyin to join, she needed to show her value. Yun Mian knew that if Mu Baiyin was saying this in front of Bai Jiao Yi, it meant she couldn't go back. Seeing Bai Jiao Yi's expression, Yun Mian said, Okay, you can stay for now. My team is not just up to me. Everyone has a say in whether or not you can stay. For now, have breakfast with us. It wasn't a problem to add one person for a meal. Mu Baiyin knew that Yun Mian's response meant there was hope. Okay. Actually, she had kept a few things for herself, never showing them to Bai Jiao Yi. Now that it had come to this, Bai Jiao Yi finally couldn't hold back anymore. She looked at Mu Baiyin with disappointment. The harsh words she wanted to say got swallowed back. Leave a way out for the future. There could be a time she might need them. Yun Mian's group was not to be offended. Bai Jiao Yi. All right, you stay here, Yun Mian. I'll come back to exchange items with you tonight. I'll leave now. As soon as Bai Jiao Yi left, Wei Yue's car arrived. Wei Yue's car was large and definitely more impressive compared to others. He had driven for 11 hours straight, using up the last of his fuel to finally reach his destination. Wei Yue was the only person in his car. Along the way, he had encountered many people trying to stop his car, and those daring enough to try robbing it were eliminated by him. After eliminating them, he obtained all the supplies from their backpacks, which were turned into boxes now sitting in the back seat of his car. Wei Yue had been in a hurry to reach his destination and didn't even have time to check the supplies he had gathered. There were 3 supply boxes in total, which he brought out when he got out of the car. Half of the people present had never seen Wei Yue before. However, Yun Mian had already mentioned that someone else would be joining them, and that person was Wei Yue. Seeing Wei Yue get out of the car, everyone instantly recognized that this tall man was indeed the legendary Wei Yue. Yun Mian went forward to greet him. "Wei Yue, you came just in time. Everyone's here and we can start eating." Wei Yue. I picked up these along the way. See if there's anything you need." Generously, he handed one of the 3 supply boxes to Yun Mian, while the other 2 went to Zhao Yichen and Lin Qi. Yun Mian took her box, which felt quite heavy. "What's inside?" she asked. Wei Yue. "I haven't checked yet. See for yourself." Too curious to wait, Yun Mian opened the box right away. Although the box appeared small, it held many items inside. Yun Mian pulled out 2 large barrels of water, 2 boxes of steamed cakes, a long spear, a windproof tent, a sleeping bag, a sandstorm protective suit, and 3 desert rose stones. All of these items were quite useful. Wei Yue said they could pick whatever they needed, and Yun Mian mostly wanted the sandstorm protective suit, with the rest being secondary. She turned towards Zhao Yichen and Lin Qi. "Hurry up and check the other 2 boxes." She was curious to see what those 2 boxes contained. Zhao Yichen and Lin Qi simultaneously opened their boxes: boiled water 5L X4, compressed biscuits X15, roast chicken X30, complete set of knives X1, pet pouch X1, mineral water XA17, steamed white rice X12, bibimbap sauce Pep6, apples X20, machete X1, gun X1, bayonet X1. Yun Mian immediately had her eyes on the complete set of knives as well as the steamed rice and bibimbap sauce. After being in the desert for so long and eating mostly meat and potatoes every day, she really craved a bowl of white rice. Noticing Yun Mian's eager gaze, Zhao Yichen and Lin Qi both let her pick first. "In that case, I'll take the protective suit and the set of knives." She decided against taking the rice and sauce, knowing they wouldn't keep it to themselves and would likely share it later. Just as she expected, Zhao Yichen and Lin Qi chose the pet pouch and gun, respectively. The pet pouch still contained a pet, but it was a penguin, which wasn't particularly useful for them. The rest of the items were taken by Wei Yue. Yun Mian then urged, all right, let's eat. We can discuss our plans afterward." Seeing the table full of delicious food, everyone couldn't wait to dig in, and as soon as Yun Mian gave the word, they each took out their own cutlery. For this wilderness survival challenge, they had all brought their own utensils, so Yun Mian didn't need to provide anything. Wei Yue spoke in a calm tone. "We happen to have 10 servings of rice here, 1 for each of us. Let's eat it first so it doesn't take up space. The bibimbap sauce is also available for anyone who wants it." Wei Yue placed the rice and sauce in front of everyone. His suggestion suited Yun Mian perfectly. Yun Mian smiled and gave Wei Yue a look of satisfaction. "Wei Yue, even on the way here you managed to pick up boxes. You're really lucky." Wei Yue. "Yeah, it was dark, and some people approached me, but then they ended up becoming boxes." The faces of the group members turned pale as they realized that the players had offered themselves and ended up being looted. It turned out that when a player was eliminated by another player, their items were turned into supply boxes. This was the first time they learned of this. They didn't know if this was a rule from the beginning or if it started once the desert phase and the competitive mode began. Despite their thoughts wandering, their eating pace did not slow down. In a mere 10 minutes, the group devoured the entire meal, leaving almost nothing behind except a few scraps. Yun Mian knew they would finish everything, but she hadn't expected them to do so this quickly. If it hadn't been for the rice that Wei Yue had brought, the dishes wouldn't have been enough. But now that they were full, Yun Mian brought up the matter regarding Mu Baiyin. Their current team was strong enough, but if Mu Baiyin had joined them earlier, it would have been an easy decision to bring her along. However, after spending 2 days with another group, things were different now. Yun Mian wasn't the leader of the team and couldn't make the decision alone. She could insist on including those she trusted, but when it came to letting Mu Baiyin join, the decision had to be made collectively. Mu Baiyin spoke up on her own. I know that everyone here is stronger than me, and I'm the one benefiting by joining this team, but I am willing to take a smaller share or no share at all of any shared resources. Plus, I brought some things that I believe will be useful for everyone. Mu Baiyin took out an item from her backpack. Name: Statue of the Goddess of Luck. Effect: increases the luck of players within a 5-meter radius who have a luck score above 88 by 2 points and doubles the chances of acquiring materials. Everyone was shocked after reading the details of the statue. They hadn't expected such an item to exist. Ning Yangguang said, "This thing is amazing." Lin Qi added, "But not many of us have luck scores above 88, right?" Mu Baiyin asked, Mian, your luck score should be high enough, right?" Yun Mian nodded. Her luck score was 91. "I'm just at the minimum," said Ning Yangguang with a laugh. His luck score was exactly 88. Yun Mian looked at the others. "How about the rest of you? Anyone else above 88? It seemed there were no others. Among them, only Yun Mian and Ning Yangguang had such high luck. Luo Ze and Lin Qi had relatively high luck, but their scores were around 85, not above 88. Mu Baiyin said, "With this item we can get more and better resources. I'm willing to contribute it, hoping that you all will let me join." Having 2 people with a doubled chance of resource collection would bring great benefits to the team. Wei Yue asked, "If you had this item before, why didn't you use it with your previous team?" Mu Baiyin explained, "I ended up with my previous group by accident. From my observation, none of them had particularly high luck, and my luck score wasn't high enough either, so the statue wouldn't have been effective." Wei Yue asked, "What's your combat power?" Mu Baiyin replied, "A bit over 600. Wei Yue frowned. "How much over 600? Mu Baiyin clarified, 663. This value wasn't weak, actually. It was pretty good. However, compared to those in their team, all of whom had combat power around 700 to 800, she was still a little behind. But Wei Yue wasn't interested in her combat ability to know how strong she was, but more so to see if she would be a burden. As long as her combat power was above average, that was acceptable. Wei Yue looked at Yun Mian. "Is she your friend?" Yun Mian nodded. "We've worked together before." "All right, let's bring her in," said Wei Yue. As for whether Mu Baiyin had other motives, Wei Yue didn't really care. With their overwhelming combat strength, Mu Baiyin wouldn't be able to do much. Yun Mian had no objections. There were more members from Zone 1 and Zone 3, and Yun Mian and Wei Yue were both leaders of Zone 2. Since they both agreed, there were no further objections. Mu Baiyin let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, even though she was confident that bringing out this statue would likely secure her a spot, she was still somewhat nervous. "Thank you. I'll do my best and not be a burden. I can take care of resource collection and other chores," Mu Baiyin said. Ning Yangguang said boldly, "Oh, don't be so tense. Quickly put that statue to use. Does it need to be taken out to be effective? Would it work better if it were on me or Mian?" Ning Yangguang was straightforward and eager to see the effect of the statue. Yun Mian initially thought Mu Baiyin wouldn't be willing to let someone else hold such an advanced item, but she handed it over to Yun Mian instead. Mian, you take it. You have the best luck, so it'll be most effective if you hold on to it. Besides, sometimes I may not be able to stay within 5 meters of you, and it could lose its effect." The 5-meter distance wasn't too close or too far, but since they weren't attached to each other, there would inevitably be times when they separated. It indeed made sense for Yun Mian to hold the statue. Yun Mian didn't refuse. "All right, once the desert days are over, I'll return it to you." Mubayin nodded. Okay. Yun Mian Mian suggested, let's integrate our resources first. Now that they were a team, they needed to know what resources each person had, if there was enough food and water for everyone, and if there were items that could be useful for the group to share. Everyone was honest and opened their backpacks for the team to see. Seems like we have plenty of food and water. Ning Yangguang, you even brought a solar charger? What do you use it for? Asked Yun Mian Mian. Ning Yangguang laughed. Ha ha, for my fan, of course. It's so hot here, I need a fan. And I brought ice water, too. So refreshing. Yun Mian Mian gave him a thumbs up. She genuinely admired Ning Yangguang. She wished she had thought of bringing ice water, too. The desert was so hot, and having ice water to drink was incredible. After all, items stored in the backpack remained in the same condition they were in when they were stored. She had thought her preparation was already thorough enough, but Ning Yangguang turned out to be better at enjoying himself. Ning Yangguang said, I forgot to take it out earlier after seeing all the food. He pulled out the fan, plugged it into the charger, and the fan started spinning immediately, blowing cool air, so comfortable. He thought for a moment and splashed some ice water on the fan, so the air that blew out was icy. Ning Yangguang said, But enough about me. Mian Mian, you've packed so many seasonings in that suitcase. It's amazing. You're truly benefiting all of us. You have no idea what I've been eating these days. Today I finally had a proper meal again. Your cooking is so good I could eat 3 more bowls. The others agreed as well. Zhao Ruowei held Yun Mian Mian's hand, her heart aching. Sweetie, you're amazing now. Cooking so well, making all these dishes. You must be so tired. Yun Mian Mian shook her head. Not tired at all. I've gotten quite efficient at cooking now, and they all help out. Zhao Ruowei looked at Yun Mian Mian, feeling proud and emotional. Her precious daughter was not only surviving well in this apocalyptic environment, but also growing stronger. She was really proud of her. She wanted to give all her desert rose stones to Yun Mian Mian, but Yun Mian Mian refused. Mum, you keep them. You might need them. We'll get a communication card later to find out where Yun Xiao is, Yun Mian Mian said. Zhao Ruowei thought about it and agreed that it would be better to give Yun Mian Mian the resources when she actually needed them. Yun Mian Mian turned her head to look at Wei Yue's backpack. The items he carried left Yun Mian Mian confused. He brought 100 wooden boxes. Why did you bring so many boxes? Yun Mian Mian asked. Wei Yue replied, to fill them with sand. Yun Mian Mian. Who would think of bringing boxes to a desert survival situation to collect sand to take back? Although sand was indeed a valuable resource, it could be used for building houses or making glass. Yun Mian Mian had only been focused on surviving in the desert. It was frustrating. 100 boxes of sand would indeed be a substantial resource to take back. However, he hadn't filled them yet, and the boxes were still empty. Yun Mian Mian was already considering asking if she could share some, offering to help fill the sand in return. Wei Yue had also found some mineral resources, but it wasn't much, possibly because he didn't have any large mining equipment and had to rely solely on manual extraction. He had only collected a little over 200 copper ores. Luoze's backpack was also filled with valuable items. He had over 100 pieces of desert rose stone. Yun Mian Mian was shocked when she saw it. Luoze, where did you find so many desert rose stones? She asked. Luoze replied, I ended up in the deepest part of the desert. I didn't need to travel far before I found a lot of rose stones. I spent an entire day and night digging and collected over 200 of them. I traded for a vehicle, 2 communication cards, and still had some left. Yun Mian Mian clicked her tongue in amazement. It seemed everyone had their own fortune. Ni Yangguang said, Mian Mian, you've got quite a haul too, with all that iron ore. Did you find a mine? Yun Mian Mian smiled and said, I brought a detection device and an excavator, so finding ore was relatively easy. After everyone reviewed their supplies, Yun Mian Mian felt confident. Their group was not only formidable in combat power, but also fully stocked with resources. It's getting late. Let's get ready to use the signal flare, Yun Mian Mian said. Previously, she had been worried that firing the flare would attract other players who would try to steal their supply drop. Now, she had no fear at all. Let them come. Standing in a line, the names of Yun Mian's group alone would be enough to scare others off. All the top-ranked combat players had gathered together. Who would dare approach? Anyone brave enough to come would be just delivering more resources, and Yun Mian welcomed it with open arms. Zhao Yichen took out the signal flare and fired it. A red beam shot straight into the sky, blooming into a striking firework in the daylight. The signal was so loud and bright anyone within 100 miles could probably see it. However, the supply drop didn't arrive immediately, so they had to wait at the same spot. Yun Mian looked at Luo Zi and asked, "By the way, Luo Zi, was the resource point near an oasis for you too?" Luo Zi shook his head. "No, I didn't find an oasis. I met an old man dressed in white robes with a white hat. He must have been an NPC, and he asked if I wanted to trade anything." Yun Mian nodded. "I see. I thought all resource points were near oases. What did he have for trade?" Luo Zi explained what he remembered. Yun Mian said, "Indeed, it's not the same. The items at your resource point were different types of food and tools, but no signal flares or maps." Zhao Yichen suggested, "How about this? We take everyone to the resource point later and see if there's anything they want to trade for." Yun Mian came up with an idea. "By the way, Luo Zi, why don't you trade for another signal flare?" "Sure, how many rose stones for one?" Luo Zi asked. "Not too many, just 20 per flare. You have plenty of rose stones," Yun Mian replied. He could afford to get 6 flares. If they fired all 6 at once, that would be amazing. Plus, including the previous drop, they could get 7 supply boxes. Yun Mian was thrilled at the thought. Luo Zi seemed to see through her thoughts and asked, "Do you want some too? I can trade for a few more." Yun Mian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Luo said, "If Mian wants it, then let's get a few more. With her luck, who knows what valuable items we might get from the drop." Ni Yangguang cheered, "Awesome! Isn't this just like playing a battle royale game? Are we going to chase after the supply drops in our cars?" Zhao Yichen said, "We might face competition from others trying to grab the supply drop." Ni Yangguang grew excited. "That makes it even better." Yun Mian added, "If anyone dares come after seeing our names and district, they must be fearless." The regional chat was buzzing with activity, as many had seen the signal flare in the sky. The bright fireworks were extremely visible even during the day. "Whoa! How are there so many fireworks in the sky at once? Is it a signal flare? This is insane! How are there so many at once?" A signal flare costs 20 desert rose stones per flare. Which big shot has the resources to do this? Whoa, the supply drops are here. 4 supply planes, this is insane. Are they not worried about being robbed, being this bold? Maybe they aren't afraid because they have the power to defend it. Anyone want to team up to grab the supply drop? DM me if interested. Yun Mian, Xiao Ruowei, and Luo were sitting in Luo Zi's vehicle. Lin Qi, Ni Yangguang, and Mu Baiyin were riding in Wei Yue's car. Zhao Yichen was driving solo. The group moved towards the direction of the supply drop. Seeing the regional chat, Ni Yangguang smiled mischievously and posted, "Come on everyone, let's all come grab the supply drop." No joke, I'm really considering it. Fortune favors the bold and we can't not go for a supply drop. Time to chase my dream. I'm really close to where the supply drop is landing. Does anyone know whose supply drop this is? Players close to the area were rushing towards the drop. Yun Mian was chatting with Xiao Ruowei in the car, telling her how she had met Luo and Luo Zi. When Xiao Ruowei learned about how much help Yun Mian had received from the brother and sister duo, she felt grateful and wanted to give them some of her resources. However, Luo and Luo Zi had both refused. Luo, "Auntie, Mian helped me a lot more. She always gave me plenty of resources to upgrade." Xiao Ruowei had a very good impression of Luo and could tell that she was a reliable and steady girl. Currently, Xiao Ruowei couldn't offer much help to Yun Mian because Yun Mian was already doing very well. The one who could assist Yun Mian now was someone like Luo, who was incredibly powerful.
Luo Luo's combat strength ranked second on the leaderboard, right after Wei Yue, and their strengths were almost on par. Although Luo Luo refused to accept any gifts, Zhao Ruowei insisted on giving her a present once they returned to the ship. Zhao Ruowei hadn't brought many items to the desert, and there was nothing suitable in her backpack at the moment, so she had to wait until they returned to the ship. Zhao Ruowei. Baby, once the 10 days are over, we'll go back to the ship, but the underwater volcanoes might erupt soon. Have you made any preparations? Yun Mian Mian. My ship has been upgraded, so I'm not afraid of the volcano. I'm more worried about you guys. When you get back, make sure to upgrade immediately, otherwise it will be dangerous. Our mission over the next few days is to gather as many resources as we can in the desert. Luo Ze, who had been silent until now, spoke up. We still have 5 days left. We should have enough time. I've saved up some resources, so when we get back, my sister and I can upgrade. Any extra resources can go to Auntie. Zhao Ruowei was stunned and quickly said, No, I can't take your resources. Yun Mian Mian was also touched by Luo Zi's offer. Not only was he willing to help her, but he also wanted to assist her mother in upgrading. I'll figure something out on my own. You don't need to worry. Those signal guns earlier were all bought by you, so whatever we get from the crates is yours. I'll help you open them. With the Goddess of Luck statue in her possession, Yun Mian Mian had a very high luck value, doubling the chances of getting good resources. With her opening the crates, they were sure to make a big profit. There were 4 supply crates, and who knew how much loot they would get. Luo. I see a lot of vehicles heading over there. Probably some people who want to try their luck and take the crates. Yun Mian Mian. Let them come. The more the better. They're just bringing us more resources. Wei Yue was leading the way. When he saw the supply crates, he noticed that others had already arrived, but the crates were still in the air, slowly descending. The supply crates emitted red smoke, drawing in people from all directions. There were already 2 groups of people standing below the crates, a total of 6 individuals, all looking up at the descending crates without fighting each other. Since there were 4 crates, they decided to work together so they could each take one peacefully. Fighting over all 4 crates would only lead to conflict, wasting time and potentially attracting other players to the area. They hoped their numbers would deter others from trying anything. However, when Wei Yue and his group drove up, they immediately grew cautious. Wei Yue drifted his vehicle to a stop directly beneath one of the crates. If those people hadn't moved, they would have been hit. They hadn't expected Wei Yue to actually be willing to crash into them, so they didn't move right away. When they realized he wasn't stopping, they scrambled out of the way in a panic. Wei Yue's car came to a stop right under one of the supply crates, which landed steadily on top of the car, with even more smoke billowing out. Luo Ze and Zhao Yichen's cars followed, also coming to a stop nearby. Wei Yue stepped out of his vehicle. When the 2 groups saw Wei Yue's name, their expressions stiffened. They whispered to each other while retreating, "It's Wei Yue, the top combatant of the entire server. What should we do? Should we still try to take the supplies? So what if he's number 1? He's alone." Right after saying that, they saw Lin Qi also getting out of his vehicle. "Lin Qi's here too. He's one of the top-ranked combatants as well. Should we just leave? There are only 4 crates right here. Should we team up against them? I can't just leave empty-handed like this." "But they're too strong." The 2 groups bit their lips, hesitant to leave, until they saw more people getting out of the 3rd vehicle. It was Luo Zi, Luo Luo, and Yun Mian Mian. "Are you kidding me? Is the top team from Area 3 here to take the supply crates too? Maybe we should retreat and wait for them to fight it out first, then swoop in if we have the chance. With top players from both Area 1 and Area 3, we can't beat either side. Let's go. We'll just get caught in the crossfire when these powerhouses clash." The 2 groups reluctantly turned and fled, running as fast as they could. Once they were far enough away, they sent messages in the chat. "Don't go near the supply drop. Top players from Areas 1 and 3 are there. A fight's about to break out." "Yeah, Wei Yue and Lin Qi from Area 1 are there, and even Luo Luo, Luo Zi, and Yun Mian Mian from Area 3 showed up.
Oh my god, I want to go watch now. Such a strong lineup. If they fight, it'll be epic. I didn't even want to go at first. I know I can't win a fight over the supplies, but with so many top players there, I just want to see what happens. Too bad I'm too far away. I don't have a vehicle. Can someone sneak some screenshots or live stream it? On my way. I'll be there soon. Some people really weren't afraid of death and wanted to see the excitement. Wei Yue climbed onto his car's roof, grabbed the supply crate, and set it down in front of Yun Mian. Opening the crate is all up to you. Yun Mian started with the first supply crate. Obtained. Spicy family bucket X2, hot pot base X2, seafood set X2, vegetable basket X2, gold ore Q100. Ni Yangguang exclaimed, "Wow, so much food! And it's all doubled. That goddess of luck statue really works, huh?" Cloud Mian nodded. "Maybe. Let me check the next one." Someone was secretly watching them open the crate from a distance with a telescope. All of this was broadcasted on the regional chat. Wow, people from Zone 3 and Zone 1 are working together. I see them opening crates together without fighting. Yeah, I'm also watching. The person opening the crate is a girl. Some photos were posted in the regional chat. Since they could share what they saw in front of them, even through a telescope, they could screenshot everything they saw through the telescope into the regional chat. From hundreds of meters away, they could still see the appearance of those people. Soon, someone recognized Yun Mian. "I want to see what's in the crate." "Quick, broadcast the opening." "I see it." Yun Mian opened another crate and there were 2 boxes of fruits, including cherries and strawberries. There's also a desert ghillie suit and a bunch of golden nanmu wood. Amazing luck. I'm so jealous. Eating cherries and strawberries in the desert, I'm drooling. Yun Mian and the others were also happy. Opening these crates was thrilling. The materials inside far exceeded the value of 20 desert rose stones. And with so many people gathered around here, nobody dared to come and fight for it. Even though someone shared the items they got in the regional chat, and all the players nearby saw it, no one dared to approach. Who would risk it? They would rather stay safe than get killed for some supplies. In front of everyone watching, Yun Mian opened 2 more crates. They received egg tarts X18, instant coffee X2, double-layer heat-absorbing glass blueprint X1, gold ore X50, roast chicken X2, taro cake X1, gas stove X1, sausages X10, golden nanmu distribution map X1. There was so much stuff that it couldn't all fit into one person's inventory. Everyone's inventory was filled up. They all received plenty of food. They thought they would have a hard time in the desert, but unexpectedly, they weren't lacking in food and drink, and the quality of life wasn't any worse than on the ship. Yun Mian said, "At this rate, exchanging the remaining desert rose stones for signal guns is a sure win." Ning Yangguang said, "I'll go get some later. I still have 40 desert rose stones I can exchange for 2 signal guns." Luo said, "I have some too, so I'll exchange them as well." Yun Mian, "Let's exchange them in the evening when we go back. Now let's head for the fishing sand pits. I have a map here. Let's see if anyone can read it." The fishing sand pit map was complex, with lots of terrain markings. Luo said, "We should look at this map alongside the oasis map. See here? The fishing sand pits are all distributed near water, and aren't the oases near water too? Try overlapping the 2 maps and see if there's any correlation." Some players had oasis maps, and after comparing them, they found overlapping locations. Mubayin said, "It seems like there's one nearby. Look, right here, it shouldn't be too far." She pointed to a spot on the map. Wei Yue said, "It's about a 10-minute drive from here." Yun Mian said, "Let's go take a look now before it gets too hot." Everyone agreed, so they got back into their vehicles. Wei Yue's car took the lead, Luo followed, and Zhao Yichen drove behind, and they all set off again in a hurry. In the regional chat, players were jealous of their luck. Many of them used their desert rose stones to exchange for signal guns. Not long after, the sky was filled with fireworks from the signal guns, and there were more than just 2 or 3. People kept asking where to exchange for signal guns. Bai Jiaoyi. You can exchange them at resource points found in oases. Just find an NPC and you can exchange 20 desert rose stones for a signal gun. Someone quickly followed up. Bai Jiaoyi, did you find a resource point? Can you share the location? Bai Jiaoyi replied, any resource point will do. But she didn't share the location. The resources in this oasis were limited, and with Yun Mian's large group already there wouldn't be much left for her and her teammates if even more people came. Seeing so many players questioning her, Bai Jiaoyi regretted speaking up. She realized she shouldn't have mentioned it. She had already exchanged for 2 signal guns after seeing Yun Mian's group open the crates and get so much good stuff. She felt that, since Yun Mian had such good luck, maybe she could open something great too. But without a vehicle, after firing the signal gun, they wouldn't be able to chase after the airdropped crate, which could easily be snatched by someone else. So Bai Jiaoyi planned to ask Yun Mian's group to borrow a car when they returned. She figured that if they exchanged some supplies for borrowing the car, they might agree. But they waited at the oasis until nightfall, and Yun Mian and her group didn't return. Jiaoyi, do you think they're not coming back? Impossible. Their shelter is still here. Maybe they decided to abandon it and move elsewhere? Let's keep waiting. This place is too good. There's no reason for them to leave. As time passed, Bai Jiaoyi became more and more anxious. She sighed. Where are Yun Mian and her group? Why haven't they come back yet? At that moment, Yun Mian and her group found a new oasis. This oasis was small but had 2 fishing sandpits as well as water and trees. Congratulations, players. You have discovered 3 oases and unlocked the inventory. Yun Mian, Lin Qi, Luoze, Wei Yue, and Ning Yangguang all received the notification. The others had only discovered 2 oases so far and hadn't yet unlocked their inventories. But with 5 of them having unlocked their inventories, it was a great advantage for the team. With the newly unlocked storage, her backpack suddenly felt much more spacious. After unlocking her backpack, Yun Mian even had an impulse to start a construction project in the desert. But for now, her top priority was to try fishing in the sandpit to see if she could catch anything. Yun Mian had come here specifically for this. When she pulled out her fishing rod, Ni Yangguang exclaimed, Mian, are you going fishing? We have enough to eat already? Yun Mian replied, I'm not fishing for food. Then what are you doing? He asked. She raised an eyebrow and said, fishing for treasure chests. Oh, wow, I never thought of that. Is it really possible to fish for treasure chests in the desert? Ni Yangguang asked, his interest piqued. We'll find out soon enough. There's a daily limit for fishing treasure chests, so why else would there be a fishing sandpit map? Yun Mian replied confidently. Her intuition was always right. She sat down cross-legged and dropped the fishing line into the sandpit. At first there was no movement, but she wasn't in a hurry. Ni Yangguang, now able to use his own fishing rod since his backpack was unlocked, sat about 10 meters away and started fishing as well. The others spread out. Luoze, Luo, Mu Baiyin, and Jiao Ruowei searched for supplies around the oasis. Wei Yue, Zhao Yichen, and Lin Qi used the golden silkwood map to look for the special trees. The sky was starting to darken, but it was not completely night yet. Yun Mian released Zhao Yi to scout around, looking for anyone nearby or any special resources. From where Ni Yangguang was, he shouted, Mian, have you caught anything yet? Not yet, Yun Mian responded. I caught a fish, he yelled, sounding both happy and confused. Yun Mian couldn't help but laugh. That's great. Ni Yangguang sighed. Do you think there's really a treasure chest here? Just as he finished speaking, Yun Mian felt her fishing rod become heavy. She had hooked something. She hurriedly pulled it up. When she finally retrieved the line, she shouted with excitement, Got it! Her guess was right after all, and it was a golden treasure chest. Ni Yangguang ran over with his fish, exclaiming, That's amazing! You really caught a treasure chest. Why is mine just a fish while yours is a treasure chest? Yun Mian smiled smugly. Who knows? Come on, it's a golden chest. Open it up and let's see what's inside, Ni Yangguang urged. No rush, I'll open it later, Yun Mian replied calmly. How about I open it for you? I'm within 5 meters of you, so I should get some of your good luck, Ni Yangguang suggested eagerly. Yun Mian shook her head. Nope, I have higher luck than you. I'll open it myself. Ni Yangguang, obviously disappointed, replied, Fine, fine. He quickly ran back to his fishing spot and continued fishing. Before long, Ni Yangguang managed to catch a treasure chest too, although it was a silver one. Yun Mian caught a silver chest as well. She smiled with satisfaction, deciding to stack the chests and open them all at once. That would be more exciting. After opening 4 airdrops in a row, she had gotten used to the thrill and now wanted to enjoy opening them in bulk. However, the last treasure chest took longer to catch. Growing a bit bored, Yun Mian opened the interface to kill time by reading the regional chat. Many people had exchanged for signal flares and received supply crates. Everyone was discussing what they had obtained. Seriously? Why did I only get a set of clothes and 2 bottles of water from my crate? Your luck must be really bad. Yun Mian got so many good things. My luck score is 78. Is that low? I have 80 luck and all I got was 2 boxes of fruit, nothing else. Having 2 boxes of fruit isn't bad. I'd laugh myself to sleep if I got fruit in the desert. It's not that it's bad, but I exchanged for the signal flare because I saw Yun Mian getting so many good things. Otherwise, I could have saved up for a vehicle. A lot of people were asking Yun Mian what her luck score was. They were also wondering if she was watching the regional chat and wanted her to respond. But Yun Mian ignored them. The ones asking were all from other districts. She had no intention of sharing her stats. At that moment, Bai Jiaoyi messaged her privately. Private chat Bai Jiaoyi, District 2, 6887 kl. Mian, are you all right? It's getting late, and you haven't returned yet. Do you need any help? This Bai Jiaoyi seemed quite concerned about them. However, what did it matter if they hadn't returned? Yun Mian didn't think she was that kind-hearted, wanting to help them. Besides, anyone could see that with such a strong group, there was no way they would need help. So Yun Mian didn't bother replying. She guessed Bai Jiaoyi wouldn't have anything good to say anyway. However, Yun Mian and her team would still return eventually, since there didn't appear to be any NPCs to trade with at this oasis. If they couldn't find another resource point, they'd have to go back. Besides, the other oasis had a better environment, more suitable for such a large group to stay. She sent a message to Luoze and Wei Yue, asking if they had any luck. She soon got a response. Luoze. We found some wheat, though not much. I picked it all. I can turn it into flour. Yun Mian. That's great. I've caught some treasure chests. Come over here and give me your fishing rod. I'll use your quota to fish for treasure chests, or you can fish for yourself if you want. Luoze. All right, I'll come over soon. Wei Yue. We found the golden silkwood. Yun Mian. Are there many? Wei Yue. 7 people, each person got about 40 to 50. Yun Mian. That's not bad. Wei Yue. Let's search around again, regroup in half an hour. Yun Mian. Okay, I just fished up a treasure chest. You and Lin Qi have fishing rods, right? You should try it when you get back. At 10 o'clock in the evening, all 5 people had used up their fishing rod attempts. Each person had fished up 3 treasure chests. A total of 15 treasure chests. Ni Yangguang opened his own, while Yun Mian was in charge of opening the others, meaning she would open 12 treasure chests. Looking at the treasure chests stacked as high as herself, Yun Mian rubbed her palms together. Leave it to me. It was time for her to show off her extraordinary luck. Ni Yangguang placed the treasure chests he opened beside hers, insisting on making a comparison to see how much better Yun Mian's finds would be. He fished up 2 silver treasure chests and 1 golden treasure chest. The contents were socks X2, desert boots X1, windproof hat Ed1, Huoxiang Zhengqi, liquid X1, apples Q2, grilled sausages X2, grapes X2, watermelon X1, milk X1, basic workshop X1, bayberry juice X2, underwear X1, instant noodles X1, fish balls, Hueti1. Ni Yangguang was quite pleased with his finds. My luck wasn't too bad, right? He looked at everyone, hoping for their approval. Luo Luo. I want to see Mian Mian open the chests. Luo Ze. Mian Mianji will definitely do better. Ni Yangguang. I also have the lucky statues buff, it shouldn't be too different. Wei Yue. You can start. Zhao Yichen. Yes, go ahead. You'll definitely get better items. Yun Mian Mian. Don't rush me, I'm starting now. There were 5 silver treasure chests, 3 bronze treasure chests, and 4 golden treasure chests. Yun Mian Mian started with the bronze chests. The 3 bronze chests contained basic supplies and daily necessities. Instant noodles X2, watermelons X2, marshmallows X2, sleeping bag X1, bath towel X1, kettle X1, moisturizing spray X1, teddy bear pillow X1, cheese X1, donut X1, strawberry cake X1, meat floss, bun K1, silk pajamas X1. Ni Yangguang started to feel nervous seeing that Yun Mianmian's bronze chests were comparable to his silver ones. If her bronze finds were this good, wouldn't her silver and golden finds completely outshine his? Zhao Yichen. Impressive, all great stuff. We can have cake tonight. He hadn't eaten sweets in a long time, and he loved them. He didn't expect to get strawberry cake now. Not only were others happy with the finds, Yun Mian herself was thrilled too. Now for the silver treasure chests. What do you all want? Tell me, and maybe I can make it happen. Wow, can we make wishes? I want a blanket. It's freezing at night. I want slippers. It will make bathing easier. Yun Mian. All right, leave it to me. She opened a silver treasure chest. Shine muscat grapes, X1, strawberry X1, down blanket X1, thermos flask X1, BBQ grill X1, iron ore X2, handheld fan X1. Wow, it really happened. Yun Mian got more and more excited opening the remaining treasure chests. Just from the silver chests, she got everything that everyone wanted. With 5 silver treasure chests, she obtained a large amount of living supplies. There were tents, blankets, a BBQ grill, light clothes for changing, shampoo, shower gel, and other essentials. Everything they needed. Finally, it was time for the highly anticipated golden treasure chests. Yun Mian also performed a pre-opening ceremony, quietly making a wish. Multifunction cooking pot X1, pineapples X2, desert survivor X1, RV blueprints X1, camel X1, gold mine map X1, wooden cabin X1, folding bed X1, dining table X1, hammock X1, treadmill X1, communication card X1, signal flare X1, communication card X1, desert motorcycle X1, iron ore Kek 10, golden Phoebe Ni7. Ni Yangguang was genuinely impressed. Mian, you're amazing. I should have let you open the 3 I fished up too. Now I regret it. Yun Mian was delighted. We even got a wooden cabin, so we won't need to eat and sleep in the open anymore. We can eat inside, and there won't be sand in our food. As for the folding bed, Yun Mian planned to give it to her mother. Her mother was the oldest, and sleeping on the ground must be uncomfortable. With a bed, she could rest well. Since Yun Mian opened it, giving it to Zhao Ruowei would not be a problem for anyone else. With the communication card, Yun Mian quickly contacted Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao was not in a good situation. He was dropped into the depths of the desert randomly. Although he found many desert rose stones, he hadn't found a single oasis. The water and food resources he brought were nearly depleted, and if he couldn't find supplies soon, his body might not hold up. Fortunately, Yun Mian contacted him at this time. Yun Mian asked about his coordinates and told him the nearest oasis, guiding him with the map to reach the oasis and resource point. She was quite far away, and even if she drove over to pick him up, it would take a whole day. It would be best if Yun Xiao first found the oasis or resource point, exchanged for a vehicle, and came to meet them. Yun Mian's team also needed to go deeper into the desert to find more desert rose stones. After a night of rest, the next morning, Yun Mian and the others went to the fishing pit again to try their luck at treasure chests, but didn't catch anything this time. Luo Ze. Looks like each person can only fish up treasure chests from one fishing pit once. Mubayin. There are so many fishing pits, let's try another spot. Luo. That means we'll need to search for new fishing pits. We can't just stay in one place. Everyone discussed the next steps while eating breakfast. Wei Yue said, "We've opened so many airdrops and treasure chests that we already have enough resources. We don't need to exchange anything at the resource points for now. We can keep the desert rose stones and see if there are better resources to exchange at other points." Yun Mian agreed. "That's what I think too. We already have enough food and supplies for now. We should focus on finding new oases and unlocking everyone's backpacks, then look for new fishing sandpits and materials." Zhao Ruowei said, Mian, your brother said he has found a resource point and exchanged it for a car. He's now on his way to us." Yun Mian replied, "Send me his location so I can check it." It was Zhao Ruowei who kept in contact with Yun Xiao, as Yun Mian was busy making breakfast and organizing resources, and she didn't have time to check the panel. The communication card was used by Zhao Ruowei. Yun Mian checked the distance between Yun Xiao and their group. It was over 1,600 kilometers. Driving there would take a day and a night, even more time with breaks. It seemed that this apocalypse world was entirely covered in desert, as if the entire world had turned to sand. However, Yun Mian decided to drive towards Yun Xiao, which would shorten the time significantly. So the group packed up and set off for the deeper parts of the desert. On the way, they found 2 more fishing sand pits, spending several hours and fishing 10 treasure chests. This time, not everyone got 3 chests. Wei Yue and Luo Ze only managed to fish 2 each. They tied the treasure chests to the roof of the car for now and left them unopened, saving them for when they had good luck to open them. Yun Mian didn't have special luck today, so she wanted to save them for a day when she did. Everyone was eating, drinking, and having fun during the journey. There was no sense of an apocalyptic atmosphere at all. It felt like they were on a desert vacation. The car even had a fan running, so it wasn't too hot. When the sun was at its peak, they would find a shaded sand dune to rest. They would set up a small wooden house, take out the foldable table, and play card games together. Ni Yangguang had a lot of board games in his backpack, such as poker, Monopoly, and 3 Kingdoms Kill. With so many people around, it was always lively and never boring. Yun Mian also told Yun Xiao not to drive during this time to avoid dehydration and heatstroke. Her group had not only cooling fruits, but also cold water and even medicine for heatstroke. But they couldn't send it to Yun Xiao, they could only trade face to face. If they could have sent supplies, Yun Xiao wouldn't even need to come over. They spent a few hours avoiding the heat in the afternoon and then slept at night. They met Yun Xiao on the afternoon of the 7th day. Everyone was meeting Yun Xiao for the first time. Yun Xiao felt uncomfortable with so many people staring at him, coughed twice, and introduced himself. "Hello, everyone." Seeing Yun Xiao's awkward demeanor, Yun Mian couldn't help but laugh. This kid was usually all high and mighty around her, but now that he was faced with a group of strangers, he didn't know what to do. Luo commented, Mian, you look so much like your brother." Yun Mian smiled. "Everyone says that." Ni Yangguang exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Your family has some great genes. Everyone is so good-looking." Luo said, "My brother Luo Ze and I don't look very similar, only our eyes." Yun Mian introduced everyone in the team to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao remembered everyone's names, but he wasn't familiar with anyone except Yun Mian and Xiao Ruowei, so he didn't take the initiative to speak. At that point, Luo Ze approached him and started chatting. The two were about the same age with similar interests, and they quickly got along. After Yun Xiao joined, Yun Mian's team had another vehicle. Now, the team had 10 members. Each of the 5 men had a car, and each of the 5 women had a camel. They were a striking sight in the desert. On their journey, they passed several areas. Many players encountered them and took screenshots to post in the chat channels. The team appeared in chat channels across various regions. They took Yun Xiao to 2 nearby oases to unlock his backpack. Now, all 10 members had unlocked their backpacks, allowing them to gather as many resources as they could. The team had the fishing sandpit distribution map, the gold ore distribution map, the golden Nanmu distribution map, the desert rose stone distribution map, and the oasis distribution map. With these resource maps and the oasis map as a reference, It didn't take long to find other resources. There were 3 days left. Yun Mian and her group unlocked all 10 oases and found several resource points. Each resource point had different goods to exchange. One of the resource points had energy stones available for exchange. Yun Mian decided to use all the desert rose stones she had for energy stones. 1 desert rose stone could be exchanged for 1 energy stone. She exchanged 200 desert rose stones in one go, receiving 200 energy stones. Yun Mian opened the information for Xiangyun, her ship. Name, Xiangyun. Level 7. Wooden ship. Upgradable. Rating, 226 points. Upgrade requirements, energy stones, X1000, iron ore X2000, golden nanmu X500, gold ore X300. Although the requirements were many, after these past few days of hard work, she was only missing the golden nanmu. As soon as she returned to the ship, she could upgrade immediately. But Yun Mian was hesitant about upgrading herself, as her mother and Yun Xiao hadn't reached level 7 yet. If they encountered an underwater volcanic eruption, it would be dangerous for them. She shared her concerns with her mother. Maybe I should use the materials for your upgrades first. Zhao Ruowei's face turned serious when she heard this, her tone stern. How can you even think that? You need to upgrade as fast as you can, Mian. The faster you upgrade, the safer Yun Xiao and I will be. Even if we get these resources and upgrade to level 7, what difference does it make? Zhao Ruowei took Yun Mian's hand. You're already ahead of everyone. If you slow down your progress for Yun Xiao and me, wouldn't that make all your previous efforts meaningless? Yun Mian shook her head. How could it be in vain? Even though she knew in her heart that time waited for no one, and that everyone was racing to gather materials and level up, especially with intense competition among top players where stagnation meant falling behind, she couldn't ignore her mother and Yun Xiao. They were her closest family. When it came to her family, Yun Mian couldn't bring herself to be selfish. All right, your task is to focus on leveling up as fast as possible. Yun Xiao and I will work hard ourselves. Besides, if we face any danger, we can just use a teleport card to get to your ship, Zhao Ruowei insisted firmly. Yun Mian turned to look at Yun Xiao. What do you think? I think the same as Mom. Just take care of yourself. Honestly, having a sister who's ranked number 1 feels pretty cool, so don't let anyone surpass you. Yun Xiao's tone was as cheeky as always. Despite his teasing words, they were actually quite comforting. Yun Xiao added, That Wei Yue guy is pretty strong, isn't he? With all the resources he's gathered, he's probably leveling up quickly too. You definitely have to stay ahead of him. Yun Mian smirked. Oh? But he's from the same region as you. Yun Xiao shrugged lazily. Now that we've merged regions, there's no distinction between Region 1 and Region 3. You and I are family. Her family's words dispelled Yun Mian's hesitation about handing over her resources. She decided she would obtain teleport cards and prioritize upgrading her ship. After all, once she upgraded, it might bring significant changes to her ship. Perhaps the visitor mode would upgrade, allowing her to invite her family to stay for longer, making the teleport cards unnecessary. Resolving herself, Yun Mian received a message from Wei Yue. Found another golden nanmu tree site. Although they had found a decent amount of golden nanmu each time, with 10 people sharing it, Yun Mian only ended up with less than 100 pieces each time. After several rounds, she had only gathered 300 pieces of golden nanmu so far. With 2.5 days left, she needed to speed up. There were still 7 marked points on the map where golden nanmu might be found. Yun Mian decided to split up with everyone to search separately. With her mother's reassurance, she needed to be prepared to upgrade her ship immediately upon returning. Maybe after upgrading, her ship would undergo substantial changes, perhaps even allowing it to function as a permanent residence on land. With this thought, Yun Mian firmed up her decision. She messaged Luo. Luo, I plan to go with my family to look for the other golden nanmu sites. What are you guys planning to do? Luo and Luoze were currently searching for gold ore. For the past few days, everyone had set out separately during the day and only reunited in the evening for dinner. When Luo received Yun Mian's message, she turned to ask Luoze what he thought. Luoze thought about it for a moment. I have almost enough gold ore now. How about we join them to look for golden Nanmu? Luo hesitated, giving Luoze a strange look. Luoze asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" Luo replied, "Could it be that you—" "What?" Luoze looked puzzled but felt slightly guilty, suspecting that his sister might have figured out what he was thinking. Luo considered whether or not she should say it, but her curiosity got the better of her. "You've been spending quite a lot of time with her brother lately. Weren't you the one who said you disliked making friends and preferred to work alone? Could it be that you—" Luoze simply said, "Yes." Luo's face was filled with shock. "I hadn't even finished my sentence and you're admitting to it already?" Luoze responded, "Indeed, I like Mian. Luo's expression turned from shock to confusion. "You like Mian?" Her voice got noticeably louder. Luoze felt a bit awkward. "Isn't that what you were asking?" Luo coughed twice, her expression becoming complicated. "Since when?" After discovering that Luoze liked Mian, Luo felt conflicted whenever she saw Luoze and Mian together, unsure whether to tell Mian or not. Even though Luoze had asked her not to say anything, Luo was struggling to keep it to herself. She and Mian were good friends. Between close friends, there shouldn't be any secrets. By all rights, the moment Luoze told her, she should have immediately told Mian. But Luoze was her own younger brother, which put Luo in a tough spot. However, since they hadn't all been together recently, and Mian had been spending most of her time with her mother, Luo hadn't found the right moment to talk to Mian privately. Time quickly reached the final day of desert survival. After several days of normal luck, Mian finally rolled "everything goes as you wish" today. She set out early in the morning to find golden Nanmu. She was confident she'd find enough today. For the past 2 days, Xiao Ruowei hadn't been feeling well, so Mian decided to go find the golden Nanmu by herself and let her rest in the cabin at the shelter. Luo and Luoze said they wanted to join her, and Mian assumed they also wanted golden Nanmu, so she agreed. With Luozi driving, Mian didn't need to drive herself. She sat on the back seat with Luo, chatting along the way. As they talked, Luo suddenly asked Mian about her pre-game life. Mian, you're so beautiful. You must have had a lot of admirers back in the real world, right?" Mian was taken aback. She didn't expect a question like this from Luo, given her personality. She had always been popular with the opposite sex. "A few, I guess." Luo asked, "What kind of guys do you like?" Mian was puzzled. "Why? Why are you asking all of a sudden?" Luo gave an awkward smile. Luoze, who was driving in front, felt exasperated. He had asked Luo not to say anything, but even though she didn't say it outright, the way she was asking was still making it obvious. "Just curious." Luoze suddenly interrupted them. "Sister Mian, can you check the map? We should be nearby. We should be almost there." Mian looked outside the window, still seeing nothing but yellow sand, and quickly took out the map to check. "Luoze, according to what you said, we've already traveled more than 50 kilometers to the west of the oasis." Mian. "Then we must be close. I'll have Xiaoyi go take a look." She released the pterosaur from her backpack. Xiaoyi had grown a lot these past few days from all the eating. When fully extended, its body was now 2 meters wide and 1.5 meters tall. Flying in the sky, it was very eye-catching. Lately, it often flew in circles during the evening, scaring quite a few players. Mian had Xiaoyi go scout ahead and to report back with any findings. The desert's terrain was complicated, with constant rises and falls, making it necessary to drive up close to spot any resources. Searching from the air was the best approach. Having Xiaoyi's help greatly reduced the time it took to find things. Meanwhile, Mian continued to circle the area in the car, searching. She received a message from Wei Yue asking if she had found anything. Mian replied, Not yet. What's up? Currently, Wei Yue was about 100 kilometers away from her. Wei Yue. I'm coming over to see you in a bit. Yun Mian Mian. Why? Wei Yu. I caught some treasure chests with them just now, bringing them over for you to open. Yun Mian Mian. No rush, we can open them tonight. Wei Yu. Are you coming to Oasis C tonight? They had given names to each oasis they found, marking them on the map. The largest one they had recently found had terrain shaped like a C, so they called it Oasis C. Since today was the last day in the desert, Yun Mian Mian wanted to gather as many resources as possible, so she would probably return a bit late. But she would definitely go back since her mom was at the shelter. However, from what Wei Yu said, it seemed like everyone was waiting for her to open the chests. Yun Mian Mian. I'll come back. Are there a lot of chests? She hadn't done any fishing herself yet. Later, she'd search the area to see if there were any sand pits where she could fish up some treasure chests. Since today her luck was good, she was sure the rewards would be great. Wei Yu. 7 so far. Yun Mian Mian. All right, I'll let you know when I'm on my way back. Wei Yue. Why don't you send me your location now? I'll come to you and see if there are any other resources in your area. Yun Mian Mian. Okay. After closing the panel, Luo Luo asked, What's up? Yun Mian Mian. Wei Yu said he's coming to find me. Seems like there hasn't been much luck over there, just a few treasure chests. Luo Luo. That Wei Yu is pretty strong. I'll need to spar with him if I get the chance. Yun Mian Mian. You two have about the same combat power. It might be hard to determine a winner. Luo Luo. I always felt he seemed unfathomable. You don't know until you fight. Yun Mian Mian. Although our time surviving in the desert has been relatively smooth, the challenges will escalate once we're back. Who knows what's in store? We'll still need to cooperate with him, so it's best to maintain a good relationship. Luo Luo. I've also been keeping an eye on the regional chat recently. There are deaths every day. I saw someone say that Wei Yue has eliminated several players. Yun Mian Mian. I saw that too. When he arrived, he brought the supply boxes of other players. Each day they split up to search for resources, Yun Mian Mian leading those from Zone 3, and Wei Yu leading his Zone 1 group. As the number 1 in the zone's power ranking, most players would avoid Wei Yu when they saw him, but there were always some who weren't afraid, or were too reckless and tried to challenge him, attempting to rob him of his supplies. They were all eliminated by Wei Yu. Before they were eliminated, these players would post messages in the regional chat, slandering Wei Yu and saying that he went around robbing people of their supplies, causing a lot of people to be fearful, thinking that the top-ranked players were all going around robbing. Some regular players had bad intentions too. They formed teams specifically to camp near oases to ambush passing players. Yun Mian Mian and Luo Luo also ran into such a group 2 days ago. But when they saw the names and zone above Yun Mian Mian and her team's heads, they didn't dare come closer and instead fled. At that time, Luo Ze wanted to give chase, but Yun Mian Mian said to let it go since it was already getting late and there was no point in wasting time. Luo Luo. After we return to the ship, I suspect the player attacks won't stop. If the ships can meet, those with lower-level ships might group together to rob the higher-level ships. Yun Mian Mian nodded. I've thought about that too. Once we return, I'm planning to find a way to get our ships to join forces and form a fleet. Luo Ze. Sister Mian Mian, how much do you still need to upgrade? Yun Mian Mian. Not much left, at least 200 more pieces of golden phoebe wood. Luo Ze. I have some, I can give them to you first. Yun Mian Mian. No way, you're not rushing to level 7? Luo Ze. To level up to 7, I only need 100 pieces of golden phoebe, and I have enough. The extra can be for you to use urgently. Yun Mian Mian. Let's see later. I have a feeling I'll be able to find enough golden phoebe today. Just as she said this, Xiao Yi flew back, hovering by the car window. Yun Mian Mian rolled down the window. Xiao Yi, did you find it? Xiao Yi shook its wings and perched on the car roof. It's just over to the right, keep driving to the right. Yun Mian Mian looked over at Luo Ze. Luo Ze? Xiao Yi said to head right? Only Yun Mian Mian could understand Xiao Yi's speech since the connection between a master and their pet is unique. Luo Ze. Got it. Zhao Yi flew ahead to lead the way, guiding them to a large patch of golden phoebe. Golden phoebe is an extremely valuable plant, resistant to both heat and cold, making it the ideal building material. It's not only resistant to decay but also repels insects, and structures built with it stay cool in summer and warm in winter. The patterns on golden phoebe wood are stunningly beautiful and can also be used for making ornaments. This is the highest grade upgrade material. The golden silk nanmu that grows underwater and the one in the desert look different. The underwater golden silk nanmu resembles a giant tree and is greenish-blue, whereas the one in the desert is half buried in the sand, has a purple hue, and gives off a faint fragrance. Harvesting golden silk nanmu is not difficult. Just remove the sand covering its surface, and you can dig it up. At this moment, the sun was right overhead, making it the hottest time of the day. Yun Mian had only been digging for a while when she had to down a bottle of water. It was too hot. Under the blazing sun, she felt like her whole body was getting roasted. Unable to endure any longer, Yun Mian had to take a break. Luozi said, Mianji, let's rest first. You can cool off in the car, it's too hot out here. We'll start again at 3. Yun Mian wiped her sweat and replied, All right. She really couldn't take it anymore. Luo and Luozi also looked extremely exhausted, appearing dazed from the sun. During this desert journey, everyone had gotten a shade darker. Yun Mian, originally fair-skinned, had tanned to a wheat color. Luozi and Luo were even darker, looking like they had just gotten a tan. Yun Mian had a few bottles of iced water given to her by Ni Yangguang in her backpack, which she took out and shared with Luo and Luozi. Breathing hot air, Yun Mian said, Have some iced water. It's unbearable. Luo agreed. It's indeed too hot. Luozi aimed the fan at Yun Mian and Luo, while he himself was sweating profusely. Yun Mian sighed. This damn weather is even hotter than the past couple of days. Yesterday, around the same time, I could still fish up treasure chests without feeling this bad. She looked at the temperature on the panel. The temperature at noon had reached over 50 degrees Celsius. No wonder it felt so uncomfortable just staying outside for a few minutes. Luozi speculated, I bet it'll be the same temperature once we get back to the ship. Yun Mian replied, At least the ship has a temperature control system. Here we're just being scorched directly by the sun. She opened the regional chat, finding that someone had died from the heat and many were calling for help. Help! I can't take it anymore. I thought today was the last day, so I drank all my water yesterday. Now I feel like I'm getting roasted alive. Is there anyone willing to trade heatstroke medicine with me? I'm willing to offer 100 iron ores in exchange. We can only do face-to-face trades. I can't even send supplies to my family members. I'm worried sick. I haven't heard from my mom, and I'm afraid she has already passed out. My wife and I have also lost contact. I'm posting my coordinates. Anyone nearby willing to help me check on her? I don't have any transport and can't get there. I have heatstroke medicine and electrolyte water. You can exchange them for iron ore or golden silk nanmu. Once the sun is less intense, you can come find me if you're nearby. Yun Mian saw Bai Zhaoyi's name. How had she managed to cross several regions and still show up here? It was at least 500 kilometers from the last oasis. Had she followed them all the way? Seeing Bai Zhaoyi selling heatstroke medicine and electrolyte water, many players praised her as a good person. Some who were close by were already thanking her in the chat, saying they would come by to trade soon. Others further away were planning to drive over to trade. Yun Mian also had some heatstroke medicine, all obtained from opening treasure chests in the past few days. Their team had hardly needed the heatstroke medicine, so Yun Mian had accumulated about 10 in her backpack. Seeing Yun Mian staring at the panel in a daze, Luozi asked, Mianjie, are you thinking of using the heatstroke medicine to trade for resources? Yun Mian shook her head. No, we haven't even finished digging up the golden silk nanmu. Where would we find the time? I was just thinking some resource points can exchange for heatstroke medicine. Since desert survival is about to end, why not share our oasis and resource point maps with everyone? They had been updating the maps recently,
marking the locations of 7 or 8 resource points on them. The maps included detailed coordinates. Players could use them to find the nearest resource points. Players could also go to the resource points themselves to barter. Although it could lead to robbery, many people had already died, and the post-apocalyptic world was survival of the fittest. The incapable were destined to be eliminated, so it was better to give those with ability, but without luck, a way out. After obtaining the consent of Wei Yue and the others, Yun Mian decided to share all her maps in the regional chat. After all, these maps were the results of everyone's exploration, and many markings were not made solely by her. Wei Yue and the others also contributed a lot. Only if everyone agreed could she proceed, otherwise it would be taking credit for everyone's labor to gain reputation. Yun Mian edited the text and posted it directly in the regional chat. Regional chat. Yun Mian, Region 3. I have a few maps here, including Oasis Distribution Map, Golden Silk, Nanmu Distribution Map, and Treasure Pit Map. The Oasis Distribution Map marks the locations of major resource points. I'm sharing these for everyone to see so that you can find nearby resource and supply points based on your location. The Golden Silk, Nanmu Distribution Map, Treasure Pit Map, and Oasis Distribution Map were all her own items. But the discovery of every oasis and resource point was the joint effort of her team, not solely hers. Yun Mian, Region 3. The map doesn't belong to me alone. It was discovered by me and my teammates together. Yun Mian also listed out all her team members' names, particularly emphasizing Wei Yue, who had been misunderstood before. Yun Mian, Region 3. I hope these maps can help everyone. The regional chat exploded. Damn, so many maps, is this for real? Is this a joke? Who's that kind-hearted? Isn't Wei Yue known for snatching others' resources and often eliminating players? Would he be so kind-hearted now? Could it be a scam? Why not check it out and see? We're on the verge of death anyway, and I'm willing to trust Yun Mian. Everyone in Area 3 knows what kind of person Yun Mian is. She definitely wouldn't deceive us. If you don't trust it, don't go. I'm even hoping fewer people compete for the resources. Why are you doubting the truth here? Anyone with a vehicle, hurry and go. I'm right next to a resource point on the map, so I'm heading over now. Comparing this to Bai Jiaoyi, who was just trying to sell supplies a moment ago, look at Yun Mian, directly offering valuable maps for free. Whoever said Bai Jiaoyi from Area 2 is more kind-hearted and helpful than Yun Mian from Area 3 should look again. Yun Mian, Area 3. By the way, once you find the fishing pit map, you can use your rod to fish for treasure chests. Unlocking 3 oases will unlock your backpack. Bai Jiaoyi's face turned pale when she saw these messages. She hadn't expected Yun Mian to share such valuable information. Even Bai Jiaoyi herself was astonished. These things were incredibly useful. Though it was the last day, finding a resource point nearby would still yield results. She noticed there was a fishing pit right beside her. Not many people knew about unlocking backpacks with 3 oases or the fishing pits for treasure chests. She herself had only discovered it yesterday. She didn't expect Yun Mian to tell everyone as well. The people in the chat started comparing her to Yun Mian, painting her in a bad light. She had been kind enough to offer items for trade, and many people praised her earlier, but now a bunch of people claimed she just wanted to profit off the situation. How could this be happening? At the appointed time, the system's voice rang out promptly. Desert survival challenge over. System is proceeding with settlement. All surviving players will receive a survival pack containing basic supplies. Players who unlocked more than 3 oases will receive a bonus package with upgrade materials. Remaining desert rose stones can be converted into energy stones, iron ore, golden Nanmu wood. Players must upgrade to level 7 within 5 days. Yun Mian and the others were transported back to their respective ships by a beam of white light. This time, Yun Mian had gained quite a lot from the desert survival event. She opened all the treasure chests, and everyone let her pick first. Yun Mian took whatever she needed, and her inventory was completely full when she returned. Even though she unlocked her backpack, it was still not enough space. She ended up giving lots of things to her mom and Yun Xiao.
After returning, the first thing Yun Mian did was upgrade. She had enough materials, so she immediately hit the upgrade button. She wondered if Wei Yue had gathered enough upgrade materials. She needed to act before he did. Right after initiating her upgrade, she messaged Wei Yue to test the waters. Yun Mian, did you get back to your ship safely? Wei Yue chuckled at the message, replying, Yes, just arrived. What's up? Yun Mian, did you gather enough upgrade materials or do you need to trade with me? Wei Yue, no need. I think I have enough. I'll upgrade now. Yun Mian, so soon? Yun Mian patted her chest, relieved she made it just a bit earlier than Wei Yue. Luck was truly on her side. Yun Mian took out her lucky statue. She figured this item must have also played a role. Although she was reluctant, Yun Mian returned the statue to Mu Baiyin. She initiated the trade, giving back the statue along with some extra food. Since the upgrade would take a long time, Yun Mian took out the scattered items from her backpack, piling them on the deck, and woke up her robot, Wale, instructing it to sort and store everything back in the warehouse. Little Wing had grown a lot, so Yun Mian decided to build it a larger house for sleeping at night. She happened to bring back a small cabin from the desert, just the right size for Little Wing. Yun Mian placed the cabin on her advanced workbench, added a few materials, and upgraded it. The cabin turned into a lovely pet house. Yun Mian even painted an image of Little Wing on it and added 2 cute wings. Little Wing loved its new house, flying around it several times. Octopus Sis saw this and was not happy. It had also grown, and its fish tank wasn't enough anymore. Though it could shrink itself, it still hadn't said anything about wanting a new house. I want one too! Octopus Sis tried to be cute, curling its 8 tentacles into heart shapes. It looked ridiculous. Yun Mian burst out laughing. Who taught you that? Octopus Sis, I want a new house. Clownbird has one, so I want one too. Yun Mian. All right, bring me your tank. I'll upgrade it as well. Octopus Sis excitedly carried over the tank. Yun Mian placed the tank on her workbench, adding glass, plastic, and iron ore. She knew Octopus Sis must be jealous of Little Wing's decorated house, so she painted a Q version of an octopus on the tank. The octopus had one of its tentacles forming a heart shape, just like Octopus Sis had done. After upgrading, the fish tank became larger, cleaner, and even had a plastic door that Octopus Sis could open and close by itself. Most importantly, it had its picture on it and 2 extra tentacle-shaped decorations. Octopus Sis. Wow! It hugged Yun Mian, tossing her into the air and catching her again. Yun Mian was startled. Stop! Put me down now! As Octopus Sis threw her up, Little Wing flew over and caught her. Yun Mian landed steadily on Little Wing's back. Isn't Wei Yue known for snatching others' resources and often eliminating players? Would he be so kind-hearted now? Could it be a scam? Why not check it out and see? We're on the verge of death anyway, and I'm willing to trust Yun Mian. Everyone in Area 3 knows what kind of person Yun Mian is. She definitely wouldn't deceive us. If you don't trust it, don't go. I'm even hoping fewer people compete for the resources. Why are you doubting the truth here? Anyone with a vehicle, hurry and go. I'm right next to a resource point on the map, so I'm heading over now. Comparing this to Bai Jiaoyi, who was just trying to sell supplies a moment ago, look at Yun Mian, directly offering valuable maps for free. Whoever said Bai Jiaoyi from Area 2 is more kind-hearted and helpful than Yun Mian from Area 3 should look again. Yun Mian, Area 3. By the way, once you find the fishing pit map, you can use your rod to fish for treasure chests. Unlocking 3 oases will unlock your backpack. Bai Jiaoyi's face turned pale when she saw these messages. She hadn't expected Yun Mian to share such valuable information. Even Bai Jiaoyi herself was astonished. These things were incredibly useful. Though it was the last day, finding a resource point nearby would still yield results. She noticed there was a fishing pit right beside her. Not many people knew about unlocking backpacks with 3 oases or the fishing pits for treasure chests. She herself had only discovered it yesterday. She didn't expect Yun Mian to tell everyone as well. The people in the chat started comparing her to Yun Mian Mian, painting her in a bad light. She had been kind enough to offer items for trade, and many people praised her earlier, but now a bunch of people claimed she just wanted to profit off the situation. How could this be happening? At the appointed time, the system's voice rang out promptly. Desert Survival Challenge over. System is proceeding with settlement. All surviving players will receive a survival pack containing basic supplies. Players who unlocked more than 3 oases will receive a bonus package with upgrade materials. Remaining desert rose stones can be converted into energy stones, iron ore, golden nanmu wood. Players must upgrade to level 7 within 5 days. Yun Mian Mian and the others were transported back to their respective ships by a beam of white light. This time, Yun Mian Mian had gained quite a lot from the desert survival event. She opened all the treasure chests, and everyone let her pick first. Yun Mian Mian took whatever she needed, and her inventory was completely full when she returned. Even though she unlocked her backpack, it was still not enough space. She ended up giving lots of things to her mom and Yun Xiao. After returning, the first thing Yun Mian Mian did was upgrade. She had enough materials, so she immediately hit the upgrade button. She wondered if Wei Yue had gathered enough upgrade materials. She needed to act before he did. Right after initiating her upgrade, she messaged Wei Yue to test the waters. Yun Mian Mian, did you get back to your ship safely? Wei Yue chuckled at the message, replying, Yes, just arrived, what's up? Yun Mian Mian, did you gather enough upgrade materials, or do you need to trade with me? Wei Yue, no need, I think I have enough. I'll upgrade now. Yun Mian Mian, so soon? Yun Mian Mian patted her chest, relieved she made it just a bit earlier than Wei Yue. Luck was truly on her side. Yun Mian Mian took out her lucky statue. She figured this item must have also played a role. Although she was reluctant, Yun Mian Mian returned the statue to Mu Baiyin. She initiated the trade, giving back the statue along with some extra food. Since the upgrade would take a long time, Yun Mian Mian took out the scattered items from her backpack, piling them on the deck, and woke up her robot, Wale, instructing it to sort and store everything back in the warehouse. Little Wing had grown a lot, so Yun Mian Mian decided to build it a larger house for sleeping at night. She happened to bring back a small cabin from the desert, just the right size for Little Wing. Yun Mian Mian placed the cabin on her advanced workbench, added a few materials, and upgraded it. The cabin turned into a lovely pet house. Yun Mian Mian even painted an image of Little Wing on it and added 2 cute wings. Little Wing loved its new house, flying around it several times. Octopus Sis saw this and was not happy. It had also grown, and its fish tank wasn't enough anymore. Though it could shrink itself, it still hadn't said anything about wanting a new house. I want one too! Octopus Sis tried to be cute, curling its 8 tentacles into heart shapes. It looked ridiculous. Yun Mian Mian burst out laughing. Who taught you that? Octopus Sis, I want a new house. Clownbird has one, so I want one too. Yun Mian Mian, all right, bring me your tank. I'll upgrade it as well. Octopus Sis excitedly carried over the tank. Yun Mian Mian placed the tank on her workbench, adding glass, plastic, and iron ore. She knew Octopus Sis must be jealous of Little Wing's decorated house, so she painted a Q version of an octopus on the tank. The octopus had one of its tentacles forming a heart shape, just like Octopus Sis had done. After upgrading, the fish tank became larger, cleaner, and even had a plastic door that Octopus Sis could open and close by itself. Most importantly, it had its picture on it and 2 extra tentacle-shaped decorations. Octopus Sis, wow, wow! It hugged Yun Mian Mian, tossing her into the air and catching her again. Yun Mian Mian was startled. Stop, put me down now. As Octopus Sis threw her up, Little Wing flew over and caught her. Yun Mian Mian landed steadily on Little Wing's back. Here's the English translation of the given text. Master, hold on to me. Upon hearing this, Yun Mian Mian grabbed onto a protruding part of Zhao Yi's back and soon felt herself being lifted into the air. The hot wind blew past her ears as Zhao Yi took off, flying in circles above. From the sky, she could see many ships below, but there were no other ships around the Xiangyun except for a few small vessels several kilometers away. Ships were gradually appearing one after another, and their numbers were increasing. In the distance, there were a few small islands, but they had no green vegetation. The largest of them had an active volcano that was spewing lava. Yun Mian widened her eyes. It seemed that the volcano was about to erupt. For now, it was just an island volcano, but 5 days later, it could be an undersea eruption, which was probably why the system had given players 5 days to upgrade to level 7. Although flying in the sky felt amazing, it was too hot. Yun Mian only circled above the Xiangyun twice before patting Zhao Yi's neck and saying she wanted to return. "Zhao Yi, take us down. It's too sunny." Zhao Yi nodded and then dove downwards. Yun Mian immediately felt the thrill of riding a roller coaster. The intense feeling of weightlessness was quite exhilarating. After returning to the ship, the system's voice rang out again. "The reward package has been sent to your inventory. Please check. The Desert Survival Index leaderboard has been updated. Congratulations on making the leaderboard. Rewards: Rare Land, X2, Coated Glass Blueprint, X1, Energy Stone, X20. Yun Mian opened her inventory. She didn't immediately open the reward package, instead first taking out the Coated Glass Blueprint. Name: Coated Glass. Effect: provides certain sun-blocking properties, can prevent solar heat radiation and limit secondary heat radiation. Materials required: aluminum ore, X1, glass X1. This was definitely a good item, particularly suitable for the current weather. Yun Mian immediately started production. She didn't have much glass, but she had brought back plenty of sand from the desert, so making glass wasn't a problem. Hu Yue had had foresight, bringing so many boxes of sand. Yun Mian managed to get some, bringing back 10 boxes of sand, which should be enough. When she placed the materials on the workbench, she found that making 1 pane of glass took 5 minutes. This meant she would have to stay by the workbench for a long time to make enough coated glass. She decided to outsource it. Yun Mian contacted Hu Yuan and offered to pay his team with some materials. This would be much more efficient. Making 100 pieces of glass per day cost 20 pieces of iron ore. Iron ore was currently the hottest item in every district. It was like hard currency. Once she arranged everything, she messaged her mom and Yun Xiao to tell them that she had upgraded and to ask how much more they needed. She said she could send over the materials she had on hand. Since neither her mom nor Yun Xiao replied right away, Yun Mian decided to open the system-provided reward packages. Opened Survival Gift Pack. Obtained Drinking Water. 10L, Vegetables and Fruit. 5 KUG. Opened Reward Gift Pack. Obtained Iron Ore X30, Golden Phoebe X30, Energy Stone X10. Just then, a bunch of supplies arrived from Luoze. Yun Mian glanced at it and saw it was all food and spices. Luoze: "I just opened it." Yun Mian: "It's a lot." Luoze: "Are you really busy today? You're not cooking, right?" Yun Mian: "I still have vegetables to collect, need to plant and feed the chickens and rabbits." Luoze: "Do you want me to come help?" Yun Mian: "Aren't you busy?" Yun Mian didn't let Luoze come help. All players had just returned to their ships, and they needed to seize every opportunity to upgrade and gather resources. Time was tight. Though helping would take just an hour or two, Yun Mian still found it inappropriate. Moreover, Luoze's eagerness and kindness made Yun Mian question his motives. Considering some details, she wasn't sure what to make of his intentions. Yun Mian: "Focus on upgrading for now. If I cook, I'll send you a share. I'll keep these foods and spices and trade you some other materials later." Luoze: "All right then. Take care, Sister Mian." Just then, Zhao Ruowei and Yun Xiao replied to Yun Mian. They had been busy organizing their ships and materials since returning and hadn't checked their messages. The two had also received a lot of resources in the desert. After organizing them, they found that they were only missing some ores and flints to upgrade to level 7. Yun Mian sent them the ores they needed. As for flint, she thought of the volcano she had just seen. The volcanic island likely had plenty of flint, so it might be worth checking out. Yun Mian put her ship on autopilot and went to the greenhouse to harvest vegetables. After 10 days, all the crops had matured, and with one action, she harvested everything, completely filling up her inventory. Seeing all the produce and herbs, Yun Mian Mian felt very satisfied. Despite the hot weather, the crops in the greenhouse had grown well. The 10 days of desert survival had eliminated a large number of players. There were now only over 800,000 players left across the entire server. The elimination rate was much higher than Yun Mian Mian had anticipated. Most of the remaining players had ships upgraded to level 6. With larger level 6 ships, many players could grow their own food, allowing for self-sufficiency. With fewer players, and most of the survivors having above-average skills, the supply of resources and food was no longer tight. The trade center was filled with posts for trading upgrade materials, and the chat channels no longer had people crying out for food and water. Seeing the remaining player count, Yun Mian Mian could only sigh. Having just harvested so much food, she decided to list a large amount on the trade center, asking for flints, ores, and other items in return. She figured that people weren't too short on food, so she didn't set the price too high. Basically, it was 2 pounds of vegetables in exchange for 10 flints or 5 ores. Even though players weren't that short on food, Yun Mian Mian's food was still quickly sold out. Yun Mian Mian has put stuff up for sale again. Hurry up and grab it. I just got some lettuce. I got some ginger. Ha ha ha, I bought chili peppers, feeling so lucky. Damn, you guys are too fast. By the time I opened the store, there was nothing left. No way. How much was put up for sale? It all went so fast. Yun Mian Mian's veggies are top quality, and she grows varieties that almost no one else has. Plus, the price is fair. Not buying it would be foolish. Yun Mian Mian originally thought that this batch wouldn't sell out so fast, but just a minute later, she saw the sold out notice. She opened the chat channel and found that many people were talking about not getting anything, begging her to put up more items. Yun Mian Mian thought about it. She had only put up a small amount this time, and there was still plenty in stock, so she replied in the chat channel. Yun Mian Mian. What do you guys want? Let me sort things out. If I have more, I'll put some up. The next batch might be a while, though. Garlic. I'm from the north, and I love garlic. Wow, Yun Mian Mian's here. I want corn. Can we get more sweet potatoes? I want to make baked sweet potatoes. Aren't there a lot of sweet potatoes in the trading center? Why fight for Yun Mian Mian's? Everyone knows Yun Mian Mian's produce tastes better. I bought sweet potatoes from someone else, and they didn't taste the same at all. Yun Mian Mian. Okay, I'll put some up after sorting. Half an hour later, Yun Mian Mian put up another 200 pounds of vegetables and fruits, and once again, it sold out instantly. Ni Yangguang messaged Yun Mian Mian. Ha ha ha, I managed to get some. Yun Mian Mian. You're lucky. You could have just asked me for it. Why bother competing? Ni Yangguang. I just wanted to see if I could get any. Didn't expect to really succeed. Yun Mian Mian. You sure have some free time. Ni Yangguang. No way. I was just at the trading center selling things for resources, so it was convenient. Yun Mian Mian. You're about to level up, right? Ni Yangguang. Yeah, I'm just a bit away. I should be able to level up tomorrow. Have you leveled up yet? Yun Mian Mian. Yeah, just did. I'm harvesting crops, so I decided to sell some. Yun Mian Mian had just sold a few 100 pounds of vegetables, receiving many flints and ores in return. Since she no longer needed flints, she sent them all to her mom. Mom, all these flints are for you. I just traded them. I don't need them anymore. See how many you still need, and the rest you can give to Yun Xiao. After receiving them, Xiao Ruowei asked Yun Mian Mian to bring Luo Luo into their chat because she wanted to give Luo Luo a gift. She had mentioned it back in the desert, and Xiao Ruowei still remembered. Yun Mian Mian. Got it. I'll add her now. Yun Mian Mian let Luo Luo know before adding her and her mom to a group. She named the group Fiery Sisters. Sure enough, Xiao Ruowei gave Luo Luo some nice gifts, 2 blueprints and some training tools. Yun Mian Mian was envious. Wow, Luo Luo, those gifts from my mom are perfect for you. Luo Luo looked at them and found that they indeed suited her well. Luo Luo. Thank you, Auntie. If there's anything you need, I'll send it to you. Luo Luo added Xiao Ruowei as a friend. Xiao Ruowei. No need, dear. If Auntie needs anything, I'll just ask Mian Mian. Despite this, Luo Luo still found some useful gifts and sent them to Xiao Ruowei. They were all practical items and skincare products. Seeing that they were very practical, Xiao Ruowei accepted half of them, without taking everything. Yun Mian chose to plant the crops that were in high demand among players. Everyone liked the vegetables she grew, and selling them not only helped some players, but also earned her the resources she needed. Besides, she would have planted them anyway. Even though Yun Mian herself had enough food, the special land couldn't be left idle. Planting each batch meant a huge harvest, much more than producing items at the workbench. If she hadn't sold some of the stuff, her warehouse would have been full. After returning to the boat, many things that were useful in the desert had now become redundant. So Yun Mian put them all up for sale at the trading center. Items like a grill, a multifunctional pot, a tent, a desert motorbike, and even camels. They were all good items, but Yun Mian had better stuff on her boat, or simply didn't need them anymore. This time, she asked to trade them for damaged advanced items or special items without attribute descriptions. She could use her repair bench to fix them, which might lead to some unexpected surprises. Of course, this type of transaction needed to be done via private message. It couldn't be done directly. Yun Mian needed to see the items being offered first, decide if she was satisfied, and then confirm the trade. Soon someone took an interest in Yun Mian's desert motorbike. They offered Yun Mian a bunch of random items to choose from. Damaged amethyst key, strange ant egg, abandoned smelting furnace, non-functional computer. Yun Mian's eyes lit up. These items that looked like junk to others were treasures to her. The thought running through Yun Mian's mind was, take them all. Yun Mian, how come you have so many of these items? The person was a player from District 6 named Ren Xian. Ren Xian. I don't know. I keep getting them from loot boxes. Want to trade? Yun Mian. These items are unusable in their current state, so you'll need quite a few of them to exchange for a desert motorbike. Yun Mianis. Back in business. Yun Mian had no idea whether the other person knew the value of these items, but even if he didn't want to trade, those items would be useless to her, or they'd be impossible to sell in the trading center. Probably no one would want them. Ren Xian. Whatever, I have plenty of them anyway. Ren Xian clearly didn't care. His warehouse was already full of strange items like this. They couldn't be sold, and throwing them away, well, then he'd be left with nothing. At first, when he got these items, he did throw some away, but later when he kept getting similar items every time, he just gave up. He couldn't get rid of all of them, so he just kept them. It was by chance today that he went to the trading center and grabbed some vegetables that Yun Mian put on the shelf. He traded them with others for some supplies. Then he saw that Yun Mian had put up another batch of items with special requirements. When he saw the requirements, he decided to use the things he didn't want to give it a try, and to his surprise, she actually responded. It seemed like the deal was about to go through. Ren Xian's tone made Yun Mian very happy. Did she just catch a big fish? He actually had plenty. Yun Mian suppressed her excitement and said calmly, All right, I'll just pick randomly. 3 for 1 desert motorbike for you. This was also a pleasant surprise for Ren Xian. Trading 3 pieces of junk for a motorbike was a good deal. Yun Mian chose a damaged amethyst key, a strange ant egg, and a discarded smelting furnace. She'd gotten 1 ant egg from Rong Yu before, which later became a super ant, working diligently on her land every day. It was very useful. Now, with more greenhouses, she could raise another ant egg. She also had some hybrid fruits that she really enjoyed, and everyone else said they tasted interesting. As for the amethyst key and the smelting furnace, Yun Mian wasn't sure what their use was, but the less she understood something, the more likely it was to bring her a surprise. The computer's function was probably just to act as a smart assistant. After successfully making the trade, Yun Mian wasn't in a rush to get things repaired. Instead, she continued talking with Ren Xian. Cloud Mian. You said you have a lot of these things. Can you show me the rest? I want to see if there's anything else I want to trade. Ren Xian. Sure. Let me go check the warehouse. Yun Mian smiled happily. All right. As she waited for Renxian to respond, she took out her fishing rod to catch treasure chests. Just now, she saw in the chat channel that many players were saying they were getting great items from treasure chests today, like teleportation cards, island boarding cards, and ice machine blueprints. It seemed like the system was giving out some warmth after they got back. After so many players had been eliminated, it was time to send some nice things to the ones left. Seeing that it was getting late, Yun Mian hurried to fish as well. She guessed her boat upgrade would take until midnight or even the next day. She didn't use the automatic device for fishing because her luck was good today. The treasure chests she caught by hand tended to be better than those caught by the device, and since she wasn't particularly busy now, she was curious to see what good things she could pull out today. She really wanted that ice machine blueprint. Yun Mian waited for over 10 minutes, and a treasure chest was finally caught. Right away it was a diamond chest, and Yun Mian was stunned. Was her luck that strong today? Yun Mian hurriedly reeled it in. The diamond chest glittered, reflecting dazzling rays of light in the sunlight. Without a second thought, Yun Mian opened it. Good luck activated. Opened diamond chest. Obtained ice machine blueprint X1, teleportation card X1, smart voice assistant X1, dairy cow X1, a dairy cow. Yun Mian looked at the black and white dairy cow in front of her, her eyes sparkling. Wait, a cow? Does this mean I'll have to learn how to milk it now? Thinking of herself milking a cow, Yun Mian felt a bit overwhelmed. However, having a dairy cow was a cause for joy. Her livestock business had taken a big step forward. The dairy cow was large, with black and white fur. It looked like it had thin skin and little fat. It seemed to be an adult dairy cow with 4 teats. Cows like clean and dry environments, so it needed to be raised alone and not kept with the chickens and rabbits. For now, Yun Mian didn't have a dedicated new cowshed for it. She figured that after the ship was upgraded to level 8, it might become bigger and add more functional rooms, maybe even an expanded livestock area. She could make arrangements for it then. For today, she just let the cow stay in the small cabin. She turned her attention to the other items she got from the diamond chest. Name, smart voice system. Function, schedule reminders, ship navigation control, owner's lifestyle services, wake-up service. The details were vague. The specific functions still needed Yun Mian to explore. Master, I am your smart voice system. Please give me a name. Cloud Mian. Let's call you Xiao Yun. A voice system for the Yun cloud made sense to be called Xiao Yun. All right, Master. Xiao Yun is ready to start smart navigation. Do you have a destination in mind? Yun Mian did want to go to nearby islands, but she saw volcano islands from the sky earlier that looked like they were about to erupt, so she was concerned about safety. She decided to wait until after the ship upgrade. After all, she had lots to do for now. Cloud Mian. Not for now. I'll call you when I need you. All right, Master. Xiao Yun is always here to serve you. Just say my name whenever you need anything. Although some functions overlapped with Wally's, Wally needed rest and energy stones, whereas Xiao Yun didn't. Xiao Yun was part of the ship, just like a voice system in a car in the real world. As long as Yun Mian needed it, all she had to do was say its name. With Wally and Xiao Yun, Yun Mian, as the ship owner, definitely had a much easier time. Yun Mian placed the ice machine blueprint on the workbench and added the required materials. Energy stone X5, ice crystal X5, iron ore X10. The production time would take an hour and a half. Once the materials were placed, Yun Mian didn't need to stay and monitor it. Since Renxian hadn't messaged her yet, Yun Mian took the newly exchanged items to the repair station to begin repairs. Previously, the ant egg mutated when placed in rare soil and watered with nutrient solution. Yun Mian wanted to try if she could directly use nutrient solution to get it to hatch. She placed the ant egg in nutrient solution in the repair station, then clicked Repair. Soon, she saw results. The small ant egg was enveloped in white light, and faint sounds came from within. It seemed something would be coming out soon. Renxian. I've found many things, but what do you have to exchange? Let me see if there's something I'm interested in. Yun Mian hadn't turned off the panel, so she immediately saw Renxian's message when it came through. Yun Mian. Tell me what you need. Renxian. Living supplies or advanced materials. Blueprints will work too. Renxian had developed fairly well in District 6, and his ship was about to reach level 7. Currently, he needed flint, but he could gather that himself. Whatever Yunmian offered, he was willing to take. Better to trade for useful items than keep the random things he had. What Renxian wanted was something Yunmian had plenty of. Yunmian. Okay, no problem. Send me a screenshot so I can see what you have. Renxian sent a list. Broken pet bell X1, lidless fragrant teapot X1, foldable storage cart X1, strange oil painting X1, chipped wool carpet X1, ruined silk pajamas X1. The items dazzled Yunmian. She didn't need all of them, so she picked a few. Some of the items gave Yunmian the feeling that they would still be useless even after being repaired. Renxian. Do you have any upgrade materials for exchange? Or vegetables you've grown or prepared food? Renxian thought that the vegetables grown by Yunmian and the food she made were always in high demand, and even if he couldn't use them, he could trade them with others, possibly for better items. Yunmian. Okay, I'll give you 10 pounds of vegetables plus a portion of roast meat. Renxian was satisfied. The trade was made and both were happy with the deal. The next morning, when Yunmian got up, she discovered that the ship had been upgraded. It had likely upgraded sometime around midnight. She had a lot of system notifications piled up that she hadn't read yet. Congratulations to the player for being the first to upgrade to level 8. Reward, Villa Renovation Blueprint X1. Intelligent AV Room Blueprint X1. Item Upgrade Book X1. Skill Upgrade Book X1. Teleport Card X1. The rewards were surprising, but Yunmian was more curious to see what the ship looked like now. She quickly walked out of her room and came to the deck. The ship's changes were not as significant as she imagined. It seemed just to have gotten a lot bigger. Yunmian thought it couldn't be that simple, so she continued to investigate, then opened the information of Xiangyun, the ship. Name: Xiangyun. Level: Level 8. Energy ship. Upgradable. Score: 263 points. Expansion requirements. Ship score must reach 300 and locate an unclaimed island, successfully bind to it. Guest mode: can invite friends with an intimacy of 50 or more to visit the ship, each time limited to 24 hours. Employment mode: can hire long-term NPCs, available for selection in the store. Prices vary. Security mode: through the intelligence system, the ship can enter security mode, during which the defense level of the ship will be advanced, making it a nearly impenetrable safe house. Newly added defense and attack system, upgradable. To Yunmian's surprise, the expansion requirements were now related to score and tasks rather than materials. A score of 300 wasn't difficult, but the mention of an unclaimed island was interesting. Once bound, would that island become her private island? If so, it opened up many possibilities for Yunmian. Now that the ship could be stored, maybe in the future, she could live on the island and no longer have to stay at sea? She hoped this guess would be confirmed soon. Yunmian continued exploring the ship. The ship had expanded significantly, adding a greenhouse, a warehouse, functional rooms, a livestock room, and a safe house. Yunmian opened the functional room and found that it was an operation room with several light screen panels and many weapons hanging on the wall. One of the panels seemed like remote monitoring, capable of detecting the situation on the distant sea. Any ships within a few hundred meters appeared within the monitoring range. Another panel was for the operation system, allowing for remote attacks. With these additions, the ship's safety system had indeed increased significantly. With the added security mode that could enhance its defenses, the ship could now be considered a warship with both offensive and defensive capabilities, rather than merely a residence and recreational yacht. She no longer needed to worry about other players harassing or attacking her. She wouldn't need to fear natural disasters either. The safe house was located behind a secret door in the functional room, which Yunmian found through the system prompt. It was hidden under a floor panel, and without the prompt, others would likely be unable to find it. It seemed that only the ship owner could see this hint. Yunmian entered the safe house and found it empty. The room was made of special materials with a thickness of 2 meters. Without finding the switch, no one could enter. Although she didn't know if it would be needed, it was nice to have it. Here's the English translation for the excerpt. Yun Mian Mian arrived at the livestock house, a feature she had speculated would appear after the upgrade. And it turned out to be true today. She could now keep her dairy cow here. The livestock house not only had a cowshed, but also coops for chickens and hutches for rabbits. The temperature and humidity inside were appropriate, the air was well ventilated, and there was adequate sunlight, all very suitable for small animals. Other rooms could also be used to raise pigs or other livestock. If I could get a few more cows or pigs, that wouldn't be bad, but they are kind of a hassle to take care of, Yun Mian Mian murmured to herself, opening the trading center to check if anyone was selling cows, sheep, or pigs. There actually is. Upon checking, she realized it was from someone she knew, Shu Sanyue, with whom she had once fought. Shu Sanyue had listed a small pig for trade in exchange for energy stones. Yun Mian Mian completed the trade immediately. She soon received a pink little pig. The pig stood in front of her, letting out cute squealing sounds, looking adorable. At that moment, she received a message from Wei Yue. My ship upgraded. Are you the first? Do you have any thoughts about searching for unclaimed islands? Want to cooperate? Yun Mian Mian replied, Not for now. What about you? I plan to check out all the nearby islands. If I find nothing, I'll search further away. Though it's the simplest method, it's also the most practical. Yun Mian Mian said, That makes sense. What's your ship's rating? It's currently 268. Seeing that Wei Yue's rating was higher than hers, Yun Mian Mian grew a bit anxious. She needed to hurry and improve her own score. Wei Yue continued, I posted a bounty in Area 1 chat. If anyone finds an unclaimed island and provides coordinates, I'll trade a large amount of supplies for it. That's a good idea, Yun Mian Mian replied. But how would we cooperate? It's simple. The purpose of claiming an uninhabited island is for future habitation. In the current climate, conditions for growing food are harsh. It's almost impossible. My ship's greenhouse capacity is very low right now. Since you seem experienced in planting, I'd like to hire you as a planting consultant to help me transform my greenhouse. I can pay you with supplies. Your family likely still needs quite a lot of upgrade materials, right? That works, Yun Mian Mian agreed. All right then, let me know when you're available, Wei Yue replied. Okay. I'll also post a bounty in Area 3 to see if we can find more islands. Yun Mian Mian wanted to find one not only for herself but for her family as well. Even though they were still far from level 9, she planned to bring her family to her ship once the underwater volcano erupted in 5 days. Although a level 7 ship could withstand most of the disaster, staying too close to the volcano could still be dangerous. The ant eggs had now hatched into a giant ant, just like the one she had before. Yun Mian Mian placed it in another greenhouse, where it immediately started working among the plants. Pleased, Yun Mian Mian then activated the voice control system. Xiao Yun, Xiao Yun. Yes, Master, what are your orders? Start searching for nearby islands. Please wait, Master. I am activating radar scanning. First, check for nearby islands suitable for human habitation, preferably larger ones, and navigate towards them. Thinking that she might eventually settle on an island, Yun Mian Mian realized she couldn't just pick any random unclaimed island. It was like buying a house. You wouldn't buy one impulsively just because it was available. You'd want to choose a good one. If the island turned out to be small, barren, and unsuitable for survival, she'd regret binding to it, especially if it couldn't be undone. Yun Mian Mian began to envision finding a resource-rich, picturesque, uninhabited island, settling down there, and inviting her family to join her. Such a life would be wonderful. 3 habitable islands have been found nearby. The nearest one is just over 80 kilometers away. Then increase sailing speed and head there first. All right, Master. Setting course now. On the way to the island, Yun Mian Mian rolled the lucky dice. She wasn't very lucky. She got a better luck next time result. She put her fishing rod in the automatic apparatus and started making breakfast. Yesterday, the chicken coop yielded lots of eggs. Yun Mian Mian collected dozens of them, and today, she used them to make egg pancakes. She mixed eggs with flour and added some chopped green onions. The resulting pancakes were golden yellow and fragrant. She also made several dozen small buns, filled with minced pork and green onions for a richer flavor. The once unused steamer also found use as she steamed the buns. Half of them were then made into pan-fried buns. She added a sprinkle of black sesame seeds to the bottoms of the pan-fried buns, making them look beautiful. Additionally, she made a bowl of millet porridge. With that, breakfast was ready. Yun Mian Mian made plenty and sent a portion each to her mom and Yun Xiao, keeping the rest for herself. Remembering that Luo Ze had previously sent her lots of ingredients and seasonings, she also sent him a share. At first, it hadn't seemed like a big deal to her. Luo Ze sent ingredients, and she shared her cooking with him. It was a fair exchange. But now that she thought about it, something felt off. Returning the ingredients now would also feel strange. Yun Mian Mian decided that she wouldn't accept any more ingredients from him in the future, especially since she didn't cook that often. Nevertheless, today's breakfast was indeed delicious. The soft buns burst with juicy pork filling upon biting, releasing a mouthful of rich, meaty flavor. The pan-fried buns, dipped in vinegar and her homemade chili oil, were irresistibly tasty. The egg pancake had a crispy outer layer, and the inside was soft. It could be finished in just 2 bites, paired perfectly with the sweet millet porridge, making it a particularly satisfying meal. "Master, we've arrived at the island. Shall we dock?" Just as Yun Mian Mian finished eating, she stood up and saw a small island not far away. The island had some greenery, and there was a beautiful white sandy beach with several coconut trees growing on it. Yun Mian Mian. Dock. To land on the island, an island entry card was required. Yun Mian Mian didn't have one, so she checked the trading center. There were quite a few entry cards available. With the recent merge of zones, resources were easier to find, including these entry cards, which were essential for getting on islands. However, they were quite expensive. Yun Mian Mian didn't hesitate and bought a few of them since she had plenty of resources, and she knew they'd be in high demand once more players reached level 8. Yun Mian Mian ended up buying 3 cards, as there were 3 nearby islands she intended to explore. 3 entry cards cost her a good amount of resources: 50 pounds of vegetables, 10 pounds of meat, 50 units of iron ore, 50 units of copper ore, 20 units of gold ore, plus some other daily supplies. Luckily, Yun Mian Mian was well off, so the expense wasn't too significant for her. If the island turned out to have valuable resources, she'd easily earn back the cost. Before heading to the island, Yun Mian Mian decided to keep Little Wing and Octopus Sis in her pet pouch. She'd release them once she was on the island. Unnamed island detected. No permission to enter. Yun Mian Mian used one of her entry cards and successfully landed on the island. Uninhabited island. Can be bound to a player's ship. Binding requires 100 energy stones. Yun Mian Mian made a pained expression. Binding was so costly. Her ship already consumed a significant amount of energy stones daily. Sighing, Yun Mian Mian decided to explore the island first. While the white sandy beach was beautiful, she needed more than scenery. She needed resources. She released Little Wing and Octopus Sis from the pouch. Seeing the beautiful island, they both seemed very happy. Little Wing flew straight up into the sky, circling the island. Octopus Sis followed Yun Mian Mian, sliding along the sand, getting itself covered in fine grains. Yun Mian Mian moved deeper into the island but soon encountered a large mangrove forest, making it difficult to proceed. She called Little Wing down to take her over it. Little Wing was thrilled to carry Yun Mian Mian. Octopus Sis, however, was annoyed. "I can carry you too, Mian Mian," it protested. Seeing the uneven mangrove terrain, Yun Mian Mian couldn't imagine how Octopus Sis could carry her through it. "Never mind. It'll be much quicker to fly on Little Wing." She put Octopus Sis back into her pouch, had Little Wing fly down, and climbed onto its back. Holding on tightly, she asked Little Wing to take off. Although she'd flown with Little Wing before, Yun Mian Mian still felt a little nervous, worried about falling. However, Little Wing's ascent was steady, and she felt herself gradually rising upward. From the air, she could see a mountain to the southwest. It was a volcano, with smoke billowing from its crater. Clearly, it was an active volcano. Feeling a bit disappointed, Yun Mian Mian realized that this island wasn't suitable for long-term habitation. She wasn't willing to live with the constant fear of a volcanic eruption. However, just because it wasn't suitable to stay didn't mean she couldn't gather resources. She had to make the most out of the entry card she used, thoroughly scavenging before moving on. With time being a pressing matter, especially since her ship's ranking was only slightly below Wu Yue's, Yun Mian Mian couldn't afford to fall behind. She couldn't allow anyone to take first place from her. She directed Little Wing to fly to the foot of the mountain, where she soon discovered a hot spring. Yun Mian Mian had some large barrels in her inventory, and since she didn't want to miss any opportunity, she filled them with hot spring water. Back on her ship, the constant temperature control would allow her to enjoy a hot spring bath even during volcanic season. Near the hot spring, Yun Mian Mian also found a lot of flint stones. Given the high demand across the merged zones, she called Octopus Sis to help gather the flints, while Little Wing flew around scouting for other resources. After 2 hours, Yun Mian Mian, with Octopus Sis's help, collected over 400 flint stones. She immediately sent the flints to her mother, asking her to upgrade quickly. With that area now cleared of flints, Yun Mian Mian decided to move to a different location. Little Wing reported finding a river in the north, as well as a meadow with several sheep. Yun Mian Mian thought about capturing the sheep, but remembered the energy crystals she'd found near the volcano earlier. Energy crystals could be broken down into energy stones, and with her dwindling supply, she needed to replenish her stock. With binding the island costing 100 energy stones, Yun Mian Mian had to restock her inventory. So, she decided to head back to the volcano. The volcano was very tall, but with Little Wing there was no need to climb. She simply flew up. The volcano was very active, and there were thick black plumes of smoke rising from its crater. As she approached, something suddenly erupted from the crater, startling Yun Mian Mian. Fortunately, she was riding Little Wing and kept a safe distance. Standing atop an active volcano, there was always the risk of an eruption. Yun Mian Mian didn't want to stay too long and intended to make her search quick. Suddenly, she saw an impressive lava fountain. A red spray about 20 meters high burst out from the crater. Zhao Yi quickly flew higher. Yun Mian Mian let out a long breath, grateful that she hadn't gone down earlier, or she would have been sprayed by the eruption. She observed the lava fountain, which looked amazing, continuously shooting out and getting higher and higher. At first it was only tens of meters, but later it reached hundreds of meters. Yun Mian Mian was dumbfounded. The fiery red lava was extremely beautiful, shooting into the air, creating stunning flower-like shapes. The most beautiful things are often accompanied by deadly dangers. Yun Mian Mian didn't dare get close anymore. Xiao Yi, let's leave this place and stay far away. It seemed that finding the energy crystal stones wasn't going to happen here. She'd have to look elsewhere. Besides, Yun Mian Mian didn't want to stay on this island for too long either. Seeing the lava shoot out like this, she worried it might erupt violently at any moment, which was terrifying. Zhao Yi brought Yun Mian Mian to a river it had previously found. Next to the river was a large grassland with several sheep, both black and white. Yun Mian Mian immediately ran over to catch them. Sheep are valuable, especially the ones she saw, which were fine wool sheep. Their wool was over 7 centimeters long and perfect for making all kinds of textiles. Although there weren't many of them, it was worth catching as many as she could. After half an hour, she managed to catch 3, but one got away, 2 females and 1 male. Zhao Yi, seeing a sheep escape, tried to chase after it to help her, but Yun Mian Mian called it back. Zhao Yi wasn't meant for catching sheep. It's fine. No worries. We can find more. Yun Mian Mian had an idea. She would take all the turf from this grassland. This lush piece of grassland was too good to leave behind. If she found an island with insufficient greenery, she could use this turf to improve it. Moreover, turf has other uses, like putting it on a house roof, which would also be quite nice. It could even be used for sports fields, such as soccer fields. However, Yun Mian didn't need sports facilities. She mainly wanted to use the turf for creating a pasture to raise cattle or sheep. Once she had an idea, she acted on it immediately. Yun Mian took out her excavator. The excavator was originally used for digging oil, and using it to scrape turf was somewhat challenging and less efficient, but it was still faster than doing it by hand. Estimating the size of the grassland, Yun Mian figured she'd be done in about 5 hours. Obtained Turf X3. Turf Pem 3. With each dig, she gained 3 pieces of turf in her backpack. After 5 hours, her backpack contained over 2,000 pieces of turf. She was exhausted, but happy. Although her arms were sore, she was pleased to see so much turf. By now, it was dark, and Yun Mian was ready to return to the ship. With Zhao Yi flying, they could return quickly. When they arrived at the beach, Yun Mian saw the white sand and thought of taking some back with her as well. The fine, white sand was beautiful. It wouldn't be a bad idea to bring it along. The sand on the beach mainly consisted of quartz sand, which is a mineral formed by quartz crystals. Quartz sand can be used to make glass, ceramics, or even construction materials. Why not take the white sand along as well? Though it seemed a bit crazy, it wasn't impossible. Taking the fine white sand would allow her to create her own white sand beach, and it would be valuable material for building things in the future. If she ever needed sand, she could have it readily available. Yun Mian returned to the ship to rest, ate something, and then prepared to continue her work. She had posted a reward message in Zone 3, and now someone had messaged her, claiming they'd found an unclaimed island that was quite large. Yun Mian asked for pictures, and upon seeing them, she was convinced it was pretty spacious, even though it had not yet been explored. Yun Mian quickly responded, "Hello, what would you like in exchange for the coordinates of this island?" "Do you have a landing permit?" Yun Mian replied, "The coordinates aren't worth a landing permit." "No, I have a transfer card, but I lack a landing permit. I'd like to trade the coordinates for a chance to land with you." This trade sounded reasonable, but if the island was too far away, Yun Mian wouldn't necessarily be able to go. Besides, if this island was one of the 3 that Xiao Yun had already found, she wouldn't need the coordinates, and there would be no point in taking him along. After thinking it through, Yun Mian declined. "Sorry, but no." The person, seeing Yun Mian reject the offer outright, wasn't going to provide the coordinates. "All right then. I saw others in other zones looking for unclaimed island coordinates, so I'll sell it to them." Yun Mian replied, "Okay." It seemed she needed to act quickly. Even though she wanted to be the first to upgrade, she trusted her intuition. She definitely couldn't just pick any unclaimed island to bind to. Yun Mian decided to message Wei Yue, asking if he'd found any unclaimed islands. She also informed him that others had already upgraded, and that there were people in the area seeking unclaimed islands. Wei Yue replied after some time, by which point Yun Mian had already begun digging sand. She let the octopus girl help her dig, which sped up the process significantly. Digging turf wasn't a job for the octopus girl, as turf is fragile and easily damaged, but digging sand was simple. Wei Yue: "I found a small island, but it's not suitable, so I haven't bound myself to it yet." It seemed Wei Yue was at a similar stage as she was. Yun Mian: "Got it, same here." Wei Yue: "I'm aware of the others seeking unclaimed islands, but it's this late in the game. There's no need to rush." Here's the English translation. Wei Yue: "Since this morning, the volcanoes around me have been erupting frequently. How's it over there?" Yun Mian: "I just saw a lava fountain, but it's not too serious." Wei Yue: "Be careful, stay safe." Yun Mian: "Got it, you too." Just then, her mom also sent a message. Xiao Ruowei: "Baby, I leveled up. How about you?" Yun Mian: "That's great. I'm collecting resources on the island and will soon head back to the ship to sleep." Xiao Ruowei: "All right, don't overwork yourself, make sure to rest." Yun Mian: I know. How's Yung Xiao doing?" Xiao Ruowei: "Your brother's close to leveling up too." Yun Mian Mian. All right, let me know if you need anything. Yun Mian Mian continued working for a while and ended up gathering 20 boxes of white sand before heading back to the ship. She wasn't in a hurry to sleep. She wanted to upgrade the ship's score. As it progressed, upgrading the ship's score became increasingly difficult. Yun Mian Mian's inventory was filled with resources, while scattered items were placed in the storage room. She specifically built a storage room next to her bedroom for small and scattered items. The 4 walls had floor-to-ceiling cabinets with shelves and small compartments, some with drawers. It took a lot of wood to build these cabinets, but the result looked pretty good. Each shelf had labels, making it easy to find things. Items that contributed to the ship's score were kept on the same rack. With just over 30 points needed, Yun Mian Mian figured she would have to add points bit by bit. She began by repairing a worn-out carpet she had acquired earlier. She added golden silk, wool, and even a bit of gold ore. She consulted her lucky bracelet about which material to use, but it didn't respond, so she chose materials on her own. Unexpectedly, the result turned out to be exceptional. The worn-out carpet was transformed into a fine wool rug with beautiful, intricate patterns embroidered in golden thread. Handcrafted Persian carpet, exceptional quality, intricate craftsmanship, unique design, offers a luxurious experience. Yun Mian Mian laid the carpet neatly in the living room. When she checked the ship's stats again, the ship's score had increased by 5 points. 5 points was quite a lot. Yun Mian Mian was overjoyed and, excited, she didn't feel like sleeping. She wanted to see if she could make a few more items of similar quality. However, after tinkering for over an hour, she still couldn't create anything of similar quality. Not only had she failed to add a single point, but her workbench and repair station were also in disarray. Yun Mian Mian asked Wally, a helper robot, to clean up while she decided to reel in the treasure chest on her fishing rod. Unfortunately, it was just a silver treasure chest. Still, there was time left before midnight, so Yun Mian Mian decided to do some fishing herself. She picked up her fishing rod, sat on a small stool, and started fishing, all the while opening the chat panel to see what everyone was talking about. Level 7 ships are amazing. They can be shrunk and stored in your inventory. Now we can carry our ships anywhere. That's so cool, I can't wait to level up. Apparently, you can also invite players to visit your ship, and players can meet each other freely now. The defense of level 7 ships has greatly improved, and that's the most important part. I encountered a volcanic eruption today, and the lava flowed straight into the sea. If my ship hadn't been upgraded, it would have been destroyed. With volcanoes erupting on many islands, nowhere is safe during volcano season. Lately, a lot of top players have been looking for Unnamed Island. Does anyone know why? It seems important. I've noticed it too. It's all top players from each district. Yun Mian Mian is looking for it too. It must be important. Could it be that we'll need to live on the island in the future? After all, ships can now be stored. Seeing the players speculate, Yun Mian Mian remained quietly observant. Just then, Yun Mian Mian caught a treasure chest. The time had just hit midnight. Suddenly, the system emitted a sharp alert sound. Then the system's voice echoed, and a bright light screen appeared in mid-air. Volcano Season Disaster Countdown. Volcanoes will begin erupting at 2 p.m. on the 85th day of the sea calendar. Players who have not reached level 7 by then may face catastrophic damage. Please be prepared. Underwater exploration is now available. Players can go underwater to search for resources. Diving gear is available for purchase in the store. Underwater exploration is dangerous. Players are advised to consider carefully whether to proceed. The system's prompt stirred up the players. What does volcano season disaster mean? Is it that serious? Players below level 7 will all be eliminated? That leaves barely anyone. There's just over 3 days left. There's no time. If that's the case, then we just need to hurry up and level up. I'm more interested in underwater exploration. Is anyone looking to form a team? I have a submarine which can fit 2 people. If anyone wants to join, you can sign up with me. 50 energy stones required. What the? 50 energy stones? Why don't you just rob us? The submarine in the store costs only 2,000 Sea Star coins, and you're asking for 50 energy stones. Dream on. A level 7 ship gives a free submarine after leveling up, so there's no need to spend money on it. Yeah, if you're lucky enough to upgrade to level 7. I'm not forcing anyone. If you're interested, come to me. If not, buy your own. With that person setting the trend, other level 7 players with submarines saw an opportunity and started renting their submarines for resources. Yunmian received a lot of messages. From District 3, Luo Luo, Ni Yangguang, Luo Ze, and Rong Yu. From District 1, Zhao Yichen, Wei Yu, and Lin Qi. All of them messaged Yunmian asking if she wanted to join them for underwater exploration. Yunmian also thought, perhaps there really is some treasure in the seabed that could increase the ship's rating. If she doesn't find some good things, she's afraid her ship's rating won't reach 300 points. But Yunmian couldn't go with so many people. She either had to pick one companion or go alone. Actually, she preferred to go alone first. She had strong swimming skills, a submarine, and diving equipment, so having companions was not essential. Moreover, she also had Octopus Girl to help her. Yunmian hesitated for a while, then declined everyone, saying that she didn't plan to form a team for now. Everyone understood. Yunmian decided to go to bed early tonight and check her luck tomorrow. If her luck was good, she would go underwater. This meant that there wouldn't be time to explore the island. But it didn't matter. She had gathered plenty of resources from the island, enough to make the boarding card worthwhile. She placed the newly caught silver treasure chest beside the previous one, planning to open them tomorrow. Then she went on to organize her supplies. If she were to dive, she needed to bring diving equipment, including a spear gun. Yunmian wondered if she should ask Rong Yu to make a more advanced spear gun. She had the materials to make the spear gun, and since Rong Yu was still awake, Yunmian sent the materials to him, along with her request. Yunmian. I'm planning to dive tomorrow morning. Do you have time to make it now? Rong Yu. I'll try my best. I'll give it to you by tomorrow morning. Yunmian. All right. I also got a smelting furnace. Do you need it? The smelting furnace wasn't repaired yet, but since Rong Yu was willing to stay up late to make her a spear gun, Yunmian naturally wanted to reciprocate and repair the smelting furnace for him. Rong Yu was curious. What kind of smelting furnace? He already had one, but he thought that what Yunmian had might be better, so he asked. Yunmian. Hold on, let me test you. Do you know what materials are needed for a good smelting furnace? Rong Yu. Ceramics, graphite, aluminum alloy, stainless steel can all be used to make a smelting furnace, but the effects vary. It depends on what kind of smelting furnace you need. If it's for making weapons, aluminum alloy is the best choice, though it's quite costly and requires a lot of aluminum ore. Yunmian asked this mainly to figure out what materials were needed to repair the smelting furnace. Now she knew. She decided to add a bit more aluminum ore. 20 pieces should be enough. After all, it was a repair job, not a new construction, so it wouldn't require too much. Generally speaking, 20 aluminum ores were enough to make something pretty big. Otherwise, the smelting furnace looked big, and Yunmian had only planned to add 10. She put the smelting furnace and 20 aluminum ores on the repair platform. The repair platform indicated that it would take half an hour to complete the repair. Yunmian sent Rong Yu a message. Please make the spear gun for me first, and I'll send the smelting furnace over once it's done. Rong Yu thought she was worried that he wouldn't make it, and smiled helplessly. Okay. Rong Yu didn't plan to sleep early anyway. He had recently been researching a new forging technique, staying up late every night, trying out new things. Making a spear gun for Yunmian was a perfect opportunity to use the new technique. He first drew a blueprint, sketching out the effect Yunmian wanted, then prepared the materials. He needed to make the gunhead first before working on the other parts, as the gunhead was the most important. While waiting for the smelting furnace to be repaired, Yunmian put all the items she would need for diving the next day into her bag. Diving suit, sea lion diving mask, various fishing nets, oxygen tanks, fins, diving gloves, lighting equipment, breathing apparatus, diving knife, depth gauge, residual pressure gauge. Diving into the deep sea came with high risks. The ocean had diverse life forms, and she could encounter large marine animals. Yun Mian Mian wasn't sure what she might come across, and the system had warned about high danger. But she had to go. Since the system indicated that there were resources underwater, there must be good things down there. Yun Mian Mian hoped that she'd have some good luck tomorrow. Yun Mian Mian sent advanced alloy smelting furnace to Rongyu. Rongyu's spirit lifted, and his previously tired mind became clear again. Yun Mian Mian actually had such a master-level forging tool. Rongyu. What do you want in exchange? Rongyu's forging skills had reached an advanced level, and he was in dire need of high-level forging equipment. His current press and smelting furnace were far behind his skills. This advanced alloy smelting furnace came at just the right time. Yun Mian Mian. You don't need to give me anything in return. It's a gift. Just help me make 2 more weapons. This smelting furnace required an advanced level of forging skill to use. Yun Mian Mian could have sold it for quite a lot of valuable resources, but she didn't. Yun Mian Mian wanted to make 2 defensive weapons for her mom and brother. She still had forging quotas left with Rongyu, and if he made them, they'd be of better quality. I'll tell you what kind I need tomorrow. Rongyu. All right, I'll make the spear gun for you first. Yun Mian Mian. Okay, thanks. Early in the morning, Yun Mian Mian received the spear gun from Rongyu. Name, Neptune Spear Gun. Effect, perfect accuracy, hit rate 100%, guaranteed critical hit, attack, plus 108. Yun Mian Mian. Wow, it's so powerful. The spear gun was amazing. It was worth giving the smelting furnace to Rongyu. He never let her down. Yun Mian Mian quickly replied, Awesome. Rongyu. Glad you like it. Rongyu hadn't slept all night, and after sending the message, he went to wash up and lie down. He had become a night owl recently, staying active at night and sleeping during the day. Yun Mian Mian played with the spear gun for a while. The spear gun's head was very sharp, with a wave pattern on it, and the design glowed with a charming luster under the sunlight. Yun Mian Mian was very pleased and couldn't wait to go to the sea and use it. She then threw her luck dice. She rolled a good things come in pairs. Yun Mian Mian was happy but a little anxious. Today was going to be a busy day again. Every time she rolled good things come in pairs, she ended up exhausted. Today would surely be no different. She got herself up quickly. There was no time to waste. Yun Mian Mian first opened the 2 silver treasure chests she had fished up yesterday. Received island entry pass, X1, large insulated box, Ch1, pure black chocolate, Ch1. Double buff activated. Received island entry pass X1, large insulated box, XE1, pure black chocolate X1. The system was getting really generous, giving out island entry passes in a silver chest. With the double buff, Yun Mian Mian received 2 passes at once. It was amazing. She opened the second chest, received quick dry sportswear set, drum set X1, adjustable standing desk, X1, famous oil painting, X1, double buff activated, received quick dry sportswear set, drum set X1, adjustable standing desk X1, famous oil painting K1. This chest was rather average. She could study these items later to see if they were useful. Yun Mian Mian quickly changed into her equipment, ate some food from her backpack, and then got ready to dive into the ocean. She had already prepared everything the night before. Little Wing couldn't go into the sea, but Octopus Girl could. Little Wing wasn't too happy when he learned Yun Mian Mian was taking Octopus Girl underwater while he would stay in the backpack, but Yun Mian Mian promised to bring him back some fresh sea fish. Octopus Girl, on the other hand, was very excited and wriggled its tentacles in front of Little Wing in delight. However, Yun Mian Mian didn't let her show off for too long and put both Little Wing and Octopus Girl back into the pet pouch. Then, she got into the submarine and planned to head to the deep sea. But before she got into the submarine, Yun Mian Mian shrank the Xiang Yun and put it in her backpack. The weather had been scorching lately, and the seawater felt hot. As Yun Mian Mian entered the water, she could distinctly feel the heat. The seawater must have evaporated quite a bit during the volcanic season. The water was clear, and Yun Mian Mian could clearly see the sea bottom as she sat in the submarine. Perhaps because the water was too warm, she didn't see any fish until she dived deeper. The system had said that there were resources to be found at the bottom of the ocean, but no one knew what exactly they were. However, Yun Mian soon found some. She saw treasure chests. There were many bronze and wooden treasure chests scattered around the coral reef, and there were quite a few of them. Yun Mian hurriedly drove the submarine over and got a closer look. These chests were all open, and the contents were gone. It seemed someone had already taken everything. They must have come down as soon as they received the system message last night. After all, in a life-or-death situation, everyone was proactive. But these were all low-level chests, so it wasn't a huge loss. Yun Mian decided to see if she could find some better treasure chests. Yun Mian continued diving deeper. The wooden and bronze chests were all in obvious places, easy to find, which meant the items inside were unlikely to be valuable. Higher-level chests were likely hidden. She opened the interface and checked the chat channel. As expected, many people were talking about the chests at the sea bottom. I picked up 2 wooden chests and they were full of upgrade materials. It seems like the system was telling the truth, but I can't swim or have diving equipment. What should I do? Buying swimming skill books at a high price. Message me if interested. Darn, I didn't think I'd need to swim, so I traded my swimming skill book for another skill. I'm underwater right now, and a lot of the chests have already been opened. You can't take the chests away, so they'll probably refresh tomorrow. You can come back to the same spot then. This was useful information. The chests couldn't be taken, which likely meant they were resource points that would refresh the next day. But those low-level chests weren't Yun Mian's goal. Just as she was about to close the interface, another message caught her eye. Any pros willing to take me underwater? I'm offering 2 high-level decoration blueprints. What are decoration blueprints for? They're for increasing ship ratings. Message me if interested. The sender was Ren Xian, the same person Yun Mian had traded with 2 days ago. Yun Mian thought for a moment before messaging him privately. Yun Mian. Hello? Can I see the blueprint details? Ren Xian replied quickly after seeing Yun Mian's message. Sure, no problem. Soon Yun Mian received the blueprint details. Medieval wine cabinet blueprint, craftable on advanced workbench. An antique wine cabinet from the medieval period. Its romantic and wild design takes one back to the chivalrous medieval era. Required materials: golden phoebe bub 9, aspidosperma x2, copper ore 32, black lacquered gilt desk, craftable on advanced workbench, made of rosewood, entirely ebony-colored, featuring detailed, elegant carvings with luxurious gilt decorations. Required materials: cowhide x1, rosewood x5, gold ore x2, copper ore k1. Although she didn't know how much these blueprints would increase the ship rating, it was clear these weren't ordinary items. Both required an advanced workbench for crafting. Yun Mian's reaction was to take them immediately. However, the other party's condition was that she take him underwater. That made Yun Mian hesitate a bit. Yun Mian. Is there any other request you have? Ren Xian. I have a submarine, but I'm asking for a friend. My submarine is already full, so my friend has no way to go underwater. Yun Mian. Is tomorrow okay? I'm already in the sea right now. Ren Xian. Sure, then we'll trade tomorrow. If it's confirmed, I won't give the blueprint to anyone else. Yun Mian. All right, contact me tomorrow at 7 a.m. Ren Xian. You're in the sea now? Have you found anything? Yun Mian. Not yet. Ren Xian. I know of a place that seems to have good things, but I can't dive there. I have a submarine, but my swimming skill isn't good. I can give you the coordinates, but if you find anything good, can you share a bit with me? Yun Mian. Sure, I might not go there, though. Send me the coordinates and I'll see how far it is. Ren Xian sent a location. Yun Mian opened the map and saw that it was quite close. If she activated the speed mode, she could get there in 10 minutes. Yun Mian thought she'd first search around her current location, and if she didn't find anything good, then head over there to check. Very soon, she dived into a deep-sea area. It was about 200 meters deep, with lots of fish and rich marine resources. However, besides the fish, there was only one silver chest. Yun Mian left her submarine, swam over, and opened the silver chest. Obtained, scented candle, X1, freeze-dried chicken breast, X1, golden silkworm silk, X1, double buff activated, obtained, scented candle. X1, freeze-dried chicken breast, X1, golden silkworm. Silk key 1. Other than the golden silkworm silk, there wasn't much of value. Yun Mian shook her head, put the items away, and continued to swim downward. The waters below were pitch black, and earlier she could only see because of the submarine's lights. Now she had to take out a light source. The bright light illuminated a wide area of the seabed. Yun Mian soon saw a huge reef with many small fish swimming around it. She immediately noticed a large Titan triggerfish searching for food on the bottom. This fish was very aggressive. When it saw Yun Mian approaching, it stared at her with vigilance. Its protruding eyes were a bit intimidating. As Yun Mian got closer, it immediately raised its spines, clearly on guard, and opened its mouth to try and threaten her. This type of fish was smart, with teeth capable of breaking through tough rocks. The fish was over a meter long, and being bitten by it would be quite dangerous. Yun Mian did not hesitate to take out her Sea King harpoon. "Let me try this harpoon on you." She loaded the harpoon and aimed it at the Titan triggerfish, ready to press the trigger. But since she wore the Sea Talk pearl, she could understand what the fish was saying. "Don't!" Yun Mian was stunned for a moment. "Please don't hurt me." It seemed this was indeed a very smart fish. The Sea Talk pearl only allowed communication with intelligent marine creatures. Yun Mian still aimed the harpoon at it. "Please, I can take you to find a treasure chest." The triggerfish had seen many people looking for treasure chests today, so it assumed this human wanted one as well. Only then did Yun Mian lower her harpoon. "Where is it?" The triggerfish blew bubbles nervously. "It's under the reef." It swam cautiously toward the reef. "I'll take you there." Yun Mian nodded and let it lead the way. They swam to the large reef, but Yun Mian saw no treasure chest. Just as she was about to ask, the fish suddenly hid inside one of the reef's holes. There were many holes in the reef, crisscrossing each other, making it impossible to know where the fish had hidden. Yun Mian couldn't fit inside. She could even hear the fish laughing from inside the reef. It was as if it was taunting her. Yun Mian calmly released Octopus Girl. "Octopus Girl, there's a big bad fish inside the reef. Use your tentacles to get it out and I'll cook it for you. Grilled fish, fried fish, even boiled fish, whatever you like." In the water, Octopus Girl could grow huge. Since no one else was around to see, she could do it. She quickly extended her tentacles, all 8 of them, probing into each hole of the reef. She soon found the hiding spot of the Titan triggerfish. "Gotcha!" Octopus Girl shouted. The triggerfish was terrified and began begging for mercy again. This time, Yun Mian didn't give it any chance. She went to the hole, aimed the harpoon inside, and fired. The harpoon's head pierced straight through the triggerfish's body, staining the water red with blood. It struggled twice inside the hole before finally dying. Yun Mian pulled it out. Obtained, Premium Titan Triggerfish Meat X30, double buff activated. Obtained, Premium Titan Triggerfish Meat X30. Yun Mian. "Is tomorrow okay? I'm already in the sea right now." Renxian. "Sure, then we'll trade tomorrow. If it's confirmed, I won't give the blueprint to anyone else." Yun Mian. "All right. Contact me tomorrow at 7 a.m. Renxian. "You're in the sea now? Have you found anything?" Yun Mian. "Not yet." Renxian. "I know of a place that seems to have good things, but I can't dive there. I have a submarine, but my swimming skill isn't good. I can give you the coordinates, but if you find anything good, can you share a bit with me?" Yun Mian. "Sure, I might not go there, though. Send me the coordinates and I'll see how far it is." Renxian sent a location. Yun Mian opened the map and saw that it was quite close. If she activated the speed mode, she could get there in 10 minutes. Yun Mian thought she'd first search around her current location and, if she didn't find anything good, then head over there to check. Very soon, she dived into a deep sea area. It was about 200 meters deep, with lots of fish and rich marine resources. However, besides the fish, there was only one silver chest. Yun Mian left her submarine, swam over, and opened the silver chest. Obtained, scented candle. X1, freeze-dried chicken breast. X1, golden silkworm, silk X1. Double buff activated. Obtained, scented candle X1, freeze-dried chicken breast X1, golden silkworm silk. T1. Other than the golden silkworm silk, there wasn't much of value. Yun Mian shook her head, put the items away, and continued to swim downward. The waters below were pitch black, and earlier she could only see because of the submarine's lights. Now she had to take out a light source. The bright light illuminated a wide area of the seabed. Yun Mian soon saw a huge reef with many small fish swimming around it. She immediately noticed a large Titan triggerfish searching for food on the bottom. This fish was very aggressive. When it saw Yun Mian approaching, it stared at her with vigilance. Its protruding eyes were a bit intimidating. As Yun Mian got closer, it immediately raised its spines, clearly on guard, and opened its mouth to try and threaten her. This type of fish was smart, with teeth capable of breaking through tough rocks. The fish was over a meter long, and being bitten by it would be quite dangerous. Yun Mian did not hesitate to take out her Sea King harpoon. "Let me try this harpoon on you." She loaded the harpoon and aimed it at the Titan triggerfish, ready to press the trigger. But since she wore the Sea Talk pearl, she could understand what the fish was saying. "Don't!" Yun Mian was stunned for a moment. "Please, don't hurt me." It seemed this was indeed a very smart fish. The Sea Talk pearl only allowed communication with intelligent marine creatures. Yun Mian still aimed the harpoon at it. "Please, I can take you to find a treasure chest." The triggerfish had seen many people looking for treasure chests today, so it assumed this human wanted one as well. Only then did Yun Mian lower her harpoon. "Where is it?" The triggerfish blew bubbles nervously. "It's under the reef." It swam cautiously toward the reef. "I'll take you there." Yun Mian nodded and let it lead the way. They swam to the large reef, but Yun Mian saw no treasure chest. Just as she was about to ask, the fish suddenly hid inside one of the reef's holes. There were many holes in the reef, crisscrossing each other, making it impossible to know where the fish had hidden. Yun Mian couldn't fit inside. She could even hear the fish laughing from inside the reef. It was as if it was taunting her. Yun Mian calmly released Octopus Girl. "Octopus Girl, there's a big bad fish inside the reef. Use your tentacles to get it out and I'll cook it for you. Grilled fish, fried fish, even boiled fish, whatever you like." In the water, Octopus Girl could grow huge. Since no one else was around to see, she could do it. She quickly extended her tentacles, all 8 of them, probing into each hole of the reef. She soon found the hiding spot of the Titan triggerfish. "Gotcha!" Octopus Girl shouted. The triggerfish was terrified and began begging for mercy again. This time, Yun Mian didn't give it any chance. She went to the hole, aimed the harpoon inside, and fired. The harpoon's head pierced straight through the triggerfish's body, staining the water red with blood. It struggled twice inside the hole before finally dying. Yun Mian pulled it out. Obtained. Premium Titan. Triggerfish meat X30. Double buff activated. Obtained. Premium Titan triggerfish meat X30. It turned out to be premium fish meat. Yun Mian checked the details. Name, Premium Titan, triggerfish meat. Effect, using the cooking skill can turn it into a delicious dish. Eating it for the first time will permanently increase mental strength by 1 point. This was the first time Yun Mian had found such a food. A food that could permanently increase mental strength was great. Although it only worked once per person, there were 60 portions, and Yun Mian could sell them. They'd definitely be popular on the trading market. Mental strength wasn't something Yun Mian particularly focused on, but since there was food that increased it, perhaps there was food that increased other stats too, just waiting to be found at the bottom of the sea. Yun Mian became even more eager to find more large fish, but after swimming around twice, she couldn't find any. Octopus Girl was getting hungry, wanting to go back to the ship. Yun Mian said, "It's still early. You need to help me find treasure chests and big fish first. Only then will there be a reward." Octopus Girl nodded. But when we get back, you have to praise me in front of that silly bird. Yun Mian Mian. What am I praising you for? Octopus Girl. Of course, for saying how awesome I am, much better than that silly little bird. After getting Yun Mian Mian's assurance, Octopus Girl was full of enthusiasm and started diving around on the seabed, quickly finding 2 silver treasure chests. Yun Mian Mian also found one herself. Although they were just silver chests and not high level, Yun Mian Mian benefited from her double luck buff. The rewards from all 3 silver chests were doubled. Yun Mian Mian ended up with 6 Australian lobsters, 10 golden snails, 6 large deep-sea scallops, 6 golden nanmu, a type of rare wood, and 12 iron ores. Yun Mian Mian praised Octopus Girl thoroughly. It was clear that Octopus Girl could be very helpful in the sea. However, they had searched most of the nearby waters and hadn't found any high-level chests or big fish, only schools of smaller fish. Yun Mian Mian decided to check out the coordinates that Ren Xian had sent her. She went back to the submarine, opened the map, and started navigating towards those coordinates, then sent Ren Xian a message. I'm on my way over. Are you still there? Ren Xian. I was just about to leave. If you're coming, I'll wait for you. How about I bring my friend to my boat and you take them down to the sea? That would work since she'd need to guide them to exchange the blueprint tomorrow anyway, so it could save some trouble now. Yun Mian Mian. How good is your friend swimming? Do they have deep diving equipment? Ren Xian. They've got all that covered, but without a submarine they can't reach the deep sea just by swimming, so they need a submarine. Yun Mian Mian. All right. Tell them to come. They can follow me later, but make sure they know not to follow me once we're underwater. Ren Xian. Okay? Yun Mian Mian didn't want anyone tagging along to pick up her treasures. A few minutes later, Yun Mian Mian reached the coordinates where Ren Xian was. She surfaced the submarine, and sure enough, she saw a boat waiting there. She messaged Ren Xian to let him know she had arrived. After a few more minutes, Yun Mian Mian saw 2 people in diving suits swimming towards her. Yun Mian Mian held a spear gun, watching them warily. Even though they seemed harmless, Yun Mian Mian still kept her guard up. After all, these were strangers. As they got closer, Yun Mian Mian realized it was a man and a woman. Ren Xian was the man, as she expected. It seemed his friend was a woman. When Ren Xian mentioned his friend earlier, he didn't specify gender, so Yun Mian Mian hadn't expected it to be a girl. Since they couldn't talk underwater, Yun Mian Mian communicated with Ren Xian through messages. As they had agreed, Yun Mian Mian would take his friend into her submarine, and then they'd exchange the blueprints. Ren Xian transferred 2 blueprints to Yun Mian Mian and mentioned a mysterious spot he had discovered in this sea area. It was at the bottom of a very deep trench, where he could faintly see light. However, he couldn't go down because the water pressure was too high and the place seemed quite scary. He didn't want to take any risks. After parting ways with Ren Xian, Yun Mian Mian took the girl into her submarine. Once inside the submarine, they both removed their breathing masks and were finally able to talk normally. The girl had big, bright eyes and a round, small face. Her delicate features made her look like a college student. My name is Su Tan. Hello, she greeted warmly. Yun Mian Mian. Hello, I'm Yun Mian Mian. Su Tan. Wow, you're so pretty. I can't believe Ren Xian found you for me. This is amazing. Yun Mian Mian felt a bit embarrassed by Su Tan's enthusiasm. Nice to meet you. Let's head out. You don't know how happy I was when I found out that I was in the same region as you back in the desert. Thanks to your tips, I found a green oasis. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble. I'm so grateful. I can't believe I got to meet you today. Su Tan's eyes were full of appreciation. Yun Mian Mian smiled. That's quite the coincidence. Su Tan. You look so beautiful in person. I can't believe Ren Xian knew you and never mentioned it to me. Thank goodness I asked him to help me find a big shot to hitch a ride with. Yun Mian Mian. I'm not that close to him, we just traded once. Su Tan. Well, I feel so lucky to have gotten a ride on your boat. Yun Mian Mian. You haven't reached level 7 yet, right? Why didn't you just exchange the blueprint for upgrade materials? Su Tan. I saw that people were finding a lot of treasure chests in the sea, so I thought I'd give it a try too. Maybe I could find enough materials for the upgrade. I'm pretty lucky. Yun Mian rarely heard others say they were lucky in front of her. Well, let's give it a try. The shallow waters here must have been fully explored, so let's head to deeper waters. After all, Renxian had already explored here, so Yun Mian decided to head straight to the deeper area he had mentioned. Sutan. Okay, my swimming skill is intermediate, so I should be fine. Yun Mian. If we can't find any treasure chests, you can try catching some fish. You can exchange fish meat for resources. Sutan said, surprised. Fish meat? What kind of resources could I exchange it for? Everyone's focused on upgrading materials right now, and food isn't worth much. There are only 3 days left before we get eliminated, so food needs to be conserved. Yun Mian. You're right. Sutan, who had been so excited earlier, now seemed a bit down. You must not lack resources, so you don't understand what it's like for us players who haven't reached level 7 yet. If I really can't level up, I plan to give all my resources to my family. Yun Mian comforted her. You'll be fine. There's still time. Maybe you'll find lots of upgrade materials soon. Sutan. Yeah, I trust you. Yun Mian navigated the submarine to a mysterious part of the sea. There were a lot more large fish here. Yun Mian even spotted a Titan triggerfish again, along with other types of fish. Yun Mian. What am I praising you for? Octopus girl. Of course, for saying how awesome I am, much better than that silly little bird. After getting Yun Mian's assurance, Octopus girl was full of enthusiasm and started diving around on the seabed, quickly finding 2 silver treasure chests. Yun Mian also found one herself. Although they were just silver chests and not high level, Yun Mian benefited from her double luck buff. The rewards from all 3 silver chests were doubled. Yun Mian ended up with 6 Australian lobsters, 10 golden snails, 6 large deep-sea scallops, 6 golden nanmu, a type of rare wood, and 12 iron ores. Yun Mian praised Octopus Girl thoroughly. It was clear that Octopus Girl could be very helpful in the sea. However, they had searched most of the nearby waters and hadn't found any high-level chests or big fish, only schools of smaller fish. Yun Mian decided to check out the coordinates that Renxian had sent her. She went back to the submarine, opened the map, and started navigating towards those coordinates, then sent Renxian a message. I'm on my way over. Are you still there? Renxian. I was just about to leave. If you're coming, I'll wait for you. How about I bring my friend to my boat and you take them down to the sea? That would work, since she'd need to guide them to exchange the blueprint tomorrow anyway, so it could save some trouble now. Yun Mian. How good is your friend's swimming? Do they have deep diving equipment? Renxian. They've got all that covered, but without a submarine they can't reach the deep sea just by swimming, so they need a submarine. Yun Mian. All right, tell them to come. They can follow me later, but make sure they know not to follow me once we're underwater. Renxian. Okay. Yun Mian didn't want anyone tagging along to pick up her treasures. A few minutes later, Yun Mian reached the coordinates where Renxian was. She surfaced the submarine, and sure enough, she saw a boat waiting there. She messaged Renxian to let him know she had arrived. After a few more minutes, Yun Mian saw 2 people in diving suits swimming towards her. Yun Mian held a spear gun, watching them warily. Even though they seemed harmless, Yun Mian still kept her guard up. After all, these were strangers. As they got closer, Yun Mian realized it was a man and a woman. Renxian was the man, as she expected. It seemed his friend was a woman. When Renxian mentioned his friend earlier, he didn't specify gender, so Yun Mian hadn't expected it to be a girl. Since they couldn't talk underwater, Yun Mian communicated with Renxian through messages. As they had agreed, Yun Mian would take his friend into her submarine, and then they'd exchange the blueprints. Renxian transferred 2 blueprints to Yun Mian and mentioned a mysterious spot he had discovered in this sea area. It was at the bottom of a very deep trench, where he could faintly see light. However, he couldn't go down because the water pressure was too high and the place seemed quite scary. He didn't want to take any risks. After parting ways with Ren Xian, Yun Mian took the girl into her submarine. Once inside the submarine, they both removed their breathing masks and were finally able to talk normally. The girl had big, bright eyes and a round, small face. Her delicate features made her look like a college student. "My name is Sutan. Hello," she greeted warmly. Yun Mian. "Hello, I'm Yun Mian. Sutan. Wow, you're so pretty. I can't believe Renxian found you for me. This is amazing." Yun Mian felt a bit embarrassed by Sutan's enthusiasm. "Nice to meet you. Let's head out." You don't know how happy I was when I found out that I was in the same region as you back in the desert. Thanks to your tips, I found a green oasis. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble. I'm so grateful. I can't believe I got to meet you today." Sutan's eyes were full of appreciation. Yun Mian smiled. "That's quite the coincidence." Sutan. "You look so beautiful in person. I can't believe Renxian knew you and never mentioned it to me. Thank goodness I asked him to help me find a big shot to hitch a ride with." Yun Mian. "I'm not that close to him. We just traded once." Sutan. "Well, I feel so lucky to have gotten a ride on your boat." Yun Mian. "You haven't reached level 7 yet, right? Why didn't you just exchange the blueprint for upgrade materials?" Sutan. "I saw that people were finding a lot of treasure chests in the sea, so I thought I'd give it a try too. Maybe I could find enough materials for the upgrade. I'm pretty lucky." Yun Mian rarely heard others say they were lucky in front of her. "Well, let's give it a try. The shallow waters here must have been fully explored, so let's head to deeper waters." After all, Ren Xian had already explored here, so Yun Mian decided to head straight to the deeper area he had mentioned. Sutan. "Okay. My swimming skill is intermediate, so I should be fine." Yun Mian. "If we can't find any treasure chests, you can try catching some fish. You can exchange fish meat for resources." Sutan said, surprised. "Fish meat? What kind of resources could I exchange it for? Everyone's focused on upgrading materials right now, and food isn't worth much. There are only 3 days left before we get eliminated, so food needs to be conserved." Yun Mian. "You're right." Sutan, who had been so excited earlier, now seemed a bit down. "You must not lack resources, so you don't understand what it's like for us players who haven't reached level 7 yet. If I really can't level up, I plan to give all my resources to my family." Yun Mian comforted her. "You'll be fine. There's still time. Maybe you'll find lots of upgrade materials soon." Sutan. "Yeah, I trust you." Yun Mian navigated the submarine to a mysterious part of the sea. There were a lot more large fish here. Yun Mian even spotted a Titan triggerfish again, along with other types of fish. She said to Sutan, "All right, let's go out." The two put on their breathing masks and swam out of the submarine. Yun Mian took a spear gun and aimed at a large fish nearby, firing a shot. The fish was about 70-80 centimeters long, very fast, but Yun Mian still hit it with one shot. It struggled in the water for a bit before losing its strength. Sutan gave her a thumbs up. Yun Mian collected the fish meat. Obtained tuna meat, X30. Double buff activated. Obtained tuna meat, X30. Fish meat wasn't her main objective. She still needed to find resources. Yun Mian wanted something that could improve the ship's rating, and secondly, upgrade materials that could be used for her mother, or Yun Xiao's upgrades, or to trade for needed items. There were also many empty treasure chests around, which had already been opened by others. Before long, Yun Mian found the underwater crevice that Renxian had mentioned. Even with the lighting equipment, it was pitch black inside, bottomless, giving off a creepy feeling. Sutan followed Yun Mian to investigate and shrank behind her in fear. The crevice was very narrow, only big enough for a slender girl to enter, which was why Renxian couldn't get through. Yun Mian took out a tool and struck the coral rock around the crevice twice, but it didn't budge. It seemed that this rock was quite hard. Yun Mian put away all her belongings and prepared to squeeze through. Sutan grabbed her and gestured, asking if she really planned to go in, indicating that it looked scary. Yun Mian nodded. She definitely needed to take a look inside. After squeezing into the dark crevice with difficulty, Yun Mian faintly heard some noise. She held up her lighting equipment and looked around. The visibility inside was very low, but what the light illuminated left Yun Mian speechless. It was simply beautiful beyond imagination. The place was like a painted paradise. More than 2 meters tall, seaweed swayed with the current, and schools of colorful fish swam around the seaweed. At the seabed lay a large coral reef, with numerous pearl oysters clinging to it, their mouths wide open, revealing the pearls inside. The pearls glowed white, golden, and even included rare black pearls, all shimmering beautifully under the light. Pearls were valuable items. They not only beautify and nourish the skin, but also have a calming effect. Yun Mian immediately dove down and started collecting pearls like crazy. Obtained South Sea White Pearl X1. Obtained South Sea Golden Pearl X1. Congratulations on double luck. Obtained South Sea White Pearl X1. Obtained South Sea Golden Pearl X1. Obtained Black Butterfly Oyster Pearl S1. Congratulations on double luck. Obtained Black Butterfly Oyster Pearl X1. Yun Mian was really enjoying herself collecting. In double speed mode, she moved faster than usual, almost as if she was in fast forward, swimming around the coral and seaweed, gathering everything. After collecting around 100 pearls, she stopped to take a break. She checked the pressure and the oxygen in her oxygen tank. Everything was fine. She had enough air to stay underwater for another 2 hours. But she couldn't just collect pearls. She needed to find other things too. Yun Mian had Octopus Girl help her look around, as she was more agile in the water and could find things faster. Yun Mian herself continued to scour the area for pearls, unwilling to leave even one behind. Her instinct told her that these beautiful pearls, hidden in this deep-sea crevice, must be valuable and probably had other uses. If she didn't take them all, she would feel like she missed out. 20 minutes later, Octopus Girl came back to get her, indicating that she had found a chest. Yun Mian couldn't speak underwater. Otherwise, she would have asked what kind of chest it was. But seeing Octopus Girl's excited expression, it was probably a decent one. She had Octopus Girl lead the way. Octopus Girl wrapped a tentacle around Yun Mian, quickly guiding her through the water, arriving at a bed of thick, long seaweed. After entering, Yun Mian saw a glowing diamond chest. It was hidden in there. Without Octopus Girl, Yun Mian would never have found it. If she were alone, she wouldn't have dared to venture into the seaweed. It seemed like the resources here were indeed rich. The first chest she found after entering was a diamond chest, which gave Yun Mian high hopes for the rest of her treasure hunt. She opened the diamond chest. Obtained Golden Coral X1, Mermaid Harp Blueprint X1, Lucky Pearl Necklace Blueprint X1, Sunken Ship Treasure Map X1, Luminous Pearl X1, Energy Stone X10. Congratulations on double luck. Obtained Golden Coral X1, Mermaid Harp Blueprint X1, Lucky Pearl Necklace Blueprint X1, Sunken Ship Treasure Map X1, Luminous Pearl X1, Energy Stone X10. Items in a diamond chest were never trivial. Every one of them was top-notch. Name, Golden Coral. Description: the rarest type of gemstone coral with a bright golden color and metallic luster, accompanied by various colorful sheens. Effect 1. Can be crafted into various artworks to improve ship ratings. Effect 2. Can be crafted into prayer beads to increase luck. After reading the details, Yun Mian's eyes widened. This was an extraordinary item. It could not only enhance the ship's rating but also increase luck. Yun Mian was thrilled. The golden coral was extremely rare. Only one was found in the entire diamond chest. Luckily, today she had double luck. She got 2 at once. Now, she was only thinking about where else she could find this golden coral. It would likely be challenging, unless she found another diamond chest. Golden coral grew in deep-sea areas, often alongside deep-sea corals, and sometimes even on the same reef. Due to its growth at depths of over 1,000 meters, under great water pressure, it only grew a few micrometers per year, making mature specimens extremely rare. Now that she had 2 of them, She could make one into a decorative item and use the other to craft a prayer bead bracelet. How satisfying! She continued looking at the other items. Name: mermaid's harp. Description: the harp of a mermaid princess, beautiful and capable of playing enchanting melodies. Effect: increases ship rating by 3 points. Materials required: pearls, X20, golden silkworm thread, X2, golden phoebe tufty 2. This one was also quite good. An instrument that could increase the ship's rating by 3 points was definitely worth making. She could use the pearls she had just acquired and make it when she got back. Name: lucky pearl necklace. Description: a necklace made of lucky pearls. Who wouldn't love it? Effect: increases the luck index by 0.3 points randomly each day. Materials required: pearls, X20, lucky charm X1, rare fishing line, Cuddy 1. This one seemed a bit troublesome. She had the pearls, but she wasn't sure where to find a lucky charm or rare fishing line. Mian remembered that she seemed to have obtained a torn charm before. Perhaps repairing it would result in a lucky charm. She decided to look for it when she got back. As for the underwater shipwreck treasure map, it was quite self-explanatory. She checked and found that the wreck's location wasn't too far away, about 100 kilometers. Since it was getting late today and she hadn't finished exploring the area, she could head there tomorrow. The night pearl was a type of underwater lighting tool. Holding it could illuminate the surroundings. It was better than a regular light, and its glow was soft, not harsh. Mian had obtained double the items, meaning she could even sell the extras, especially the underwater shipwreck treasure map. She planned to explore it herself tomorrow before selling it. She wasn't sure if the shipwreck's items would refresh after she had already searched it. If she sold it at a cheaper price and mentioned it in advance, someone might still be willing to take a chance. Mian couldn't take the entire ship with her anyway. So she made her decision. Mian continued exploring the area. With her and Octopus Girl's efforts, she found 2 more treasure chests. Both were golden treasure chests. Silkworm larvae X20, mulberry leaves X20, silkworm breeding techniques, K1, silkworm boxes X2, silk screens, T1. Seeing the items that came out of the first chest, Mian understood. She was about to start raising silkworms. Raising silkworms was great. They produced silk, which could be used to make clothes, bedding, or even face masks. It seemed like a promising venture. Mian could already envision a plethora of resources coming her way. The second chest was also full of good items. Beehive X1, honey X2, Chinese bees X10, Italian bees X10, beekeeping hats T2. This meant Mian was about to start beekeeping. She had been quite excited about raising silkworms just a moment ago, but now it seemed she also had to keep bees. All right, the more responsibilities, the merrier. First she had chickens and rabbits, then sheep and pigs. Now she had to raise silkworms and bees. One person was simply too busy, so it seemed hiring an NPC helper was inevitable. Or perhaps she could ask her mother to help out. She could bring her mother onto her ship and store her mother's ship, or dock it next to her own. That was an idea. Mian decided to discuss it with her mother when she returned. With the double bonus from the golden chests, Mian's inventory had grown significantly. She'd only been diving for a short while, and her backpack was already full again. Mian messaged her mother, asking her to take some items. She sent the bulkier items over to her mother for safekeeping, planning to collect them once she had space in her own inventory. Mian transferred the fish and blueprints and continued her exploration. She found another reef with many pearl oysters, but only harvested for half an hour. Her oxygen tank was running low, and she had to return to the submarine to swap tanks. After leaving the crevice, Mian remembered Sutan was still in the water and wasn't sure if she had returned to the submarine to wait. The time was about up, and her oxygen was likely almost depleted. To avoid any accidents, Mian swam faster toward the submarine. Upon returning, Mian didn't see Sutan and began to worry. Since she hadn't added Sutan as a friend yet, she messaged Renxian, asking him to check on Sutan. Renxian replied, "She says she's nearby. I'll add you both to a group." Soon, Mian and Sutan were added to a group by Renxian. Yun Mian Mian received a friend request from Su Tan. After accepting, Su Tan sent her a photo. Su Tan. I found a group of dolphins. They're so cute, they're swimming around me. The photo showed a group of adorable dolphins circling Su Tan. Yun Mian Mian recognized one of the dolphins as the small one she had seen before. Yun Mian Mian reminded her, "Check if you have enough oxygen left." She had already changed her oxygen tank in the submarine and was about to head over to Su Tan to see the dolphins. Su Tan. "Oh no, I'm almost out. I didn't even notice, it's already empty." Yun Mian Mian. "Hurry back then. Send me your coordinates and I'll bring the submarine over." Yun Mian Mian piloted the submarine towards Su Tan's coordinates. The submarine was fast, and within 2 minutes, Yun Mian Mian saw Su Tan and the group of dolphins. Su Tan looked like she was struggling, and when she saw Yun Mian Mian, it was as if she had seen her savior. Running out of oxygen in deep waters could be deadly. Had Yun Mian Mian not arrived in time, she might have been in serious trouble. Yun Mian Mian told Su Tan to come aboard quickly, and fortunately, she made it without any incidents. Eee! The dolphins made noises. Yun Mian Mian laughed. It really was that little dolphin. She took Su Tan back to the surface with the submarine, and the dolphins followed them. Su Tan said, "These little guys keep circling me. I don't know what they want, but they're so cute." Yun Mian Mian thought, "They probably want something to eat." Once they were on the surface, Yun Mian Mian was finally able to take off her breathing mask. Now she could speak. She got out of the submarine and said to the little dolphin, "Do you still recognize me?" The little dolphin was stunned for a moment, then swam around Yun Mian Mian a few times. "It's me. You played on my boat before." The little dolphin finally remembered Yun Mian Mian's voice. It nodded while making sounds. I remember. You're that big sister." Yun Mian Mian. "It's been a long time. Where have you been?" "It was too cold before, so my family and I hid at the bottom of the sea. Now it's finally warm again, but we're leaving soon." Yun Mian Mian. "Where are you going? Can't you stay here anymore?" The little dolphin shook its head. "Mom says it's very dangerous here and we have to leave soon." Yun Mian Mian guessed it was probably related to the upcoming volcanic eruption in the sea. When that happened, the entire ocean would be in grave danger. Both humans and marine creatures would be affected, and everything would be boiled by the magma. "Where are you going to go?" "I don't know. Mom says we're going far away." Yun Mian Mian thought for a moment and took some Antarctic krill out of her backpack. She had a lot of these, and they had been occupying a storage slot for a long time. "Do you want this?" The little dolphin nodded eagerly. Yun Mian Mian divided up the krill and gave a lot to the dolphin and its companions. Remembering that the little dolphin also liked fruit, Yun Mian Mian took out some of the peaches she had in her backpack. The peach tree she had planted before had yielded a big harvest, and now she had over 1,000 peaches in her backpack. "This is for you all to eat too." Yun Mian Mian counted the dolphins and gave each one a peach. The dolphins made happy noises. Oh. Yun Mian Mian. All right. Everyone gets one." "It's so tasty. We haven't had it in so long. I wonder if we'll see you again." The little dolphin's voice sounded a bit sad. Yun Mian Mian. "Maybe we'll get the chance, who knows?" The little dolphin. "By the way, weren't you looking for treasure chests? My friends and I picked up a lot of them, and there are also some strange things. Do you want them?" Yun Mian Mian. "Of course. What kind of things are they?" The little dolphin. "We ate all the food, but there are still some strange things left. I don't know if you want them." Yun Mian Mian laughed. "Can you take me to get them? I'll give you more food in return." The dolphins were all excited when they heard there would be more food. The peaches were really tasty. Su Tan saw Yun Mian Mian talking to the dolphins and was stunned. Su Tan. "How can you talk to them?" Yun Mian Mian. "I have a tool that allows me to understand their voices." Su Tan. "That's amazing. I'm so jealous." Yun Mian Mian. "Let's go. They said they'd take us to find the treasure chests. You can come along too. Sutan asked in disbelief. Really? I can come too? Of course. You found them, so of course you can come and share some of the loot. If it wasn't for Sutan, Yun Mian Mian might not have met the dolphins, and she wouldn't have gotten these treasure chests. Since she had a double loot buff, she could collect everything first and then share some with her. Sutan hugged Yun Mian Mian tightly. You're the best. They returned to the submarine and followed the dolphins down into a deep part of the ocean. The place looked ordinary, but without the dolphins leading the way, they would never have found it. Under a giant reef, there was a cave large enough for the submarine to enter. The entrance was hidden by seaweed, making it impossible to find. Below the cave was another underwater region filled with fish. The number of fish there was astonishing. Besides dolphins, there were belugas, gray whales, sperm whales, blue whales, orcas, humpback whales, manta rays, and even giant squids similar to Zheng Mei. These large sea creatures were enormous, making for a dazzling sight. This was like a gathering place for the smartest creatures in the ocean. Yun Mian Mian's eyes widened, while Sutan clung tightly to her arm, not sure if it was out of excitement or fear. The fish were very curious when they saw Yun Mian Mian and Sutan. They didn't understand how they had gotten here. They chattered noisily. Sutan couldn't understand, but Yun Mian Mian could, though there were so many fish it was quite loud. The little dolphin explained to them that Yun Mian Mian was its friend, and that it brought them to collect some treasure chests. It also mentioned that Yun Mian Mian had given it and its friends a lot of delicious food. Not all the fish were gluttonous, but when they heard about the food, they all looked at Yun Mian Mian. Yun Mian Mian pretended not to understand. She thought to herself, with so many fish, how much would she have to give if they all wanted some? And with such large fish, their appetite must be enormous. It was better not to pretend to be generous. Yun Mian Mian followed the little dolphin, passing through a beautiful coral reef area to a bare spot. There were actually several hundred treasure chests there.
Yun Mian Mian and Sutan were stunned. How could there be so many? Yun Mian Mian couldn't control her excitement. This huge pile of treasure chests was full of supplies. Sutan inwardly screamed, "This is insane! What a lucky encounter." During the cold times, I couldn't go out, but I really wanted something delicious. I remembered what you said about treasure chests, so I took my friends to find them. Some of them had the food you gave me. The little dolphin said proudly. It really was that little dolphin. She took Sutan back to the surface with the submarine, and the dolphins followed them. Sutan said, "These little guys keep circling me. I don't know what they want, but they're so cute." Yun Mian Mian thought, they probably want something to eat. Once they were on the surface, Yun Mian Mian was finally able to take off her breathing mask. Now she could speak. She got out of the submarine and said to the little dolphin, "Do you still recognize me?" The little dolphin was stunned for a moment, then swam around Yun Mian Mian a few times. "It's me. You played on my boat before." The little dolphin finally remembered Yun Mian Mian's voice. It nodded while making sounds. "I remember? I remember? You're that big sister." Yun Mian Mian. "It's been a long time. Where have you been?" "It was too cold before, so my family and I hid at the bottom of the sea. Now it's finally warm again, but we're leaving soon." Yun Mian Mian. "Where are you going? Can't you stay here anymore?" The little dolphin shook its head. "Mom says it's very dangerous here and we have to leave soon." Yun Mian Mian guessed it was probably related to the upcoming volcanic eruption in the sea. When that happened, the entire ocean would be in grave danger. Both humans and marine creatures would be affected, and everything would be boiled by the magma. "Where are you going to go?" "I don't know. Mom says we're going far away." Yun Mian Mian thought for a moment and took some Antarctic krill out of her backpack. She had a lot of these, and they had been occupying a storage slot for a long time. "Do you want this?" The little dolphin nodded eagerly. Yun Mian Mian divided up the krill and gave a lot to the dolphin and its companions. Remembering that the little dolphin also liked fruit, Yun Mian Mian took out some of the peaches she had in her backpack. The peach tree she had planted before had yielded a big harvest, and now she had over 1,000 peaches in her backpack. "This is for you all to eat too." Yunmian counted the dolphins and gave each one a peach. The dolphins made happy noises. "Ooh." Yunmian. All right, everyone gets one." "It's so tasty. We haven't had it in so long. I wonder if we'll see you again." The little dolphin's voice sounded a bit sad. Yunmian. "Maybe we'll get the chance. Who knows?" The little dolphin. "By the way, weren't you looking for treasure chests? My friends and I picked up a lot of them, and there are also some strange things. Do you want them?" Yunmian. "Of course. What kind of things are they?" The little dolphin. "We ate all the food, but there are still some strange things left. I don't know if you want them." Yunmian laughed. "Can you take me to get them? I'll give you more food in return." The dolphins were all excited when they heard there would be more food. The peaches were really tasty. Sutan saw Yunmian talking to the dolphins and was stunned. Sutan. "How can you talk to them?" Yunmian. "I have a tool that allows me to understand their voices." Sutan. "That's amazing. I'm so jealous." Yunmian. "Let's go. They said they'd take us to find the treasure chests. You can come along too." Sutan asked in disbelief. "Really? I can come too?" "Of course. You found them, so of course you can come and share some of the loot." If it wasn't for Sutan, Yunmian might not have met the dolphins and she wouldn't have gotten these treasure chests. Since she had a double loot buff, she could collect everything first and then share some with her. Sutan hugged Yunmian tightly. "You're the best." They returned to the submarine and followed the dolphins down into a deep part of the ocean. The place looked ordinary, but without the dolphins leading the way, they would never have found it. Under a giant reef, there was a cave large enough for the submarine to enter. The entrance was hidden by seaweed, making it impossible to find. Below the cave was another underwater region, filled with fish. The number of fish there was astonishing. Besides dolphins, there were belugas, gray whales, sperm whales, blue whales, orcas, humpback whales, manta rays, and even giant squids similar to zhang-yu-mei. These large sea creatures were enormous, making for a dazzling sight. This was like a gathering place for the smartest creatures in the ocean. Yunmian's eyes widened, while Sutan clung tightly to her arm, not sure if it was out of excitement or fear. The fish were very curious when they saw Yunmian and Sutan. They didn't understand how they had gotten here. They chattered noisily. Sutan couldn't understand, but Yunmian could. Though there were so many fish, it was quite loud. The little dolphin explained to them that Yunmian was its friend, and that it brought them to collect some treasure chests. It also mentioned that Yunmian had given it and its friends a lot of delicious food. Not all the fish were gluttonous, but when they heard about the food, they all looked at Yunmian. Yunmian pretended not to understand. She thought to herself, with so many fish, how much would she have to give if they all wanted some? And with such large fish, their appetite must be enormous. It was better not to pretend to be generous. Yunmian followed the little dolphin, passing through a beautiful coral reef area to a bare spot. There were actually several hundred treasure chests there. Yunmian and Sutan were stunned. How could there be so many? Yunmian couldn't control her excitement. This huge pile of treasure chests was full of supplies. Sutan inwardly screamed, "This is insane! What a lucky encounter!" During the cold times, I couldn't go out, but I really wanted something delicious. I remembered what you said about treasure chests, so I took my friends to find them. Some of them had the food you gave me. The little dolphin said proudly. This place is what I left behind, and there are still many that my friends have thrown somewhere without knowing where. Yunmian sighed. It seemed that the little dolphins had taken many treasure chests with them. No wonder players couldn't usually catch 3 during that period. And most of them could only catch 1 or 2 treasure chests a day. It turned out that they had taken them away. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But now Yunmian had actually lucked out. There were hundreds of treasure chests, and although the food inside had already been eaten by the dolphins, the other materials were still there. With everything doubled, it was a massive fortune. Hundreds of treasure chests. It would have taken Yun Mian Mian forever to fish all of those out. Su Tan had no idea that just 2 blueprints in exchange would yield so many things. Yun Mian Mian randomly opened 1 silver treasure chest. Silk thread, X2, cotton X5, wool hat X1, sanitary napkin X1, cold-resistant gloves, Cut 1. Congratulations, it doubled. Silk thread X2, cotton X5, wool hat X1, sanitary napkin X1, cold-resistant gloves X1. Not bad. The items weren't amazing, but small things add up, and that was just 1 silver chest. It looked like half of these hundreds of chests were silver, while a smaller portion was golden or wooden. The chests were stacked together. Who knew if there was a diamond chest hidden in there? She messaged Su Tan. "I'll open the treasure chests. I'll give you a portion of what I get, and you can see if you're happy with it." Su Tan didn't doubt her. After all, she was already riding on Yun Mian Mian's coattails. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to understand the dolphin or find these treasure chests. Yun Mian Mian was willing to give her some of it, which made her very happy. Yun Mian Mian looked at the time. It would take a while to open all these treasure chests, and her backpack was already full after opening just 1. She had no choice but to message her mom, telling her to get ready to receive a huge load of items and to empty her backpack if possible. If her mom's backpack wasn't big enough, she could send them to Yun Xiao. In any case, Yun Mian Mian was determined to take all these items with her. Originally, opening treasure chests was fun, like unwrapping gifts, but doing it hundreds of times was overwhelming. Repeating the same thrill over and over again just makes you numb. It was tiring, but there was still joy in it. To make it more fun, Yun Mian Mian decided to open a few silver chests and then a gold one. The silver chests mainly contained basic supplies, and since they were from the iceberg season, most items were related to warmth. Yun Mian Mian opened her first golden chest. Belt X1, lighter X1, watermelon frost lozenges X1, loquat syrup, blueprint X1, intermediate alchemy station blueprint X1. These items were pretty good, although Yun Mian Mian basically already had them and didn't really need them. But she could sell some of it. Yun Mian Mian didn't let Su Tan open the chests, but she did give her a portion of the items and sent some to her mother. Yun Mian Mian was the only one who knew about the doubling effect. For example, from these 2 chests, Yun Mian Mian gave Su Tan cotton X5, wool hat X1, sanitary napkin X1, watermelon frost lozenges X1, loquat syrup blueprint X1. Su Tan felt that Yun Mian Mian was giving her a lot, 10 items in total, and Yun Mian Mian gave her 5. Su Tan felt a bit embarrassed, thinking she had gotten a great deal. It was already dark by the time Yun Mian Mian finished opening the chests. Yun Mian Mian was exhausted, but there were still dozens left to open. The originally towering pile of treasure chests had shrunk significantly, and Yun Mian Mian's sharp eyes noticed a diamond treasure chest hidden under several silver ones. She hadn't seen it before because it was covered, but the diamond chest glowed brightly, making it stand out from the others. Thinking about what the previous diamond chest had yielded, Yun Mian Mian hurried over. She moved aside the other chests on top of the diamond one. Its lid was already open, and there were only 2 items inside. Yun Mian Mian felt it was a pity. There had definitely been more than these 2 items. They must have fallen out at some point, and since there was no food in them, the little dolphins wouldn't have cared and just left them aside. Obtained primary mill blueprint X1, primary sausage smoking house blueprint X1. Double reward. Obtained primary mill blueprint X1, primary sausage smoking house blueprint X1. Yun Mian Mian really liked these 2 blueprints. She was happy but still thought it was such a shame that the chest wasn't complete. After some hesitation, she decided to give Su Tan one of the mill blueprints. Su Tan originally thought Yun Mian Mian would keep them all, so when Yun Mian Mian gave her one, she was touched and decided that when they returned, she would offer anything good in her backpack and let Yun Mian Mian take whatever she wanted. Yun Mian Mian hadn't finished opening all the treasure chests yet. Her mom and Yun Xiao messaged her. Zhao Ru away. "Baby, I can't fit anymore. My storage is full too." Yun Xiao. "Sis, If there's no other way, I can list the useless stuff on the trading center. There's just too much. Mian replied to each of them. Almost done. You can sell whatever you don't need. Okay, you can put them up for sale. She thought she might as well send some to Luo, too. Mian messaged Luo. Luo, are you busy? I want to send you some items. Could you accept them? Some are upgrade materials. You and Luo can see if you need them. When Luo received the message, she was underwater looking for treasure chests, and Luo was with her. Luo was a better swimmer than her, and together their harvest was pretty good. They had found 5 golden chests and 2 silver chests that afternoon. Luo. Mian, you should keep them for yourself. I'm not lacking anything here. Mian. It's all right. I also have a lot myself. If you can't use it now, just keep it for later. After saying that, Mian sent over a bunch of supplies. Luo was still underwater, so her backpack was full with no more space left. She had to send more to Luo. After a while, both Luo's and Luo's backpacks were also filled with the supplies Mian sent them. They originally intended to search underwater a bit longer, but with their backpacks full, they decided to just head back to the boat. There was no space for anything else anyway. Finally, done with looting all the treasure chests, Mian let out a satisfied sigh. Even though Sutan only received a small portion of what Mian gave her, her backpack was completely full. She even gave a lot to Renxian. If it hadn't been for Renxian, she wouldn't have met Mian and wouldn't have had this great opportunity. Renxian was stunned when he received the gifts from Sutan. Renxian, did you strike it rich? Why are you giving me so much? Sutan responded casually, It's a small matter. Consider it a reward from me. Renxian, I guess you really did strike gold. Sutan, ha, I followed a big shot and got lucky. Mian, the big boss, took me flying. Tisk sounds so good. If I knew, I would have come myself, Renxian joked. After looting all the treasure chests, Mian took out dozens of pounds of fruit and Antarctic krill and gave them to the little dolphins for them and their friends to eat. The little dolphin was very happy to see more delicious food. You're too kind. Mian remembered she had found a shipwreck map earlier. Why not ask the little dolphin if it knew the location? That way she wouldn't need to go through the trouble of searching herself. However, she couldn't speak underwater, so she thought of using Octopus May. She had a contract with Octopus May, and even if she didn't speak, she could use gestures and mental signals, and Octopus May would probably understand and help her convey what she wanted to say to the little dolphin. Mian released Octopus May. She gestured with the shipwreck map for a while. Oh, I understand. You want me to help you find this place? Octopus May caught on. Mian shook her head and pointed at the little dolphins, then gestured again. You want me to ask it? Mian finally nodded. Octopus May expanded her body, looking large and imposing. The little dolphin was a bit scared to see Octopus May grow so huge. Octopus May spoke proudly. She's my owner. She wants me to ask if you know how to get to this place. Mian nodded along. The little dolphin looked at the map, then shook its head. It thought for a moment. I'll go ask the other fish. It took the map and swam away. Mian hurriedly followed. She saw it swimming around the whales, asking each one. Some nodded, while others shook their heads, indicating they might have a clue. After a while, the little dolphin returned. Little dolphin. Sister Beluga Whale said she has seen this ship before and can take you there. Mian let Octopus May convey her message. Octopus May. She asked if tomorrow would work? Little dolphin. Come find me tomorrow and I'll take you to Sister Beluga Whale. Mian quickly nodded. It was already close to midnight and she still had lots to do back on the ship. After bidding farewell to the little dolphin, Mian returned to the submarine with Sutan, and they each went back to their own boats. Mian was exhausted, but she couldn't rest just yet. Besides sorting out all the supplies, there were many other tasks to do. Sorting the supplies was a massive task. Even she couldn't figure out just how much she had obtained today. She had promised Renxian to give him some supplies too, after all. He had provided the coordinates for the diamond treasure chest, and Yun Mian intended to fulfill her promise. She gave Renxian a generous amount of upgrade materials as compensation. Renxian had thought his day had already ended with great rewards, but just before bed he received yet another big gift. 50 iron ores, 20 gold ores, and 20 pounds of fruit. This was way too much. Renxian, why are you giving me so much? Because of the coordinates you provided, I found some great things. This is your share, Yun Mian explained. Renxian had never thought the things he sold to Yun Mian before could be worth this much. He couldn't believe that merely providing coordinates earned him such a massive reward. Renxian could hardly imagine what treasures Yun Mian had found. He didn't know if he should feel happy or regretful. Upon reflection, there wasn't anything to regret. Yun Mian's luck was better than his. After all, he had searched there for so long without finding any top-tier treasures. Receiving these supplies now was more than enough. Yun Mian decided that tonight she would first craft a few items using the blueprints she had. The mermaid harp blueprint and the lucky pearl necklace blueprint, both of which would increase ship stats and luck respectively. The sooner she made them, the better. There was also the golden coral. She didn't know if it required any additional materials or if it could be crafted as it was. Such a precious treasure, Yun Mian was afraid of ruining it. Yun Mian first placed the materials for the mermaid harp on the advanced workbench. The crafting time was 1 hour. During this hour, Yun Mian didn't remain idle. She went to the trading center to look for rare fishing lines, one of the materials needed for the lucky pearl necklace. After searching, she found that the trading center didn't have it, so she checked the shop. The shop actually did have it, but it was very expensive. A small piece of rare fishing line cost 300 sea coins. Fortunately, Yun Mian had saved up a lot of sea coins, so she bought it directly. She also saw that pearls were available for purchase in the shop. The prices for South Sea white pearls and South Sea golden pearls were both 20 sea star coins each, and since Yun Mian collected hundreds today, she could exchange them for thousands of sea star coins. The black pearl was priced even higher at 40 sea star coins. Currently, only a few people had listed pearls in the trading center, so Yun Mian planned to hold on to these pearls for now. It seemed like these pearls would be suitable for crafting items that could increase the ship's rating. If she traded them now, she wouldn't get anything particularly valuable, so she decided to wait. Once more players reached level 8 and needed to upgrade their ship ratings, the pearls would be able to exchange for better things. After obtaining the rare fishing line, Yun Mian took out the torn talisman paper she got earlier, planning to repair it. As for what materials to use for the repair, she decided to ask her lucky bracelet for a hint. She asked the bracelet, but after waiting for a while, there was no response. Yun Mian decided not to experiment carelessly. She took out the golden coral, thinking about what kind of craft to make from this material. Since it was so precious, Yun Mian was worried about ruining it. There was no hint about what to make, other than suggesting an art piece or prayer beads. After some thought, Yun Mian decided to take a chance and ask her lucky bracelet again. This time she received a response. The hint given by the bracelet was gemstone. Yun Mian was at a bit of a loss. Did she have any gemstones? There were definitely none in her backpack. It was filled with bulk materials. All items with small quantities were in the storage room. She had so many things that she couldn't even remember everything. But then she remembered the crystal energy stones she picked up at the volcano. Those were valuable and could be broken down into energy stones, both large and small. They were as beautiful as gemstones, and she had more than a dozen of them. Yun Mian hadn't even broken them down yet. Maybe she could use one of those to try? Yun Mian selected a purple crystal that was about the same size as the golden coral. She thought that with the energy crystal as a base, and the golden coral placed on top, it could make a beautiful craft piece. Yun Mian sketched a design on her workbench, then placed the two materials on it. The crafting process was quite fast. It only took 15 minutes. When the time was up, Yun Mian Mian obtained an exceptionally beautiful golden coral display. Name: Glittering Golden Coral Display, Rare. Effect: increases ship rating by 8 points. Not bad at all, an 8-point boost. Yun Mian Mian was very pleased. She found a good place to set up the display. She then checked the ship's information. Name: Xiang Yun. Level: Level 8. Energy ship, upgradable. Rating: 276 points. Today, she also obtained 2 blueprints: Medieval Wine Rack Blueprint and Black Lacquer Gold Office Desk Blueprint. These would also increase the ship's rating. Yun Mian Mian planned to craft them tonight as well. The mermaid harp would soon be completed, and it could increase the rating by 3 points. If each of these pieces of furniture could add another 3 points, she would be 1 step closer to the 300-point threshold. She didn't have all the materials required for both pieces of furniture. She could only start with the black lacquer gold office desk, and there was only 1 workstation available, so tonight she could only make this one. As for the wine rack, she was missing 5 pieces of pink wood, a material she had never seen before. It wasn't available in either the store or the trading center. Late at night, Yun Mian Mian decided to send a message in the chat channel, asking if anyone had any. If no one did, she planned to sleep. Even though it was late, the chat channel was still lively, and many people were still out at sea looking for materials. Today was the 83rd day on the open sea, with only 2 days left. Those who hadn't upgraded to level 7 yet were about to face elimination. Level 7 required a lot of resources, and just the 1,000 energy stones alone were enough to stop more than half of the players. The chat channel was filled with people seeking energy stones. Yun Mian Mian's message about Pinkwood was quickly buried. But some people noticed her name, as she was quite famous. What's Pinkwood? Never heard of it. Seems like Yun Mian Mian is asking for it. Must be some high-end material. If Yun Mian Mian needs it, it's definitely good stuff. She couldn't even get it. I don't have Pinkwood, but I have Moabi. Will that work? I need Moabi. Want to trade? DM me. Seeing no useful information, Yun Mian Mian was about to close the panel and go to bed. At that moment, she received a message from Wei Yue. How many do you need? I have some. She hadn't expected Wei Yue to be up this late. It seemed like he was also busy upgrading, just like her. Yun Mian Mian. 5. How many do you have? Wei Yue. Just 5. Yun Mian Mian. All right, what do you want in return? Wei Yue. A blueprint to increase ship rating? Yun Mian Mian had received duplicates of the blueprints she got today from treasure chests. She also had duplicates of the blueprints she received from Ren Xian, so it was fine to trade one with Wei Yue. She happily sent Wei Yue the blueprint that required Pinkwood, the medieval wine rack blueprint. Want to trade for this? Wei Yue looked at the details and saw that crafting the wine rack required pinkwood, which meant trading for the blueprint meant giving Yun Mian Mian the pinkwood he had. Yun Mian Mian's move was cunning, but Wei Yue agreed readily. Deal. After all, they were competitors. Yun Mian Mian didn't want Wei Yue to upgrade before she did, as his ship rating was already slightly higher than hers. She had no idea how many points he had now. Yun Mian Mian and Wei Yue completed their trade just as the mermaid harp was finished. The mermaid harp was a myriad of colors, adorned with numerous pearls that glistened. Just the sight of it was pleasing, and plucking it casually produced a marvelous melody. The music brought a sense of tranquility, almost as if it had a sleep-inducing effect. Yun Mian Mian loved it so much that she placed it in her bedroom. She also laid the blueprint and materials for the wine cabinet on the workbench. It was already past 3 in the morning, and Yun Mian Mian couldn't stay up any longer. Unable to wait for everything to be finished, she went to wash up and then lay down. The next morning, Yun Mian Mian was awakened by a deep rumbling. It was the sound of a volcanic eruption. The nearest volcano had erupted, and the sky was filled with volcanic ash. Scorching lava flowed from the crater, much of it streaming into the sea. The scene was terrifying, with lava spewing like a fountain and dark clouds rolling above. Yun Mian Mian stood on her boat watching the lava fountains. The chat channel had exploded. Many boats had been hit by the lava, causing damage to the hulls, and some had even caught fire. It seemed that not just one volcano had erupted, but several at the same time. Yun Mian, worried about her mother and Yun Xiao, quickly sent them messages. Fortunately, they were both fine. Yun Xiao's boat had been slightly damaged by the lava, and he was currently making repairs. Last night, Yun Mian had sent him resources, and he had exchanged them for many upgrade materials. He would be able to reach level 7 today. Zhao Ruowei was still short on some materials. However, she assured Yun Mian that she would upgrade tomorrow and told her not to worry. Yun Mian then opened the friends group chat to check how everyone else was doing. The responses were mostly similar. The volcanic eruption had affected everyone, but the impact wasn't severe for now. The boats were damaged, but not beyond repair. As long as they had the materials, they could fix them. However, this used up a lot of upgrade resources, which slowed down their progress. Yun Mian. It's best to upgrade by tomorrow. Otherwise, the volcanic eruptions might be more severe. The day after tomorrow is the undersea volcanic eruption. Ni Yangguang. Luckily, I upgraded a while ago. I reached level 8 last night and the lava had no effect on me today. Wen Yushi. It looks like only those at level 8 can fully resist the eruption. Level 7 isn't safe enough. Yun Mian. Anyone below level 7 will definitely be eliminated, but even level 7 isn't foolproof. Is anyone not at level 7 yet? Everyone said they had upgraded, only Gu Fang was still at level 6. I still lack a lot of resources. As the unluckiest one in the group, Gu Fang reaching level 6 was already due to everyone's help. Yun Mian. Can't you upgrade by the day after tomorrow? Gu Fang. At the current pace, no. The group decided to help Gu Fang, with everyone contributing some resources to help him out. However, he was so far behind that even their contributions weren't enough. Everyone had just upgraded, so they didn't have many materials left. Besides, they all needed to reach level 8 quickly, and they couldn't give away too much. Recently, Gu Fang had been quite unlucky. Yesterday, during an underwater exploration, he encountered a shark. After fighting it off, he managed to kill it but suffered a severe leg injury that needed stitches. However, there were no doctors at sea. All he could do was wrap it in bandages to stop the bleeding. Although he took antibiotics to prevent the wound from getting worse, he couldn't dive underwater anymore, let alone search for materials. When Yun Mian privately chatted with him, she learned about his difficult situation. Yun Mian thought that Wali might have learned some medical skills and might be able to help treat him. Gu Fang didn't have a high enough intimacy level with Yun Mian, but since she wanted to help, she spent some sea star coins to boost their intimacy level, then invited him over. It was Gu Fang's first time seeing an 8th level ship. Compared to his 6th level ship, it was a world of difference. Yun Mian's ship was much more luxurious, with a higher rating and all the best decorations and furniture. Seeing Gu Fang leaning on a crutch with his leg wrapped in blood-stained bandages, Yun Mian had him lie on a chair and put his leg on a stool. She then instructed Wali, check his wound and treat it, stitch it up if needed. Speaking of Wali's medical skills, Yun Mian hadn't yet had a chance to use them, but today she finally could. Yun Mian prepared a medical kit for Wali with a decent set of medical equipment. Sutures, scissors, needle holder, tweezers, and hemostatic clamps. These were for stitching wounds. There were also disinfecting items, tape, iodine, and gauze. Wali moved with professional precision, and within a few minutes, Gu Fang's wound was treated. The previously bleeding wound stopped bleeding after being stitched. Wali. Rest for 2 days. Take your medication and you'll recover soon. Gu Fang was extremely grateful. Yun Mian had helped him out a lot. Yun Mian. Looks like the octopus spread out its tentacles. Right. If all of these were for you, then what would I eat? Do you have anything good to trade? Yun Mian nodded. The message from the octopus was clear. The fish jabbered on for a while, but Yun Mian couldn't understand it. Her ocean language pearl didn't let her understand every kind of fish language. Fortunately, the octopus quickly translated. They say they can take you to find pearl shells and coral. Hearing about shells got Yun excited. She needed shells and pearls for the mermaid princess's dressing table, but she had to go find the sunken ship first. If she had time afterward, she'd go looking for those items. Maybe she could even have these fish bring things over to trade with her. That sounded like it could work. Yun used hand gestures to communicate her thoughts to the octopus. The octopus was then responsible for explaining everything to the fish, while Yun listened in. Just then, the little dolphin came over, and following it was yesterday's white whale. Let's go! The white whale sister says she'll take you now." Yun hurried to follow, having the octopus inform the fish to come back in the evening for trading, bringing pearls or shells in exchange for food. The white whale swam incredibly fast, so Yun had to sit in her submarine just to keep up. After what seemed like an eternity, Yun glanced at the time. It had already been an hour. It was so far in such deep waters. Without the white whale's guidance, it would have been impossible for a player to find it. Although Yun had a map, there were no accurate landmarks underwater. The white whale suddenly stopped, saying to Yun, "It's right ahead. You're almost there. Go the rest of the way yourself." It didn't intend to go any further. Yun found it strange. Could there be danger? The white whale replied, "I've been there. It's dark and cold. I don't like it." Yun nodded and continued forward with the submarine. Soon, she saw the sunken ship. This ship was even bigger than Yun Xiangyun. Who knows how long it had been here, its surface rusted, covered in seaweed, with almost no fish nearby. Perhaps they didn't like the environment either, like the white whale. It was dark, cold, and even had an eerie vibe. One could only wonder why it sank, or how it ended up here. Yun exited the submarine and slowly approached the ship. As soon as she boarded it, she heard a system prompt. "You have discovered the level 9 ship, Medusa. The ship's owner has died. Players may enter freely." Yun was stunned. This was actually a level 9 ship belonging to another player? But how had it ended up here? Yun was sure she was the first player to upgrade to level 8, so it didn't make sense that a level 9 player would appear so quickly. And judging by the rust, this ship had been here for a long time, which meant it couldn't have sunk recently. Perhaps it belonged to a player from the previous batch? Yun had a lot of guesses and questions, but no one to answer them, so she could only explore on her own. Since this was a level 9 ship, there must be plenty of good stuff aboard. She might as well search around for useful items. A lot of things on the ship were broken. Upon entering, Yun found many traces of damage, as if it had been burned. Perhaps it had encountered an underwater volcanic eruption. Otherwise, Yun couldn't imagine what else could bring down a level 9 ship. If it had reached level 9, shouldn't it already be bound to an uninhabited island? Unless the rules for upgrading were different for the previous players compared to Yun batch. Yun pulled out a luminous pearl to light the way and carefully began her search for anything useful. She decided to head to the storage room first. The layout of every ship was pretty similar, and using the layout of her own Xiangyun as a reference, Yun managed to find the storage room. Inside, everything was a mess, but she still found some useful materials. Gold-threaded Nanwood X77, iron ore X33, medical kits X2, nutritional liquid X10. Surely there were more items than just these. Leaving the storage room, Yun went elsewhere to search. She decided to check the third-level cabins. On her own ship, Yun lived on the 3rd level, so there might be some good things here. The space was large, filled with various pieces of furniture and decorations. Unfortunately, much of the high-end furniture had been ruined by water. Rosewood writing cabinet with inlaid gems, advanced, unrepairable. Mahogany lady's writing desk, advanced, unrepairable. Gilt copper decorated drawer chest, advanced, unrepairable. All these items were valuable. The furniture could even be inspected in detail, but every piece showed as unrepairable, extinguishing Yun hopes of bringing something back to fix. While examining the pieces, Yun kept sighing in disappointment.
She thought that maybe she could find something that wasn't too damaged, something repairable, and bring it back for some use. But everything showed as unrepairable. If the furniture was no good, then maybe some decorative items were still intact. After all, furniture was made of wood, and after being submerged for several years, it was bound to be ruined. Giving up on scavenging for furniture, Yun Mian focused on finding decorations, and sure enough, she found something. Rococo-style weighted pure silver 3-branch candle holder, intermediate, damaged. It was only marked as damaged, which meant it could be repaired. Pleased, Yun Mian added the candle holder to her inventory. She continued to search, hoping to find more treasures. Even though the environment was less than ideal, finding valuable items was exhilarating, especially since she knew there had to be treasures here. There couldn't be just one of these candelabras, there had to be at least 2. Sure enough, Yun Mian found another identical candelabra not far away. It was also damaged. She collected both. After finding these items, Yun Mian felt even more confident. She decided to let Octopus Girl out to help. Octopus Girl could use its tentacles to move the discarded furniture, which saved Yun Mian a lot of time. Many things were buried under broken pieces of furniture. After a while, Yun Mian found something useful under a dining table. Silver-plated mermaid princess glass fruit plate, advanced, damaged. Although it was already damaged, it was still evident that this was a very luxurious item. A level 9 ship indeed had some good stuff. After finding this, Yun Mian started to imagine how many sunken ships there were under the sea. Even though the sunken ship map she had was just for this one ship, there could very well be other maps. For now, it was best to finish exploring this ship. While Octopus Girl was busy moving furniture, Yun Mian opened her interface and sent a message to Wei Yue. Yun Mian, I found a sunken ship under the sea, a level 9 player ship. She told Wei Yue about this to see if he knew anything about it. Given his skill and luck, he might have found a sunken ship map too. If he had found another map, maybe Yun Mian could join him in exploring it. It was always better to cast a wide net. Yun Mian also messaged others. She specifically asked people with high luck values, like Ni Yangguang, Shen Xianjui, Lin Qi, Rong Yu, and Luo Ze. I have a sunken ship map. Do you have any leads? After sending the message, Yun Mian continued her treasure hunt. The first reply came from Luo Zi. Luo Ze. Sister Mian, I found a sunken ship. Yun Mian. Where? Right now? Another one. That's amazing. She really loved treasure hunting. It was even more fun than opening treasure chests. Opening treasure chests was like opening blind boxes or gifts, but treasure hunting for sunken ships felt like an adventure, thrilling and exciting. It had the mystery of the unknown, the tension and excitement. There was a sense of accomplishment in finding the treasure, and disappointment when it was just junk. Unlike treasure chests, which always had useful items inside. Luo Ze sent coordinates. Do you want to come? I already asked my sister to come over. Yun Mian. I can't come right now. I can't leave here. She couldn't just abandon her exploration of the current sunken ship and run over to Luo Zi's. There was no need for that, but since she had the coordinates, she could always go there later. When will you be free? I can wait for you. Yun Mian thought about it. She'd need at least an hour here, maybe even more. After all, she didn't know how much was left to find on this ship. Plus, the coordinates Luo Ze gave her were quite far. Don't wait, do your thing. I'll tell you when I'm done. There was no need for him to wait. Maybe soon she would have collected enough items to meet her ship's rating, and then she'd need to hurry to find an uninhabited island. It would be best to find an island first and then go search for other sunken ships. Yun Mian closed the interface and didn't reply to anyone else because it would just waste her treasure hunting time. It was better to finish the exploration first and then respond. The living room didn't have much left to offer, so she headed to the dining room. Yun Mian noticed that there were many silver items on this ship. It seemed that the ship's owner liked silverware. Come to think of it,
Yun Mian hadn't found any silver mines yet, so this kind of item was new to her. They were luxurious and exquisite, and she liked them a lot. Maybe there were many silver utensils like silver knives and forks. Sure enough, she found a rotten cabinet and retrieved 10 or so silver forks, spoons, and silver chopsticks. Although these didn't add any points to the ship's rating, they were still a delight to use for meals. Yun Mian happily put them into her backpack. She also found a few bottles of alcohol. They weren't empty. They were surprisingly well sealed and still full of liquor. Judging by the labels, she could make out 2 bottles of vodka, 1 of red wine, 1 of whiskey, and a jar of rice wine. Alcohol was quite expensive in the marketplace. Previously, she had bought some to make snake wine, and it had cost her a lot of star coins. There wasn't much in the kitchen, just some seasonings like soy sauce and vinegar. Most of it was nearly used up and probably couldn't be eaten after being stored for so long, so Yun Mian didn't take them. Next, Yun Mian moved to the bedroom. The bedroom was quite large, and there were the most items in here. There were many broken decorations on the floor, along with a damaged crystal chandelier that couldn't be repaired. Even from the remains, it was clear that this chandelier was a valuable item. Yun Mian felt a pang of sadness as she carefully searched. She found a necklace under the wardrobe, but it was just an ordinary necklace, and the pendant contained a photo that had been ruined by water, perhaps something belonging to the player. Under the bed, she found a few sheets of leather drawings, all damaged but repairable. Opening their details only revealed the description: unknown blueprint, damaged. It seemed like she had stumbled upon a treasure. She had to take these back and find a way to repair them. Yun Mian stored the blueprints carefully. She thought today's haul might be over. But soon, she found something even better. In the corner was a box, gray and covered with seaweed and small snails. Yun Mian picked it up, and it was quite heavy. It even had a lock. Whenever there was a locked box, it always held something good.
Feeling somewhat healed. These silkworms were still tiny and thin, only about 5 centimeters long. They would become plump and white when they grew up, looking quite adorable then. Besides these silkworms, Yun Mian also needed to bring out the silkworm rearing equipment. She took out silkworm raising techniques and decided to study it. 20 silkworms weren't many, and Yun Mian had enough energy to take care of them for now. Along with these silkworms, there were also some bees, with 10 Chinese bees and 10 Italian bees each. However, Yun Mian was still a bit scared of beekeeping. After all, she had never raised bees before, and the sheer number of them always made her feel uncomfortable. Since she was busy now anyway, she decided to leave that for later. Thinking this way, Yun Mian picked up silkworm raising techniques and went to the breeding room. The chickens, rabbits, sheep, and pigs inside hadn't been fed yet. Seeing Yun Mian, they all started making noise, probably because they were hungry. Yun Mian said, "Don't worry, I'm coming." She took out their favorite food for them. The chickens ate millet and corn kernels, the pigs ate grains, the sheep ate nutrient-rich grass, and the rabbits ate vegetables and hay. One by one, there's enough for everyone. Yun Mian spoke gently, and after hearing her words, they all calmed down. Having been raised for so long, many of the animals had become familiar with Yun Mian. After feeding the animals, Yun Mian also fed Xiaoyi and Octopus Girl. Octopus Girl had been a great help in the sea, and Yun Mian promised to make her a big meal once they were done with their current tasks and found an island. For now, there was no time to cook. Octopus Girl nodded while eating shrimp, proudly raising a few tentacles, showing off in front of Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi hadn't been able to help recently, feeling a bit down, and seeing Octopus Girl showing off only made him more upset. Yun Mian could feel his mood, so she reached out to stroke his back. "Once we find an island in the next few days, I'll need your help. Rest up for now, and when the time comes, it'll be your turn to shine." Hearing this, Xiaoyi called out happily, "Ah, ah." The sound was long and melodic, and though not exactly pleasant, it was clear that his mood had improved. Octopus Girl said, "I can help too." Yun Mian replied, Of course you can. You're both my great helpers. Octopus Girl swayed her tentacles proudly. Zhao Yi rubbed affectionately against Yun Mian's arm. Yun Mian took out the unknown blueprints, damaged, brought back from the shipwreck, and fell into thought. Since they were unknown blueprints, she had no idea what they were for or what materials could repair them. However, since they were still blueprints, they hadn't been made into a physical object yet. Presumably, the materials used to make blueprints could be used for repairs. Maybe cowhide could work? She had been lucky today, so maybe it would succeed. Yun Mian still had some pieces of cowhide which had been gathering dust until now. She decided to use them for this. She placed the cowhide and the damaged blueprints on the repair bench, then went to examine the box she had brought back. Nobody knew what good things might be hidden inside a locked box. Yun Mian found a few keys and tried each one, but none fit. The keys were completely mismatched with the lock. How should she open it? Yun Mian frowned. Should she just break the lock open by force? It seemed like a solution. She took out a knife and swung it forcefully at the lock on the box. After a couple of strikes with a metallic clang, the lock fell off. It actually worked! Yun Mian was pleased as she opened the box. The box was dirty and shabby on the outside, but it truly contained something valuable. As expected, a locked box would never disappoint. Inside was an exquisitely beautiful statue. Name: Medusa statue, rare. Description: Medusa, with the snake tail and human body as described in legends, possesses the power to charm people. Effect: when placed, it increases the mental value of players within 5 meters and adds 8 points to the ship's rating. This was a fantastic find, even better than Yun Mian had imagined. And it was a complete statue that didn't need repairing. With this, the ship's rating could be raised by another 8 points. Yun Mian immediately went to place it properly. Adding 2 points for the 2 candlesticks and 1 point for the fruit platter, she was now just 3 points away from 300. All she needed to do was make the Little Mermaid's vanity. She was just missing seashells. Yun Mian decided to dive into the sea right now and find the fish, so they could lead her to the shells. Even though they might not be the exact sea-based scallop shells she needed, there was always hope. If she found them, she could complete the vanity today. Yun Mian instructed Wall-E to handle the cleaning. The breeding room was a mess, and the deck was also a bit of chaos. Fortunately, Wall-E was there to help. Otherwise, Yun Mian would be overwhelmed. When she returned, she would handle that robot and find a way to fix it so Wall-E could have a companion. Yun Mian took Octopus Girl with her, diving underwater once again. Soon, Octopus Girl gathered the fish together. Some of the fish had indeed found pearls and shells and wanted to exchange them for food with Yun Mian, and she traded with them, although the shells were not the ones she needed. Yun Mian decided to go to the places the fish mentioned and try her luck. Maybe there would be some luck. With the fish leading the way, Yun Mian quickly reached an area full of pearls and shells. The place was breathtakingly beautiful, like an underwater forest filled with abundant resources. Yun Mian took out a spear gun, caught a few deep-sea lobsters, and planned to take them back to grill for supper. She also picked up a few sea snails, planning to make sashimi with them later. Yun Mian was planning to make sashimi with them later. There were spider conchs and scallops, all of which she loved to eat. Yun Mian picked a lot of them, filling an entire net. She also saw plenty of sea urchins and sea cucumbers, but she didn't take them. She didn't like sea urchins, and sea cucumbers were difficult to handle. Besides, she hadn't forgotten that her goal was to find bay scallop shells. Previously, Yun Mian had picked some scallops, but they didn't seem to be bay scallops. Bay scallops weren't exactly rare. In fact, they were more common than other scallops. They were smaller, and the meat wasn't as tasty. Yun Mian always chose the larger queen scallops or big scallops before. Queen scallops or big scallops had more delicious meat, and Yun Mian never bothered with the smaller bay scallops. After searching for a while, she actually found them. A few bay scallops were quietly resting under a rock, with their shells slightly open, revealing the white meat inside. Yun Mian scooped up a handful. Bay scallop shells to 4.
The vanity required 20 of them, so Yunmian continued her search. While searching for the scallops, she also saw a rabbitfish. This fish looked ugly but tasted good, with only one main bone. It was perfect for steaming. Yunmian aimed and shot it, adding another dish for tonight's supper. After about another half hour, Yunmian managed to collect 20 bay scallops and 60 pearls, then decided to head back. She distributed the food she had brought in her backpack to the small fish that had helped guide her. Octopus Girl was happy to take on the task of distributing the food. Octopus Girl had the fish all line up to receive their food one by one, and they actually listened to her. Watching this made Yunmian want to laugh, but she was in a hurry to get back to the ship, so she didn't wait for the distribution to finish. She instructed Octopus Girl to come up soon and surfaced herself, climbing back onto the ship. Making the Little Mermaid's vanity would take an hour. After setting the materials in place, Yunmian fished up another treasure chest. Open golden chest. Obtained Painkiller X1, Pestle and Mortar X1, The Beekeeper X1, Facial Mask Paper X1, Baby Formula X1, Spicy Hot Pot Seasoning X1. There weren't many of each item, so Yunmian wouldn't keep them in her backpack to take up space. She would store them in the storeroom. Normally, Wall-E handled these things, but since Wall-E was still cleaning the breeding room, Yunmian left them on the deck for now. She also had vegetables to harvest. After spending a few days in the sea gathering resources, some of the vegetables planted on the ship were ready to be harvested. This was the most labor-intensive task on the ship, as she had to replant right after harvesting. Yunmian picked up a basket and went to the greenhouse. Although the weather had warmed up enough for these plants to grow without additional heat, Yunmian hadn't removed the greenhouse. The sun was too harsh during volcanic season, and the vegetables would get scorched if exposed directly. The heat-resistant glass in the greenhouse was just right for the current weather. The vegetables in the greenhouse were thriving. The rare land plot was expanding, allowing a harvest every few days, while the regular land required a week to yield crops. Just the rare plot alone kept Yunmian quite busy. With the next upgrade, Yunmian planned to hire an NPC to help. It wasn't ideal to keep troubling her friends. They had their own matters to attend to. Her mom and Yun Xiao seemed quite busy too. Over the past couple of days, they had only had time for a few brief messages to check in on each other. Yunmian decided to make some supper for them tonight. After spending an hour in the greenhouse, she finally planted new seeds in the cleared soil. She also planted the freshly acquired mulberry saplings. Otherwise, the 20 mulberry leaves she had wouldn't last long for the silkworm babies. Planting mulberry trees would eventually yield mulberries, which could be eaten or made into mulberry wine. I found an unclaimed island at the coordinates. Gufang messaged her at that moment. Yunmian, are you going ashore now? Gufang, I still have a teleportation card. Want to wait for me to go with you? Yunmian checked the time. Only a few minutes remained until the vanity would be complete. If it turned out to be a decent island, she could bind it as soon as she got there. Yunmian, you go ahead and see how it is. Start a video when you're on the island so I can check out the environment. Gufang, I'm worried that my bad luck might make it a lousy island if I go alone. Yunmian, a valid point. Fine, just wait for me. Give me a few minutes and I'll teleport over. That way, Yunmian could take the lead in exploring the island, while Gufang's role would be to find the island and teleport her there, saving her the time and energy of finding it herself. At this critical juncture, saving time was crucial. It could make all the difference to be half a day ahead of others. Yunmian stood by the workbench, watching as the vanity's crafting time entered the final 5 minutes. In the distance, another volcano erupted, prompting Yunmian to open the chat channel. She saw many people asking for medicine. Does anyone have anti-inflammatory drugs? Or burn ointment? I got burned by lava. I need burn ointment too. A burning rock hit my ship just now and it caught fire. My arm got burned. Looks like volcanic eruptions are getting more frequent. It's even scarier in the middle of the night, like fireworks. Burn ointment for sale. 30 energy stones per tube. 30 energy stones? That's ridiculous. Fixed price, Buy it if you want, if not, don't complain. Only 2 tubes available, first come, first served. Mian had found a burn ointment today, but she didn't need it for now. With volcanoes erupting so often, many players were getting injured and needed burn ointment. If she had the formula to make burn ointment, she could make a batch to sell. It would likely be in high demand. Mian, I just found a recipe for burn ointment. I don't have the skill to make it, so how about I give it to you? Do you want it? Speak of the devil. Ni Yangguang's message came at just the right time. Mian. Sure, what do you want in return? She didn't have much time right now, but once she found an unclaimed island and upgraded, she'd have more free time. Then she could hire an NPC to make burn ointments every day to sell and get rich again. Ni Yangguang. Something that can increase the ship's rating. Do you have anything like that? Mian's eyes lit up. Of course she did. She had so many blueprints that increased ship ratings. She only made one for herself, but she could always make more to sell. All the level 8 players were in a rush to boost their ratings. However, she couldn't sell them now. She had to wait until she upgraded. If she sold good items now, someone else might upgrade ahead of her, and that would be a waste. I do, but you'll need to wait a couple of days. Can you wait? You could also give me the recipe then. Ni Yangguang. All right, I'll save it for you. And make sure you don't sell the rating-increasing items to anyone else. Mian thought, of course she wouldn't just sell it to him. All the top players in the server had lots of good stuff. But she could give Ni Yangguang the first one, letting him be at the front of the line. Don't worry, I'll save it for you. Ni Yangguang. Good. Didn't you go looking for shipwrecks today? I found a few chests in the sea but didn't see any shipwreck maps. Mian. I already went and came back. If you want the map, I can sell it to you. She was planning to sell the map anyway, and she almost forgot until Ni Yangguang mentioned it. Ni Yangguang hadn't expected such good fortune. Of course I want it. Mian sent him a smiling introduction of the shipwreck map. Do you have any silver ore or cowhide? I've already searched the map once, so I'm not sure what else you could find. Just give me whatever you have and I'll trade it to you. Ni Yangguang. I happen to have some cowhide. Is 2 pieces enough? Mian. Okay, but just so you know, I'm not just selling to you. Since it's pretty cheap, once you get it, you should head out quickly. You're the first one, and I found a lot of good stuff at the shipwreck. Ni Yangguang. All right, give it to me and I'll head over right away. Exchanging 2 pieces of cowhide for a shipwreck map was a good deal, and Ni Yangguang was satisfied with it. He also believed in his own luck. After the trade, the Little Mermaid's vanity was ready. Mian hung the shipwreck map in the trading center and then posted an advertisement in the chat channel. Mian. Selling a sunken ship map? Level 9 ship adventure and treasure hunt. I've already been there once and spent an afternoon exploring, finding lots of good stuff. Now I'm selling the map. You can buy it if you need it. It's not expensive, limited to 10 copies. Although she was a shrewd trader, she wasn't going to sell unlimited quantities. After all, the items at the shipwreck probably wouldn't refresh. Only 10 copies would be sold, and whether these players could find what they needed depended on luck, while Mian could easily earn some resources. The ship was so large that Mian hadn't searched every nook and cranny. There would certainly be things she missed, and scavenging might yield some good finds. If not, she wouldn't be held responsible. After sending the message, Mian stored the Xiangyun in her backpack and contacted Gufang, telling him he could use the teleport card. A minute later, Mian appeared on Gufang's ship. Gufang's ship was only level 6. Previously, when Mian had just upgraded to level 6, she thought a level 6 ship was quite good. But comparing her level 8 ship to this one, the difference was significant. It's just ahead. This island looks quite large. I wonder what it's like up there. Mian. Do you want to go ashore? How's your leg injury? Much better. If you don't mind, I'd like to go ashore with you. After all, we use the teleport card. True, using a teleport card for just one person would be a waste. But Mian intended this island to be her bound island if it was suitable, so she wanted to explore it on her own first. Mian thought for a moment and decided to be honest with Gufang. The thing is, I'm currently an 8th level ship. To upgrade, I need to bind to an unclaimed island, and I'm currently searching for one. If this island turns out to be suitable, I might bind to it. Gufang understood immediately. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this island's coordinates or its situation. I want to help you, and I also want to gather some materials for my upgrade. You saved me, and I intend to repay that debt. If you don't want me to come with you, I'll stay behind. It's no problem. His words were sincere, and his eyes were earnest. Yun Mian believed he was telling the truth. She was a good judge of character, otherwise she wouldn't have saved him. All right, let's go up together. Gufang was just unlucky, but his abilities surpassed many players. Hearing Yun Mian agree to bring him along, Gufang's face lit up, and he said excitedly, I promise I won't hold you back. Yun Mian nodded. I know. Gufang was recognized as a survival expert, with survival skills on par with hers. If the island wasn't suitable for binding, Yun Mian still planned to explore it and gather resources, but time was tight, and she had to set out to find a new island, so it was a bit of a pity that she couldn't fully explore for 2 days. Bringing Gufang along was a good idea. System. An unnamed island has been discovered. No permission to go ashore. After using an island landing card, the two went ashore together. System. This unclaimed island can be bound to a player's ship. Binding requires a payment of 100 energy stones. Gufang also received the notification. It says the island can be bound to a player's ship and requires energy stones, but it doesn't specify the ship level. Does that mean even lower-level ships can bind to the island? Yun Mian hadn't thought of this issue before, but Gufang's words made her realize. Right. If lower-level players could bind islands, maybe they could escape the disaster of underwater volcanic eruptions. But the system probably wouldn't be so simple. If they tried to exploit this loophole, they might face other dangers and challenges. However, if things got really desperate, it was worth a try. After all, there were only 2 days left, and many players couldn't gather enough resources but could still afford 100 energy stones to bind an unclaimed island, assuming they could find one. She wasn't sure if the island Yun Mian previously found had been claimed. The shoreline was a vast mangrove forest, and it was currently high tide, so the mangroves were submerged in seawater, making it difficult to enter the island's interior. Even though the water level had decreased due to the dry season, during high tide, the seawater still formed streams, and during low tide, the area would turn into a muddy swamp. If it turned into a swamp, it would be even more troublesome. At least now, Yun Mian and Gufang could enter by boat. Yun Mian simply needed to take the lifeboat from the Xiangyun, saving herself the trouble of making a raft. But the most convenient way would be for Zhao Yi to carry her over. However, if they did that, Yun Mian wouldn't be able to fully understand the island's environment. It was better to explore on her own, plus Zhao Yi could only carry one person. The two of them took the lifeboat through the mangrove forest and soon entered the island's interior. Yun Mian sent Zhao Yi ahead to scout and see if there were any active volcanoes on the island. On the lifeboat, Gufang rowed while Yun Mian checked her panel. All 10 copies of her limited shipwreck maps had been sold. The price wasn't high, and everyone wanted to try their luck. She hadn't used an auction model, instead opting for a first-come, first-served approach, meaning only those with quick hands managed to buy them. Some of those who bought it even resold it. People were already placing bids in the chat channel. Anyone selling a shipwreck map? I can trade upgrade materials. 20 energy stones plus 15 gold ores? Anyone willing to trade? Didn't Yun Mian already search that shipwreck? Why are so many people still willing to go? Yeah, it's been searched already. What's left to find? Just because the big players don't want something doesn't mean it's not good. Besides, she said it's a level 9 shipwreck, which is pretty rare. There probably aren't any level 9 players in the whole area, right? Of course, I want to check it out. It's not even expensive. I've been privately messaging Yun Mian, asking her to sell more maps, but she ignores me. Yun Mian had no intention of selling more. These maps were things she had already used herself. Selling them was just a way for other players to scavenge. Selling too many would render them useless. It might even cause disputes later. These messages weren't what Yun Mian was interested in. She was more curious about people's discussions on unclaimed islands. Unfortunately, the chat channel was all about the shipwreck maps at the moment. At this time, Ni Yangguang messaged Yun Mian, saying he had reached the location on the map but hadn't found the shipwreck yet. Yun Mian told him to keep going down, toward the cold and eerie areas, to find it. Back then, Yun Mian had found the place with the help of a beluga, taking the small paths that fish liked. Players would probably have a harder time finding it on their own. Yun Mian described what she had seen to Ni Yangguang. About 10 minutes later, Ni Yangguang said he found it. He sent a photo, and Yun Mian recognized it right away. It was the level 9 Medusa. Mian, I'm going up. Ha ha ha, I have to search it thoroughly before anyone else arrives. Yun Mian had just seen this message. Then Ni Yangguang sent another one. Ni Yangguang. Damn, I see other people coming. Yun Mian couldn't help but laugh. Then you better hurry. Ni Yangguang replied with an okay, presumably off to look for treasures in a rush. The scenery along the way was beautiful, but under the blazing sun, both Yun Mian and Gufang were dizzy from the heat, with no mood to appreciate the view. Not knowing how much longer they'd be rowing, Yun Mian took out some food and shared it with Gufang. Their mental energy was depleting from the prolonged exposure to the sun, and without replenishing their energy, they would soon become dehydrated. After eating a little roasted meat and drinking some juice, they felt much better. Finally, Zhao Yi returned to find Yun Mian. It hovered in the air first, spotted Yun Mian, and then flew down, landing gently at the front of the boat. I saw a volcano, but it's dormant, no signs of activity. Yun Mian. That's good. Did you see any other animals? If there were lots of animals, it would mean the environment here was suitable for survival and resource-rich. Zhao Yi. I saw lots of birds and rabbits. Yun Mian. Anything else? Are there any rivers or forests? Zhao Yi. Yes, there's a very beautiful valley and a grassland. Yun Mian's eyes lit up. Where? Zhao Yi flapped its wings, pointing south. The valley is just ahead. We're almost there. Yun Mian decided to go check it out. If the environment was really good, she'd bind it right away. Once they landed on the island, she discovered it was quite large. If the resources were plentiful and there weren't any active volcanoes, then she could bind it. Seeing Yun Mian's cheerful expression, Gufang asked, "What did your pet say? Is there something good?" Yun Mian. It said there's a valley ahead and it's very beautiful. Gufang. Then I'll row faster. He rowed even harder. Soon they reached land. The valley not far away was indeed as beautiful as Zhao Yi had described. The entire valley was covered in green, the scenery was stunning, and the towering valley looked like an emerald gem under the sunlight. Yun Mian hesitated for just a few seconds before making her decision. She opened the ship information and decided to bind this island. When she clicked on the Bind Island option, the system prompted her with a message. Once the binding is confirmed, it cannot be undone. If unbinding is needed, you will lose all ship rating points. Please proceed with caution. Upon confirmation, 100 energy stones will be deducted. Yun Mian clicked confirm. Binding successful. Congratulations, player has bound an A-class island and become the island owner. Please name the island. Yun Mian thought long and hard, wanting to come up with a good name. But the more she tried to come up with something unique, the less she could think of anything. So, she decided to go with something simple. Yun Mian named the island Island of Clouds. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first island owner in the server. The reward will be sent to your backpack soon. Please check it. Congratulations, player has reached level 9. The ship's form can now be changed. Please choose a placement location for the ship within 1 hour. Once placed, it cannot be changed, so proceed with caution. Congratulations, you are the first player to reach level 9. The reward will be sent to your backpack soon. Please check it. Just as Yun Mian had expected, after binding the island, her base would now be on the island. She had 1 hour to choose the placement for her ship, so Yun Mian had to hurry to find a suitable spot. If she had known, she would have taken her time before confirming. There wasn't even a system reminder. Still, 1 hour should be enough. Gufang received a notification as well. The island you are on has now become a private island. Entering a private island requires permission from the island owner, otherwise you will be considered an intruder. Please seek the island owner's permission, otherwise you will be forcibly transported away by the system in 3 hours. Gufang shared the notification he received with Yun Mian. Yun Mian. No problem, I'll just grant you permission. You click to request, and I'll approve it. At this moment, Xia Tianxia appeared on the beach of Island of Clouds. Just as he was about to walk forward, he received a system notification. The island you are on has now become a private island. Entering a private island requires permission from the island owner. Otherwise, you will be considered an intruder. Please seek the island owner's permission. Otherwise, you will be forcibly transported away by the system in 3 hours. Xia Tianxia. Damn it, I just got on the island for 1 minute and now it's been bound. Just 1 minute. Not only did I waste an island landing card, but it's clear that this island must have good resources. Who beat me to it? I still have 3 hours. I want to see who managed to bind this island. He was furious but calmed down and decided to leave. Since the island had already been bound by someone else, even if he found the player, it would only waste time. After 3 hours, he would be forcibly transported away, so it was better to use his time to find another unclaimed island. Time was running out, and whoever bound the island probably already reached level 9. Xia Tianxia gritted his teeth and posted a message in the chat channel, sharing the coordinates of the island. Xia Tianxia. When I landed, this island was still unclaimed, and then in just 1 minute someone bound it. Which top player was it? Damn, can you really bind unclaimed islands? No wonder so many people are looking for unclaimed islands. Turns out high-level players can bind them? So Xia Tianxia just wasted an island landing card. I feel bad for him. Aren't you more interested in what happens after someone binds an island? Does anyone know what happens after binding an island? Xia Tianxia. I think they probably become a level 9 player after binding. I wonder if they're the first level 9 player on the server. Who do you think it is? Is it Wu Yue? A friend from Zone 1 said that Wu Yue had been looking for unclaimed islands, and he was the first to post about it. Even if it's them, they wouldn't come out and say it. Why would they share such information? Yun Mian wasn't paying attention to the chat channel. She was busy looking for a suitable spot to place her ship when she received a message from Wu Yue. Wu Yue. You leveled up? Yun Mian was taken aback. How did Wu Yue know? She hadn't told anyone. Since Wu Yue asked, there had to be a reason, and since it would come out sooner or later, there was no point in hiding it. Yun Mian admitted it. How did you know? Wu Yue chuckled. Check the chat channel. If anyone was faster than me, I guessed it could only be you. Yun Mian. You have such high regard for me. Wu Yu. Turns out I wasn't wrong. But the island's coordinates have already been posted. Be careful and try not to say anything in public. Yun Mian. Got it. Thanks for the heads up. What about you? Haven't you found a suitable island yet? Wu Yue. I found one. Just got there. Since you're the first to level up, I'm not in a rush now. Yun Mian checked the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. The sun had set and the temperature had quickly dropped. There were only 40 minutes left before the system deadline, and Yun Mian needed to find a suitable spot quickly. Wu Yue. After reaching level 9, are you going to live on the island? Yun Mian. I have something urgent to deal with. Let's chat later. With that, Yun Mian closed the panel. She didn't even have time to properly look at the rewards the system gave her. She instructed Gufang to gather resources in the valley, while she had Xiao Yi take her into the air to search for a suitable place to settle. But with the sun having set, the island was dark, and she could only see the landscape with the help of a bit of moonlight. In the final 10 minutes, Yun Mian finally found a suitable location, a flat piece of land next to the woods at the foot of the valley. The area wasn't particularly large, but it was just enough to place the Xiang Yun. If she wanted to expand later, she could always cut down some trees. Not far away, there was a river, and across the river was a large open area full of lush vegetation. Xiao Yi put Yun Mian down, and she took out the Xiangyun, deciding to place it here. After binding the island, the level 9 ship's form has changed. You can choose a house style. Please make your choice. The house styles that appeared on the panel made Yun Mian feel torn. A. European 3-story villa. B. Modern Chinese 3-courtyard, Yuan. C. Tudor-style 2-story mansion. D. American manor. The system provided 4 3D models, allowing the player to view the exterior of the houses from all angles. The European villa was luxurious and grand, with a symmetrical design, a slightly sloped roof, and extensive use of arches and columns. The Yuan was a classic Chinese-style residence with a front yard, inner yard, and backyard, as well as a small garden. Behind the main house, there was an additional row of back rooms, forming a long and narrow backyard. The Tudor mansion had a Gothic-style tower design with a complex exterior featuring sharp and flat roofs, a protruding center, and symmetrical sides. It had a large footprint and many windows. The American manor was made of brick or wooden siding, with dormer windows and decorative shutters, and had a refined, majestic appearance. Honestly, Yun Mian liked all of them. But after much hesitation, she chose the Chinese Yuan. One reason was that she was too lazy to climb stairs. Another was that since she had returned to a pastoral lifestyle, this traditional tranquil environment with flowing water seemed more comfortable. After making her choice, the details of the Xiangyun changed considerably. Name: Xiangyun. Level: Level 9. Residence: upgradable. Rating: 310. Upgrade conditions: island rating must reach 800. Unlock a ranch. Unlock at least 3 functional workshops. Unlock a fish pond. Have at least 5 acres of farmland. And have 2 acres of orchard. These upgrade conditions made Yun Mian's head spin. Did they want her to become a farm owner on this island? Ordinary upgrade materials were now completely useless to her. What Yun Mian needed to do was develop the land and transform this deserted island into a prosperous place. A ranch, workshops, a fish pond, farmland, and an orchard couldn't be built in just a day or two. Even in the game, she estimated it would take many long days of hard work. Yun Mian sighed, realizing she truly had to start farming now. Despite the exhaustion, she was still excited. It felt like she had unlocked a new area of gameplay. If it weren't so late today, Yun Mian would have inspected the area around her new home to decide where to set up workshops and where to build the fish pond. But for now, she wanted to check out the inside of the Yuan. There was a plaque above the gate of the Yuan, which read, Xiangyun. Although the ship's name being used on a house seemed a bit out of place, Yun Mian felt it was nice enough. After all, she had used this name for so long, and the house's predecessor was the ship, probably with the same furniture arrangement inside. Outside the gate there was a black box tied with a bow. Yun Mian walked over to check it. Daily treasure chest. The player can receive 3 random treasure chests daily. This was too good to be true, getting free treasure chests every day, saving her the effort of fishing them up. Yun Mian opened the lid and took out a silver treasure chest. Obtained: earthworms X20, ladybugs X5, camphor tree seedlings, Hex 12. She actually got earthworms and ladybugs. Yun Mian recalled reading in the planting guide that earthworms and ladybugs were beneficial insects for plants. Earthworms could carry fertilizer deep into the soil and help aerate it. Ladybugs could eat aphids, which were harmful to plant growth. On the ship, Yun Mian never needed to worry about pests. She could just harvest everything at the push of a button. But now, with these items in hand, it seemed the game had increased in difficulty. At least in terms of farming, it wouldn't be as easy as before. Camphor trees were large evergreen trees with many uses. Not only were they ornamental, but their wood and leaves could also be used to extract camphor and camphor oil. In the real world, Yun Mian often saw these trees by the roadside. Yun Mian opened the next treasure chest. This time it was a gold treasure chest, and most of the items were tools. Obtained: precision seeder X1, weeding shovel X1, mattock X1, sprayer X1, pig feed X2, wheelbarrow blueprint X1,
Olive tree seedling, X1. The third treasure chest was also gold. Obtained, fish pond construction blueprint X1, disinfectant X10, water pump X2, water extractor X1, beer X6, cola X10. On the surface, it seemed like she got a lot of supplies, but Yun Mian could already picture herself working hard in the fields. She needed to hire an NPC to help her farm as soon as possible. Yun Mian put the supplies in her backpack and walked through the gate. Passing through the gatehouse, there was a side room, and then through a decorative door, she walked along a covered corridor. The side rooms were on both sides, and directly in front was the main house. In the center of the side rooms was a square courtyard. The main house was where Yun Mian lived, a large suite. On both sides were two smaller side rooms, which served as functional rooms like a workshop, a leisure and media room, a training room, a hot spring room, and a safe room. There was also an entire row of rooms at the back, which served as storage, warehouses, and breeding rooms. The side rooms on either side were greenhouses filled with vegetable and fruit plants. The kitchen was located in the covered corridor and was spacious, filled with all sorts of kitchen tools. Zhao Yi's pet room had been expanded. It was the enlarged version Yun Mian had made before and was located in the courtyard. Octopus Girl's tank was placed in the lounge. After a tour, Yun Mian realized that although the layout and appearance resembled a Siheyuan, it was quite modern inside. After all, it was the transformed Xiangyun. Everything inside each room was familiar to Yun Mian, as the furniture had all been crafted by her own hands. On the workbench lay the unfinished materials, and Wally was in the courtyard. Yun Mian called out, and the smart system Xiao Yun would come out. The house had central air conditioning with adjustable temperatures, and by calling Xiao Yun, she could control all the house's electrical appliances. Yun Mian suddenly felt like she had a real home. It was different from drifting on the sea. Here she was grounded, with an actual house. Now that she had reached level 9, what would it become in the future? Yun Mian shared pictures of her new house with her mom and Yun Xiao. The unfortunate thing was that, unlike before, Yun Mian couldn't directly invite friends to her island anymore. Instead, she could only send them coordinates and let them come on their own. No direct teleportation was possible. Yun Mian. Mom, I've leveled up. Check out my new house. After binding an island, the ship turned into a big house. Xiao Ruowei had just returned to her ship from the sea. She carefully looked through each picture Yun Mian sent. Xiao Ruowei. You're amazing, baby. This house is great. Yun Mian. Ha ha ha. Check out my new house, Xiao. What do you think? I chose a Chinese Siheyuan. There were other styles, too. Hurry up and upgrade to bind an island, and you can become an island owner, too. Yun Xiao. Looks good. Yun Xiao. I just reached level 8, still a long way to go. Yun Mian. Then make it a priority. She sent a message to the friends group announcing her upgrade and the news that she had bound an island, as well as sharing the changes at level 9. The group immediately exploded with excitement. Luo Zi. Congratulations, Sister Mian. You're the best. Ni Yangguang. Whoa, this mansion is amazing. Luo. Mian, you're so awesome. You must be even busier now. Let us know if you need help. Wen Yushi. Mian, you're an island owner now. That's so cool. I haven't even reached level 8 yet. I really want to bind an island too. Rong Yu. Looks like you're about to start a farm owner's life soon. Hu Yuan. I guessed right. The person in the chat channel talking about the bound island was you. Congratulations. Yun Mian. I can't invite you all to teleport over, but you can use a teleport card or come by ship once I give you the coordinates. Ni Yangguang. I can only come in a few days. I'm so busy right now. I just got back from a shipwreck and found some good stuff. Everyone said they were busy leveling up these days. Although they wanted to visit Yun Mian's island, they needed to find and bind their own suitable islands before they could drop by. Luo and Luo Zi had just reached level 8, but their ship ratings weren't high enough, so they were spending all day gathering resources underwater. Once their ratings were sufficient, they also planned to find unclaimed islands. Gu Feng sent Yun Mian a private message. I found a mine. Since this island is yours now, I won't take the resources. I'll send you the coordinates so you can come and mine it yourself. Mian. It's okay, if you need it, go ahead and mine some. I promise to help you upgrade. She didn't need materials for her own upgrades at the moment. She might only need some ore to make tools. The excess ore could be shared with friends and family. Gufang was very touched. Thanks. I don't have much to repay you, but if there's anything you need me to do, just let me know. Mian actually did need Gufang's help. Based on what she knew of Gufang, he was highly capable, often posting guides to help others. If he managed her island for her, he would definitely do a great job. However, this would take up most of his time. If he was willing, Mian had an idea. When checking the Xiang Yun's information earlier, she had noticed an option. Her island could hire players or NPCs. By signing a contract, they could enter and exit her island for a specified time. If Gufang helped her, she could provide him with the materials he needed to reach level 9. She had promised him the materials to reach level 7, but getting to level 9 was still very challenging for Gufang. This deal would definitely be worth it for him, and Mian happened to need someone to assist her. She trusted Gufang's abilities, and he was a better choice than hiring an NPC. Mian. How about you come help me and I'll help you become an island owner. You'll also get used to island life early. Gufang was taken aback. Is that really okay? Mian. Yes, of course. What do you need me to do? Mian thought for a moment. Clearing land for a ranch, building a fish pond, setting up a few workshops, and planting an orchard. Gufang's eyes lit up. This was the life he dreamed of. He was a survival expert. To him, these tasks were not work but enjoyment, something he loved to do. No problem. When do we start? Seeing his enthusiasm, Mian smiled. Tomorrow. Get some rest tonight, and you need to go back and upgrade your ship too. Gufang. Okay, I'll return to my ship, and I'll come first thing tomorrow morning.
Mian traded the materials needed for level 7 with Gufang. I'll have my pet fly you out. Gufang. Thanks for the trouble. Mian called for Xiao Yi, who carried Gufang back to the shore. After Gufang left, Mian started checking the rewards in her backpack. She had received an island owner gift pack and a level 9 reward pack. Mian opened the island owner gift pack first. A flash of white light appeared. Obtained Garden Construction Blueprint X1, Swings X2, Pavilion X1, Lemon Tree X2, Waxberry Tree X3, Fish Fry X30, Prompt Card X2, Nutrient Solution X10, Rose Sapling X20. As expected of the island owner gift pack, everything was for improving the island's green environment. She then opened the level 9 reward pack. Obtained Sheep X5, Beijing Duck Out5, Large White Pig X5, Mongolian Horse X1, Border Collie W1, Apricot Chicken X5, Nanyang Yellow Cattle, Yira 2. Mian was thrilled. Ah, so many animals, all of excellent breeds, and there was even a border collie to help herd sheep. This was amazing. However, with all these animals suddenly appearing in the courtyard, Mian felt a bit overwhelmed. It looked like she wouldn't be sleeping early tonight. After working until midnight, Mian had Xiao Yun set an alarm to wake her up at 8:30. 6 hours of sleep should be enough, and she could take a nap in the afternoon. The next morning, Xiao Yun played wake-up music. It was a song called The Call of the Times. Mian immediately felt like she was back in school. She had to admit, this sound was incredibly effective at waking her up. She practically jumped out of bed. Opening the panel, she saw the chat channel full of complaints. A lot of volcanoes had erupted last night, and many ships on the sea had been severely damaged, with level 7 and below ships either eliminated or heavily damaged. Mian slept soundly on the island, completely unaffected. Fortunately, her family and friends' ships were all high level, so they were fine. Tomorrow was the day of the underwater volcanic eruption. Mian planned to have all her friends who hadn't reached level 8 come to her island, as level 7 ships could already be stored. Given the current situation, anything below level 8 seemed too risky. After messaging her family and friends, Mian took out her lucky dice. Today's number was 5. An ordinary day. That was perfect. She didn't want to be too exhausted, and an ordinary day meant she could arrange her work plans at a steady pace. Yun Mian went to the workshop. The space wasn't very big, with 2 workbenches, a repair station, and an alchemy table. Along one wall was a row of storage cabinets. The cabinets were filled with blueprints and some rare materials. Yun Mian placed 2 blueprints to make ship-rating boosting furniture. She wanted to make a few extra pieces in the coming days whenever she had the time. One was the Little Mermaid's vanity, and the other was a black lacquer and gold desk. She had enough of the materials for these 2 items in her backpack so she could make a few more. Especially the vanity, which gave a significant rating boost. She planned to use up all the remaining materials for it. Everyone needed these items right now, and even if she didn't trade them, she could give them to her family and friends. Afterward, Yun Mian took out the robot's remains to begin repairs. Yun Mian planned to use the same materials she used to make Wally to repair this robot. Back then, the materials used to make the robot butler were Light Brain X1, Computer Display Screen X1, Energy Stone X30, Iron Ore X10, Platinum Ore X10, Chromium Ore X10, Copper Ore X10, Glass X5. Currently, the robot's arm was broken and the display screen was shattered. It also had many large and small damages on its body. However, the head was still intact. Yun Mian decided to head to the trading center to find a computer and get a new display screen, then add the other materials. Computers were rare in the trading center, and Yun Mian had to trade a lot of materials to get one. She disassembled the computer, took out the display screen, and placed it along with the robot remains and a pile of materials on the repair station. To avoid failure, Yun Mian added the following materials all at once: Energy Stone X15, Iron Ore X5, Platinum Ore X5, Chromium Ore X5, Copper Ore X5, Glass X5. After placing them and clicking Confirm, Yun Mian saw that the repair time was 10 hours, which seemed like a good sign. Next, Yun Mian took out the Beginner Mill Blueprint and Beginner Sausage Smokehouse Blueprint. Both blueprints required a level of 9 to create. According to the blueprints, Yun Mian needed to choose an appropriate area of empty land, build the house as specified, and then improve the facilities inside for it to be considered complete. The mill was a small, pointed roof building with a windmill on the roof. Name: Beginner Mill, Beginner Agricultural Building. Effect: can process various grains and flour. Building completion adds 20 points to the island's rating. Construction requirements: quality wood X200, stones X20, iron ore X20, sea star coins X4000. The Sausage Smokehouse was a small single-story house with good ventilation and lots of sunlight, with multiple windows in the room. Name: Beginner Sausage Smokehouse, Beginner Food Production Building. Effect: can make various sausages. Different ingredients can be used to produce different types of sausage. Building completion adds 20 points to the island's rating. Construction requirements: quality wood X200, iron ore X50, aluminum ore X20, sea star coins X4000. Yun Mian noticed that the wood in her backpack was now categorized as quality wood and ordinary wood. Previously, the wood in her backpack was divided into different types, but now it was categorized into 2. Currently, she had quality wood X3498, ordinary wood 2203. Overall, she still had enough wood. She had all the other materials, but she lacked the most basic stones. This type of basic material had been useless to her before, and she had found it cumbersome to store, so she traded it all away. Now, she had to get some back from the trading center. Stones were very cheap, and just a few ores could be traded for a lot of them. Thinking she might need them in the future, and since no one wanted them now, Yun Mian traded for a few thousand stones to store in her backpack. After clicking to create, the system prompted her to choose a location for the mill. Yun Mian decided to place the mill next to the warehouse. The Sausage Smokehouse was placed in an open area facing south. Building the workshops required spending sea star coins, with each workshop costing 4,000 sea star coins. Constructing both used up 8,000 coins, but fortunately, Yun Mian had saved up a considerable amount. She had saved up over 20,000 sea star coins before, but now she had 15,000 left. She would probably need more soon. Better to save some. The main reason was that there hadn't been any competitions for a while. The Sea Star coins she obtained previously were earned by ranking in the deserted island survival experiment competitions. The competitions during the last 2 seasons were held in the final 10 days, and since the volcanic season was nearing its end, there might be another competition soon. Constructing the 2 workshops would take 1 day. After deducting the required materials, the empty plots began clattering with the sound of automatic construction. Yun Mian went to the breeding room. She found that the information about the breeding room had changed. Level 1, breeding room, upgradable. Upgrade requirements: Sea Star coins, X500, energy stones, X50, ordinary wood, X300, stones, X200. Currently, the breeding room couldn't accommodate so many animals. It had been too late last night, so Yun Mian couldn't create a new breeding room. She had to temporarily house the cows and the horse in one shed, and the ducks were put together with the chickens. Seeing them crammed together was quite upsetting. Although she had only a little over 100 energy stones left in her backpack, Yun Mian chose to upgrade. After deducting the materials, the breeding room entered an upgrade state. Upgrading would take 10 hours. She had to admit, the expansion times on the island were quite long. Yun Mian decided to see if there were other places that needed upgrading. If she had enough materials, she wanted to upgrade everything at once. After leaving the breeding room, Yun Mian went to the warehouse. She had a total of 4 warehouses. The first, which was the largest, was used exclusively for storing fruits and vegetables. She had just tried to open the door to take a look, only to find that the door had become decorative. The warehouse had undergone an exciting change. The warehouse now functioned like a large backpack, allowing her to click to view everything inside. However, the warehouse was already overloaded, exceeding the capacity of a level 1 warehouse. Warehouse capacity exceeded. Please upgrade immediately. Please upgrade immediately. This meant that there were too many materials, and the warehouse couldn't be opened until it was upgraded. In the future, the warehouse would become a large backpack, making storage very convenient. There would be no need to sort items into categories as before. Level 1 warehouse, upgradable. Upgrade requirements: Sea Star coins, X1000, energy stones, X50, ordinary wood, X300, stones, X200. There was no other choice. Despite being low on energy stones, Yun Mian had to upgrade, otherwise the warehouse couldn't be used. After the upgrade, she could click to view the contents. Level 2, warehouse, upgradable. Storage capacity: 64 slots with drying and preservation functions to extend food freshness. Warehouse 1, potatoes X488, tomatoes X216, scallions X92, chrysanthemum greens X183, chili peppers X662, green peppers X578, ginger X85, peaches X1128, apples X232, mangoes X278, watermelons X88, strawberries X420. All the fruits and vegetables were displayed in the warehouse for easy viewing. Upgrading a warehouse took so many materials. Yun Mian had a total of 4 warehouses. If all of them needed upgrading, she wouldn't have enough energy stones. Yun Mian moved on to the next warehouse. This time, the system didn't prompt her to upgrade. The second warehouse contained some meat. Warehouse 2, wild boar meat, X56, wild boar hide, X12, bristles X10, tusks X4, venison X67, chicken meat X121, lamb X61, beef X32, quality fish meat X472, ordinary fish meat X263, lobsters X24. The processed fish meat was now all categorized as fish meat, but when taken out, it would be identified by species. It could show whether it was triggerfish or E-star grouper. Warehouse 2 was still at level 1 with only 42 slots. The warehouses could be upgraded to 3 levels. The highest level had 86 slots and could store more items. The remaining warehouses were also level 1. Warehouse 3, which stored miscellaneous and household items, couldn't be opened either. It needed an upgrade. Most likely, it was full of unused seeds and daily supplies. Yun Mian no longer had enough energy stones to upgrade. Warehouse 4 contained some tools and scattered kitchen supplies. Wind turbine X1, small ore detector X1, vanilla pods, X36, lemongrass X24, black pepper X16, oil palm fruit X28, coconuts X48, multi-purpose electric cooker T1, aromatherapy diffuser X1, grinder X1, barbecue grill X1, closed boiler X2, electric drill X1. Now Yun Mian could get a more direct sense of her supplies. Previously, she hadn't had a clear idea of how many of each item she had. The items in Warehouse 3 were important, and Yun Mian needed to get some energy stones to upgrade it. She thought for a moment and remembered that the 2 blueprints she was crafting on the workbench had just been completed. She could use them to trade for some energy stones. Yun Mian directly messaged Ni Yangguang, as they had talked about it earlier. "I've got the ship rating boosting items ready to sell to you as promised." Ni Yangguang: "I was just about to ask you. I'm only a few points away from my ship rating goal." Yun Mian: "How about trading for energy stones? Do you still have a lot?" Ni Yangguang: "I have some left. How many do you need?" Yun Mian: "2 pieces of furniture. Here are the details. In total, I'll trade for 100 energy stones." Yun Mian sent screenshots of the furniture details. Ni Yangguang knew immediately they were good items, especially the vanity, which could add 8 points to the ship's rating. If this were auctioned in the trading center, it would likely sell for even more. All the high-level players were trying everything they could to increase their ship ratings. There were plenty of people willing to buy. The other piece was basically a bonus for him. "No problem, Yun Mian. I'll send it to you." After selling the items to Ni Yangguang, Yun Mian put more materials on the workbench to continue making them. The same item couldn't be sold to the same person twice. Having more wouldn't have any additional effect. To find the next buyer, Yun Mian sent a message directly in the friends group. Yun Mian: "Does anyone need these? Special friend price, 2 items for 100 energy stones." She decided to offer them at a discount to her friends first. If she had time later, she would make more to put up in the trading center. As soon as she sent the message, Yun Mian received dozens of private messages. Luo, Luo Ze, Hu Yuan, Rong Yu, Wen Yushi, Mu Baiyin, Wu Yue, Shen Qianjue, Zhao Yichen, and Lin Qi all messaged her saying they needed them. Yun Mian replied, "One at a time. If you're in a hurry, send me the energy stones first, and I'll give you the items once they're ready." Yun Mian was in urgent need of energy stones, and since they were all friends, there shouldn't be any issues with her taking payment before delivering the items. Yun Mian smiled as she sent her replies. She quickly received 10 transactions for energy stones, a total of 1,000. Awesome. Having wealthy friends was the best. With the energy stones, Yun Mian immediately went to upgrade the warehouse. Now she could see everything in Warehouse 3 as well. The current warehouse space was sufficient, so Yun Mian decided not to continue upgrading. For now, the 4 warehouses were enough. Leaving the warehouse, Yun Mian headed to the greenhouse. Most of the greenhouse was rare soil, and the plants growing there were thriving. One of the upgrade requirements was to unlock more than 5 acres of cultivable land, but all the land she currently had added up to less than 1 acre. Yun Mian suddenly felt that there was still a long way to go. The farmland couldn't be too far from her house, otherwise it wouldn't be convenient for her to work. She planned to develop a plot of land next to the house. Yun Mian opened the mall and took a look at the price of hiring an NPC. The level 8 ship had a hiring mode. Long-term NPCs could be hired, and she could select from available NPCs in the mall with different price ranges. An NPC responsible for gardening cost 1,000 sea star coins per day. This was the cheapest option. Previously, she had a large amount of sea star coins, but now constructing workshops and upgrades had consumed half of them. Yun Mian frowned and decided to hire one for a day to try it out. She chose a tall, dark-skinned man. In the picture, he held a hoe and wore a straw hat. With a wide smile showing his teeth, he looked diligent and capable. Hiring successful, Mario is on his way and will arrive at your island in 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That fast? Yun Mian thought it would take longer. She decided to just wait at home. "Do I need to go to the shore to pick him up?" Yun Mian muttered to herself as she walked to the kitchen. "New house. Maybe I should make a nice meal." I'll keep it simple for breakfast and make something fancy for dinner. Yun talked to herself for a while before deciding to make scallion oil noodles for breakfast. She took out a pot, filled it with drinking water, and boiled it. Once it was boiling, she added the noodles. The noodles were thin and handmade with good elasticity. Yun liked her noodles slightly chewy. Once the noodles floated to the surface, they were ready. Yun quickly went to the warehouse to grab some scallions to make scallion oil. The white and green parts of the scallion needed to be handled separately. Yun washed the scallions and cut them into 2 sections. In another pot, she poured in some oil to heat it and then added the scallions, frying them until they turned golden brown. Once they were crispy, she removed them and added some seasonings to the pot, completing the scallion oil. The noodles were just done cooking, so Yun picked them out with chopsticks and rinsed them in cold water. Then she mixed them with the scallion oil and scallions, and soon had a large bowl of scallion oil noodles ready. Yun also fried 5 eggs. Scallion oil noodles were best enjoyed with a crispy, golden fried egg on top, elevating both the texture and flavor. Yun sent a portion to her mom, and Yun Xiao saved some for later and kept a serving for herself. She was about to head to the dining room with her noodles when Zhao Yun's voice came on. "Master, you have a visitor." Right on time. 10 minutes had passed, and it seemed like the hired NPC had arrived. Yun put down her noodles and went to the door to greet Mario. He looked just like in the picture, and when he saw Yun, he smiled broadly. "Mario. Hello, are you the one who hired me to help?" Yun. "Yes, can we start now?" Mario. "Sure, but I need to tell you first. I work 8-hour shifts with an hour for lunch and breaks. It's 10 o'clock now, so if we start now, I finish at 6. Any time beyond that requires overtime pay." Yun was a little taken aback by his thoroughness. Mario. "Is there a problem?" Yun shook her head. "No problem, that works for me." She was about to take Mario to see the area she planned to develop for farming, but she remembered her noodles were still uneaten. "Can you wait a moment? I'll just have breakfast and we can start in 10 minutes. Mario nodded. "Sure, I'll wait here." Yun finished her noodles in just a few bites. When she came out, she saw Mario training the border collie, teaching it to shake hands and sit. The border collie quickly learned. Yun, "That's impressive." Mario laughed. "It's just smart. You should train it more often." Yun, "Okay." The border collie sat obediently in front of Yun and raised its paw for a handshake when it saw her. Yun crouched down to shake its paw and patted its head. "Good boy," Mario said proudly. "I have a dog too, and it helps me carry things." Yun, "That's great." Mario, "Haha, can we start working now?" Yun nodded. "All right, I'll take you there now." Arriving at the open area next to the house, Yun pointed to the plot of land and said, "We need to turn all of this into arable land. How many days will it take?" Yun estimated roughly that the plot in front of her was about 3 to 4 acres. Currently, the plot was covered in weeds and shrubs. Clearing it would take time. Then they would need to till the soil, loosen it, and improve it before they could start planting. If the soil quality was poor, it would take even more time to improve it, perhaps even digging deep for composting. Yun stared at Mario, afraid he would say it would take a month. She didn't have enough Sea Star coins to hire him for a whole month. Mario pondered for a moment. At least 2 days, at most 4. Yun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, that's manageable. All right, let's start now. Mario immediately took out a large number of tools. It seemed he also had a backpack. No wonder he was a professional gardener. He had far more gardening tools than Yun, and they looked much more advanced. He had a variety of tools such as a lawnmower, rotary tiller, excavator, trimmer, hedge trimmer, brush cutter, pole saw, leaf blower. It was quite a sight seeing all those machines laid out on the empty land. Mario began with clearing the weeds. He first used the lawnmower to clear most of the weeds, then used a garden fork and rake to pile up the weeds. These would come in handy later. Mian also helped till the soil to speed things up. After all, the sooner Mario finished, the fewer sea star coins she would have to spend. In 2 hours, the two of them cleared all the weeds and small shrubs from the plot of land, leaving it looking bare. Next, they would proceed to double digging. Mario worked while sharing gardening knowledge with Mian. You probably haven't used a rotary tiller before, right? It's quite challenging for beginners, but once you get the hang of it, it can save you a lot of time and effort. Want to give it a try? Mian wasn't keen on trying, but she figured that if she learned, she could do it herself in the future, so she agreed. It turned out she got the hang of it right away. Mario exclaimed, "OMG, you really have a talent for this. If you learn a bit more, you could become an excellent gardener." Mian smiled bashfully. "Thanks for the compliment." Mario, "What are you planning to grow?" Mian, "Fruits and vegetables, all kinds." You know that different crops grow in different seasons, right? Mian thought for a moment. The problem is, the seasons here are constantly changing. Mario nodded. True, but 1 month for each season, repeating over and over, you'll get used to it. For example, right now the weather is too hot and dry, so it's best to plant something that can withstand drought. Mian was stunned. Wait a minute, didn't the system say that the volcanic season was the last one? Why did Mario say it was repeating? So it would be the rainy season, glacier season, volcanic season, then back to the rainy season. Mario continued. The crops should be planted during suitable seasons. Right now isn't the ideal time. Under high temperatures, few plants can survive. Mian, when is the best season? It seemed that every season was quite extreme. It was either too cold or too hot. Only the rainy season was somewhat better, but heavy rainfall wasn't good for plants either. As expected, when Mario heard this question, he was at a loss for words. He changed the subject. When the weather is unfavorable, you need to take extra care of the crops, like fertilizing them. During the midday break, Mian had to provide lunch for Mario. Mian simply took out the leftover scallion oil noodles from breakfast for him. Mian thought to herself, it wasn't that she was too lazy to cook. It just so happened there were leftovers, so it was convenient. Besides, there was even an egg on top of the noodles. Mario looked at the bowl of noodles in surprise. This is my lunch? Mian. Yes. Don't you like it? Mario. Of course I do. This is too generous. When I worked for other people, they either gave me steamed buns or dry bread, plus a bottle of water. I didn't expect such good food from you. Mian. Ha, really? If you come back tomorrow, I'll give you something different to eat. Mario. OMG, that sounds great. Those employers don't know that good food can boost an employee's motivation. I'll definitely put in double the effort this afternoon. Mian. Does that mean you were slacking off this morning? Mario. Not really, just a normal effort. He sat down and took a bite of the noodles, and his expression immediately changed. This is incredibly delicious. Mian. If you like it, just finish it. The words "eat more" were swallowed back by Mian, because Mario finished the bowl in just 2 bites. Mario. He swallowed the egg in 1 bite, and the noodles in 2. The taste was still lingering on his tongue, but his stomach felt emptier than before. It felt like he hadn't eaten, but the taste was unforgettable. Mario looked at Mian with longing in his eyes, a tall, honest man gazing longingly. Is there more? Mian. You know, this bowl of noodles isn't cheap. How about deducting it from your wages? Mario. Deal. Mian. But I've already paid you for today's wages. How about this? Add 2 hours to your working time tomorrow and work from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mario thought about working 10 hours a day. It sounded a bit grueling, but right now he wanted that bowl of noodles so badly. All right. Wait here for a moment, I'll make another bowl. Mian pretended to be busy in the kitchen, but she was actually preparing for tonight's dinner. She took out some fresh beef and soaked it in water to remove the blood. She also took out an eel, planning to make braised eel. The eel was huge, thicker than Yunmianmian's thigh. She had caught it in the sea before. The eel had intricate patterns on its skin, and the skin itself was very thick and hard to cut, almost like plastic. It took Yunmianmian quite some effort to break it down, and she only used a third of it, which was already a lot. It would probably make a large dish. She planned to keep half and share the rest with her friends. When Yunmianmian came out, she handed Mario another bowl of noodles from her backpack. Mario, thank you for your effort. Yunmianmian, not at all. I'm just glad you like it. Mario looked at her with touched eyes. In the afternoon, Mario indeed worked even harder. By the end of the afternoon, he had dug up stones and debris from the field, making it much cleaner. He also used stones and planks to create a solid border around the edge and made 2 compost areas. Mario, the key to making a vegetable garden more efficient is to give it a solid border. Not only is it aesthetically pleasing, but it also prevents weeds from invading, and most importantly, it helps retain water. Yunmianmian nodded. I learned a lot. That's all for today. Tomorrow I'll come back and help you make green manure to improve the soil's fertility. Mario was thoroughly exhausted today. He usually slacked off when working for others, but today he genuinely worked hard for half a day. Yunmianmian. All right, thank you for your hard work. Mario, I hope there will be good food again tomorrow. Yunmianmian. Don't worry. She planned to save a portion of tonight's meal for Mario. Mario left satisfied, and Yunmianmian looked at the almost finished vegetable garden, also very pleased. Time to go home and cook. Back home, Yunmianmian opened her daily treasure chests. She could collect 3 treasure chests each day. She hadn't collected today's chests yet. If she didn't collect them in time, they wouldn't accumulate, so tomorrow there would still only be 3. Yunmianmian asked Zhao Yun to set a reminder. Every night at 8 p.m., it would remind her to collect her treasure chests. Since it wasn't yet 8 p.m. when she returned today, she remembered to collect them herself. 2 silver chests and 1 gold chest. She got a lot of saplings and seeds. Exactly what she needed at the moment. She could plant a lot of vegetables on 5 acres of land. And she needed to get started on the orchard soon too. When Yunmianmian came back, Zhao Yi immediately flew out to greet her. The weather was too hot for Octopus Girl, so she stayed in her tank and didn't want to come out. The border collie also ran up to Yunmianmian, wagging its tail. Yunmianmian guessed it was hungry, so she decided to cook some bones for it later. Zhao Yi. Master, you're finally back. I've been waiting for so long. Yunmianmian. Did you complete the task I assigned you? I did. I found a hillside full of trees and a forest with lots of things in it. There were also many fish in the river. Today, Yunmianmian had sent Zhao Yi to explore the island and report back to her. It seemed the island really had abundant resources. Yunmianmian. Great, I'll give you something good to eat. Zhao Yi flapped its wings, creating a breeze. No need, master. I ate fish and I'm full. Yunmianmian realized Zhao Yi had grown a lot. It was now about as tall as her, and its wingspan was even more impressive. All right, go inside. After dinner, I need you to fly me somewhere. Tomorrow was the underwater volcanic eruption, and by then many marine creatures might die. Yunmianmian planned to go and gather some seafood tonight. Yunmianmian wanted to tell the little dolphin to lead its kind away and find a safe place to hide tomorrow, preferably as far from the volcano as possible. But when she arrived at the place where the little dolphin had brought her last time, she found there wasn't a single large fish. None of the dolphins or whales she had seen before were there either. It seemed they had already left. Yunmianmian breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, they had been living in the sea for so long, and being so intelligent, they must have sensed the approaching danger. There was no need for her to warn them. Since that was the case, Yunmianmian decided to just gather seafood for herself. She loved the feeling of gathering seafood at night, because the fish were more docile at night, making them easier to catch. Although Yunmianmian had a king-level harpoon that hit its target every time, which meant she could hunt at any time, there were more fish at night, and they were often larger. Soon enough, the net she had brought was filled with 2 bags.
She also caught many large lobsters. There were too many of them in this area, with lobsters under almost every rock. Since almost everyone liked lobsters, Yun Mian caught many of them. In total, there were more than 30, each weighing 3 to 4 pounds. One lobster was enough to feed 3 people, and Yun Mian planned to keep these lobsters alive. She hadn't used the harpoon to catch them, so the lobsters were all still alive. If she had used the harpoon, the lobsters would have died and automatically turned into portions in her backpack. Just as Yun Mian was about to return, she noticed a treasure chest under a rock. The chest looked ordinary, but it didn't resemble a bronze or wooden chest. It seemed to be made of a special material. Yun Mian swam over and picked up the chest. Obtained a mysterious chest. A mysterious chest. Who knew what was inside? Yun Mian decided to take it home and open it later. Since it was getting late, she thought it might be better to test her luck tomorrow before opening it. When Yun Mian returned home, the breeding room upgrade had finished. The workbench and repair station items had also all been completed. The breeding room had doubled in size, with new animal pens added. Each pen housed different animals: rabbit hutch, chicken coop, duck pen, pigsty, cow pen, horse stable. Even the border collie had its own dedicated kennel. The breeding room's environment was very good. The rooms were designed according to the habits of each animal to make them more comfortable. There was even a faint scent of fresh grass in the air. The largest area was the chicken coop. There had already been dozens of chickens, and now the chicks had grown into adult chickens, with their numbers exceeding 100, a sizable flock. They laid many eggs every day, producing more than 20 eggs each time. The incubator was no longer sufficient. Yun Mian used half for hatching and the other half for food. Next was the rabbit hutch, which was full of bunnies. Now there were 58 rabbits in total. With so many rabbits and chickens, Yun Mian planned to slaughter a couple of each in the next few days to make some delicious dishes and store them in her backpack. Since the weather was so hot, she could make some cold dishes like mouth-watering chicken, cold shredded chicken, hand-pulled chicken, spicy rabbit heads, cold rabbit meat, and cold rabbit chunks. She had eaten fish, beef, and pork so many times, Yun Mian wanted to change things up. These cold dishes could be eaten as snacks, even when she wasn't particularly hungry. Yun Mian sent the 2 finished pieces of furniture from the workbench to Luo. Then she gathered materials for the next item. She picked up the repaired robot. The robot looked quite different from Wall-E. Wall-E looked kind of goofy, square, and honest. This new robot, on the other hand, was entirely white, with some joints in blue, the same color as energy stones. Its body was tall and slim with long limbs and a round head. Its eyes were also blue. Yun Mian used an energy stone to power it on, unable to start another player's exclusive robot. To forcibly activate, you need to unlock and rebind it. Players can pay 500 C-Star coins to buy an unbinding device. More C-Star coins. Well, might as well spend them. 500 wasn't too much. The money couldn't be saved anyway, there were so many things to spend it on. Yun Mian used the C-Star coins to buy an unbinding device and quickly unlocked the robot. She turned it on again. This time, it finally prompted her to bind it. Now she had a new robot. Yun Mian eagerly bound this even more beautiful robot. Wall-E seemed very interested in the new friend and watched closely from the side. "Hello, I am your intelligent robot. Please name me and select an initial skill." The initial message was similar to when Wall-E was first activated. Yun Mian. "Your name is Ava." Naming successful. "Ava is at your service. Please select an initial skill for Eva." A screen appeared on the robot displaying several options. Please select one skill. A. Defensive combat skills. B. Household service skills. C. Learning and education skills. D. Entertainment and companionship skills. Each skill could be opened to view more details. For example, defensive combat involved security functions. The robot could use its camera and thermal sensor to monitor for dangers, patrol the surroundings, and protect its owner. It would also use its body to shield its owner from harm during emergencies. Household service included cleaning, cooking, and organizing to ease the owner's burden. Learning and education offered intelligent teaching methods,
providing language learning and other educational support. Entertainment and companionship was for providing entertainment and leisure through games and music, enriching the owner's experience. After careful consideration, Yun decided to choose defensive combat skills. Although it might not be needed, the other skills seemed less useful. She thought of it as hiring an intelligent security guard. Once she selected it, Ava entered a debugging and learning state. It was already late at night, so Yun quickly washed up and went to bed. Day 85 at sea. Today, Yun had good luck. It was a day where wishes came true. She took out the mysterious chest she had found yesterday. She also had 3 golden chests she had collected today and was ready to open them all at once. The mysterious chest intrigued her the most, so she opened that one first. Obtained: Unclaimed Island Locator Card, X1, Copy Card X1, Island Entry Card, X1. They were all cards, and she'd never seen any of them before. Name: Unclaimed Island Locator Card. Effect: use it to locate any unclaimed island and travel directly to it. Name: Copy Card. Effect: can copy any in-game item. Both of these cards were amazing, especially the copy card. If she saw someone with something good, she could just copy it, though the only limitation was that she had to get her hands on it first. The locator card was also great. Although Yun had already bound her own island, she could give this to her mother. The other 3 golden chests also contained some good items. Rotary Tiller Blueprint X1, Nutrient Solution X4, Electrolyte Water Formula X1, Burn Ointment Formula X1, Pet Guidebook X1, Global Broadcast Speaker X2. There were also some saplings and seeds, and something called a Global Broadcast Speaker. Yun opened it to see. Name: Global Broadcast Speaker. Effect: can be used to make a global announcement visible to all players for 2 minutes. This item was amusing. Yun had used something similar before in games in the real world. It was like shouting to the entire server, sending a message that could be seen by all players. Not everyone checked the chat channel, and messages could easily be buried among many others. But using the global broadcast speaker, messages would stay visible for 2 minutes. It was quite attention-grabbing. Yun couldn't think of a situation where she would need to use it for now. Besides, she got 2 of them. Since it came from a golden chest, others probably had a chance of getting it too. Mario arrived on time to work, while Yun stayed at home, busy making items and trading. The time for the underwater volcanic eruption was approaching. At this point, the players who hadn't reached level 7 were all in danger, fearful and anxious, awaiting the system's judgment. Seeing so many players not at level 7 yet, Yun posted a message in the chat channel. Yun. Players who haven't reached level 7 yet, you can try to bind an unclaimed island. Use an island entry card and 100 energy stones. You might have a chance of surviving. But where can we even find an unclaimed island at this point? Every island I see is barren. There's nothing on them. If we bind it, how will we even survive? Isn't binding an unclaimed island a quest for level 8 players only? Yun. There are still a few hours left. If you want to survive, give it a try. Level 7 players shouldn't be complacent either. If you have a friend who's level 8, try to board an 8th level or higher ship to avoid the danger. I think the system's requirement for reaching level 7 is because level 7 ships can accommodate others. If a player hasn't reached level 7, their ship may get damaged even if they try to hide. Yun's message caused quite a stir in the chat channel. She meant well, trying to help more players survive by providing a new perspective. Whether or not people chose to listen was beyond her control. By noon, at 12, the players who hadn't leveled up would be eliminated at 3 p.m. Many players in the chat channel were leaving farewell messages. Some players, unable to level up, were trading their items for one last feast. They wanted to have a good meal before being eliminated. These were the more pessimistic ones. There were also aggressive players who formed an organization to rob other players' ships. The volcanic season had activated a player competition mode. Killing other players would drop treasure chests and points. Many players weren't eliminated by the system, but were attacked by groups of players, losing their items or even their lives, turning into resource chests. To survive, more and more players joined an organization called the Sea Legion. The leader led the group to attack weaker players, stealing their resources. Everyone who participated received a share. Yun Mian Mian didn't know much about this organization. When the volcanic season first started, they didn't have many members. Over the past few days, the numbers grew, and now there were hundreds. Yun Mian Mian hadn't encountered anyone from this organization. Nobody dared to mess with her. She had been too busy recently and didn't have time to deal with such matters. After all, it was doomsday survival, the strong prey on the weak. Since the system had activated a competition mode, these events were bound to happen. However, she didn't expect her mother to run into them. Zhao Ruowei was vigilant enough. She saw 2 ships approaching from afar and immediately went to the control room to use binoculars to check them out. Zhao Ruowei soon noticed that there were more than one person on each ship. Sensing something was wrong, she quickly sent a message to Yun Mian Mian. After receiving the message, Yun Mian Mian immediately asked her mom to invite her over. Yun Mian Mian brought her 2 pets and weapons. Within minutes, she had teleported to Zhao Ruowei's ship. The 2 ships had already approached Zhao Ruowei's vessel. Upon seeing Yun Mian Mian, Zhao Ruowei said, "Mian Mian, you're here. I've also called your brother. He should be arriving shortly." Yun Mian Mian. "All right, I think they're from the Sea Legion. They're up to no good." Zhao Ruowei. "I just used binoculars to take a look. There are a lot of them." "How many?" "About 5 or 6 people per ship." Yun Mian Mian's expression darkened, at least 10 of them. There were only 3 people on Yun Mian Mian's side. The other side had numbers on their side, and Yun Mian Mian hesitated about whether to call for reinforcements. She could have taken her mom to her island earlier, but that would have felt like running away from these people. Yun Mian Mian didn't want them to get more arrogant. She needed to knock down their arrogance. After all, she was among the top in combat power rankings, and with all the good weapons she had, she felt they stood a good chance in the fight. However, to be safe, Yun Mian Mian still messaged Luo Luo and Luo Ze, asking them to come and help. She could use 2 teleportation cards. Yun Mian Mian could afford it. Yun Mian Mian carried a Shenbi bow, held a blade, and equipped hidden weapons. She was just waiting for those people to board. These Sea Legion members specialized in raiding players' ships. They created a device that allowed them to climb aboard others' ships, jump into the water, swim to the other player's ship, and sneak aboard. With their strength in numbers, they not only stole resources but also killed players, as killing them would allow them to take all their items. Yun Xiao soon arrived. He was also prepared for battle, holding a weapon and standing in front of Yun Mian Mian and Zhao Ruowei. A group of men climbed aboard, and seeing there was more than one person on the ship, they were not surprised. They had encountered players before who called for backup upon seeing them, but it was useless. They had more people, and the players couldn't call for enough reinforcements. They couldn't compete with an organized plan. The leader was a bald man wearing a headscarf. One of his men whispered to him, "Brother Yang, these people look well-equipped. They have some good weapons." The bald man, "If they have good weapons, then be cautious." "Brother Yang, they are 2 women and 1 man. The guy looks so young he's not even worth worrying about." Yeah, let's deal with them quickly and get 3 crates of resources in one go. It's a jackpot." I love it when people bring reinforcements. More people means more resources. It would be a waste to go to all this trouble for just 1 person. The men laughed sinisterly. It was clear that this wasn't the first time they had done this. To them, Yun Mian Mian and her family were like meat on a chopping board, or turtles in a jar, easily within their grasp. However, the bald leader was more cautious. "Stick to the plan, just in case they have other reinforcements. Stay in contact with headquarters at all times." Yun Mian Mian knew he was likely the toughest opponent, so she set her sights on him. One of her hands gripped the long knife tightly, while the other held her hidden weapon. She had accumulated several different types of hidden weapons that she hadn't used yet, and she was curious to see how effective they would be now. Luo Luo and Luo Ze hurriedly used their teleportation cards to reach Zhao Ruowei's ship.
The scene before them made them want to laugh. On the deck, a group of people were tied up tightly. Several of them had bruised and swollen faces, and 2 others had their clothes slashed by knives and had injuries on their faces. They looked extremely pathetic. Some had passed out due to excessive blood loss, while those still conscious were begging for mercy. Luoze. Sister Mian Mian, are you all okay? Luo Luo. Mian Mian, were we too late? Yun Mian Mian. No, they were just too weak. If I had known, I wouldn't have called you and wasted 2 teleportation cards. I was in the middle of the fight and forgot to tell you. Yun Mian Mian held her knife, smiling cheerfully. But those who were tied up looked at her as if they were seeing a death god, fear evident in their eyes. Yun Mian Mian wielding her long knife had been terrifying. How could such a seemingly delicate girl have such strong combat power? The bald leader asked unwillingly, "Who the hell are you?" Yun Mian Mian ignored him and instead took a photo of them in their current state, posting it to the chat channel. Yun Mian Mian. These are members of the Sea Legion. They form groups to attack players' ships. I happened to run into them. Since they like stealing players' resources so much and came to me today, I won't be polite. After sending the message, Yun Mian Mian threw all of them into the sea. Very soon they turned into supply crates that floated to the surface. Yun Mian Mian and the others salvaged all 12 crates. The crates contained a lot of items, as they were each person's entire inventory. They couldn't just be taken out because their backpacks were too full, so they each took their crate back to their own ship to open it. Luo Luo and Luo Ze hadn't done anything but showed up, so Yun Mian Mian gave each of them a crate, drawn randomly, with no one knowing which crate had more resources. Of the 10 remaining, Yun Mian Mian took 4, while Yun Xiao and Xiao Ruowei took 3 each. Many players in the chat channel praised Yun Mian Mian for her actions, saying she had helped them vent their anger. But some worried that provoking the Sea Legion would lead to trouble. Although Yun Mian Mian was strong, the Sea Legion had numbers, and were all ruthless. Picking a fight with them would only make her a target. Luoze was also worried about Yun Mian Mian, telling her to contact him immediately if anything happened. He said he would prepare several teleportation cards and come over as soon as there was any trouble. Yun Mian Mian. I understand, don't worry. Luoze. I've reached level 8 and my ship's rating has gone up too. Once I bind an island, I'll come visit yours, and I'll bring gifts. Yun Mian Mian. Ha ha ha, all right. I'll call everyone to come over and I'll cook for you all. Luo Luo. Mian Mian, if you need help, just say so. Don't be afraid to bother us. Yun Mian Mian. Okay. If you need any resources, let me know. When you bind your island, you'll need a lot of energy stones and sea star coins. Save them up and don't spend them all. Everyone went back to their own bases with their supplies. Yun Mian Mian told her family to come to her island for safety once they dropped off their items. Xiao Ruowei said she would come over before 2 p.m. Yun Xiao said he'd be there by 2:30 p.m. Yun Mian Mian. Just make sure you get here by 3 p.m. She also checked in with other friends to see if any of them hadn't reached level 8 yet and suggested they come over. Most of them had already reached level 8, except for Gu Feng, who had just reached level 7. Yun Mian Mian told him to come over in the afternoon. Gu Feng. All right, my injuries have healed so I can come over and help you. Yun Mian Mian. Great, we'll start farming tomorrow. I'll need your help. Farming 5 acres of land was no small task. Back on the island, Yun Mian Mian opened all 4 supply crates at once. They contained all sorts of things, everything from a player's backpack. Most players kept important items and larger quantities of resources in their backpacks, making up about 2/3 of their assets, while the remaining third was stored on their ships. Yun Mian Mian had just taken 4 players' assets. It was no small haul. These players were all level 7, having leveled up, and were now preparing to upgrade to level 8 ships. Their backpacks were full of supplies, so each player had at least 100 energy stones and iron ore in their backpack. After emptying the backpacks, Yun Mian Mian gained an additional 200 energy stones. Adding that to the 1,000 energy stones she got from her friends earlier, She now had over 3,000 energy stones and had nothing to worry about. Yun Mian happily opened her backpack to check her resources in detail. Energy stones X3215, iron ore X5291, golden nanmu X1831, gold ore K761, copper ore X272, glass X133, sand X6892, sulfur ore X834. There was so much. At this rate, robbing other players really was the fastest way to accumulate resources. Taking everything from someone else was far quicker than slowly gathering resources on her own. With these resources, Mom and Yun Xiao could likely reach level 8 too. As long as they quickly increased their ship ratings and found an unclaimed island, they could also become island owners. Half of the volcanic season had already passed. Being the first to become an island owner certainly provided some advantages. Yun Mian sent messages to her mom and Yun Xiao, urging them to organize their resources and level up as soon as possible. With this batch of resources, anything they needed could be exchanged at the trading center. Right now, everyone was desperately seeking upgrade materials. As long as one had enough, many were willing to exchange items that increased ship ratings. Yun Mian took part of these resources and put them up in the trading center. For example, energy stones, iron ore, essential materials for reaching level 7, could be exchanged for what she wanted. Things like various seeds, feed, fertilizer, fruit trees. Anything that could help build the island was fair game. Her requirements were so low that the resources were snatched up as soon as they were listed. Yun Mian also received many items she could use. She even joked to herself, if a few more people came to rob her, she could make another fortune. Why not go look for members of the Sea Legion herself? Yun Mian thought about it and posted a message in the chat channel. If you encounter members of the Sea Legion, don't be afraid. If you have a teleportation card, feel free to message me privately. I can come directly to help. My friends are all in the top 10 on the combat power ranking list. We don't need anything extra. We'll just take the supply crates from the Sea Legion. This statement was essentially a declaration of war against the Sea Legion. Luo and Luozi would definitely be willing to help without needing to be asked. Yun Mian thought for a moment and then asked Wei Yue, "What do you think? Want to join me in collecting resources?" Wei Yue sent 2 pictures, photos of several supply crates piled together. Perfect timing. Luki ran into them too and I just helped him deal with a group. We got a few supply crates. Yun Mian. Ha ha ha. Looks like you guys got rich too. Wei Yue. A small fortune. We could work together on this. Let's meet up someday when we're free and discuss it in detail. Did you bind your island? Yun Mian asked casually. Wei Yue. Yes, I found it in the morning. Then Luki called me in the afternoon, so I still need to head back to my island now. Wei Yue. By the way, here are my island coordinates. See if we're far apart. Wei Yue sent a set of coordinates, and Yun Mian checked on the map. It was quite far. By ship, it would take a day and a night. But if he were directly invited over, it would only take 10 minutes, just like when Mario arrived. Seeing how open he was, Yun Mian also sent her coordinates. It's a bit far, but since you don't need to sail over, I can invite you anytime you want to come. Wei Yue. All right. With the underwater volcanoes about to erupt, be careful. I might come to see you tomorrow. Yun Mian. Why not wait until I call everyone over and then you come too? Wei Yue. Sure, let's see. At 2 p.m., Zhao Ruowei arrived on Yun Mian's island. As a guest, Yun Mian gave her full guest privileges, allowing her to freely come and go on the island without being considered a threat by Ava. Zhao Ruowei loved Yun Mian's breeding room and helped her feed the chickens and ducks until Yun Xiao and Gufang also arrived on the island, and only then did she leave the room. Mian, something seems off with the animals. They all seem very agitated. At that moment, Little Wing flew up into the sky and circled, appearing restless. Yun Mian. I guess it's because the underwater volcanoes are about to erupt. The animals can sense it in advance. When the time arrived, all the players held their breath. At first there was nothing unusual, just the usual volcanic eruptions spewing lava, which players had already gotten used to. They even thought it was over, with not many players being eliminated.
Then, a loud rumbling from deep beneath the sea put everyone on edge. Soon, the ships felt a strong impact. Raging flames bloomed in the water like flowers. It was a beautiful yet terrifying sight. The lava erupted from the volcano and spread through the water, while the explosion of steam created a powerful force akin to a bomb. The interaction of boiling lava and seawater caused composite explosions, which were far more devastating than ordinary volcanic eruptions. Scalding flames surged with the sea, causing tsunamis. Ships below level 7 were unable to withstand the power of the waves and were swept away, disappearing beneath the sea. Some level 7 ships that were too close to the eruption's epicenter were baptized by lava, their ships melted, and they met a tragic end. Even some level 8 players were injured in the disaster. Around 1/3 of the world's over 10,000 underwater volcanoes erupted, enough to destroy over 10,000 ships. Amidst cries of despair, the aftereffects of the eruption lasted well into the night. Not only were players affected, but the sudden change in sea temperature also caused many marine creatures to perish. The sea surface was covered with fine volcanic ash, as well as countless dead fish. Mian opened the chat channel and found that there were fewer than 20,000 players left in the game. In just a few hours, most players had been eliminated. The remaining players numbered less than 1/10 of what they had been. The chat channel was filled with a somber, bleak atmosphere. Many people had lost friends and family and were struggling to cope. Many players were also asking for burn ointment and anti-inflammatory medicine. Does anyone have burn ointment? I'm willing to trade. Please. Burn ointment is now more expensive than upgrade materials. Hardly anyone has any left. Thankfully, Mian warned us. I went to a friend's level 8 ship, otherwise my level 7 ship would probably have been destroyed too. Yeah, I thought being level 7 or higher would be safe, but I didn't expect so many level 7 ships to be eliminated this time. This game is too cruel. It clearly said that players below level 7 would be eliminated directly, so why did even level 7 get hurt? Even some level 8 ships got damaged. Probably because they were too close, right next to the underwater volcano. The system only said players below level 7 would be eliminated, but it never said that being level 7 or higher guaranteed safety. Anyway, upgrading is still necessary. The higher the level, the safer you are. I also saw what Mian said and brought my parents over. Otherwise, I'd be devastated. As someone who had survived, Mian had mixed feelings. She was thankful to still be alive, but she also gained a deeper understanding of how cruel this game was. She sat with her mother and brother, eating a meal together. For a brief moment, the family quietly enjoyed their reunion. After dinner, Xiao quickly suggested returning. Xiao Ruowei also nodded. Mian, we should go back now. Xiao and I need to focus on leveling up. Who knows if the system will eventually stop allowing players to seek refuge with others? We have to level up ourselves. Mian felt the same. All right, let me know if you need anything. I'll always send you portions of the meals I make. If things continued like this, and if there were another volcanic eruption in the next half-month of this season, who knows what might happen? Mian divided the burn ointment and anti-inflammatory medicine she had into smaller portions and listed them in the trading center to help as many people as possible. After all, she no longer lacked resources or needed to earn through these means. Her main focus now was to develop her island and reach level 10 as quickly as possible. It was no longer about upgrading by gathering materials like before. Disasters often come with opportunities and resources. The massive underwater volcanic eruption also brought numerous resources to the surviving players. After midnight, the lava at the bottom of the ocean was extinguished by seawater, and many resources floated to the surface. The sea was covered with gold ore, copper ore, and energy stones. These items, which had been rare before, were now everywhere. Players could jump into the water to collect them or use fishing nets. Anything they could reach was up for grabs. Mian, however, was different from the players on ships. The ore floated directly onto her island's beach, leaving the entire sandy area scattered with resources. She had Little Wing fly her to the beach, where she collected over 1,000 resources in an hour. energy stones 283, gold ore 378, copper ore 477. The next day, Yoon Mian hired Mario again for work. Yoon Mian planned to complete the orchard today, and then she wouldn't need Mario's help anymore. After a few days, Yoon Mian's island had undergone significant changes. The wide farmland had been divided into several plots, with small paths in between to allow easy access. Mario had divided the land strictly according to Yoon Mian's requirements. All that was left was to plant seeds, and the farmland would be ready. On a patch of wasteland several kilometers away from the house, Yoon Mian intended to lay down the grass sod she had previously obtained to create a pasture. She planned to exchange for more cows, sheep, and horses, soon turning it into a lively pasture. As for the orchard, Yoon Mian trusted Mario to do a good job. Today's task was to clear the hillside and plant the fruit trees. Seeing Yoon Mian, Mario put down his hoe and started outlining his plans to her. I plan to plant apple trees on these 2 hills, peach trees on that one, and plum trees at the foot of the hills. The field over there can be used to grow watermelons, and this spot could have a greenhouse for strawberries. Yoon Mian was very satisfied and nodded repeatedly. Sounds great. But I can't finish this alone in one day. I'll need help. How many people do you need? Is my help enough? Yoon Mian asked. No, we'd need at least 10 people. Otherwise, I'll have to work a few more days, Mario replied. Yoon Mian said, I would love to have you work for a few more days, but you know I don't have enough money to pay your wages. Her stash of Sea Star coins had almost run out. She only had a small amount left for emergencies and couldn't afford to spend it all. Mario looked a bit troubled. Although he really wanted to keep working on Yoon Mian's island, mainly because the food was so good that he didn't even want to go home for meals, money was still a necessity. He couldn't break the rules. At the end of the day's labor, Mario had already shaped the orchard for Yoon Mian, leaving the rest for her to complete on her own. To express her gratitude, Yoon Mian gave Mario some delicious food. She made fresh juice with ice shavings and milk to create a fluffy ice drink, and also made some jelly for Mario to take home. On such a hot day, nothing was more enjoyable. Mario was deeply touched. Mario said, Take this, it should help you. Received Mario's gift. Orchard Master. Name: Orchard Master. Effect: after reading, planting skill level increases to an advanced level, with proficiency in the living habits and planting techniques of various fruit trees, resulting in better quality and tastier fruits. Wow, such a wonderful gift. Thank you, this is amazing. Previously, she had received a book called Planting Guide, which only covered basic vegetable growing techniques. She knew little about fruit tree cultivation. She had even learned grafting techniques, but without basic knowledge of fruit tree cultivation, her ability to successfully graft fruits was limited. Now, with the Orchard Master, Yoon Mian was confident that she could soon harvest all kinds of fruits. That evening, Yoon Mian went out to walk her dog and fed all the little animals in the breeding room. Tomorrow, she planned to plant vegetables. The empty plot was too big to leave idle. Yoon Mian sent a message to Gu Fong, asking if he could come to plant vegetables tomorrow, and then casually checked the chat channel. Initially, she was just skimming through, but when she saw someone mention that they had bound an island, she stopped to read carefully. Xia Tianxia. I'm building a resort on the island. Anyone interested in joining can DM me. I bound an island with a vast area, no volcano, and rich resources. If we can develop this island well, we can live a normal life again without drifting on the sea. Other players began asking questions. Is it really possible to bind an island? A volcano-free island sounds amazing. I've been so worried about underwater volcanic eruptions happening again. So envious. Can we see your island, boss? Does joining mean that others can be accommodated on the island? If so, I'm willing to come and do whatever is needed as long as I get a place to stay. Xia Tianxia. Forget about just a place to stay. Let me show you my luxurious European-style villa. Isn't it magnificent? If you join early, you can stay here too. It's just wasted space if I'm the only one living here. Whoa, a villa? That's crazy. Did the boat transform into that? It looks similar to level 8 ships. Does binding an island turn your ship into a house? I also bound an island, so why is my house just a 2-story cottage? No way. Is there a difference when binding an island? Xia Tianxia. Yes. Once you bind an island, your ship turns into a house. I'm now the island's owner, so there's no need to drift at sea. But if I want to sail, it's still possible. Xia Tianxia. As for why the houses are different, it's probably because your island isn't that great. My island is massive. It's not just any random binding. Impressive. I've heard of this Xia Tianxia. He's a top player in Zone 6. Pretty awesome. I'll join. Xia Tianxia. Anyone wanting to join, sign up quickly. In the beginning, I only need a few people to help expand the team and build up the island. After all, it's a big island and it's slow to develop it alone. Only the first to sign up will get to live in the villa with me. Xia Tianxia. But let me make this clear. You need to be at least level 8, and players from Zone 6 will get priority. Yun Mian clicked on the photo Xia Tianxia had posted. He had chosen a European-style villa, similar in size to Yun Mian's. However, the photo only showed the house, and nothing else was visible, so it was hard to tell how well his island was developing. At that moment, Yun Mian saw Ni Yangguang suddenly appear in the chat channel. Ni Yangguang. This is hilarious. Trying to get something for nothing, huh? Level 8 players can't bind an island on their own and have to come work for you? Did they lose their minds or what? Yun Mian couldn't help but laugh. Ni Yangguang's words were indeed entertaining. Xia Tianxia. Well, that's easy for you to say, but finding a good island isn't that simple, and trying to build a high-level island alone is extremely difficult. If every level 8 player tries to bind and build their own island, not many will reach level 10. Xia Tianxia had a point. Yun Mian also wanted help to expand her island, but she chose to hire NPCs and ask Gufang to assist in exchange for certain benefits. However, Xia Tianxia wanted others to give up on their own development and move to his island to help him upgrade and grow it. Plus, his tone initially suggested that he was the only one to bind a high-level island and that working for him was a privilege that others had to compete for. But Yun Mian couldn't be sure if Xia Tianxia's approach was wrong. Perhaps his way could lead to better outcomes. After all, the game had not encouraged players to build islands together, but rather promoted individual progress. What if the players banded together to build an island suitable for more people? Could that really work? Yun Mian began to ponder the feasibility of this idea. Many people in the chat channel were supporting Xia Tianxia. Most of them were interested in relying on him. Seeing himself gaining the upper hand, Xia Tianxia became more arrogant. Do you even know the requirements for upgrading to level 10? If you don't, then stop spewing nonsense. Ni Yangguang refused to back down and immediately posted a screenshot of his island's information and upgrade requirements in the chat channel. He posted it so quickly that it was almost instantaneous. The screenshot showed his island name as Sunshine Paradise, proving that it wasn't something he had borrowed from someone else. He had genuinely slapped Xia Tianxia in the face. But in doing so, players below level 9 also learned the requirements for upgrading to level 10. Many onlookers began to watch the drama unfold, and some instigated further by suggesting that Ni Yangguang also form an island development team to see if more people would want to join him or Xia Tianxia. Many players longed for island life. Seeing their islands made them envious. Ni Yangguang. Your island probably isn't even as good as mine, and yet you want to recruit people to work for you. Xia Tianxia. So what? It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. I'm being honest, some people simply can't find a suitable island to live on. Do you think everyone can? Ni Yangguang. Clearly, you just can't upgrade on your own and want others to help. Seeing them argue endlessly in the chat, Yun Mian privately messaged Ni Yangguang. Yun Mian. There's no need to argue with him. You've already warned everyone. Those who won't listen, won't listen. Moreover, Yun Mian was worried that if the game eventually forced players to build islands together, Ni Yangguang's opposition now might be held against him in the future. Ni Yangguang. I just can't stand him acting all righteous while pursuing personal gain. Yun Mian. You can't control everyone, you just bound your island. Shouldn't you focus on upgrading resources? Ni Yangguang. I know, upgrading is indeed tough. 5 acres of land will be exhausting, and then there's the orchard. It's really no joke. Yun Mian laughed. You can also find help. It's indeed hard to do it all alone. Ni Yangguang. But I just said all that in the chat. If I now go find help, wouldn't I be slapping myself in the face? Yun Mian. You don't have to do it like him. You can change the approach. Nie Yangguang. How should I change it? Do you have a good idea? Yun Mian. That Xia Tianxia wants high-level players to work for him for free, but we can hire a group of players to help us, and in return, provide them with protection and resources. Xia Tianxia was looking for level 8 players, but Yun Mian planned to hire level 7 players. First of all, in terms of strength, level 7 and level 8 players were quite similar. Level 7 players needed a lot of resources to upgrade, whereas level 8 players' focus was on finding unclaimed islands and increasing their ship ratings. Yun Mian could help more effectively by providing resources. Moreover, level 7 players posed less of a threat to her island. With Eva and her 2 pets around, Yun Mian wasn't worried about anyone causing trouble. Of course, if there was a need, she could also hire level 8 players and offer them ship rating items. However, she believed that level 7 players were the best value, and she didn't plan to let unfamiliar people stay on her island. She and Ni Yangguang wouldn't need to recruit these players themselves. Yun Mian planned to ask Hu Yuan for help. Hu Yuan was no longer just a small broker. After the game merged all regions into one, his business had flourished. He managed 10 teams with a total of 500 members, spanning all levels. However, the recent underwater volcanic eruption had taken a significant toll on his teams. Many of his members were lost. Although Hu Yuan himself had reached level 8, he was extremely busy managing all his people. Even though he had developed several capable deputies, he still liked to personally handle things. Because of this, he hadn't yet found an unclaimed island. He occasionally chatted with Yun Mian about his current situation. However, Yun Mian hadn't been out to sea for a long time, so she didn't know the coordinates of other unclaimed islands. Since she needed to hire players, it was much better to recruit people from Hu Yuan's teams. People he recommended were certainly better than random recruits from the chat channel. Moreover, Hu Yuan could spread the word, letting people know there were more island owners besides Xia Tianxia, and some preferred to stay low-key. Yun Mian, Ni Yangguang, and Hu Yuan had always been a close trio from the beginning. Recruiting him for collaboration made them feel like they were back to when they had just entered the game. The 3 of them returned to the group chat that they hadn't used for a while. Yun Mian. Hu Yuan, I have an idea. I just talked to Ni Yangguang about it, and we need your help. Hu Yuan quickly replied, Do you need me to find people to help you develop your islands? Yun Mian. More or less. Were you also watching the chat channel just now? Hu Yuan. Yeah, I saw it. Hu Yuan checked the chat channel every day. For small things, he would just glance through. But if something sparked heated discussion like this, he would definitely watch it. If he was busy and missed it, his team members would inform him. Yun Mian. Here's the thing. After the underwater volcano erupted, the surviving level 7 players are probably desperate to level up. Although there are now plenty of mineral resources, other resources are still hard to obtain. I can provide food and upgrade materials in exchange for players' labor. Hu Yuan. That's already a mutually beneficial deal. As long as you post the offer, you'll get many willing players right away. Even without his help, Yun Mian and Ni Yangguang could find people via the chat channel or forum. But besides Ni Yangguang and me, there may be many others who also need to hire players. I haven't asked around yet, but I wanted to discuss it with you first. From what Yun Mian knew, the other top players in Zone 1 must have already upgraded, like Wei Yue, Lin Qi, Zhao Yichen, and Shen Qianjue. Luo and Luo Ze were likely upgrading soon, possibly even today, and Yun Xiao and her mother would also need help later. This could be a big business opportunity. 10 level 9 players could at least help 20 level 7 players upgrade, possibly even up to 100. Building an island required more than 1 or 2 people. Having Hu Yuan lead the effort meant Hu Yuan could earn a lot in commissions. It would also save Yun Mian a lot of trouble. If Hu Yuan managed Yun Mian's business well, other level 9 players would also approach him directly. In the long term, Hu Yuan stood to gain immensely. No need to let opportunities slip away. Since Yun Mian was helping his business, Hu Yuan was happy to show his sincerity. Don't worry. For you, your family, and Ni Yangguang, I won't charge a broker fee. I'll provide you the best teams, and payment can come after the work is done. You just tell me how many people you need. Yun Mian. For now, I need 10 people for planting vegetables, 5 for planting fruit trees, and 3 for raising animals. Hu Yuan was stunned. So many people? Are other people's islands like yours? Ni Yangguang shouted. No way. Mian, have you already cultivated your land? Is your entire island barren? I looked around and my island is just bare rocks and mangroves, only 2 patches of grass to graze sheep on. Yun Mian. Really? Let me see your island. Ni Yangguang. Wait a moment. I'll go around and record a video for you. Yun Mian. Is just 1 loop enough? How big is your island? Ni Yangguang thought about it. It's about 30 mu in size. Yun Mian thought to herself, only 30 mu? 30 mu was about 20,000 square meters, but her island seemed to be over 50,000 square meters. Although she knew her island was relatively large, she had chosen it from several options. She hadn't expected that even with Ni Yangguang's decent luck, his bound island would be so small. Yun Mian said tactfully, Well, your island is a bit small. Did you bind it as soon as you found it? Ni Yangguang. Yeah, I just bound it as soon as I found one. Yun Mian. All right. It seemed that most people didn't bother being picky. However, besides her, Wei Yue also took 2 days to choose. Yun Mian was curious about how big Wei Yue's island was. Ni Yangguang. That Xia Tianxia's island rating isn't even higher than mine. At most, it's about the same size as mine. Yun Mian. Not necessarily. Islands that haven't been developed generally don't have high ratings. It's only after development that the island's rating increases. Initially, all islands have the same starting rating, and the rating isn't necessarily related to the island's size. When Yun Mian first bound her island, the rating wasn't high either. However, her island's area was much larger compared to Ni Yangguang's. Now, her island rating had increased significantly. From this, Yun Mian realized that her island was much larger than others. The labor required for its development was also several times or even dozens of times greater than that of others. Ni Yangguang caught on. Mian, how big is your island? Yun Mian. Over 500,000 square meters. Ni Yangguang. Hu Yuan. That's a bit exaggerated. Yun Mian. Haha, I specifically chose a large one. Actually, she just went by her instincts when binding it and didn't explore the entire island, as it was getting late. This island had a downside too. The mangroves blocked the entrance, making it inconvenient to get in. But that wasn't a problem for Yun Mian because she had a flying mount, and any invited players or NPCs would appear directly at her house's entrance. The mangroves only blocked uninvited people. So the mangroves were instead a natural protective barrier. As for other downsides, she hadn't found any for the time being. Not to sound boastful, but this island really suited her well. Ni Yangguang. Compared to your island, mine feels like a tiny reef. Yun Mian. Not that extreme. Hu Yuan. It's unlikely anyone's island would be larger than yours. Ni Yangguang. You should have gone to battle with Xia Tianxia earlier. You would have crushed him instantly, making him stop bragging. Yun Mian. We need to stay low-key. Yun Mian always preferred to develop quietly. Hu Yuan. Seems like I'll need to form a dedicated construction team for you. Ni Yangguang. That's definitely necessary. Now, I feel like I don't even need help. I might as well work on this tiny patch by myself. Yun Mian was amused by Ni Yangguang's reaction. He was joking. He had never farmed or done much work before, and now that he had to plant vegetables and trees himself, he wasn't interested. Hiring people with resources was still faster for him. Hu Yuan. What I'm curious about is, have you already cleared the 5 acres of arable land needed for upgrading? Yun Mian. It's ready, just needs the seeds to be planted. In Yun Mian's upgrade tasks, only 2 workshops were completed, and the land requirement hadn't been checked off, probably because nothing had been planted yet. Ni Yangguang, you just bound your island a few days ago and you've already cleared 5 acres of land? That's insane, Mian. You're amazing. Hu Yuan. That's really impressive. 5 acres is equivalent to 200 plots of 100 square meter houses. Clearing that much land alone would take at least 10 days. Yun Mian. Maybe because I hired a professional NPC to help. Ni Yangguang immediately opened the store, and there really was one. Who did you hire? I want to hire them too. Yun Mian. Gardening Master Mario. Ni Yangguang. Huh? I can't find him. Found him. Why's he resting? Yun Mian. Maybe he's tired. Ni Yangguang. 1,000 star coins a day. The power of money. I'll hire him for a day and try it out. Ni Yangguang didn't have many star coins left. Most of them had been used to upgrade his warehouse, so he only planned to hire Mario for a day. Hu Yuan. I'll arrange people based on your needs. They'll be ready for you tomorrow. Yun Mian. Okay, I'll send you the coordinates later. You can have them come over with your boat. Yun Mian. You can also post in the forum to recruit more people. Gather the surviving level 7 players. They need this opportunity. Hu Yuan. Got it, I'll arrange it now. Ni Yangguang. I feel like coming to work for you, Mian. Let me be a laborer for you. Just food and accommodation is enough. Yun Mian said dismissively. Only if you can plant 2 acres in a day, Tluth? Ni Yangguang. Wah! Hu Yuan. Honestly, given your island's scale, hiring workers isn't a bad idea. Such a big island is hard to develop alone and there are too many resources. Yun Mian. I know, but for now I haven't planned to let anyone live here besides family. Hu Yuan. As long as you're sure, that's fine. After chatting with them, Yun Mian sent a group message to the players she thought could reach level 9. I'm planning to hire players to help upgrade and develop my island. Are you interested? Shen Qianjue replied the fastest. He was probably idle and looking at his panel. Shen Qianjue. Probably not necessary. In our Zone 1 alliance, we have players to help. That made sense. Shen Qianjue and Wei Yue had teams and plenty of people under them. Wei Yue's response was similar. Yun Mian also asked them, how big is your island? Turns out they were all smaller than hers. Shen Qianjue's island was the same size as Ni Yangguang's, over 20,000 square meters. Wei Yue's island was 100,000 square meters. Wei Yue added, I'll need more people here too. If you find enough, I could use a few. After closing the chat, Yun Mian opened the shop, contemplating whether to hire a construction master to build a small house next to the courtyard, which could be used as a resting place for the players coming over to work. The main issue was that she was low on star coins. Since she no longer lacked energy stones, she considered crafting something to exchange for star coins. A new round of the deserted island survival experiment is about to begin. Yun Mian had just walked over to the workbench when she heard the system's voice. The competition that gives out star coins is finally here. I was waiting for this. This deserted island survival experiment will be Escape the Deserted Island. Experiment details. Escape the deserted island and find the safe house. Players above level 8 are eligible to sign up. This time it is a cross-server competition, and the system will score players based on their performance, ranking them accordingly. The experiment ends when the top 100 players are determined. Players beyond the 100th rank will not have their scores counted. Players will have their backpacks locked and will not be allowed to carry any tools. Only permitted clothing can be worn. All top 100 players will receive a survival gift pack, and the top 10 will be rewarded with 20,000 star coins, 1 building gift pack, 1 random workshop construction blueprint. The first place winner will receive a hidden reward. All rewards can be stacked. Registration period, day 86 to 87 of the maritime calendar. The competition will begin at 8 a.m. on day 88. Players can sign up through the system mail. After reading through the mail, Mian clicked to register. The new deserted island survival experiment had a completely new approach. This time, it focused on escaping, and the difficulty had increased again. Unlike before, when a few items could be taken, now players couldn't bring anything. No wonder only level 8 and above players could sign up. Mian definitely wanted to go for it, for the 20,000 star coins and the hidden reward. Day 86 was almost over, with 1 day left. Mian asked in the group chat who had registered, and it turned out that everyone she knew, except Hu Yuan, had signed up. Even her mother had signed up, saying she wanted to give it a shot. Mian thought to herself, "Looks like there's some serious competition this time." Her goal was to get into the top 10, maybe even first place, and all her friends were also her competitors. Since she couldn't bring anything, there wasn't much to prepare. However, escaping the island sounded physically demanding, so Mian planned to eat well and train hard over the next 2 days. The next day, Hu Yuan organized a team of mainly level 7 players, compiling their details into a chart and sending it to Mian. The chart clearly listed each player's name, age, level, skills, and their work strengths. With this chart, Mian could assign tasks to them based on their capabilities. Starting from day 88, she would be participating in the survival experiment. During her absence from the island, security would be left to Ava, Wall-E would manage the courtyard, and Octopus Girl and Little Wing would supervise the work of the construction team to prevent slacking. In addition, Mian planned to hire an NPC as the foreman to manage the construction team. After all, Little Wing and Octopus Girl couldn't communicate with the workers, and although they could prevent slacking, they wouldn't be able to solve any problems that arose. After thinking it over, Mian felt that Mario was still the best choice. After all, he was quite capable, and had been to the island several times, so he was already familiar with it. However, Nie Yangguang had mentioned yesterday that Mario was in a resting state, and Mian wasn't sure if he could take on the job. Fortunately, the system had a hiring feedback option, so she could contact Mario again. Mian sent Mario a message, asking if he could come over to help. She offered food in exchange, and all she needed was for him to lead the construction team. The workload was relatively light, so the pay was half of what it had been before, and the employment duration was 3 to 5 days. After sending the message, Mian waited for several hours before receiving a reply from Mario. Mario, I need to take care of my child at home. If I can bring my child with me and you provide food for them, I can help without pay. Mian, that would be amazing. Do you need accommodation as well? Mario, no. Mian hadn't expected to get free labor. Mario was truly a great guy. She decided to prepare extra good food for Mario and make something children would like as well. Mian, how old is your child? What does he like to eat? Mario, he's 10 years old. Don't worry too much about it. He isn't picky and eats almost anything. He likes beef and seafood and prefers pasta. Mian, got it. He likes the same food as you. Mario, you could say that. Mian and Hu Yuan agreed on 3 days. She expected to complete the experiment in 3 days. If she didn't make it back, Hu Yuan could just extend the time. Mian also planned to take care of the construction team's meals. After all, having a full stomach helps with work. Tending fields and planting trees were physically demanding, so if they were well fed, they would work harder. The construction team had 10 members, plus Mario and his son, which meant she needed food for 12 people, assuming it took 5 days. Mian had a lot of food preparation ahead of her. It looked like she'd need the whole next day just to cook. Mian went to the warehouse to prepare the menu. She planned meals for 5 days, and ideally,
Each day should have a different menu to keep things interesting. With so much physical exertion, they needed lots of protein. Food like milk, eggs, beef, and lamb was good for that. Oats or brown rice would be ideal, along with some fruits and vegetables for balance. Yun Mian purchased some oats and brown rice from the trading center. She had everything else in her warehouse. She was just about to head to the kitchen to start cooking when she received a message from Gufang, saying he had arrived at the courtyard gate. Yun Mian invited Gufang to help with the farming today. Although Gufang had also signed up for the deserted island survival experiment, there was nothing much to prepare for anyone. Since he had promised to come and work, he arrived on time. Initially, Yun Mian planned to have him help with farming, but now she changed her mind. "Why don't you help me make some things instead? I don't have much time. I need to spend the whole day preparing food, so I can't stay at the workbench." Yun Mian needed to produce more furniture to increase her ship's rating. These items could sell for a high price, and even working non-stop, she could only make 20 pieces a day with 2 workbenches working simultaneously. She couldn't handle everything on her own, so she decided to let Gufang help. Anyway, the construction team would be coming tomorrow, and they could take care of the farming. Gufang agreed cheerfully. Anything was fine as long as Yun Mian needed it. Yun Mian handed him the materials and blueprints. Making furniture usually took 1 to 2 hours, and in the meantime, Gufang could work in the mill and sausage workshop. Using the mill and sausage workshop was very simple. Just put rice or wheat in the production basket of the mill and click Process to get rice or flour. For the sausage workshop, simply put meat and casings into the machine to get different kinds of sausages. The usual types of meat for sausages were chicken, beef, and pork. Of course, chicken and pork could be combined for a richer taste. Chicken being too dry and pork too fatty could balance each other. Casings could be chosen from natural types: large intestines, small intestines, and bladder. These were typically used for dried sausages. Animal skin, such as pigskin, cowhide, or sheepskin, could also be used as casings, which were suitable for roasting sausages, similar to traditional frankfurters. The cheapest option was using plastic casings, which only served as packaging and were inedible. For making starch sausages, plastic casings were used. However, Yun Mian rarely made starch sausages, preferring meat sausages. After making them, she would place them in sunny areas to dry and then store them. All of this was the result of Yun Mian's repeated experimentation. Initially, she didn't know much, but with enough experiments, she figured out new variations. In a day, she could produce hundreds of sausages. Yun Mian had previously processed several hundred kilograms of rice, and her warehouse had a large stock of rice now. She needed a lot of flour, so she asked Gufang to process more wheat and make some sausages. She planned to use a multifunctional cooking pot to grill 50 sausages, making sandwiches or small hamburgers. Yun Mian then went to the breeding room and selected 10 plump chickens, processing them all. She coated chicken breasts with flour and breadcrumbs to make chicken fillets. Chicken legs and wings were turned into fried chicken. Chicken feet became spicy tiger skin chicken feet. The innards were used to make spicy stir-fried giblets. The chicken frames and other bony parts were used to make broth or fried dishes, while the chicken skin became skewers, and the lanterns, testes, were used for yakitori. There were many ways to cook a single chicken, and Yun Mian made a variety of dishes from it. Just from chicken, she made 6 different dishes. If she had more time, she could also make cold shredded chicken, chicken wraps, cola chicken wings, and so on. However, time was tight, so after finishing the chicken, she moved on to a large piece of beef. Ribeye, brisket, and beef belly. 3 cuts, made into grilled steak, braised brisket with tofu over rice, and beef hot pot. She also made a few simple congés and stir-fried vegetables. On a whim, Yun Mian also made some snail noodles. She used snails with various spices to make the broth and added grilled sausage, tiger skin chicken feet, tofu puffs, and sour bamboo shoots. The result looked and smelled quite authentic, though she suspected the flavor might not be very traditional. Regardless, the meals for 12 people for 5 days were taken care of. Yun Mian thought that if she ever left this game,
she could probably open a restaurant. If she could bring her cooking skills back to the real world, her restaurant would definitely be packed every day. Yun worked until around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, only then emerging from the kitchen. She had forgotten about Gufang. After making so much food, she hadn't given him any. But Gufang was a diligent worker. Seeing that Yun was busy, he didn't bother her at all, and when he was hungry, he simply took some bread from his backpack. When Yun went to find him, he was putting wheat into a basket. He had produced over 100 kilograms of flour that day. Seeing the large pile of flour, Yun felt very satisfied. "You've worked hard. Take a break and join me for dinner." Gufang started reporting on the day's work. "I made about 100 kilograms of flour and 3 types of sausages, chicken, pork, and a bit of beef, a total of over 200 sausages." He looked at his backpack while speaking, worried he might forget something. "I made 10 pieces of furniture as well. They take quite a bit of time, but I managed to keep track." Yun. "Great, you were a huge help." Gufang. "Glad to help." He had always wanted to repay Yun and this small task hardly counted. Yun. "I just made a lot of food. Take a look and pick whatever you want to eat. You can also take some back with you." Yun led him to the dining room and opened her backpack, taking out the food one by one. The large dining table was soon filled with dishes, and the aroma made Gufang's stomach rumble. Gufang was stunned. "This is way too much, Yun. If there's nothing here you like, I can make something else for you." Gufang took his time and eventually chose the snail noodles and braised brisket with rice. Yun picked the snail noodles and fried chicken wings. As they ate, they discussed the upcoming deserted island survival experiment. As a survival expert, Gufang had many valuable suggestions worth listening to. Previously, he had shared numerous survival methods, which had helped many people. Yun also had many questions to ask him. To achieve a higher score, one must pay attention to details rather than just be faster. Of course, the faster the time, the higher the score. However, to reach the top 10, it's essential to do better within the same time. "What do you think is the most important thing in escaping a deserted island?" Yun asked, taking a bite of the tiger skin chicken feet. The skin had been cooked until tender, soaked in broth, and the spicy soup almost choked her as it flowed into her mouth. Gufang. "I think the most important thing is to find the right route at the very beginning, or else you could end up wasting too much time." Yun. "If there are 2 routes, one clearly leads to the destination but takes more time, while the other could potentially save half the time but is riskier and may lead you astray. Which one would you choose?" Gufang. "I would choose the safer, more reliable route. There's nothing more important than safety. If anything goes wrong, you'll lose everything." After saying this, Gufang smiled wryly. "You know my luck. I wouldn't take risks. I prefer to take it step by step." Gufang had never had good luck since childhood. Whenever he did something, he always considered the worst-case scenario and tried to minimize risks. Therefore, he didn't even need to think before answering Yun question. Of course, Yun was different. Yun was known for her incredible luck, something that made others envious. Different people, different fates, Gufang had long accepted it. He continued, "If your goal is the top 10, you may have to take some risks, but my goal is just to be in the top 100, so I only need to avoid making mistakes." Gufang spoke earnestly, and Yun nodded. "After this deserted island survival experiment, I'll aim for level 10. I really need the reward for the top 10, especially those 20,000 star coins." Gufang. "I wonder if all participants will be on one island or spread out." Yun. "Not sure. Only players above level 8 can sign up, so there shouldn't be too many participants." Gufang. "Luckily you helped me. I just upgraded before coming here. Otherwise I wouldn't even have qualified." Yun. "It's what you deserve. Let's do our best in this competition. The competition will be fierce, so finish eating and get some rest." We have the competition tomorrow morning, so let's save our strength. Yun took out 2 portions of food for Gufang. Eat a lot before you leave tomorrow. If you're full, you won't have to eat for at least a day. After Gufang left, Yun sent some food to her friends and family. After sending them out, she found out that there wasn't enough food left for the construction team. She had no choice but to cook 2 more large pots of rice, making over 20 servings of Cantonese-style sausage clay pot rice, as well as over 20 servings of corn, ham, and carrot-fried rice. It was nearly 11 p.m. before Yun had time to check her messages on the panel. In addition to assigning her construction team, Hu Yuan had to arrange workers for others as well. The group chat was buzzing with activity. Yun team had 10 people. Ni Yangguang needed 5, and everyone else started with at least 3. Their group alone needed to hire over 30 players. The news of Hu Yuan's recruitment on the chat channel and forum had spread. Players discovered that there were actually quite a few high-level players upgrading to level 9, not as few as Xia Tianxia claimed. Most of them gave up on the idea of joining him. Helping someone else develop wasn't as appealing as earning resources to upgrade themselves. However, some people still didn't want to continue living a life full of fear and uncertainty. They were willing to be free labor for Xia Tianxia in exchange for a place to live on the island. Xia Tianxia had initially said he would only take level 8 players, but after Ni Yangguang's commotion, no level 8 players approached him. Only some level 7 players sent him messages. Since it was free labor, Xia Tianxia thought about it and accepted them. After all, others had to pay resources to hire level 7 players, while his were free. His island was over 60,000 square meters, so there was no problem housing more people. Xia Tianxia accepted 10 level 7 players in one go. He had already planned what work to assign them once they arrived. He only needed to supervise their work. He was still torn about whether to sign up for the deserted island experiment, as it would take several days. He wasn't comfortable leaving his island without supervision, but he also wanted the star coins. Upon reaching level 9, one realizes how crucial star coins are for island development. Previously, star coins were mainly used to buy things from the store, and he didn't think they were necessary otherwise. So, in the early stages, he used them all to buy items, leaving him with few star coins now, not even enough to upgrade. After much deliberation, Xia Tianxia decided not to participate. He could have the 10 level 7 players pool their star coins to upgrade the island's buildings. After all, they'd pledged allegiance to him, and the island belonged to everyone. It was only right that they contribute to upgrading it. With more people, his island would definitely become the strongest in the game. Maybe in the future he could build a resort on the island, becoming its owner, and all the players in the game would be fighting for a chance to visit. Then he could even charge admission fees. The more Xia Tianxia thought about it, the happier he became, drifting into a joyful sleep. See calendar day, 88, 7 o'clock a.m. All players who signed up for the 3rd Deserted Island Survival Experiment received a system message. The Deserted Island Escape Experiment is about to begin. 12 different islands have been selected for players to conduct the experiment. Players can choose their islands freely. Each island has a different difficulty level, and the score will be adjusted accordingly. The higher the difficulty of the island, the higher the score after completing the challenge. Players are advised to choose carefully. Please make a choice before 8 o'clock a.m. Otherwise, the system will randomly assign an island. Please make a choice. 1. Pacific Pearl Island, Grade C. 2. Tropical Rainforest Island, Grade B. 3. Polar Island, Grade A. 4. Arachnid Forest Island, Grade A. 5. Hainan Island, China, Grade B. 6. Volcano Hell Island, Grade A. 7. Rift Island, Grade B. 8. Hurricane Island, Grade A. 9. Jungle Island, Grade C. 10. Monkey Island, Grade C. 11. Shark Island, Grade A. 12. Swamp Island, Grade A. The 12 islands were dazzling to look at, but luckily the system had graded each one, and from the names, one could deduce the characteristics of each island. There were 3 Grade B and 3 Grade C islands, while there were 6 Grade A islands. Yun planned to choose a high-difficulty island. The 6 Grade A islands were each distinct, making it challenging to decide immediately. In the chat channel, some people were analyzing each island. In my opinion, the easiest of all the islands is Hainan Island. Is there anyone local from Hainan who can share? Don't joke around. Do you think the system is sending you on vacation? If it's too easy, you probably won't even get on the list. But didn't the system say that as long as you escape the island within the top 100, you will get a ranking? If you choose an easier island, you could just focus on being among the first 100 to escape. If that's the case, wouldn't it be unfair to those who chose harder islands? Players on Grade C islands could escape, but those beyond the 100th rank wouldn't even have their scores counted. It can't be that simple, right? I suspect choosing a Grade C island means giving up the top 10. However, if someone without sufficient strength chooses a Grade B or A island, they might not even make it to the top 100. In Mian's friends chat group, everyone was discussing which island would be best to choose. However, no one seemed to know how to decide, including herself. Big sis Mian, which one are you planning to go to? Luozi sent a private message to Mian. Mian, I haven't decided yet. How about you? I'm considering choosing a Grade A island. From what I can see, many people will probably choose Grade B islands. Anyone with some strength wouldn't go for Grade C islands, but considering that scores won't be counted after the top 100, most people wouldn't want to take risks, so Grade B is the best choice. However, there are only 3 Grade B islands, meaning greater competition. It might be better to challenge one of the higher difficulty Grade A islands. Mian thought similarly. So, which one are you choosing? Shark Island looks dangerous, but if my sister and I both choose Shark Island, we'll be fine if we stick together. Want to join us? If Mian went with the Luo siblings, her safety would indeed be more assured, but what if the system didn't allow players to act together? What if this experiment was more like a solo game? That would be beyond the original plan. Mian couldn't put all her hopes on someone else. She still needed to choose the island that suited her best. Among the Grade A islands, which one was best for her? Mian narrowed it down to 2, Arachnid Forest Island and Volcano Hell Island. While she was still struggling to decide, Wei Yue sent a message. Wei Yue, I chose Volcano Hell Island. How about you? All right. Wei Yue indirectly helped Mian make her decision. Since Wei Yue chose Volcano Hell Island, Mian chose the other. I'll go with Arachnid Forest Island. Wei Yue didn't ask why, just replied, All right, stay safe. After deciding on the island, Mian felt more at ease. She sent the island selection number to the system, and soon her island choice was confirmed. A countdown appeared on the interface. There were 10 minutes left until the teleportation. Mian quickly took out her lucky dice. The result made her a bit uneasy. Today's luck was neither particularly good nor bad. Extreme leads to transformation. Whenever this fortune appeared, she always seemed to encounter some trouble or things that didn't go smoothly, although the outcome usually turned out fine. Judging from the result, it seemed like she would have to endure some hardship today. But there was nothing to be done. Mian adjusted her mindset, ate something, and set up Wally and Eva's programs, making sure they had enough energy for the next few days. Then she began to instruct Octogirl and Little Wing. When I'm not here, you two must eat on time, no overeating. Watch each other. I've put the food in the warehouse and it's 2 meals a day, 1 portion each time. Whoever eats more when I come back, tell me. These two didn't get along, but they were very good at supervising each other. If one of them did something wrong, the other would definitely report it. Previously, Mian felt that this wasn't great for fostering relationships, but it worked perfectly when she wasn't home. Otherwise, if the two ganged up, she wouldn't be able to manage them. In the final few minutes, the construction crew and Mario also arrived at the courtyard entrance. Mario's child looked just like a smaller version of him. Exactly the same, just shorter. Standing together, they looked quite comical. Mario asked his son to greet Mian. Call her sister. Hello, sister. Mian took out some homemade cookies for him and used the last bit of time to introduce Mario to everyone else. Just as she finished speaking, she was enveloped in a white light and disappeared in front of everyone.
Deserted island survival experiment begins. Escape from the island. Timing starts now. Mian was swept up by a powerful force, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself thrown into a river. The river water was warm, and the scorching sunlight overhead made her entire body uncomfortable. This river didn't seem very clean. It appeared to contain many microorganisms, but no shrimp. This suggested that the river water was too dirty for shrimp to survive. Mian quickly climbed out of the river. Her clothes were thin and were now completely soaked. She needed to wring out her clothes immediately, otherwise the wetness would be extremely uncomfortable and would add unnecessary burden to her body, affecting her speed of progress. With the sun high in the sky and the intense heat, this water was definitely undrinkable. She needed to find a source of potable water as soon as possible. Although the task was to escape the deserted island, it was also a long-term challenge. It was impossible to escape in just one day, so Mian had to ensure she didn't run out of water. Otherwise, her body wouldn't be able to handle it. After quickly tidying herself up, Mian set out on her journey. On Arachnid Forest Island, spiders were everywhere. On the trees, on the ground, and even in the air. Every few steps she would see 2 or 3 spiders, of all different kinds. The environment here was both wet and hot. The places exposed to sunlight were extremely dry and hot, while the areas shaded by the trees were humid and sticky. There was no comfort to be found during the day. At night, she would have to worry about poisonous insects and spiders. If bitten by a poisonous spider here, her entire arm could go stiff. After walking for half an hour, Mian had already stepped on and killed 10 venomous spiders. Spiders were solitary creatures without a group mentality, so there was no risk of killing one and attracting a swarm. Mian tried to open her interface but found that all functions were locked except for the task panel. She couldn't contact anyone, and she couldn't access her inventory. Task: leave Arachnid Forest Island and find the guiding NPC. Since it was an island, Mian first needed to find the island's edge, the coastline. She would need to make a raft to leave here and then head out to find the guiding NPC mentioned by the system. At the moment, however, she had no idea where she was on the island. In this dense forest, choosing the wrong direction could lead to her losing her sense of direction, wandering in circles, or even reaching an impassable area, like a steep mountain. Without tools, she wouldn't be able to cross it. The first choice was extremely important. Mian had to decide which direction to go before noon. Currently, she was still looking for a water source. She could endure a day without drinking water, but only under low exertion. By nightfall, she would need to build a shelter, which would consume a lot of energy and make her sweat. Without water, her body would quickly start to suffer. Time passed, and Mian found nothing. However, she did come across a patch of bamboo. Bamboo was quite useful. It could be used to make a variety of tools, such as containers and weapons. But she didn't have a sharp blade, so even cutting down the bamboo was a struggle. Fortunately, she found a somewhat handy stone. After sharpening the stone and tying it to a stick with vines, it became a makeshift axe. With this, Mian could chop down the bamboo. She cut 2 pieces of bamboo about as thick as her wrist. It had been a long time since Mian had done any kind of manual work, so she struggled at first, but gradually became more skilled. She made a bamboo water container and a simple carrying basket. This way, if she found anything useful along the way, she could put it inside. She didn't have any pockets after all. Although the items she made were crude, they were functional. By noon, Mian could feel her body needing water. Her throat was dry and her stamina had decreased by 10 points. But she heard no water, and the stagnant pools she found were unsafe to drink. This type of water was likely filled with bacteria. If she drank it without boiling it first, she would quickly get sick. A stomach ailment would mean she could no longer compete in this challenge, unless she spent time building a fire to boil the water, but Mian had yet to find a suitable shelter and didn't want to waste time here. The sun burned down on her, and Mian used some palm leaves to make a hat to shade herself. That helped slightly. The environment on Spider Island was complex. Though it wasn't exactly harsh, the terrain was terrible, full of pits and hollows,
with tree roots sticking out everywhere that could easily trip her. She had to be wary of spiders at all times while also watching her step, which slowed her progress. After 2 hours, she finally saw the edge of the forest. Yun Mian Mian let out a long breath, relieved. Once she was out of the forest, she could find higher ground to survey the surrounding terrain. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know her position on the island. Half an hour later, Yun Mian Mian climbed a small hill. When she saw her location, her heart sank. Although the hill wasn't very tall, it was high enough for her to see that she was in the middle of the island. In front of her was a range of mountains, and behind her was a vast jungle. She couldn't see the entire island, nor could she see the sea. To figure out which direction to take, she would probably need to climb a higher mountain. However, the mountains in front of her looked impossible to traverse. They were towering and dense with trees, a place that seemed like she would get lost in forever. Yun Mian Mian didn't know whether to go forward or backward. Turning back would mean returning to the forest, and moving forward would mean climbing the mountains. Neither option seemed promising, but she had to make a choice. Yun Mian Mian was in a dilemma. She felt both hot and thirsty, and her stamina had decreased by over 20 points. Without replenishing water, her stamina might start to decline soon. It was still early. Before nightfall, Yun Mian Mian had to find drinking water. She needed to make a decision quickly. 10 minutes later, Yun Mian Mian stood up, patted the dust off her body, and resolutely walked forward. She didn't want to go back. Her intuition told her that there was a way out ahead. Maybe if she crossed the mountain, she would see the coastline. Under the blazing sun, Yun Mian Mian pushed forward until she finally reached the foot of the mountain. From a distance, the mountain hadn't seemed that far away, but in reality, it took her 2 hours to get there. Yun Mian Mian was exhausted. The long walk, combined with a lack of energy replenishment, had significantly slowed her pace. What had started as a brisk walk had now become a mere stroll. Thankfully, there was a clock on the panel, showing that it was 4 p.m. Yun Mian Mian needed to find a place to build a shelter and solve the food problem. If it came down to it, she might have to eat some wild greens or bugs. But having grown accustomed to delicious food, the thought of eating such things still made her a bit uncomfortable. There was no choice. This was true wilderness survival. She had mentally prepared herself before coming here. However, she hadn't even found any wild greens yet. Today's luck is really not great, Yun Mian Mian muttered to herself. The sun had set, and Yun Mian Mian no longer felt the scorching heat, so she took off the palm leaf hat she had made. Looking at the wilted palm leaves, Yun Mian Mian couldn't bear to throw them away. She might still need them. What if she couldn't find more tomorrow? Maybe it was because her luck really wasn't good that Yun Mian Mian began to worry about things she had never thought of before. She had always been able to get what she needed, but today she hadn't found even a single drop of water. Yun Mian Mian thought her situation was bad enough. Little did she know, others had it even worse. Ni Yangguang chose the volcano hell island. As soon as he arrived, he almost fell into the lava, scaring him half to death. Ni Yangguang fell from the sky, and when he saw the volcano below, his expression turned to terror. Fortunately, he landed in a place without lava. If he had fallen just a meter away, he could have been burned by the molten rock. Damn, this is so terrifying. I knew it was a volcano island, but I didn't expect to be thrown right into it. I definitely don't want to swim in lava, he grumbled. The name Volcano Hell Island implied a high level of difficulty. Ni Yangguang chose to take on the challenge because of the group chat's analysis. Everyone said that the higher the difficulty, the smaller the island, which meant less time needed to complete the challenge. With some luck and the right path, he might earn a high score. But Ni Yangguang didn't want to risk his life for it. He stood up and looked around. The volcano's crater was constantly erupting, with various gases spewing out from many small openings. The searing lava made him feel as if he were in the depths of hell. I really shouldn't have chosen this place. Ni Yangguang regretted it. But he was already here. There was no turning back. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and press forward. The scorching hot air surrounded him, and the ground was covered with sharp volcanic ash, volcanic rocks, or sulfur. There was no greenery in sight, nor any coastline. He wasn't even sure if he would have a place to sleep tonight. "Help, can I switch islands?" Ni Yangguang sighed as he checked the task panel. There was nothing but the task. He wished he could message the system and apply for a change. In the same island as him was Wei Yue. But despite being on the same island, they couldn't see each other. Just as Yun Mian had predicted, this challenge was more like a single-player game. Even if Yun Mian was on the same island as the Luo siblings, they wouldn't be able to meet. Everyone had to fight alone from start to finish. Wei Yue's situation wasn't much better than Ni Yangguang's. He had fallen directly onto jagged volcanic rocks, hardened lava, solidified and uneven. He injured his arm on impact. Luckily, the wound wasn't too large, and he managed to press down on it quickly, preventing any bleeding. Otherwise, things would have gotten troublesome. As dusk fell, Yun Mian found a natural cave, but she didn't plan to stay inside overnight. This was Spider Island, and the cave might be full of spiders or other creatures. Yun Mian didn't want to take the risk. Her plan was to find a clean patch of ground or a tall tree and build a small shelter for the night. However, seeing the cave made Yun Mian worry. What if there were beasts inside? It was better to stay away. She didn't want a wild animal paying her a visit in the middle of the night. Just as she was about to leave, a few bats flew out of the cave. It gave Yun Mian a scare. A bat cave? Yun Mian frowned. The thought alone gave her the creeps. It was a good thing she hadn't gone inside. She let out a sigh of relief and continued moving forward. Suddenly, she paused, quickly stepping aside. She had almost stepped on a snake. The snake's color was almost identical to the dead leaves on the ground, blending in completely. Yun Mian had almost missed it. Luckily, her instincts were sharp and her reflexes quick. When the snake raised its head, she immediately stopped and swung the stone axe in her hand, striking the snake's neck. Although she didn't kill it instantly, at least it moved further away from her. If she had been even half a second slower, she would have been bitten. Yun Mian pressed the advantage, aiming her axe at the snake's 7-inch mark, and smashed it, cutting the snake in two. All right, dinner was sorted, grilled snake meat. If she found some herbs or wild greens, it might taste even better wrapped around the roasted meat. And as luck would have it, not far from where she killed the snake, less than 50 meters ahead, Yun Mian found a massive baobab tree. The baobab tree was over 20 meters tall, and Yun Mian had to crane her neck to see the top. The trunk was thick, with barely any leaves and a few scattered fruits hanging from the branches. The baobab tree is known as the giant water barrel. During this dry season, it stored a lot of water inside. All Yun Mian had to do was cut open the bark with a stone to get drinkable water. This enormous baobab tree must contain at least a few kilograms of water. Yun Mian cut through the tough bark and quickly used her bamboo container to catch the water. She leaned in to drink what flowed out, not wasting a single drop. The water had been hard-won, and Yun Mian cherished every bit. When the baobab's bark is cut, the inside wood turns out to be quite soft. After drinking her fill, Yun Mian filled her bamboo container to the brim, but she still wasn't satisfied. Her eyes were now set on the fruit at the top of the tree. The fruit of the baobab tree was rich in starch and tasted pretty good, a bit sweet and sour. Not only could it fill her stomach, but it was also highly nutritious. If she could pick a few and keep them, she could eat them whenever she got hungry and they could provide some extra hydration. Who knew if she'd come across something like this again, but how was she supposed to climb up? Yun Mian looked at the massive tree and suddenly came up with an idea. She could find some vines and tie them around herself, using friction to slowly climb up. If she could climb to the top, she might even be able to see further. Moreover, it seemed like she could sleep on this tree tonight. Such a tall tree would not only keep her away from many insects and spiders, but also help her avoid most poisonous snakes and wild animals. This was perfect. All of her luck for the day was used up on this baobab tree. Yun Mian hugged the baobab tree and spun around happily. Sometimes, being lucky every day makes all good things seem like they're just a matter of course, but when the good luck comes at the end of a hard day, it's much more touching. Now Yun Mian was full of energy. Even though it took her a long time to find vines, it didn't dampen her good mood. She found vines of various thicknesses. These were treasures. The thick ones could be used to make ropes, and the thin ones might even be useful for fishing. In the wilderness, everything could be useful. After climbing the tree, Yun Mian found that there was even more space up there than she had imagined. It was enough for her to set up a simple bed. If she wanted, she could even just lay down and sleep directly, though it wouldn't be as comfortable, and she might fall off. Standing on the 20-30 meter tall baobab tree, Yun Mian's view became much wider. As far as she could see, there were endless mountains and trees. However, she spotted a river between two valleys ahead. From where she stood, it looked very small, like a thin line. Due to the dimming light, Yun Mian wasn't sure if she might be mistaken. She would only know for sure once she got there tomorrow. If it was a river, she might be able to follow it all the way to the coast. However, it might just be an inland river. Anyway, she had hope now. After much effort, Yun Mian managed to pick a few baobab fruits from the tree. She couldn't even hold them, so she just let them fall to the ground, planning to pick them up later. There were also quite a few spiders on the baobab tree, and even spider eggs. If Yun Mian was going to sleep on this tree tonight, she would need to make a fire and keep a torch on the tree. At least, up in the tree, she could avoid many insects and nocturnal predators. As for the spiders, she would just have to bear with them. She slid down from the tree, and the first thing she needed to do was make a fire. She picked up the baobab fruits from the ground and cracked one open with a stone. The fruit inside was light yellow and tasted like cheese, actually quite good. After eating one of the baobab fruits, Yun Mian regained some energy. She gathered up fallen leaves and dry grass to use as tinder, found some bamboo, and filled the dry hollow with tinder. She sharpened a thin stick and was ready to start a fire by friction. Starting a fire by friction was difficult. It takes a lot of effort no matter who you are. For beginners, the success rate is low, and even for survival experts, it takes a lot of time and effort, especially in a humid, dark environment like this one. The most important thing was patience. She used thin vines to tie the stick and made a simple tool. The bow drill method was easier than using hands alone. It kept the sharpened stick in place, while she used her left hand to pull the bowstring, causing the stick to rotate in the groove and create ember dust. Yun Mian struggled for over half an hour until she finally saw smoke. She couldn't relax yet. This was the crucial moment. She put the ember dust into the prepared tinder, gently shaking and fanning it to let air in without extinguishing the ember. Yun Mian handled it like she was caring for a newborn baby, and when more smoke started to appear, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Success! Starting a fire was no easy task. She was sweating. With fire, she now had warmth, food, and safety. She gathered more branches to make sure the fire burned steadily. In a forest, there was no shortage of sticks and wood. Soon, she had a roaring fire. She cut the snake into two pieces. One half was skewered with bamboo to roast, and the other half was put in a bamboo tube with baobab leaves and fruit, with a bit of water added. A simple two-way snake dish. As the fragrance spread, Yun Mian's stomach growled in hunger. Good thing she ate well in the morning. If she hadn't, today's exertion would have left her famished. The snake meat didn't have any seasoning, but it was tender and had a delicate, fresh flavor. The roasted snake meat was firm and springy, while the skin was glossy black, and the meat itself was rich and juicy, running alongside the snake's spine. It would have tasted even better with some chili and cumin. As for the boiled snake meat, it had a more complex taste because of the baobab leaves and fruit. It was sweet with a hint of sourness. The broth was milky white and delicious. Yun Mian finished it all. The snake was quite large, and the portion was enough for her to eat to her fill. With the broth, she felt quite content for the night. She leaned comfortably against the baobab tree, thinking to herself that the day was finally over. She wondered how the others were doing. On the other side of Shark Island, Luo was having a hard time. The so-called Shark Island was really just an oversized reef, It might be large compared to a normal reef, but it was only big enough for 3 to 5 people to lie down. Definitely not enough to call it an island. The rock was covered with mussels and snails. Beside it were a few tidal pools that contained crabs, sea urchins, and sea snails, and occasionally a few fish that were brought in by the rising tide. However, even with this, survival on this rock was more difficult. Moreover, there was a shark near the reef. It was a very vicious shark that would chase after and bite anything it saw. Luo had no weapons. She had spent the entire day on the reef. It was only just now that she discovered a small abandoned boat in the sea. There might be something useful on it, but every time she tried to swim over to retrieve it, the shark would notice her. She barely managed to escape a few times. Now she was waiting for late night, planning to dive when the shark was resting. When she was hungry, she could only eat the mussels on the rock, and she caught a few large blue crabs, but she had to eat them raw. There was no fire here, and starting a fire was impossible. As soon as she saw this reef, Luo knew this was a single-player game. On such a small reef, there was only her. It was likely that Luo was in a similar situation. It seemed their earlier prediction was completely wrong. Luo could only be glad that Mian hadn't chosen Shark Island with them. Otherwise, she would have been the one to cause trouble for Mian. She couldn't even guarantee she could get herself out of here alive. Mian made a torch and took it up the tree, tying it securely to the trunk with vines. She certainly didn't want the torch falling on her or dropping down while she slept. She cut down a few small trees and made a simple platform with the trunks. She laid some leaves on top and planned to sleep on it. This kind of bed looked uncomfortable and was definitely uncomfortable to sleep on. But Mian had to make do. She was too tired. Making the bed was already her limit. Now she could fall asleep as soon as she lay down, but just as she was about to close her eyes, an owl flew over and perched on a branch beside her. It seemed the owl planned to spend the night here, too. Seeing this new neighbor, Mian couldn't help but find it amusing. Was she occupying its territory? But she wasn't planning to move. She was too exhausted after making the bed. Mian muttered softly, "I'm not moving. We can sleep together." The owl didn't seem to be leaving either. It stared at her for a while as if determining whether she was a threat. The owl's eyes were particularly large, and under the firelight they seemed to glow, giving it a somewhat dumb and cute appearance. Mian saw it blinking one eye at a time, then remaining still. Was it asleep? Owls usually slept lightly, resting one side of their brain while remaining alert and aware of their surroundings. Mian thought it was good to have it around. If there was any danger, the owl would probably notice before she did. She needed to sleep soon. She'd roll the dice again in the morning. With that thought, Mian slowly drifted off to sleep. The next day. The scorching sunlight pierced through the sparse branches, shining directly on Mian's face. She opened her eyes almost as soon as she felt the first ray of sunlight. The morning sun was already so glaring. It was clear how hot the day would be. The owl from last night had already flown away, as if it had never been there. Mian quickly took out her lucky dice. She was hoping for a good number today. She had thought about it before she went to bed last night. She clasped the lucky dice between her hands, whispering, "Please, a good number." When she saw the number was 6, she jumped up in excitement and almost lost her balance, barely managing to grab the tree trunk to steady herself. Fortune shines, super ultimate good luck. This was exactly the number she had been hoping for. Lady Luck really loves me. Mian happily slid down the tree. Before she left, she took all the things she could with her. After making the fire last night, she had stored some embers in a special piece of wood so that the embers would keep burning inside it, allowing her to preserve the fire. To be on the safe side, she also took a lot of charcoal from the fire, putting it in a bamboo tube to carry with her. This way, the next time she needed a fire, she wouldn't have to go through so much trouble again. She could simply ignite the tinder with the embers. Now that she had super good luck on her side, Mian had been in a great mood ever since she woke up. She drank her fill from the baobab tree again, feeling like she drank at least a liter of water. Her stomach was full.
Yun Mian then began her journey again, and soon she came across a thin and straight stick. She immediately took a liking to it, picking it up and trying it out. It felt great, light and well-balanced, and was perfect as a weapon. Although it didn't have much killing power, it was good enough for self-defense. It could easily be used to beat snakes, spiders, and insects. If she sharpened it or tied a rock to it, it could even be used as a spear for fishing. Yesterday she had seen a river from the tree. If she could reach it by noon today, she might be able to enjoy some grilled fish for lunch. It seemed that having good luck really boosted her morale. She swung the stick around as she walked, feeling almost as if she were holding her Tang Dynasty saber. Though it didn't feel quite the same, she couldn't ask for too much from a substitute. Yun Mian moved with agility, her eyes sharp. Whenever she saw a spider from afar, she'd swipe it with her stick, either killing it or sending it flying. Yun Mian treated it like entertainment. It was like playing an experience grinding game. 1 spider, 10 experience points. If that were how it worked, Yun Mian estimated that she had already accumulated 200 experience points. If clearing spiders could be a profession, she would probably have leveled up by now. She came across a spider web blocking her way, with thorn bushes on either side. Spiders had spun thick webs across the thorns with countless spiders crawling on them. It looked terrifying, but Yun Mian was already numb to it. She even smiled. "Oh wow, I can get a few hundred experience points from this." She took out the ember and charcoal, found a couple of dry leaves nearby, and lit a fire. Then she tossed it onto the spider web, burning the entire circle of spider webs. The spiders made a crackling sound as they burned. Yun Mian's eyes sparkled as if she could see +10 floating in the air. After all the spiders were burned away, Yun Mian suddenly heard the system's voice. Achievement unlocked. Light up Spider Island, live streaming channel opened. Yun Mian. Huh? On the Spider Island map, eliminate over 500 spiders to unlock a special live streaming channel. What's the use of live streaming? Yun Mian was curious about this, but unfortunately the system wouldn't answer her. A live viewer count appeared on her panel. Currently it was 2. But soon the number started increasing. There were very few people who had already unlocked the live streaming channel. Players could enter the live streaming channel through an email sent by the system and choose to watch any contestant's live stream. Initially, the available streams were of unknown players, names no one had heard of. This was because the way to unlock the live streaming channel was quite peculiar. The system's unlocking requirements were things that most people wouldn't even think of. For instance, on Spider Island, you had to eliminate over 500 spiders. On Hainan Island, you had to collect 100 mangoes. On Monkey Island, you had to shake hands and hug the monkeys. On Pearl Island, you had to collect 100 scallops. Most players were solely focused on escaping the deserted island and would not waste time doing these additional tasks. Time was money, and everyone was racing against the clock. Those players who wanted to secure a ranking, who would waste time picking 100 mangoes? Yet, there was indeed one player who spent an entire day picking mangoes. By some stroke of luck, he unlocked the live streaming channel last night. This player was from District 9, named Wu Yue. He was the first to unlock the live streaming channel, and the system even made an announcement about it. The system sent out an email notifying players that they could now watch live streams. When players opened it, they found only one person streaming, Wu Yue, so they had no choice but to watch him. It was late at night, and when they clicked on Wu Yue's live stream, they found him gorging on mangoes, piling up the mango seeds and peels into a strange shape. The viewers in the live chat were all roasting him. What is this guy doing? Isn't he tired of eating so many mangoes? It actually looks pretty good. OMG, I've been watching him eat mangoes for 2 hours and now I want to eat some too. Players could give contestants likes and send them hearts. Each player had 5 hearts per day, which they could give to any live contestant. Since Wu Yue was the only one streaming last night, most players gave him their hearts. Once a contestant received over 1,000 hearts, they could use them to draw a prize. The prize draw could yield resources. When Yun Mian's live stream appeared, it quickly caught the attention of many players. By that time, there were only 5 players who had unlocked the live streaming feature. Yun Mian was the only name that people recognized. Therefore, her livestream viewer count soon skyrocketed to 2,000. Yunmian could also see the viewer count. Since she had livestreamed before, Yunmian wasn't surprised or uncomfortable. She continued on her way, occasionally killing some bothersome spiders along the way. Yunmian couldn't see the hearts that people were giving her. She guessed that unlocking the livestream feature might serve some purpose, but since the system hadn't provided any hints, she decided to just treat it as if it didn't exist. She originally expected to reach the small stream by noon, but on the way, she encountered a tiger out hunting. This tiger had orange fur with black stripes and emerged from the other side of the forest. When Yunmian spotted it, it was pouncing on a deer, viciously biting it. It soon noticed Yunmian as well. However, since it already had its prey, it simply watched her warily without launching an attack. Still, it gave Yunmian quite a fright. She only had a stick and a makeshift stone axe, nothing resembling a proper weapon. Killing spiders wasn't an issue, but facing a tiger with a stick was asking too much. When the tiger appeared, the live stream viewers became excited. "Holy crap, there's actually a tiger! Can Yunmian kill it? This jungle tiger looks so majestic. Why does Yunmian look like she's planning to sneak away? What else would she do? Do you really expect her to kill the tiger with a stick? She doesn't seem like someone with such high combat power. I always found her ranking on that combat power leaderboard a bit strange. A system-generated ranking can't be fake, right? You're overthinking." Yunmian really did plan to sneak away quietly, but to her surprise, the tiger grabbed the deer and followed her. When Yunmian noticed the tiger was following her, she was completely bewildered. "Why are you following me? Isn't the deer tasty enough? There's no point in following me." For tigers, humans are not usually prey. Unless they are too hungry or feel threatened, tigers generally won't attack people. As for why it was following her, Yunmian had no clue what was going on in this tiger's mind. She wasn't particularly scared, just puzzled. After all, today she had super good luck, so there was no way she'd end up dead in a tiger's mouth, right? Baffled, Yunmian decided to find a way to shake it off. Having a tiger following her was definitely unsettling. After all, a tiger's intelligence couldn't compare to a human's. At best, it had the intelligence of a 2- or 3-year-old child. Yunmian used the rocks she had collected, creating some diversions to throw the tiger off her trail, and after a few tries, she finally managed to lose it. But this also delayed her a bit. Just as Yunmian was about to stop and take a rest, the system gave a notification. Heart points reached 1,000. You can draw a prize. Would you like to draw now? A lucky wheel appeared on the screen. Yunmian's eyes lit up. Where did these heart points come from? It didn't matter. Of course she wanted to draw. She quickly clicked, yes. The wheel started spinning rapidly. After about half a minute, the speed of the pointer slowed down, and then it gradually stopped in the smallest section. Congratulations, you have won the grand prize. No way. Yunmian got the best reward right off the bat? I've heard Yunmian is the server's luckiest player, and it looks like her reputation is well deserved. Even though it's the grand prize, it's not really something super amazing, is it? Isn't this good enough? This is the most expensive hunting knife in the store. The Bowie hunting knife, worth over 3,000 sea star coins. My dream knife. Meanwhile, over on the other channel, Wu Yue only got a sleeping bag. Ha ha ha! I saw that Gufang got a can of dog food. In Yunmian's hands, a Bowie hunting knife suddenly appeared. The knife had a comfortable grip and a refined appearance, even featuring a handguard and a foregrip. This knife was top-tier survival gear for the wilderness. Chopping wood, carving, skinning, cutting vegetables, nothing was too difficult for it. It could even be used for fighting. Yunmian got excited. Good luck was different. It gave her the best equipment right away. Finally, she wouldn't have to put up with the dull, blunt stone axe anymore. Yunmian tried the Bowie hunting knife by casually chopping down a small tree nearby. It was incredibly satisfying. However, she had previously taken a detour to shake off the tiger, so now she needed to go back. At this time, the temperature was scorching. On top of that, after walking for several hours, Yun Mian Mian was already very thirsty. She had been holding off on drinking any water, but now she really couldn't endure it any longer. She took out her bamboo flask and took 2 sips. She didn't gulp it down, she remained cautious. Until she found a river, Yun Mian Mian wasn't going to drink all the water she had saved. She couldn't get enough of the knife and played with it the entire way. The blade tip and edge were incredibly sharp. It was even easy to skewer a spider without much effort. Yun Mian Mian's swift and efficient movements of drawing and sheathing the knife were a delight to watch. Viewers in the live chat found it captivating. It was as if killing spiders with a Bowie knife was an art form. Yun Mian Mian had lost track of how many spiders she had killed, but the one she just killed had a bright red body and was much larger than the others, looking quite terrifying. The previous spider island she had been to was different from this one. The other island didn't have so many different species of spiders, only a mutated spider matriarch. Here, on this island, Yun Mian Mian saw dozens of different kinds of spiders every day. It was as if she had arrived at their headquarters. She could even distinguish between each type of spider clearly. Most of the spiders on this island were venomous and could spray venom. Yun Mian Mian thought if she kept killing enough spiders, she might unlock something new, so she worked even harder, but there was no notification. Soon, Yun Mian Mian made her way through the forest, descending the mountain and reaching the other side. Her field of vision widened significantly. Yun Mian Mian quickened her pace, but all she saw was a barren wasteland. There was nothing here, and the river she had seen earlier wasn't in sight. Maybe she had to cross another mountain. Yun Mian Mian felt a bit discouraged, but she was also relieved she hadn't drunk all the water in her bamboo flask. It was getting late, and it was time for her to get some food. Eating only baobab fruit wasn't enough. She needed some protein, or at least some meat. If she couldn't find anything to eat, it wouldn't be the worst to go hungry until night, but traveling on an empty stomach was truly unpleasant. Yun Mian Mian looked around, hoping to find something edible. Just then, she noticed something darting about ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was a plump pika. Pikas resembled rabbits in appearance, though they were more similar to mice in size. They usually traveled in groups, so if she found one, there were bound to be more nearby. Yun Mian Mian decided to catch a few to fill her stomach. Although they were small and didn't have much meat, catching a few would be enough. Without any other handy tools, Yun Mian Mian could only use her hunting knife to sharpen the end of her stick into a makeshift spear. As soon as she spotted a pika, she forcefully thrust at it. If she was fast enough, she could catch it. Yun Mian Mian moved across the wasteland, finding over a dozen small holes made by the pikas. She first set dry twigs on fire and tossed them into the holes, then waited at the other exits to spear them as soon as they emerged. This method worked wonders, and soon Yun Mian Mian had caught 5 pikas, the largest of which weighed over a pound. After skinning them and removing the inedible parts, the 5 pikas were more than enough for her to eat for a day. After catching the pikas, Yun Mian Mian decided to find a place to take shelter from the sun and cook her meal. Beyond the wasteland, she spotted some greenery, perhaps a few palm trees. Yun Mian Mian planned to power through and reach them, despite the sun still blazing overhead. Sweat was already beading on her forehead, but with food in hand, she was motivated to push on and take a proper rest later. She opened her bamboo flask, moistened her lips with a small sip of water, then held it in her mouth, swallowing slowly to make the most of it. Meanwhile, in another live stream, Gufang was currently tasting dog food from a can. The can contained both meat chunks and broth, which helped replenish his fluids, and it smelled quite appetizing. Judging by the illustration on the package, the dog food was beef-flavored. Though the taste was hard to describe, Gufang, who hadn't eaten in 20 hours, still downed a few gulps. Judging from his expression, it was clearly not very palatable. He didn't eat much, only replenishing a bit of water, then took out a branch to fish 2 chunks of beef from the can. Although most of the meat in the can had turned into mush, there were still some chunks left. Gufang squeezed the chunks into tighter pieces, then fashioned a fishing hook from a slender branch, using vine as a fishing line, preparing to try his luck in the river.
He was on the B-level tropical rainforest island. In the rainforest, danger lurked everywhere. Crocodiles were a common sight, but without any weapons, fighting a crocodile was nearly impossible. Gufang had walked through the rainforest for an entire day without finding anything edible. He only came across some poisonous toads, which were inedible, and eating them might result in poisoning. Typically, there would be an abundance of food in the rainforest, with plenty of edible plants. However, Gufang had the misfortune of finding only inedible ones. When Gufang encountered a carnivorous plant, he unlocked the live streaming channel. He was almost eaten by the plant and narrowly escaped. Just then, a notification appeared on the screen that he could start streaming. When viewers entered the stream and saw how Gufang kept facing all sorts of unfortunate incidents in the tropical rainforest, they couldn't help but give him some hearts. Soon, Gufang's heart points reached 1,000, unlocking the lucky draw. He ended up getting only a can of dog food. I don't know why, but I feel like Gufang was pretty satisfied to get that dog food. Of course, he hadn't eaten anything for a whole day. Even a can of dog food must have made him overjoyed. I prefer watching Yun Mian. She just caught 5 pikas. She's going to have a feast tonight. Haha, I'm different. I like watching Gufang. Seeing him in such bad luck makes me feel better about my own luck. Dog food being put to so many uses, he truly is our district's survival expert. The 12 islands were all facing different challenges. A day and a half had passed and no player had successfully escaped their island yet. Even the players on sea-level islands were encountering various issues. None of the players on sea-level islands had unlocked live streaming channels, while on B-level islands, the unlucky Gufang and fruit-eating Wu Yue had unlocked theirs. On A-level islands, more players were gradually unlocking the live streaming feature. The first was Yun Mian, followed by Luo Luo, Luo Ze, Wei Yue, and Zhao Yichen, who was on the polar island. Luo Luo and Luo Ze unlocked the live stream by repeatedly diving underwater 50 times. Wei Yue unlocked his by soaking in a hot spring. Zhao Yichen unlocked his after experiencing an avalanche. Wei Yue was soaking in a hot spring when he suddenly received the notification to start live streaming. His upper body was bare, and before he could react, he saw the number of viewers in his stream soar. Hot steam rose from the hot spring, and amidst the mist, Wei Yue's body appeared faintly. He didn't show panic, only furrowed his brows. His lips moved as if speaking, but the viewers couldn't hear him clearly. Judging from the lip movements, it wasn't anything friendly. His clothes were draped on a rock nearby, and fortunately, he could reach them with ease. Although putting on a shirt in the hot spring meant the clothes would get wet, it was better than being seen completely exposed. Wei Yue quickly threw on his shirt, put it on in record time, and stepped out of the hot spring. However, some of the viewers who had just entered the stream had already taken screenshots and posted them in the chat. Nice! Screenshot taken. If you missed it, check the chat. Not bad. Wei Yue's physique is pretty impressive. Is this the Wei Yue from Zone 1? Isn't he supposed to be a top player? Why does he look kind of handsome? Haha, yeah, this is our boss from Zone 1. While everyone else is escaping islands, our boss is soaking in a hot spring. I feel like all the players who've unlocked live streaming are good looking. Yeah, I just came over from Luo Z's stream. He's so handsome. I wouldn't have left if I hadn't heard Wei Yue was shirtless. Wei Yue was feeling helpless about the sudden appearance of the live streaming channel and the viewer count rapidly increasing to 5,000. He had no authority to turn off the stream himself. He didn't understand why soaking in a hot spring for half an hour had unlocked the streaming feature. He couldn't see the live chat comments, but Wei Yue could pretty much guess why his viewer count was soaring. Putting his clothes on, he continued looking for a way to escape. He had traveled all night without sleep. When he came across the hot spring, he thought soaking for half an hour would quickly restore his energy and help him stay alert. The volcanic island had almost no vegetation. He had no water or food, and after traveling all night, his physical condition wasn't great. Soaking in the hot spring made him feel much better. However, he was still hungry, and the scorching temperature had left him extremely dehydrated. Drinking hot spring water was out of the question. It would be suicidal. Just then, he received a system prompt. Heart points reached 1,000. You can draw a prize. Would you like to draw now? Wei Yue paused. He immediately clicked yes. A prize wheel appeared on the screen. His luck was average, and everything happened so quickly that he couldn't make out the options on the wheel before it stopped spinning. It didn't take long for him to find out what he had won. Third prize, a bowl of chicken soup. Chicken soup. It was nutritious, hydrating, and just what he needed. While there were better things Wei Yue would have wanted, since it was what he had won, he couldn't be too picky. He was glad to have something. The bowl of chicken soup even came with a thoughtfully provided spoon. The piping hot chicken soup could quench his thirst, but in such hot weather, drinking a bowl of hot soup would probably make him sweat more. Wei Yue had already sweated quite a bit while soaking in the hot spring. His body was in urgent need of hydration. Not bothering to let the soup cool, he took a big gulp right away. The system-produced food tasted delicious, and his throat, which had been dry and sore, felt much better after being moisturized. There were also 2 pieces of chicken in the soup, which had been stewed until tender and nearly melted in his mouth. He finished them quickly. However, Wei Yue couldn't help but think about the food Yun Mian had made. It was even better. He looked into the distance, seeming to be lost in thought for a moment. Yun Mian arrived at the palm trees, pleasantly surprised to find a small stream in front of them. The stream was small, with a gentle flow, but as it meandered forward, it seemed that following it might lead to a river. The flowing stream looked clean, with plenty of fish and shrimp swimming in it, indicating that the water was drinkable. Yun Mian had already run out of water, so she quickly squatted down to fill her bamboo flask, splashed some water on her face, and washed up. While the water didn't taste particularly great, for someone as thirsty as she was, it was immensely satisfying. She even considered jumping into the stream to take a bath. However, she held herself back. This stream was too shallow, barely reaching her calf. Bathing in it would be awkward. Though she was uncomfortable with the sweat-soaked dirt on her body, she figured she'd already tolerated it for this long, and it wouldn't hurt to wait a bit longer. She found a clean spot, retrieved her fire starter, and ignited some wood chips to build a fire. Then, using the hunting knife, she cleaned one of the pikas, washing its innards and blood in the stream. After cleaning, Yun Mian cut the pika's meat into small pieces, skewered them on a stick, and roasted them over the fire. She found some wild green onions by the stream, perfect for seasoning the meat. The aroma of the green onions would give the meat a fresher taste. She also found some wild alfalfa in the grass. This wild herb had a crisp and refreshing flavor, making it ideal for a cold dish. It would be nice and cooling. After eating her fill and drinking enough, Yun Mian continued on her way. Her plan was to follow the stream, hoping to find the river before nightfall. Once she reached the river, she planned to find a place to stay for the night, then set out again early the next morning, moving along the river. Considering how lucky she'd been today, Yun Mian believed she would likely find it before nightfall. If only she could get another 1,000 heart points. If she could spin the prize wheel again, who knew what she might win next? The first time she spun the wheel, Yun Mian had taken note of the other rewards on it. The super prize she had won was a random rare item which could include those high-value items sold in the system's store. The other rewards included first prize, any vehicle, electric scooter, off-road motorcycle, small raft, etc. Second prize, any tool, axe, shovel, machete, etc. Third prize, any gourmet dish, roasted meat, stir-fried vegetables, spicy hot pot, soups, desserts, etc. Consolation prize, random daily necessities, toothpaste, toothbrush, towel, etc. If she could draw again, Yun Mian would want to win a vehicle. Though such a thing might not be particularly useful on this deserted island, she could definitely use it once she returned to her own island. If she had an electric scooter or a motorcycle, she could ride around her island. Yun Xiao's experience on the Rift Valley Island over the past 2 days had been grueling. Thirst was killing him, and finally, he found some moss. Wet moss made his eyes light up. He grabbed a handful, raised it to his mouth, and squeezed out the moisture, letting the juices flow into his mouth. Though the taste was hard to stomach, at least his parched throat had found some relief. Ugh, it tastes awful. He grimaced after drinking it. Congratulations, player, for tasting moss juice. You have unlocked the live streaming channel. Yun Xiao's expression turned awkward. How was this even possible? On the Rift Valley Island, he couldn't find any water sources. All he saw was barren land and desolate mountains. He was lucky to find some greenery, but even here there wasn't a single puddle of water. The moss he'd just squeezed only contained enough water to wet his throat. Desperate for more, Yun Xiao grabbed another handful of moss and repeated the process to drink its juices. Yun Xiao had chosen the B-level Rift Valley Island, but it felt like an A-level challenge to him. He couldn't even imagine what kind of nightmare an A-level island was. His sister had chosen an A-level island. He hoped she wasn't facing too much hardship. His mother had chosen a sea-level island. He hoped she would have an easier time and be able to escape soon. After drinking, Yun Xiao still felt hungry, but he did feel a little better overall. It was getting late, and Yun Xiao needed to make his way through this rift before nightfall. On the Rift Valley Island, there were countless steep cliffs, and the climate varied drastically. Half the rift formed waterfalls and volcanoes. However, all Yun Xiao had seen so far were deserts, woodlands, and volcanoes. He hadn't seen any sign of a waterfall or even a small stream throughout his exploration of the island. It seemed to be the dry season in the rift, with scorching temperatures and minimal rainfall. He'd even come across stagnant water before but didn't dare to drink it. Since then, he couldn't find any water at all, and the blazing sun forced him to turn to the moss for moisture. He didn't have the luxury to appreciate the scenery before him. One day's journey had left him utterly exhausted, and on top of that, all he had eaten were a few bugs, leaving his stomach growling. In this cursed place, daytime was scorching, and nighttime turned unbearably cold. Winds blew fiercely, like ghostly wails. Yun Xiao had to find a proper shelter. Otherwise, spending the night out in the open, exposed to the elements, would soon take its toll on him. As for the accidental unlocking of the live stream, Yun Xiao couldn't have cared less, nor was he interested in how many viewers were watching. At first, there were only 2 or 3 viewers, but soon it stabilized at over 100. This Rift Valley Island doesn't look that difficult. The scenery is even quite nice. This guy's pretty clever using a tree branch to support himself down the hill. You need to be smart to survive in this game, no way around it. I'm glad I didn't participate in this deserted island survival. Even a B-level island isn't easy. How come no C-level players have unlocked the live stream channel yet? I'd really like to see. Never mind. This is boring. Let's go watch Yun Mian. She just found the river, and I think she's building a raft. Yun Mian found the river before nightfall. The river was quite large, and Yun Mian decided to camp beside it for the night and build a small raft to set off downstream tomorrow. Before making the raft, she needed to start a fire first. This task had become quite simple by now. After keeping the fire starter, it only took her a few minutes to get the fire going. She chopped down more than a dozen trees in one go. Despite its small size, the Bowie hunting knife was quite handy for chopping trees. Using the stone axe for extra power, she first wedged the blade into the tree trunk, then hammered the back of the knife to chop down the trunk bit by bit. Yun Mian built herself a triangular tent, using branches and palm leaves for cover, a luxurious little shelter. The leftover wood was mostly lightweight and reserved for building the raft. Yun Mian tied these lightweight logs together with vines to make a raft 1.5 meters long and 1 meter wide. That wasn't all. She chose a relatively flat piece of wood and carved and polished it to make an oar, which meant she could now row. Seeing the preliminary form of her raft, Yun Mian was satisfied and put away her knife. It was time to deal with dinner. There were still a few pikas left, but Yun Mian wanted fish, sashimi or grilled fish. And since she would probably be on the river all morning tomorrow, she planned to prepare extra food tonight to save for the next day. The river's water was quite clear, and you could see the fish and shrimp in it. However, the fish and shrimp here were nimble and not easy to catch. Yun Mian tried spearing them with a stick several times, but with no success. It looked like she needed to change her strategy and try fishing. Fishing was something she was good at. Yun Mian used the pika's innards as bait, fashioned a sharp stick into a hook, and used vines as fishing line. The fish here seemed to love the pika innards. They eagerly fought over the bait. Trout, catfish, one after the other. Yun Mian's hands barely had time to rest as she kept rebaiting the hook. After catching 7 fish, she finally stopped. She got carried away with how fun it was to have one fish after another on the hook. Actually, 1 or 2 would have been enough. But it was too thrilling to stop. These 7 were way too many to eat, especially with the pikas she still had, so Yun Mian released 5 back into the river, keeping only 2. Everyone else is eating bark and bugs, and here's Yun Mian eating fish and meat, even setting some free. This isn't deserted island survival, it's a vacation. Watching Yun Mian is satisfying. The others aren't faring nearly as well as she is. Nie Yangguang's doing okay. He's grilling meat on volcanic rocks right now. I just came from Nie Yangguang's stream. He got lucky when a rabbit knocked itself unconscious against a tree and he picked it up. Yun Mian was eating her grilled fish when the system notified her that she had accumulated another 1,000 heart points and could draw again. Since she was still riding on today's good luck, why not try her luck again? Yun Mian put down the fish. Eating wasn't as important as drawing a prize. This time, she didn't expect to get the super prize again, thinking that the first prize would be great. The wheel spun and ultimately landed on the super prize once again. Knowing that everyone was watching, Yun Mian felt a little embarrassed. If others saw this, they'd definitely be envious. There were over 2,000 people in the live stream. Yun Mian had always kept a low profile, but now her extraordinary luck was on full display for so many viewers. You've received the super prize, Wilderness Survival Portable Kit. A black toolkit appeared in Yun Mian's hands. This was a multifunctional toolkit containing mainly first aid supplies and some simple, practical tools. Contents included a fire starter, a raincoat, band-aids, a bandage, cotton swabs, an emergency blanket, alcohol pads, scissors, and a flashlight. Out in the wilderness, even these small items could come in handy. For now, Yun Mian only used the emergency blanket, scissors, and flashlight. The other items weren't needed since she hadn't been injured. She placed the items back into the toolkit as they had been. The day's harvest was significant. She had gathered ample food, found water, and obtained 2 super prizes. Compared to the other contestants, Yun Mian's luck was truly incredible. After finishing the grilled fish, she decided to rest early and set off at dawn. Yun Mian pushed the small raft into the water and stepped on to test it. It was quite stable, with no issues. To avoid getting her clothes wet, Yun Mian added 2 extra layers of boards to the raft, laying several palm leaves on top. This way she wouldn't get wet from the river. Otherwise, sitting in wet clothes would be very uncomfortable, especially since she had no change of clothes. The river was rapid in certain higher terrain areas, and Yun Mian, while paddling, experienced what felt like rafting, thrilling and exciting. Along the shore, she could admire beautiful scenery, all while staying far away from the spiders in the woods. The dice roll in the morning yielded an average number. Though it was just an ordinary day, everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. If things went well, she might just reach the coast. The morning passed quickly, and by noon the sun was directly overhead and the river wide open with no shade in sight. Yun Mian felt unbearably hot from the blazing sun and had to hold up the palm leaves she'd used as padding. The palm leaves provided decent shade, with Yun Mian holding one leaf in one hand and paddling with the other. The small raft floated down the river, and without the direct sunlight, it felt leisurely and peaceful. By afternoon, Yun Mian was feeling hungry, so she took out the dried pika meat from last night and slowly chewed on it. She had deliberately cooked the meat until it was very dry, making it similar to jerky. It was chewy and quite tasty. When she grew tired of paddling, she would lie on the raft with her eyes closed, letting it drift along the river. The entire day passed on the river like this. As night fell, the raft came to a stop, blocked by a massive reef. As Yun Mian suspected, this was an outflow river that eventually emptied into the sea. It was high tide at this time, and Mian could hear the sound of the waves. Her little raft could not handle such large waves. The waves splashed over, drenching her and the entire raft. Completely soaked, Mian had no choice but to paddle with all her might, trying to reach the shore. But there were no suitable landing spots nearby. Only rocks, and her raft couldn't pass through them. She could see some coconut trees in the distance, which seemed to indicate a very small island. Since there were coconut trees, it was probably a sandy beach. However, the small island appeared to be quite far away, and Mian would have to abandon the raft and swim to get there. She made a decision right away. She had to get there. If she delayed any longer, it would be completely dark soon. The fire starters she had with her were all soaked and unusable. Fortunately, she had the toolkit she got today, which included a fire starter, so she didn't need to drill wood to make fire. Her main task was to set up a temporary shelter. But she had to finish this before nightfall, so she couldn't waste any time. Mian tied the survival toolkit to her waist with vines, taking all the supplies she could carry, and then found a spot without visible rocks before jumping into the water. The feeling of being in the sea was familiar to Mian. Thanks to the rest she had on the raft in the afternoon and the food she had eaten, she was full of energy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it to such a distant place. Due to the long distance, she had to swim for a while and then rest. She was worried that her toolkit would be damaged from being in the water too long, so she controlled the duration of her breaks to stay within her maximum endurance. She rested for a few minutes, then swam a few hundred meters. After about half an hour, Mian finally reached the shore. She breathed a long sigh of relief as she walked on the sandy beach. She had to admit that swimming for so long was really exhausting. Since she wasn't swimming leisurely, it felt more like participating in a swimming marathon. Combined with a day of paddling, her limbs were very sore at this point. But she had no time to rest. She wrung the water out of her clothes, took out the items in the toolkit, emptied out the water, and quickly began searching for something to make a fire. Having a hunting knife significantly improved her efficiency. She could easily chop branches and even pierce coconuts. She climbed a coconut tree and plucked a few coconuts and heart of palm. The heart of palm and coconuts were different. The heart of palm was a white sphere found in the center of the coconut, covered with fibrous husk, which made it the perfect fire-starting material. It was dry and easily flammable. Just a single spark could ignite it. Young coconuts were still green on the outside, containing a lot of coconut water and tender coconut meat. Mian picked several and gathered them together, then used the fire starter to light them. She added some branches she found on the beach, and soon had a fire going. She cracked open one coconut, cupped it in her hands, and drank all the coconut water in one go. The coconut water was sweet and refreshing, replenishing her energy. Mian quickly downed 2 coconuts. The coconut meat inside wouldn't be wasted either. She planned to use it for fish stew later. As for the heart of palm, Mian cracked one open, took out the pulp, and ate it. It was soft, sweet, and delicious. All the energy she used up swimming earlier was replenished with the coconuts. Mian quickly got into work mode. She seemed to be working at double speed, chopping down trees and building a shelter, using the firelight to put together a decent hut with a roof. She only managed to get a basic structure up tonight, and she would have to continue working on it tomorrow to improve other parts of the shelter. Mian had a feeling she'd be here for a while. The 2 key conditions for completing the deserted island escape mission were 1. Leaving the deserted island, and 2. Finding the NPC. She opened the task panel and saw that the first objective was already checked off, indicating it was halfway done. She had indeed left the Era Spider Forest Island, but she hadn't seen the NPC yet, not even a trace of anyone. She thought of a key reason. Perhaps she needed to release some sort of distress signal to let the nearby NPC notice her. For every player, this was a single-player game, but for the NPC, they could see all the players on this island. However, they wouldn't appear unless attracted to do so. Just like how those lost in deserted island survival situations would send out messages in bottles or draw conspicuous rescue symbols somewhere, like a giant SOS sign, use a flashlight to signal Morse code, or burn something to create black smoke. Mian would also need to do something like that. Tonight, she planned to use the flashlight to signal Morse code and see what happened. However, she had no idea which direction to face. No one knew which direction the NPC might be in. But since her island was the only one with lights in the dark, it should be relatively eye-catching. Later in the evening, after the tide went out, the beach was filled with all kinds of seafood. There were crabs, sea snails, and plenty of other sea creatures. Mian even spotted an octopus. The marine resources here were so abundant that she could easily gather enough for a seafood feast. Although this island is pitifully small, only about 200 or 300 square meters, it is still relatively comfortable to stay here for a few days, but not for long. Because there are no freshwater resources, she can only drink coconut water. Coconut water is effective in small amounts, but drinking too much will cause diarrhea. Moreover, when high tide comes, this island will likely be submerged. Currently, it is the volcanic season, which means hot weather and a quickly drying beach. Otherwise, the entire island would be wet every day, making it uninhabitable. Mian made a grill, placing a coconut shell on top. She then cut the fish into small pieces and put them into the coconut shell, mixed with coconut water and coconut meat, and let it simmer. This way, the fish would absorb the coconut flavor, and after cooking, it would taste sweet. For others, deserted island survival is about survival itself, eating whatever you can find. For Mian, eating is more about passing the time. Since there's a lot of food, she just cooks something whenever she gets bored. She also roasted 2 crabs, which were sizzling in the fire. Both crabs were as big as her face, and the meat was probably very plump. Mian cooked while using her flashlight to signal towards the sky. She wasn't sure if her signaling was correct. She had watched some shows that taught Morse code distress signals, but it was a long time ago, and she might have remembered incorrectly. Either way, she was treating it as a last resort. If it could be seen, that was enough. She thought to herself that, hopefully, the NPC wasn't asleep at this time. What is Mian doing? Why is she pointing a flashlight at the sky? Looks like she's signaling? Is that Morse code? Could it be a distress signal? No, wait, yes, it's a distress signal. SOS is the International Morse Code Distress Signal, using 3 short flashes, 3 long flashes, and then 3 short flashes. Regardless, just thinking of this method puts her ahead of the other survivors. Mian has already escaped the deserted island. She just needs to find the NPC now. She could be the first place. Over on the other side, Wei Yu have found a path out. I think he'll leave the island tomorrow. Luo Ze has already killed the shark. He's also a top contender. I'm really rooting for Luo Ze. Mian planned to make a larger raft tomorrow, one that could support her drifting out at sea. If the NPC wasn't nearby, she couldn't just sit there waiting for them to come to her. She needed to go look for them, so making the raft was definitely the right move. Ni Yangguang sat on a large rock eating leftover roasted rabbit. While eating, he never stopped talking. It would be great to have some chili powder. Did I burn it? It tastes charred. Not sure where my next meal will come from. It'd be great if another sheep showed up. The worst part is not having water. I shouldn't have chosen this volcanic island. I might as well have gone to the swamp island. At least there's water everywhere. Since finding the hot spring, Ni Yangguang also unlocked the live broadcast feature. His stream was lively, with the number of online viewers holding steady at 1-800. Players called him the survival comedian. He talked a lot, enough for 10 people. With no one to talk to, he was almost going crazy, resorting to talking to himself, even answering his own questions. And Ni Yangguang wasn't in any hurry to escape since he had no idea where to go, just wandering aimlessly and resting whenever he was tired. Mostly he was too thirsty. Sometimes he'd just stare at the hot spring water, swallowing his saliva. How can you live without water? Will I get poisoned if I drink hot spring water? Man, 2 days without water will really make you thirsty. Ni Yangguang punched the rock next to him in frustration, only to hurt his fist, grimacing in pain. People came to his stream for his ramblings. People went to Mian's stream to watch the lucky survivor living a good life. Players watching Luo and Luo Ze's stream were there for the thrilling shark fights, like watching a disaster movie, full of suspense and excitement. In the post-apocalypse world, survival lacked entertainment. Watching their streams was like watching a variety show or a movie. Some even stayed up late, watching the streams. Or they used the survival streams as bedtime videos. Accompanied by the sound of waves and wind, Yunmian didn't sleep deeply that night. She drowsily opened her eyes, noticing lights out on the ocean. At first, she thought she was mistaken. She rubbed her eyes and looked closely. Sure enough, it was a boat. In the dark, she could faintly make out that it was a large vessel, resembling a cruise ship. Yunmian immediately stood up, her sleepiness vanishing. Logically, other players' boats shouldn't be here. There was only one possibility. It was the NPC's rescue boat. If that was true, Yunmian needed to attract the attention of those on the boat. The fire was burning low, so Yunmian quickly added wood, making the flames larger. Then she picked up her flashlight and started signaling frantically towards the boat. But it seemed to have no effect. There was no sign of the boat coming closer. It was late at night. Perhaps everyone was asleep. At such a distance, Yunmian couldn't think of anything else to do, so she continued signaling with her flashlight. After half an hour, there was still no response. She checked the time, still 2 hours until dawn. Not wanting to waste the flashlight battery, she decided to turn it off. Flashing it on and off constantly used up a lot of power. If it died, she wouldn't have it when she really needed it. Since she couldn't sleep, Yunmian decided to do something productive. She stoked the fire, at least brightening her surroundings so she could see the coconut trees nearby. Climbing a tree in the dark was no easy feat. The coconut tree was over 10 meters tall. During the day it was manageable, but at night it was easy to slip. To stay safe, she used the bandages and emergency blanket from the survival kit, climbing up little by little. If she needed to drift on the sea, these young coconuts would be her only water source. She needed to pick more, definitely at least 10. Aside from coconuts and coconut gems, Yunmian also cut down the fresh leaves of the coconut trees. The leaves of the coconut trees are feather-shaped with many segments. Yunmian almost cut down all the leaves from several coconut trees, tossing them to the ground. After climbing up and down and exhausting herself, Yunmian only cracked open a young coconut, drank the coconut water, ate some coconut meat, and then continued her work. She placed the fresh leaves on the fire to burn. These leaves could produce a lot of thick smoke, and Yunmian hoped that the ship in the distance would see the smoke and find her. Generating thick smoke took time, and by this point, it was already daylight. Yunmian decided to use her lucky dice first. When players go to the bathroom, the live stream automatically blackens for a few minutes, and Yunmian used this opportunity to roll the dice. What she wanted most was the good fortune comes true luck. But instead, she got double the good things. For her current situation, this was the most useless kind of luck. Normally, she would be thrilled to get this, but today she really didn't need it. Since double the joy came anyway, she figured she should make the most of it. She stood up and continued chopping trees. This small, uninhabited island was only so big, and exploring the resources didn't take much time. Besides the narrow stretch of beach, the island only had some vegetation. The smaller trees were already cut down last night by Yunmian for building a shelter. There were also a few bamboo stalks and 2 birch trees left. They would barely be enough to make a raft, but since Yunmian rolled double good luck today, the raft's materials were ample, so she could make it bigger and sturdier. The bamboo would be used to make the raft, the bark of the birch trees would be stripped and twisted into ropes to bind the bamboo, and since she only had 1 hunting knife, it wasn't enough to split the thick logs into planks. Therefore, making a bamboo raft was the most suitable option. Plus, the leaves from the coconut trees would serve as sunshade while Yunmian was sailing at sea. The leaves produced thick smoke, but that cruise ship had disappeared. Yunmian was very frustrated. She added more leaves to the fire, putting all the remaining leaves onto the flames. The seafood she picked up last night was also being roasted in the fire. Covered with fresh leaves, she could control the temperature to prevent the crabs from burning easily. She applied coconut oil from the coconut gem onto her exposed skin for sun protection and moisture. Otherwise, under the blazing sun, her skin could become irritated or cracked, and even a bit of seawater could cause excruciating pain. It took 3 hours to make the bamboo raft. Yunmian used up all the extra materials, resulting in a larger, sturdier raft that she was quite satisfied with. After finishing her work, her stomach was growling with hunger. She picked up the freshly smoked crabs and octopus. The crab shells had turned red with a few yellowish spots. The inside was not overcooked, but just right, steaming hot, and the crab meat was exposed. Even before eating, she could tell it would be delicious. The octopus was tender, and after grilling it was chewy. With the long tentacles of the octopus, it was extremely tasty. After eating a few bites, Yunmian thought of her pet, Zhang Yumei. She sighed, wondering how things were on the island. After eating her fill, Yunmian packed the leftover food in leaves and put it into her survival kit, saving it as rations for her time at sea. Just to be safe, she prepared enough food for 2 days. If she rationed it carefully, it should be enough. Making more was pointless. Given the hot weather, the food would spoil after 2 days, and if she got food poisoning, it would be disastrous. In case she ended up drifting for too long, Yunmian could also dive into the sea to catch fish, or gather crabs and shellfish to eat raw. Fully prepared, Yunmian was ready to set sail again. She used a stick to write a line of words on the ground. "Receiver, I've gone out to sea to find you." In case she left and the NPC saw the smoke, she needed to leave a note. Yunmian even wrote another line in English. The NPCs she had seen so far were all foreigners, so just in case it was better to write in English. It was midday, and Yunmian put on a raincoat. It would block the sun, and it was also waterproof. A perfect solution. She wanted to be as wrapped up as possible to feel secure. While drifting on the sea, Yunmian suddenly felt like she was back on day 1 of her sea journey. Back then, the Xiangyun was just a small raft. She had very few supplies, and every day she had to trade with others to upgrade. She was so frugal that she wouldn't even part with half a steamed bun. Unlike now, she was already the island owner. Yet here she was again, drifting on the sea. Yunmian sighed. It was all for the sea star coins. Where was that receiving NPC? Once she found them, she could finally be free. If she found them before nightfall, she could return to the island and use the double buff to get more things done. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Now, without her backpack, the double buff was effectively useless. She couldn't carry any additional items with her. Recalling the direction she saw the cruise ship in last night, Yunmian paddled her raft in that direction. The ship had likely sailed far away by now, and at her current speed there was no way she could catch up. She could only hope that the ship was circling nearby and would come back around. After killing the shark, Luo watched as its body sank. Initially, Luo wanted to eat some of the meat. She was too hungry. After 2 days of eating nothing but mussels, seeing meat made her even hungrier. But shark meat contained a large amount of mercury, and it was generally unsafe to eat. Eating too much could cause serious health problems. Considering that if she got poisoned, she might not be able to leave this place, Luo decided against it. She needed to find a way to leave. With the shark dead, there was no longer any immediate danger nearby. She saw that her taskbar showed that half of the Escape the Deserted Island mission was completed. Now she just had to find the NPC for extraction. Luo racked her brains but couldn't figure out how to get out of there. On the tiny reef, there were simply no resources that could be used. Did she need to piece together mussel shells to make a boat? But there was no adhesive. Luo thought of the sunken ship underwater, where she had found the weapon. Perhaps the sunken ship was her way out as well. Even though the ship had sunk, modifying it into a small raft shouldn't be an issue. It seemed that she needed to dive underwater a few more times. She couldn't carry many items at once, so she'd have to make multiple trips. She had sustained some injuries in the fight with the shark, and her body was already very weak. Diving several more times might lead to exhaustion, but she had no other choice. Luo had to try. Otherwise, staying on the reef held no future for her. She knew that she couldn't rely on the rescue NPC to come looking for her. On her next dive, Luo found a sealed bottle of mineral water on the sunken ship. She didn't know how long it had been in the ocean, but she was overjoyed, gulping down more than half of it the moment she came up. Though she wanted to keep drinking, she held back. She hadn't had any water for 2 days, and fresh water was scarce, so she had to save some. For now, she just needed to quench her thirst. Seeing Luo's hard life, more viewers began giving her love points. Congratulations, player has received 1,000 love points. Do you wish to draw a prize? Luo's expression shifted. She hadn't expected such a lucky break. She immediately clicked to draw a prize, watching as the wheel spun rapidly. Soon she saw that she had won third prize, a random meal. You have won a bowl of deluxe seafood hot pot. Please select your spice level. Luo. Mildly spicy. While Mian was drifting at sea, Wei Yue also left the Hellfire Island. He didn't have tools, but some of the trees on the volcanic island had been eroded by lava and turned into deadwood, and many pieces were half burned but still usable. Wei Yue collected these pieces and used vines to tie them together, making a raft. Though it looked uneven, it was barely functional. He had first carried each log to the shore and then assembled the raft there. Once it was ready, he pushed it directly into the sea and jumped on. His first step to escaping the island was also completed. The viewers were speculating about who would be the first to actually complete the mission. Regardless of the final score, whoever finished first would have a better chance of securing a high ranking. Luo had already collected enough materials from underwater and was building a wooden plank boat. Meanwhile, Luo had subdued the shark. Using a bone spear he found underwater, he wounded the shark. Then, with his high mental strength, he formed a pact with the shark without even using a pet contract scroll. Currently, he was riding the shark, searching the sea for the rescue NPC. Luo's move was extraordinary. No wonder his love points were skyrocketing. He already had 2 prize draws accumulated. Luo had won 1 second prize and 1 third prize. He got a machete and a durian mille-feuille. Though Luo wasn't a fan of durian, he was so hungry that he devoured the whole slice of mille-feuille in a few bites. The machete wasn't of much use either, given that he was riding a shark and didn't have much opportunity to use it. In the chat channel, players were betting on who would be the first to find the rescue NPC. It has to be Mian. She was the first to leave the island. I think Luo is more likely. Riding a shark, he's moving fast. It should be Wei Yue. He's the strongest. It's not about strength. Finding the NPC is all about luck, and Mian's luck is undeniable. There might be a dark horse we haven't seen yet. Most players haven't opened their live streams. While everyone was arguing, the system suddenly released a message. A successful escapee has appeared in the deserted island escape experiment. Everyone rushed to check the live streams of these key players, but it wasn't any of them. Soon the system announced that the first player to successfully escape was someone from a sea-level island. It made sense for the first successful escape to come from a sea-level island. The difficulty was inherently lower, so even if they escaped, their score wouldn't be that high. Time was only a part of the comprehensive score. These messages were also received by the participating players. Even their task panels now showed a count of escapees and a list of those who had escaped. The system would only score the first 100 players to escape the island. With the first escapee already out, it meant more would soon follow. If anyone wanted to secure a place in the rankings, they needed to hurry. The first escapee on the list was a player from Zone 10 named Lin Yin. Previously unknown, Lin Yin gained fame in this competition. Everyone was asking, who is Lin Yin? Choosing a sea-level island and becoming the first to escape, was that skill or just luck? Though the score from a sea-level island wouldn't be very high, Lin Yin at least used the shortest amount of time. If others took longer, he still had a chance to earn a decent ranking, perhaps even a shot at the top 10. Mian was in a rush. She was aiming for first place, and seeing that someone had already escaped made her more anxious. She had been swaying on the sea for a long time and finally saw the cruise ship. However, it was far away, and to make herself noticeable, she had to think of something. Soon,
Yun Mian had an idea. Under the blazing sun, she held up her Bowie knife. The blade was smooth and reflective, similar to the surface of a mirror. As long as there was someone on the deck, they would be able to see the light she reflected over. She needed to find a way to leave. With the shark dead, there was no longer any immediate danger nearby. She saw that her taskbar showed that half of the Escape the Deserted Island mission was completed. Now she just had to find the NPC for extraction. Luo racked her brains but couldn't figure out how to get out of there. On the tiny reef, there were simply no resources that could be used. Did she need to piece together mussel shells to make a boat? But there was no adhesive. Luo thought of the sunken ship underwater, where she had found the weapon. Perhaps the sunken ship was her way out as well. Even though the ship had sunk, modifying it into a small raft shouldn't be an issue. It seemed that she needed to dive underwater a few more times. She couldn't carry many items at once, so she'd have to make multiple trips. She had sustained some injuries in the fight with the shark, and her body was already very weak. Diving several more times might lead to exhaustion, but she had no other choice. Luo had to try. Otherwise, staying on the reef held no future for her. She knew that she couldn't rely on the rescue NPC to come looking for her. On her next dive, Luo found a sealed bottle of mineral water on the sunken ship. She didn't know how long it had been in the ocean, but she was overjoyed, gulping down more than half of it the moment she came up. Though she wanted to keep drinking, she held back. She hadn't had any water for 2 days, and fresh water was scarce, so she had to save some. For now, she just needed to quench her thirst. Seeing Luo's hard life, more viewers began giving her love points. Congratulations, player has received 1,000 love points. Do you wish to draw a prize? Luo's expression shifted. She hadn't expected such a lucky break. She immediately clicked to draw a prize, watching as the wheel spun rapidly. Soon she saw that she had won third prize.
A random meal. You have won a bowl of deluxe seafood hot pot. Please select your spice level.
Luo,
Mildly spicy.
While Yun Mian was drifting at sea, Wei Yue also left the Hellfire Island. He didn't have tools, but some of the trees on the volcanic island had been eroded by lava and turned into deadwood, and many pieces were half burned but still usable. Wei Yue collected these pieces and used vines to tie them together, making a raft. Though it looked uneven, it was barely functional. He had first carried each log to the shore and then assembled the raft there. Once it was ready, he pushed it directly into the sea and jumped on. His first step to escaping the island was also completed. The viewers were speculating about who would be the first to actually complete the mission. Regardless of the final score, whoever finished first would have a better chance of securing a high ranking. Luo had already collected enough materials from underwater and was building a wooden plank boat. Meanwhile, Luo had subdued the shark. Using a bone spear he found underwater, he wounded the shark. Then, with his high mental strength, he formed a pact with the shark without even using a pet contract scroll. Currently, he was riding the shark, searching the sea for the rescue NPC. Luo's move was extraordinary. No wonder his love points were skyrocketing. He already had 2 prize draws accumulated. Luo had won 1 second prize and 1 third prize. He got a machete and a durian millefeuille. Though Luo wasn't a fan of durian, he was so hungry that he devoured the whole slice of millefeuille in a few bites. The machete wasn't of much use either, given that he was riding a shark and didn't have much opportunity to use it. In the chat channel, players were betting on who would be the first to find the rescue NPC. It has to be Yun Mian. She was the first to leave the island. I think Luo is more likely. Riding a shark, he's moving fast. It should be Wei Yue, he's the strongest. It's not about strength, finding the NPC is all about luck, and Yun Mian's luck is undeniable. There might be a dark horse we haven't seen yet. Most players haven't opened their live streams. While everyone was arguing, the system suddenly released a message. A successful escapee has appeared in the deserted island escape experiment. Everyone rushed to check the live streams of these key players, but it wasn't any of them. Soon,
the system announced that the first player to successfully escape was someone from a sea-level island. It made sense for the first successful escape to come from a sea-level island. The difficulty was inherently lower, so even if they escaped, their score wouldn't be that high. Time was only a part of the comprehensive score. These messages were also received by the participating players. Even their task panels now showed a count of escapees and a list of those who had escaped. The system would only score the first 100 players to escape the island. With the first escapee already out, it meant more would soon follow. If anyone wanted to secure a place in the rankings, they needed to hurry. The first escapee on the list was a player from Zone 10 named Lin Yin. Previously unknown, Lin Yin gained fame in this competition. Everyone was asking, who is Lin Yin? Choosing a sea-level island and becoming the first to escape. Was that skill or just luck? Though the score from a sea-level island wouldn't be very high, Lin Yin at least used the shortest amount of time. If others took longer, he still had a chance to earn a decent ranking. Perhaps even a shot at the top 10. Yun Mian was in a rush. She was aiming for first place, and seeing that someone had already escaped made her more anxious. She had been swaying on the sea for a long time and finally saw the cruise ship. However, it was far away, and to make herself noticeable, she had to think of something. Soon, Yun Mian had an idea. Under the blazing sun, she held up her bowie knife. The blade was smooth and reflective, similar to the surface of a mirror. As long as there was someone on the deck, they would be able to see the light she reflected over. Her efforts soon paid off. When she saw the cruise ship getting closer and closer to her, she knew she was saved. At the moment, there was still no second successful escapee. Faster, faster. Yun Mian also paddled hard. She could already see someone on the deck waving at her. Without further ado, Yun Mian jumped directly into the sea and swam towards the cruise ship. Swimming with all her strength was faster than paddling. Every second mattered now. Finally, she saw a lifeboat being lowered from the cruise ship, and she immediately climbed onto it. When she heard the system notification that she had successfully escaped, she let out a long breath. The list of escapees from the deserted island survival experiment has been updated. Almost simultaneously, the same voice sounded again. The list of escapees from the deserted island survival experiment has been updated. Yun Mian frowned and quickly opened the escapee list to check. 1. Lin Yin 2. Yun Mian 3. Wei Yue. Seeing that Wei Yue took just half a minute more than her, Yun Mian burst into laughter. She laughed heartily for a moment. Good thing I jumped into the water and swam over, otherwise he would have beaten me to it. Both had chosen an A-level island. Yun Mian took half a minute less, but the exact score hadn't been released yet. She couldn't be sure she would score higher, but having spent less time certainly gave her a better chance. After escaping, players could choose to return to their ship or stay with the extraction NPC for a while and leave the next day. If it were any other time, Yun Mian might have stayed to get friendly with the NPC, hoping to get some gifts, but today she had the double buff. Her heart was still on what had become of her island, so she chose to return immediately. After a brief teleportation, Yun Mian returned to her island. Smelling the familiar scent of fresh grass, Yun Mian had a sense of coming home. The border collie was the first to notice Yun Mian's return, probably because of its sharp nose. It was the first to rush up to her, wagging its tail, even sitting down and raising its paw for a handshake. Yun Mian couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that Mario had trained it well in these few days. It had even learned to offer its paw for a handshake on its own. Yun Mian remembered she hadn't given the border collie a name yet. Having 2 pets was enough, and she didn't plan to have more, but as a pet dog, it was fine even without a contract. This border collie had a lovely lilac merle coat with beautiful fur and bright eyes. Yun Mian petted its head, and it obediently rubbed its head against her hand. Good girl, from now on you'll be called Ollie. Yun Mian had already noticed that it was a female dog. Ollie seemed to like her new name a lot. Upon hearing Yun Mian's words, she spun around in a circle. Yun Mian said. All right, I have work to do. Go play by yourself. But Ollie didn't run off. Instead, she followed Yun Mian closely. Yun Mian walked around the courtyard, not seeing anyone, meaning everyone was probably outside working. She went ahead to collect the treasure chests at the entrance. There were 3 chests, 2 silver chests and 1 gold chest. She hadn't opened any treasure chests in days, and seeing them made her hands itch. And today she had the double buff. She couldn't wait. She quickly opened the golden chest. Gotta start with the best. Items obtained: milk powder X5, cod liver oil X5, bakery blueprint X1, jam workshop blueprint X1, island broadcast speaker Key 1. Yun Mian was delighted with these items. Milk powder had many uses. It could be used to make drinks, desserts, or even feed animals as a nutritious supplement. She also got 2 workshop blueprints. With more workshops on the island, she'd be able to produce more things. As for the broadcast speaker, it wasn't particularly useful for now. It was like a village's public broadcast. Yelling from the broadcast room would reach everyone in the village. But this was an island broadcast, and there was only her on the island. At most, she had hired many players to work there. Yun Mian could use it to shout, "You can come back and eat now." That's about it. Yun Mian continued to open the other 2 silver chests. Items obtained were as follows: wine recipe X1, basil seeds X1, bay leaf seeds X1, blueberry tree X2, plum tree X3, apple tree X2, compost bin X3, fertilizer recipe X1, fermentation barrel X5, solar dryer blueprint X1, name, solar dryer, function, used for drying fruits, vegetables, and grains, required materials, energy stone X3, iron ore X10, aluminum ore X5. This was exactly what Yun Mian needed. With the abundant sunlight, there were many things she needed to dry. With this dryer, all her stored fruits and vegetables could be dried without worry about spoiling. Plus, she could use it for oil extraction. With the double buff, all these items were doubled. Yun Mian smiled ear to ear, putting everything into her backpack. Without wasting time, she hurried to the workbench to put in double materials, making sure the workbench wouldn't sit idle. She then went to check on the breeding house. The silkworms were all spinning cocoons, wrapping themselves up and turning into chrysalises. Yun Mian was clueless about how to handle the silk later on. She figured she'd have to buy a book on it. The chickens and ducks inside seemed to have multiplied. The little lamb that had been just a lamb before now had a baby lamb. Yun Mian looked at the baby lamb with its cute, watery eyes, feeling her heart melt. It was just too adorable. If the baby lamb wasn't still drinking milk, she would have wanted to hold it and pet it. All the animals had been fed, and there was still feed left in the troughs. The number of rabbits had also doubled, and now the space in the breeding room was no longer sufficient. It seemed that an upgrade would be necessary in the next few days. Yun Mian planned to expand by building a few thatched huts for raising chickens and ducks and 2 pigsties for raising pigs. The breeding room would be dedicated to cattle, sheep, rabbits, and horses. Otherwise, even with an extra 20,000 sea star coins, it wouldn't be enough. In just 3 days, the island underwent massive changes. The vegetable field was full of crops. The seeds in the field had sprouted, growing into small seedlings. Though it wasn't yet harvest time, the lush green growth was a delight to see, filling the place with life and making one feel cheerful. After spending so much time in the game, Yun Mian could now recognize various vegetables even before they matured. In the field closest to the courtyard were crown daisy, spinach, red carrots, lettuce, Chinese cabbage, sea cabbage, beetroot, coriander. Near the western orchard, a whole section was planted with corn and potatoes. The southern area had rice, wheat, and some grains. Yun Mian, being the big landlord, was very satisfied. While others hoped for a good harvest next year, she could expect one in a few days, making her even more content. Remembering that she still had the double buff, Yun Mian started inspecting the fields. The crops on the rare land must be ripe by now. I need to go harvest them quickly so I don't waste my double buff. She quickly ran to find the rare land. She had planted all her favorite fruits and vegetables here. Before leaving, she had put up a sign next to the rare land, instructing the hired players on which specific seeds to plant. These included onions, eggplants, chili peppers, broccoli, asparagus, mushrooms. There were 5 types of chili peppers: Kaotian chili, spiral chili, bell pepper, millet chili, and slender chili. Each chili variety could be cooked differently, but they were all equally delicious. Mian loved using different types of chili peppers for seasoning. The crops planted on the rare land matured particularly quickly. She planted a lot of Kaotian chili, planning to dry it after harvest, either making it into dried chili or grinding it into chili powder, which were both great options. Mian pressed a button to harvest all at once: onions X29, eggplants X38, broccoli X21, asparagus X26, mushrooms X72, spiral chili X83, millet chili X173, Kaotian chili X233, bell peppers A121, slender chili X99. Good fortune doubled. Onions X29, eggplants X38, broccoli X21, asparagus X126, mushrooms X72, spiral chili X83, millet chili X173, Kaotian chili X233, bell peppers X121, slender chili X99. Mian happily counted the harvest. It was fantastic. She decided to put 2/3 of the vegetables up for sale and kept some for herself to eat. Any excess would be dried to make preserved goods or processed for storage. After harvesting, Mian headed to the orchard, wondering how things were going with the orchard and pasture. When she reached the foot of the hill, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow!" The previously barren hill was now half planted with fruit trees. Though the saplings were still small, in a few days they would grow. In the game, the average growth cycle for fruit trees was half a month. Flowers would bloom in a week, and in 2 weeks, fruit would appear. Mian could hardly wait to see the entire hill covered with fruit. There were fruit trees on the hill, while at the base, the land was planted with various fruits like watermelons, strawberries, pineapples, tomatoes, and other types of melons. The hired players were busy planting fruit trees on the hill. Xiao Yi was hovering in the sky monitoring, and Mario, along with his little son, was also helping out. Seeing this scene, Mian felt very happy. She quickly stepped forward to greet everyone. Seeing Mian return, everyone was delighted. They had been having a great time on Mian's island these past few days. Mian's meals were simply amazing, and everyone ate to their heart's content. It was much better than being on their own ships. Even though they had to work, they could fill their bellies, and their energy would be replenished quickly. They wouldn't get tired after just 2 hours, and as soon as they finished work, their stamina and energy would recover fully. What's more, the environment on Mian's island was excellent. Clean air, no fear of volcanic eruptions. They also got paid for their work. Every evening they would sigh in the chat channel, saying how great it would be if Mian hired long-term workers. They would come here to work every day as long as there was enough to eat. Unfortunately, the contract they signed with Mian was only for 5 days. Everyone was hoping Mian would come back and let them stay for a few more days. Mario was reporting to Mian on the work progress over the past few days. The orchard will be finished soon, but the pasture is still under construction. By tomorrow, all the saplings should be planted, and in 2 more days, the pasture should be done too. Mian nodded in satisfaction. Great. You've all worked hard. I'll go back and prepare a special meal for you later. I'll make some fruit and ice slush as well. Everyone must be feeling the heat in this weather. Hearing about a special meal didn't excite everyone too much, as they'd been eating well recently. But when they heard there would be ice slush, they got thrilled. This volcanic season weather was unbearably hot, and getting to eat some ice slush would be the ultimate treat. Mian asked everyone for their flavor preferences before heading back to prepare the ice slush. She had saved some ice blocks earlier. There weren't many, but there was enough to make ice slush. Besides making it for the hired players, Mian made extra portions. 20 servings of mango ice slush, 10 servings of watermelon ice slush, and 10 servings of peach ice slush. Most people preferred the mango ice slush. After preparing it, Mian gave everyone 1 serving, leaving the rest in her backpack to distribute to her friends and family when they returned from the competition. She herself took a bowl of peach ice slush back to her workshop.
By this time, the materials she had placed on the workbench earlier had all been transformed into finished items. She made 2 pieces of furniture that could increase the ship's score, and these items were highly sought after by everyone. In order to upgrade quickly, everyone was searching for items that could increase their ship's score. Yun Mian listed the items on the trading center in auction mode, setting the auction for 1 hour. Very quickly, bids started coming in. She then took out the 2 blueprints she had obtained from today's treasure chests. Name: Beginner Bakery, Basic Food Production Building. Function: Can produce various baked goods, increases island score by 25 points once built. Construction requirements: quality wood x200, stone x40, iron ore x30, sea star coins per 5,000. Name: Beginner Jam Workshop, Basic Food Production Building. Function: Can produce various jams, increases island score by 20 points once built. Construction requirements: quality wood x200, stone x20, iron ore x20, sea star coins 4,000. Yun Mian only planned to build one of these workshops for now. Currently, she didn't have enough sea star coins to build both. Constructing one would be just enough. To upgrade, she needed to unlock 3 functional workshops. She had already unlocked the mill and the sausage roasting house, so once the bakery was upgraded, that would be sufficient. Once the competition rewards were distributed, she would immediately proceed with the construction. But right now, funds were tight, and she didn't have enough sea star coins. She opened the information page for the Xiang Yun. Name: Xiang Yun. Level 9 residence, upgradable. Score: 562. Upgrade conditions: island score of 800, unlocked pasture, at least 3 functional workshops unlocked, fish pond unlocked, 5 acres of farmland cultivated, completed, 2 acres of fruit trees planted. Yun Mian made a plan. Once the orchard and pasture were completed, she would begin building the fish pond. Moreover, the island score was increasing quickly, and it wouldn't take long to surpass 800. Yun Mian began sorting through her supplies. She planned to take advantage of the remaining few hours of today to earn a fortune at the trading center. She couldn't afford to waste even a bit of her double buff. Her warehouse contained many valuable items she had acquired, but she hadn't organized them due to being too busy and had even forgotten some. She couldn't carry everything in her backpack, so she needed to check the warehouse regularly. But there was no time now. First, she had to sell some items to clear out the warehouse before organizing things. Warehouse number 1 contained fruits and vegetables, along with today's harvested crops. It was almost at full capacity again. Yun Mian decided to sell 2/3 of the vegetables directly. After all, the entire planting area was about to yield a bountiful harvest, and warehouse number 1 would soon be full again. To speed things up, Yun Mian sent a message in the chat channel, giving everyone a heads up about her upcoming sale. New batch of fruits and vegetables going up soon. If you need some, you can grab them, but there's a lot this time, so no need to worry about missing out. Yun Mian is selling goods again. Time to celebrate. How much is a lot? I still worry it won't be enough. Yun Mian, don't underestimate the purchasing power of the players. Ha ha ha, finally. I've been keeping an eye on the trading center since Yun Mian escaped the deserted island. I knew she would restock as soon as she returned. Didn't she also just put up some furniture? That's good stuff. Forget the furniture. I just want some vegetables. The bok choy I bought from her last time tasted amazing. Any chance of some meat? It's been a long time since my kid had meat. Could you put up some meat as well? Yun Mian replied, There will be some meat. But wait a bit. Let me put up the fruits and vegetables first. Warehouse number 2 was full of meat. There were too many chickens in the breeding room, so she could sell some. There were also plenty of eggs. She had saved a lot of fish meat from before that had been sitting for quite a while, so selling some was fine. She knew there would be more of these things in the future. Yun Mian listed wheat x500, rice x800, potatoes x400, sweet potatoes at 500, bok choy k200, spinach k200, crown daisy k200, K-ocean chili k700, spiral chili k300, apples 100, peaches at 500, tomatoes 150, mangoes 200, watermelons 100, green onions ek 200. With over 20 types of fruits and vegetables, Yun Mian's shop was flooded with new items. Players went crazy. No one had expected that when Yun Mian said there would be a lot,
There really would be a lot. But there were tens of thousands of players in the game, so even these amounts were like a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, most players had gone to participate in the competition, and only a few had returned. Most of the active players now were those who hadn't joined the competition, and not many of them were highly skilled. So many were able to buy something. With over 10,000 portions of fruits and vegetables listed, Yun Mian made a killing. Even without the double buff, she would have made a lot, let alone with the buff. Yun Mian felt the thrill of getting rich all over again. Although she was already quite wealthy, seeing the rapid increase in trading center materials and the constant notifications of the double buff, she couldn't help but smile. She asked for materials like fruits and vegetables in exchange for wood and sea star coins. She didn't ask for many sea star coins. Usually, 1 sea star coin could get you 1 pound of rice, 2 pounds of potatoes, or 1 pound of cabbage. Green peppers and chili peppers were traded for wood. 1 piece of wood for a green pepper or 2 K-Ocean chilies. The prices were quite reasonable. The most expensive items were the fruits, 2 sea star coins for 1 watermelon or 3 mangoes. Players who had sea star coins were more than willing to buy. Many players had planted vegetables on their ships, but not too much. Most of their resources were used for upgrades. Not to mention, with the current heat, growing vegetables required a lot of water, and fruits were even scarcer. Next, Yun Mian opened warehouse number 2. Yun Mian said, "I'll be putting up some fish and chicken soon, but there's not much of it." Whoa, there really is meat. Is the boss that nice? Awesome. I want to get some chicken. I just got some potatoes. Time for a chicken and potato stew? Only 500 portions. I probably won't be able to grab any. Sigh. So expensive? 1 portion of chicken meat costs 50 stones. If you think it's expensive, then don't buy it. Stones have no other use anyway, and if you don't have sea star coins, exchanging with stones is pretty good, isn't it? There really isn't much meat. I didn't manage to get any. Could you list more? There were only 500 portions of meat, mostly fish. Yun Mian had accumulated various types of fish meat, and the chicken meat came from the breeding room. Once chickens were removed from the breeding room, they could be turned into chicken meat automatically without the need to slaughter and pluck them manually. It would directly become a plucked, fully processed chicken. Very convenient. Yun Mian said, "I'll sort some more things later and put up some sausages and flour as well. You can keep an eye out to buy them." She planned to sell all the flour and sausages in the warehouse and make new ones tomorrow. At this point, Xia, who hadn't been seen in a while, suddenly popped up. "Everyone, don't worry about the meat. I've already set up a chicken farm. Soon I'll be listing chicken in bulk. As long as you join my guild, you'll never have to worry about vegetables or meat." Xia, along with his partner, had set up a guild, planning to make enough resources before most players had their own islands so they could develop their island first. Seeing Yun Mian's products being sought after, Xia was envious. His island had good conditions, and he was confident he could develop it too. "Really, Xia? Can we see what your chicken farm looks like?" "Yeah, talk is cheap. Yun Mian's products are real, and she's actually putting them up for sale." "What are the requirements to join the guild?" "A guild sounds good. I always joined a guild in games before. If the benefits are good, joining a guild isn't bad." Xia replied, "Anyone interested in joining can private message me. We're only taking 20 members at the moment. Once we're full, we won't be taking more until next time." After saying that, Xia stopped responding in the chat. Yun Mian happened to see his message. She thought about it for a moment and sent a message to Hu Yuan. She wasn't interested in running a guild herself, but she could let Hu Yuan handle it. As long as she could make a profit from it, that was enough. Hu Yuan could easily set up and run a guild, while Yun Mian would provide vegetables, fruits, and meat. She had her orchard, pasture, and planting area, all of which would have more than enough production to feed 10 people, let alone running a guild. But setting up and maintaining a guild wasn't something Yun Mian wanted to think about. Hu Yuan was likely better suited for it, and she was happy to just be a shareholder and focus on developing her island. Yun Mian messaged Hu Yuan. Are you interested in setting up a guild? Hu Yuan replied, Tell me more. Yun Mian said, My pasture, orchard, planting area, and breeding area are all set up. Once they're fully developed, resources won't be an issue, so supporting a guild should be doable. In most games, during the early stages of a guild, members would provide resources to help grow and develop it. Once the guild was established, it would be able to support its members by providing resources and items, allowing them to complete tasks together, play games, and share experiences. Currently, there were a lot of people in the main zone. Previously, everyone was divided into smaller zones and focused on building their own factions. Now that the servers were merged, no one had organized a combined faction, mainly because of the ongoing disasters. Everyone was too busy trying to survive. Now that she had her island as a backup, it seemed like a good opportunity. Hu Yuan had thought about this before, but his abilities and resources weren't enough to support such an endeavor. Making as much as he had as a middleman was already good enough. Now, hearing Yun Mian's words, he felt confident. All right, let me think about the specifics. If we do this, it might have to be in your name. Are you okay with that? Yun Mian replied, No problem. After all, I'm providing the supplies. With Yun Mian's name attached, the guild would definitely succeed, and it had to be done well. Yun Mian added, We can recruit guild members from the group. Nie Yangguang, Luo, Luo Ze, my mom and my brother can all join. We won't lack members. They were all top-level players, though having only friends and family might not be ideal for the guild's growth. The guild needed to grow, so they couldn't all be close acquaintances. Yun Mian was also considering recruiting some players from Zone 1, like Zhao Yichen, Lin Qi, and Shen Chanjue. As for Wei Yue, he was the leader of their zone, and he already had his own faction. She wasn't sure if it was appropriate to ask him to join. Because of the double buff, Yun Mian earned 10,000 sea star coins, 3,000 stones, and some saplings and seeds by selling vegetables and meat. These were all essential items, so she could stockpile more. The 2 auctioned pieces of furniture also fetched decent blueprints. Yun Mian had originally planned to wait for the competition results before building the bakery, but it seemed she could start right away. Her sea star coins had increased, and she was thrilled to put all the sausages and flour in the warehouse up for sale. 1 sea star coin could buy 1 sausage or 1 pound of flour. If everything sold, it would amount to 1,000 sea star coins, and the double buff would make it 2,000. Yun Mian smiled, thinking that these sea star coins would be enough to upgrade the breeding room and warehouse. At that moment, Yun Mian received a private message from Xia Tianxia. Xia Tianxia. Are you interested in cooperating? Let's set up a guild together, and we can share all the future resources. Seeing Yun Mian selling sausages and flour, Xia Tianxia immediately realized that her development was doing very well, perhaps even better than his. He had previously thought of surpassing Yun Mian, but his partner advised him to ally with her instead. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to send Yun Mian a message. Seeing that she hadn't replied for a while, he sent another message. I've just built a weaving workshop and a chicken farm. If we work together, we can share resources. Yun Mian. No need, I'm planning to set up my own guild. Xia Tianxia. Yun Mian. Xia Tianxia was so angry he almost spat blood. He sent the chat log to his partner. Xia Tianxia. What do we do? Yun Mian is also planning to start a guild. We need to recruit some high-level players as soon as possible, but most of the high-level players are still in the competition and haven't returned. Xia Tianxia. Wei Yue is back. Should I ask him? Qi Yan. Wei Yue? Forget it, he won't agree. Xia Tianxia. Why not? Qi Yan. He's different from Yun Mian. He has his own faction in Zone 1. Xia Tianxia. Then what should we do? Qi Yan. Don't worry, I'll come over and meet you later to discuss it. Xia Tianxia. All right, there are already over 10 people signed up. You can help screen them to see if we should accept them all. Qi Yan. Take anyone above level 8 for now. Let's start by accepting 20 members. After the competition ends, we can recruit more people. The game should end the day after tomorrow at the latest. Xia Tianxia. Okay, we urgently need sea star coins right now. It would be best to recruit some players who placed in the competition and have them contribute their sea star coins. When Yun Mian received Luo Zi's message, she was in the middle of listing household items. Mian, I'm back. Yun Mian checked the escapee list, and, sure enough, Luo Zi's name had appeared. He was 6th. Yun Mian. Good. I just made some shaved ice. Which flavor would you like? Luo Zi. I'll have watermelon. Yun Mian sent over a red watermelon shaved ice with watermelon balls and some fresh watermelon pieces on top. It looked vibrant and beautiful. Luo Zi took a bite, and it was especially sweet. Yun Mian used her own homegrown watermelon with a delicate texture and sweet taste. She herself had tried it. Luo Zi. It's really delicious. Yun Mian. Haha, I'm busy right now, so I won't talk. Rest well since you've just returned. Seeing that Yun Mian was busy, Luo Zi didn't bother her further. He also had a lot to do, including finding a place for the newly contracted pet shark. The shark could communicate with him mentally and had told him about an unclaimed island. He needed to head there immediately. With the shark leading the way, he estimated that he could claim the island by midnight. Yun Mian worked until midnight, and her gains were astonishing. Describing them as abundant was an understatement. She earned more than 10,000 sea star coins. Even if she placed in the competition's top 10, the reward would only be 20,000. Selling items brought in this much, not to mention the other various resources she accumulated. But Yun Mian was exhausted. As she lay on her soft bed, she thought, who knows when the double buff will come again? It makes one both wish for it to come sooner and wish for it to give a little break. Too tiring. She hadn't stopped since returning today. The bakery and the jam workshop were both under construction. Originally, she only planned to build one, but with the windfall today and all those sea star coins, she decided to build both, wealthy and generous. And Xia Tianxia mentioned building a weaving workshop. It seemed like there were many types of buildings on small islands. Perhaps the silkworms were to supply the weaving workshop. She might need to start weaving soon, and with fabric, she could make clothes in bulk. After browsing the chat channel for a bit, Yun Mian felt sleepy. She opened her inventory to check her items. Unclaimed island locator card, copy card, garden blueprint, hint card, pet encyclopedia, global announcement horn, fertilizer recipe. Yun Mian thought about using the global announcement horn tomorrow when recruiting for the guild. With the horn, her message would pop up on every player's screen, which seemed pretty prestigious. She needed to think carefully about the wording. Yun Mian smiled to herself and drifted off to sleep. The next morning at 8 o'clock, she was woken up by Wall-E. Recently, Wall-E and Eve had been in charge of cleaning and security patrols around the courtyard, so Yun Mian didn't have to worry about anything. The octopus couldn't handle the weather, so it spent its days sleeping in the fish tank. The little bee drone, Zhao Yi, was slightly better. It wasn't afraid of the heat and flew everywhere. The penguin Zhaoguai was still confined in its pet pouch and hadn't come out. In this weather, there was no way to let it out. Yun Mian wondered how Ni Yangguang's baby goose was doing. She got up and rolled a dice. It was a everything goes well top-level good luck roll, and Yun Mian was thrilled. Looks like today's going to be another busy day. Many people had gotten up before her, and she received a lot of messages. She checked the escapee list. 28 players had now escaped. 20 more players had escaped overnight, and it seemed that the slots were filling quickly. The number of available spots was getting fewer and fewer. If it reached 70 today, that meant there could be 100 by midday tomorrow. Rong Yu and Luo had also returned, and they messaged her as well. Ni Yangguang hadn't returned yet, which was surprising. But Yun Mian could watch Ni Yangguang's live stream. She had been too busy yesterday to watch, but people were saying in the chat channel that Ni Yangguang was funny and that his stream was perfect to watch while eating. She decided to watch his live stream while having breakfast. As soon as she opened it, she nearly burst out laughing. Ni Yangguang looked like a refugee. his face covered in soot and his hair partially burnt. He used to be a bit chubby, but now he looked thinner. Yun Mian thought perhaps Black really was slimming, because Ni Yangguang's clothes, face and hair, everything, exposed or not, were all black. Despite his appearance, he had reached the seaside. Yun Mian couldn't stop laughing, completely forgetting what she was supposed to eat. She kept her eyes on the live stream and saw Ni Yangguang, with a dazed look in his eyes, mutter, "Is this really the seaside? Am I sleepwalking?" He shook his head as he spoke. In the chat channel, people were also discussing Ni Yangguang's live stream. "I'm about to die laughing at Ni Yangguang. Ha ha ha, I'm also watching Ni Yangguang. He fell into a volcanic crater last night. Luckily it was an extinct volcano. I thought he was done for, but he somehow made it to the seaside. He's got pretty good luck." "Good luck? He hasn't even escaped yet. I'd say it's just average." "That's because you don't know how lazy he's been. Go take a look and you'll see." Ni Yangguang was already hallucinating. He was too scared to step into the sea, despite feeling incredibly uncomfortable and unbearably thirsty. "If that's not the sea but lava, I'm dead," Ni Yangguang muttered softly. At that moment, a boat approached from afar and stopped at the shore. A man on the boat, dressed flamboyantly and wearing a hat, shouted to Ni Yangguang, "Young man, are you all right? Do you need help?" Yun Mian watched, stunned. Could this really be happening? The rescue NPC actually came to pick him up on his own. Ni Yangguang's dumb luck was truly unbelievable. She saw him groggily get taken aboard the boat by the rescue NPC and leave the Hell Volcano Island. A few minutes later, Ni Yangguang's name appeared on the escapee list. The audience exclaimed in amazement. Now no one could deny that Ni Yangguang's luck was exceptional. Compared to Gu Feng, Ni Yangguang's luck was off the charts. Gu Feng was still suffering on the island. Although he had maxed out survival skills, he just couldn't seem to escape. With Ni Yangguang's live stream ending, Yun Mian switched to another one and found that Yun Xiao was also streaming. Her eyes lit up. "Let's see." Yun Mian opened Yun Xiao's stream while taking out buns and porridge she had prepared earlier for breakfast. No need to cook this morning. Yun Xiao had chosen Rift Valley Island. He had just climbed a waterfall and emerged from the rift, reaching a high point where he could see the sea. He had won a machete in a lottery and was now chopping trees to make a raft to leave the island. The kid's doing well. It looks like Yun Xiao has a chance to make it into the top 100. She also wondered how her mom was doing. Yun Mian bit into a large meat bun, her mouth watering. The savory aroma filled her senses. The juicy meat, tender and full of flavor, paired with the soft bun, was simply delicious. Once Yun Xiao got back to his boat, she'd send some to him too. Just then, a voice message came from Ni Yangguang. Mian, quick, give me something to eat. I can't take it anymore." Ni Yangguang's voice was tearful, sounding genuinely distressed. For some reason, Yun Mian felt like laughing. She knew it wasn't appropriate. Having watched the live stream earlier, she knew how pitiful his experience had been. She quickly sent over several meat buns she was eating, along with a bowl of millet porridge. After days without proper food, drinking millet porridge would be good for his stomach. Ni Yangguang was touched. He knew he could count on Yun Mian to have something tasty for him right away. After a few bites, Ni Yangguang finally started feeling better. He began to complain. "I was so miserable, you have no idea." Yun Mian, "I know." Ni Yangguang, Yun Mian, "I watched the live stream." Ni Yangguang sent a series of crying emojis. Yun Mian, "It's all right, it's good that you're back. You even have a ranking." Ni Yangguang, "You know, that's not what I'm after." Yun Mian took out the garden blueprint. Name, small garden building. Function, increases island score by 20. Required materials, premium wood, X100, regular wood X100, stones X100, flower seedlings K100. Yun Mian didn't have many flower seedlings. Previously, she got 20 rose seedlings which were stored in her warehouse. She opened the trading center to buy some flower seedlings, only to find there weren't many available, just a few. She had to check the mall. The mall had everything, but the prices were steep. One rose seedling cost 5 sea star coins. Yun Mian needed 80 seedlings,
which would be 400 sea star coins. However, increasing the island score by 20 points was worth it. Other workshops only increased the score by 20 points as well. The garden didn't have any other functions, unlike the workshops that could be used for production. She bought the seedlings and clicked to build. The system prompted her to choose a location, and Yunmian picked a spot near the courtyard but not directly adjacent. A garden should be close enough to the living area to be appreciated, with its beautiful scenery and fragrant flowers, but she worried it might attract mosquitoes and bees. In this hot weather, insects could become a problem. Having a bit of distance, just a few minutes walk away, was ideal. Yunmian also placed the swing and gazebo she had received earlier next to the garden construction site. Once she had time, she could dig a small pond in the garden, plant some aquatic plants, and raise some small fish. It would be quite delightful. The garden would take 20 hours to build, so it would be ready by tomorrow morning. Yunmian turned around to check the progress of the 2 workshops she had built yesterday. The bakery and jam workshop had appeared on the open space, not far from the sausage workshop and mill. Yunmian envisioned creating a production hub in this area. The 2 buildings were quite beautiful, both designed in European style. The bakery's roof looked like a cream peak. The windows were pastel-colored, and the exterior walls resembled cream cake. The door was pink, and there were decorations of candy, small cakes, macarons, and croissants on the walls. They looked so realistic that they made people want to take a bite. The jam workshop exuded a fruity vibe, with its walls covered in fruit illustrations. The vibrant colors were perfectly coordinated, making it a pleasure to look at. Yunmian couldn't wait to try it out. According to the instructions, all she had to do was put the ingredients listed in the baking recipe into the bakery, and after a certain amount of time, the corresponding food would be produced. For example, croissants. She needed to put in flour, water, yeast, butter, and sugar. Each ingredient had to be in the right proportion, as stated in the recipe. It could be doubled, but it would take longer to complete. For instance, if she put in enough ingredients for 1 croissant, it would take 10 minutes to get 1 croissant. But if she put in enough for 10 croissants, it would take 100 minutes, and there was no way to pause or finish early. She had to wait 100 minutes to get the croissants. The jam workshop worked in the same way. For instance, to make strawberry jam, she needed fresh strawberries, white sugar, and lemon juice. Yunmian was better at making Chinese pastries, and she had rarely made Western desserts, so she simply bought a baking recipe book from the mall. For 200 sea star coins, she bought a beginner-level dessert recipe book, which contained recipes for more than a dozen different desserts. Currently, her ingredients were limited, so Yunmian decided to make some donuts first. She needed flour, yeast, water, eggs, butter, and sugar. She put in enough ingredients to make 20 donuts, which would take an hour to complete. In addition, she used lots of fresh strawberries and apples to make some strawberry jam and apple jam. She made 20 pounds of each, hoping to end up with about 10 jars to share with her friends. At noon, Yun Xiao and Xiao Ruowei also successfully escaped the island and made it onto the list of the first 100 escapees. Yun Xiao was a bit faster than Xiao Ruowei by about 10 minutes. Xiao Ruowei happened to be the 95th, and 10 minutes later, the list was full. System announcement. The competition is now over. All players' scores will be announced by 6 p.m. today. Please check your email for details. Although the escapees' rankings based on their escape times were out, the scores were still not finalized. Everyone on the list would receive a reward. Yunmian immediately sent a message to Xiao Ruowei. Yunmian. Mom, would you like to come to my island for a meal, take a bath, and rest for a bit? I even made some shaved ice. Xiao Ruowei, covered in dirt and just back on her boat after escaping the island, was preparing to take a shower but still replied immediately. No need, sweetheart. I'll come over after I take a bath. There's still a lot to do on the boat. Yunmian then asked Yun Xiao if he wanted to come. But Yun Xiao said he was busy upgrading and looking for an unclaimed island, so he had no time to visit. Yunmian decided to use the duplication card to make copies of the unclaimed island locator card, giving one to her mom and one to Yun Xiao so they could both bind their own islands. Currently, there were fewer and fewer unclaimed islands. and Yun Mian Mian worried that not all players would be able to bind to an island. It was possible that unclaimed islands were limited, and the volcano season was coming to an end. Since she had the card, she decided to give it to them rather than selling it to others. She didn't need to trade it for resources now. Yun Mian Mian knew that her mom and brother both wanted to be self-reliant and wouldn't depend on her just because she was doing well. Otherwise, they could have just moved to her island. There was no need to search for an unclaimed island. But Yun Mian Mian also supported their desire to upgrade. It was like having their own house. Even though they were family, everyone wanted their own space. They could meet anytime they wanted. Besides, this was a survival game where anything could happen at any time. Relying on oneself was always better than depending on others. She sent the 2 locator cards to Yun Xiao and Zhao Ruowei, urging them to use them as soon as possible. Yun Mian Mian had a feeling that after this competition ended, the system would stir things up again. Yun Xiao, once I bind to an island, I'll come over to help you. Yun Mian Mian, haha, sure, there's plenty of work to do. Zhao Ruowei, thank you, sweetheart. Yun Mian Mian, Mom, hurry and find an island and start upgrading. Yun Mian Mian was very happy to help her family. This had always been one of the motivations behind her efforts. Regarding the establishment of the guild, Hu Yuan had prepared a detailed plan. The guild's goals, how it should develop in the future, and how many people to recruit initially. After reviewing Hu Yuan's plan, Yun Mian Mian was quite satisfied. Yun Mian Mian. Most high-level players are just starting to develop their islands, and many ordinary players may not have bound to an island yet. A guild that provides resources and shares experience will likely attract players. As long as we offer stable resources and a good environment, players should want to join. Hu Yuan. I believe it would be best if you were the guild leader. I know you're busy and I can handle the tedious tasks, but I think having you lead will attract more players. Yun Mian Mian. All right. I have something good that I can use later for guild recruitment. She sent the full server broadcast item to Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan smiled and said, "This is really something special. It will make a big impact when used." Yun Mian Mian. That's the idea. If we're going to do it, let's make a big splash. The most active time in the chat channel was around lunchtime. And now that the competition was over, all players, whether they had escaped or not, had returned to their boats or islands. Players who had been busy all morning could finally sit down, eat, and take a break. Since Yun Mian Mian had put up a lot of ingredients for sale yesterday, many players managed to grab something, and they could enjoy a good meal today. After surviving at sea for so long, there had been a tradition in the chat channel of posting what people were eating for lunch ever since someone had shown off their meal a long time ago. Now, many players were posting their lunches in the chat channel. Yesterday, I got chicken from Yun Mian Mian, and I made braised chicken with potatoes. It smells amazing. Picture. Finally eating white rice again, sobbing, it's so good. Picture. Northerner here, I've been craving bread and garlic for months. Thanks to Yun Mian Mian, I finally got my wish. Picture. I really wish Yun Mian Mian could restock every day. Then I could eat well every day. Damn it, I was still competing on my island when she restocked yesterday and I didn't get anything. Yun Mian Mian, please restock again today. I'm begging you. Look at the feast I made. There's chicken, fish, and bok choy. Haha, I was lucky enough to grab a lot yesterday. Drooling, it looks so appetizing. I wish I could eat it too. That's nothing. Look at my work meal on Yun Mian Mian's island. Picture. 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 A string of pictures made everyone's eyes blur. Grilled beef steak, tofu, braised beef brisket rice, beef sukiyaki, braised chicken feet. The pictures also showed some fruit and drinks. Damn, do they eat this well on Yun Mian Mian's island? Help, I'm drooling. Is Yun Mian Mian hiring? I want to go. Sign me up. Where do I sign up? The chat channel exploded. At that moment, everyone's chat channel displayed a bold, red, scrolling message. Yun Mian Mian, Zone 3. Guild recruitment, abundant resources, numerous benefits. Interested parties contact Hu Yuan, Hu Yuan's personal information. Everyone in the district was astonished. Yun Mian Mian's guild! I want in. How many people are they recruiting? What are the requirements? I'm signing up immediately. Yun Mian achieved the effect she wanted. Thankfully, she directed everyone to contact Hu Yuan for registration. Otherwise, she would have been overwhelmed just responding to messages. Hu Yuan also had his own secretary. After expanding the team, he hired 2 assistant secretaries, a male and a female, responsible for work allocation and communication. However, there were simply too many inquiries at this point, and it was impossible to respond to them all. Hu Yuan had to spam the chat channel, posting several times about the guild recruitment requirements. Of course, he also shared the benefits of joining. A more detailed version was posted on the forum, and players could check there if they wanted to know more. Just as Hu Yuan was worrying about how to manage such a large group of people, the system sent out a message. The final results of the deserted island survival competition are now available. The rankings will be sent to each player and rewards will be distributed based on the rankings. Yun Mian immediately opened the rankings. The first name she saw was her own. First place, Yun Mian. Second place, Wei Yue. Third place, Luo Zi. Fourth place, Shen Qianjue. Fifth place, Zhu Sanyue. Sixth place, Lin Qi. Seventh place, Zhao Yichen. Eighth place, Rong Yu. Ninth place, Lin Yin. 10th place, Ni Yangguang. The reward for the top 100 players was a survival package. The reward for the top 10 players included 20,000 Sea Star coins, a building package X1, a random workshop construction blueprint X1, with the first place also receiving a hidden reward. All rewards were cumulative, so Yun Mian, being first, received very generous rewards. The hidden reward was what Yun Mian was most looking forward to. She couldn't wait to open the email from the system to receive the package and rewards. She received Survival Package, Sea Star Coins X1000, a week's worth of nutritional meals. Sea Star Coins X20,000, Building Package, Treehouse Blueprint, X1, Complete Set of Sandalwood Furniture, Blueprints, X1, Apple Tree Text 10, Blueberry Bush Text 10, Textile Workshop Blueprint, Hidden Reward, 1-hour conversation with the system. She didn't expect this kind of hidden reward. The system had always been mysterious, and players usually had to explore and figure things out for themselves. Now, she could finally communicate with it. Yun Mian was very excited. She had many questions she wanted to ask the system. The most important, of course, was when this game would end, and why this game existed, and what its purpose was. What would happen after the volcanic season ended? Were the players who were eliminated really dead? Was there any hope of returning to the real world? There were so many questions, and Yun Mian had to ask them one by one. After using the mysterious reward, a temporary dialogue panel appeared. Yun Mian tentatively typed, "Hello, can we start the conversation now?" System: "Hello, player. You have 1 hour to communicate with me. Please be mindful of the time." Yun Mian decided to ask the most important question first. Can players return to the real world? System: "Yes." This answer made Yun Mian very excited. She immediately asked the next question. How can they return to the real world? After a moment, the system replied, "After reaching level 10, players will naturally understand." Yun Mian, "Can't you tell me now?" It turned out that it didn't have to answer everything. Yun Mian sighed. There was nothing she could do. It had only said they could communicate, not that it would answer everything. Anyway, she would be able to level up soon. So she continued asking other questions. Yun Mian, "Are the players who were eliminated in the game really dead?" System: "After reaching level 10, players will get the answer." Again, it said she needed to be level 10 to know. Yun Mian frowned. "How many levels are there in this game? What's the highest level?" System: "Level 10. Yun Mian was a bit surprised. There were only 10 levels in total, meaning she would soon reach the maximum level. What would happen after she maxed out? Yun Mian was momentarily lost. It seemed that many things would only be revealed after she reached level 10. Yun Mian, "Is there really hope to return to the real world?" System: "Yes. Players who pass the trial can return to the real world." Yun Mian, "After the volcanic season ends, will there be other seasons?" System:
The volcanic season is the last season. Once it ends, the game will enter a new chapter.
Yun Mian made a sound of surprise. A new chapter? Puzzled, she asked, "What do you mean?" System. The survival game is a test of human nature and also of human survival abilities. You all carry the hope of humanity. Yun Mian was confused by what the system said. She thought for a while but still couldn't understand what the system meant. Yun Mian. What is the new chapter? System. After the volcanic season, the game will enter the rainy season again. That will be the new chapter. So there were only 3 seasons in the game, and they would repeat, just like the 4 seasons in real life. Yun Mian then thought of another question. Right now, other players and I are planning to form a guild, bringing players together. Will the system introduce a guild mode in the future, or will it continue with the current single-line mode? She had played some games with guild or faction modes where players could form factions and recruit members, which was very convenient. System. Cooperation between players can be done through the friend system. The system will not change the existing mode for now. So, that meant not anytime soon. Yun Mian finished asking all her questions, but the system's answers didn't fully satisfy her. Most of them were vague. Everything pointed to level 10. That made her even more curious. What would happen at level 10? For Yun Mian, level 10 wasn't an unattainable goal. She could reach it soon. Yun Mian decided to focus all her efforts on reaching level 10, putting everything else aside. Since level 10 seemed so crucial, and with only a few days left in the volcanic season, she needed to reach level 10 within these days. Maybe once she reached the maximum level, she would find a way to return to the real world. This time, the rewards she received weren't much. What she wanted most was sea star coins. In the later stages, many of the things she needed couldn't be found on the trading center and had to be bought from the store. Hiring NPCs also required them, so sea star coins had become the most important currency in circulation. After reaching level 9, players would realize the importance of sea star coins, something that players who hadn't bound islands weren't aware of. Only some players noticed that Yun Mian traded items for sea star coins, so they purposely kept some. This time, she received 2 blueprints as rewards, Treehouse Blueprint and Textile Workshop Construction Blueprint. After construction, they could increase her island's score, so Yun Mian immediately clicked to build them. The orchard would be completed today, but the pasture had just begun. Yun Mian had dug up a lot of sod earlier, but it wasn't enough. She had 2 options, either plant grass seeds and wait for them to sprout or find more sod. Waiting for the grass seeds to sprout would take a few days, but using sod meant the job could be done in a day. Considering that the fish pond had just started construction and would also take a few days to complete, Yun Mian chose to sow grass seeds and wait for them to sprout. If she were to look for sod, she would have to find a suitable small island, preferably with fertile grasslands. Such an island was hard to find, and it might take a lot of time without any results. To ensure the fish pond could be built smoothly, Yun Mian bought a book about fish pond management from the store and planned to teach herself. The book mainly taught how to choose a site and design the fish pond. Yun Mian surveyed her entire island and finally found a suitable place. Water sources and sunlight were important. She needed to meet both basic requirements. She decided to develop a plot of land in the middle of the island for the fish pond. The pond's area, depth, slope, water depth, and dam height were all carefully designed by Yun Mian. She also invited Gu Feng to help her look over it. He had some experience with fish farming, having kept fish at his old home, and he was a seasoned angler. Finally, the 2 of them determined the inlet and outlet, completing the entire design of the fish pond. Next was preparing the construction materials for the pond: cement, sand, and stones. 2 days ago, Yun Mian had bartered for a large number of stones, but it still wasn't enough, so she listed more food for sale and got enough stones in return. Hu Yuan outsourced the cement production. 2,000 bags of cement required raw materials like limestone and iron ore. With Hu Yuan's help, 100 people working non-stop could make it all in a day.
To speed things up, Yun Mian increased the workforce by hiring a 10-person team to come to her island to help build the fish pond. The entire small island's construction was in full swing. Guild recruitment was ongoing, and most of Yun Mian's friends had joined the guild. Hu Yuan asked Yun Mian to name the guild. She followed her simple and direct naming method and named it the Strongest Guild. Hu Yuan replied with a thumbs-up emoji. Her friends from Zone 3 had all joined, and Shen Shanjue and Zhao Yichen from Zone 1 had also agreed to join. Lin Qi said he needed to ask Wei Yue's opinion since he was Wei Yue's second-in-command in the faction, and joining another guild would require Wei Yue's consent. However, instead of Lin Qi, Yun Mian received a message from Wei Yue. Wei Yue. The Strongest Guild. Did you come up with that name? Yun Mian. Yes. Wei Yue. You took all my people without even informing me? Yun Mian. Ha ha ha, well, now you know. Wei Yue. Why didn't you invite me? Yun Mian asked in surprise. You want to join too? Wei Yue. Since it's the Strongest Guild, why wouldn't I join? Are you implying I'm not strong enough? Yun Mian was stunned for a moment, then said, Of course you're strong enough. She hadn't expected Wei Yue to want to join voluntarily, which was a surprise. Wei Yue. Yun Mian thought about it. Since Wei Yue was coming, she should give him a position. If you join, I'll make you a vice president. Wei Yue. How many vice presidents do you have? Yun Mian. Including you, there are currently 2. The other is Hu Yuan, who usually handles guild affairs. Wei Yue. Okay. Wei Yue. Why didn't you invite me? Yun Mian asked in surprise. You want to join too? Wei Yue. Since it's the Strongest Guild, why wouldn't I join? Are you implying I'm not strong enough? Yun Mian was stunned for a moment, then said, Of course you're strong enough. She hadn't expected Wei Yue to want to join voluntarily, which was a surprise. Wei Yue. Yun Mian thought about it. Since Wei Yue was coming, she should give him a position. If you join, I'll make you a vice president. Wei Yue. How many vice presidents do you have? Yun Mian. Including you, there are currently 2. The other is Hu Yuan, who usually handles guild affairs. Wei Yue. Okay. With Wei Yue joining, Yun Mian's guild's strength was significantly bolstered. When the people in Zone 1 heard that their leader had joined, they saw no reason not to join either, and they all came to sign up. However, in the initial stage, the guild could only take in 80 members. Too many people would be difficult to manage, and currently, there weren't enough resources and manpower to maintain the guild's supply distribution. They couldn't just expand the guild endlessly. Yun Mian had initially thought Wei Yue wanted to discuss guild matters, but then he sent another message asking if she had time to meet. If they were to meet, either Wei Yue would come to Yun Mian's island, or she would visit his. After some hesitation, Yun Mian decided to visit Wei Yue's island. As her strongest rival, Yun Mian was curious to see how far Wei Yue had progressed. I'll go to your island. Anyway, the work on her island was being handled, and Yun Mian stepping away for a while wouldn't affect things. She just needed to return quickly. Wei Yue soon sent her an invitation. Yun Mian accepted, and 10 minutes later, she appeared at the entrance of Wei Yue's English-style manor. The manor's style was elegant and noble, which Wei Yue had further modified. The color of the walls and the shape of the roof were changed, and there was a large rose garden beside it. The back of the manor was a forest, and the front was a lawn, like a fairy tale world. When she had been choosing her own place, Yun Mian thought the large manor looked nice, but she ended up choosing the Siheyuan, a traditional Chinese courtyard. Wei Yue's previous ship had been decorated nicely, and now that it was a house, it also had a unique charm. Yun Mian suspected that in the real world, he might be an architect. Just as she arrived, Wei Yue walked out, accompanied by a hunting dog. Beside him was a round robot that looked similar to Ava. You've set this up nicely, Yun Mian commented. Wei Yue. I put some thought into it. Yun Mian nodded.
Wei Yue led her inside into the hall. The interior also carried an elegant English style, with every piece of decor exuding luxury. Yun Mian sat down on the sofa, and the robot served tea and snacks. The bone china cup contained black tea, and there were macarons and peanut brittle as snacks. Yun Mian silently clicked her tongue in her mind and picked up a piece of peanut brittle to taste. "This is pretty good." Wei Yue. "It's made in the candy workshop. If you like it, I can give you some." "Sure," Yun Mian replied, not bothering to be polite. Wei Yue. "I wanted to meet with you to discuss the game." Yun Mian. "All right, I actually got some information too, so we can discuss it." Wei Yue. "Does it have something to do with your hidden reward?" Yun Mian was startled. How could this guy be so perceptive? But she kept a calm expression and said, "You figured it out." Wei Yue. "I guessed. Let me go first." Yun Mian took a sip of the tea. It was fragrant, and the black tea tasted pleasant. "After successfully escaping, I stayed on the NPC's ship for a while and managed to gather some information." Yun Mian's eyes lit up. She had initially planned to do the same, but she had a double buff and was in a hurry to get back and gather resources. Wei Yue had thought the same, and actually did it. Yun Mian didn't regret it. She had made a lot of money using the double buff and earned a lot of sea star coins. "What did you find out?" Yun Mian asked. "As long as we level up before the end of the volcanic season, we'll learn the biggest secret of the game. There might be a way to return to reality." Yun Mian remained calm, as if she had already known this. Wei Yue observed her expression and continued, "Do you want the game to end and return to reality?" He asked this because Yun Mian had developed very well in the game, perhaps even better than in real life. Some people were like that. They didn't want to return to reality and only wanted to stay in the game. Yun Mian lived well in the real world too. For someone as lucky as her, she wouldn't be worse off anywhere. If this could end and she could return, that would be good. She hoped her family could live a stable life. If it can end, it would be a good thing. Wei Yue. What if reality turns out to be worse? Yun Mian frowned. What do you mean? Wei Yue. You said you also obtained some information. Why don't you share it? Yun Mian held her forehead, organizing her thoughts. All right, my hidden reward was an opportunity to communicate with the system, so I asked the system a lot of questions. Wei Yue's expression grew serious as he sat upright, staring intently at Yun Mian. Yun Mian felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, but she continued. I asked when the game would end, and the system said that when I reach level 10, I'll get answers to many things. Level 10 seems to be a very critical point. Wei Yue. Level 10? That's not far away. Yun Mian. Right, and the system said level 10 is the maximum level. Wei Yue said gravely. If that's the case, then we'll soon have our answers. But I have a theory that returning to reality might not be what we imagine. What would it be like? Yun Mian was a bit nervous from his words. Wei Yue. Based on the NPC's words, there was a previous batch of players, but none of them reached level 10 before the volcanic season ended. We are the new batch. Yun Mian thought of the level 9 abandoned ship, the Medusa she had once seen on the seabed. Perhaps that was the ship of the previous players, or maybe even earlier players. This made Yun Mian even more curious. What would happen after reaching level 10? Yun Mian. The system said that the volcanic season is the last season. If we don't level up before the end of the volcanic season, we will enter a new cycle, and the rainy season will descend again. Wei Yue was silent for a moment. If we fall into a new cycle, we might be trapped in the game forever. Yun Mian. Maybe. But if that's the case, what about the previous players? Weren't they also trapped in the game? Wei Yue fell into deep thought. Or perhaps they went somewhere else, maybe another level of the game. Things were getting more confusing. Yun Mian. There's no use guessing now. We'll only find out after we reach level 10. Wei Yue. What's your island rating?
Yun Mian answered truthfully, over 500. Wei Yue. Mine is about the same. If nothing unexpected happens, we should level up at about the same time. Yun Mian was a bit surprised. She thought she was far ahead. But Wei Yue seemed confident, even though he hadn't been to her island. As if reading Yun Mian's mind, Wei Yue said frankly, "The people working on your island include some from Zone 1. Yun Mian clicked her tongue twice. "So you planted spies among my people." Wei Yue explained, "The gang collects information on strong players from all zones. You happen to be one of them." She wasn't really angry. It was normal. When Yun Mian first hired players to work on her island, she knew she couldn't keep the island's situation hidden. At best, she could hide it from regular players. But someone like Wei Yue, if he wanted to find out, would find someone to ask, whether by threat or inducement. Someone would be willing to talk. Since Yun Mian and Wei Yue had always been competitors, it was only natural that he would want to know about her progress. Yun Mian. You know too much. Wei Yue smiled. I invited you here today so you could see my island. Now we're even. Yun Mian shrugged. All right, let's walk and talk then. She finished her tea and got up to walk out. Wei Yue asked, Do you mind if I drive us? Yun Mian. Oh? What kind of car? A motorcycle? Wei Yue shook his head. No. Yun Mian soon saw the vehicle. It was a three-wheeler. When Yun Mian was a child, she used to see these on the streets and alleys. It was the type that made a beeping sound when reversing. Beep, beep, please reverse, please reverse. This vehicle was similar in shape to a traditional tricycle but was electric. It was slow. On an island, it worked well, an old-fashioned means of transportation. Wei Yue driving this vehicle was totally out of character for him, especially driving it in an English-style manner. It was completely incongruous. However, having a ride was better than walking, so Yun Mian chose to get in. Wei Yue turned around and asked, Are you steady? Yun Mian. Yeah, let's go. Wei Yue took Yun Mian on a tour around the island. Despite the bumpy mountain roads, the ride was steady. Yun Mian didn't feel much jolting. In fact, she found it quite novel. The island wasn't particularly large, but the environment was great. It had green mountains, rivers, and even hot springs. The entire manor was nestled in the middle of the island, surrounded by mountains and water not far from the coast. The manor felt like a vacation resort. When they arrived at the farmland, Yun Mian noticed that Wei Yue had even hired 2 NPCs to work for him, and there were a dozen people working the fields. On the mountain there were also about 10 people planting fruit trees. Yun Mian asked, Where did you find so many people to work? About 20 or 30 people from the Zone 1 gang, and 10 more from Hu Yuan. The cohesion in Zone 1 was strong. When Wei Yue gave an order, dozens of people were willing to help. Of course, Wei Yue must have offered good incentives. Otherwise, who would abandon their own development in a survival game to come over? Yun Mian decided that she would hire more people once she got back. If she could reach level 10 sooner, she could help others level up quickly as well. Many questions could then be answered. There was only 1 week left in the volcanic season. She had to hurry. After speaking with Yun Mian, Wei Yue sent a message to the Zone 1 regional chat, instructing all players unable to level up soon to come together and fully support the level 9 players who had already bound to islands. Yun Mian also shared her conversation with Wei Yue and her friends group. She encouraged her friends to sprint through the next few days and accelerate their leveling. According to Wei Yue's research, there were about 100 players who had already bound to islands at level 9. Among these, Yun Mian was the best developed. She and Wei Yue were in the top tier of high-level players. There were also some players who had only recently bound and hadn't properly developed yet, like Ni Yangguang, who was in the second tier. Then there were Luo Zhe, Luo, and Yun Xiao, and Zhao Ruowei, who had just bound to islands today. They were the third tier. These players had the potential to reach level 10 before the volcanic season ended. Out of all the players in the entire server, only 100 or so had reached level 9. In fact, under normal circumstances, very few would make it to level 10. The leap from level 9 to level 10 was huge. Island development wasn't like developing a ship. It required a tremendous amount of manpower and resources. It wasn't something that could be achieved by grinding away at the workbench for a few extra days. Relying on one person's efforts alone, it would take at least a year or two to upgrade. It was actually quite normal for the previous batch of players to not reach level 10 before the volcanic season ended. So what exactly was the system testing? This volcanic season was almost over, and the system hadn't done much. It hadn't even given a prompt. Unlike before, when it would issue tasks and inform players that if they didn't upgrade within a set time, they would be eliminated. Now, there was only 1 week left, and all the system had done was hold a deserted island escape competition. Nothing else. Yunmian speculated that this competition might have been set up for these seed players to earn Sea Star coins. The top 10 players all received 20,000 Sea Star coins. These coins could help them buy enough resources to develop their islands. When Yushi asked, "But didn't the system say before that players who safely make it through the volcanic season will get the opportunity to return to reality?" She had just found an unclaimed island today, but the resources on the island were poor, so she was still unsure about binding to it. When she read Yunmian's words, she immediately clicked to bind. Rong Yu analyzed. "I have a guess. Maybe someone has to reach level 10 before they can lead everyone back to reality. If no one reaches level 10 before the end of the volcanic season, it would mean that no one has passed the test, and everything would return to the rainy season and start over." Nie Yangguang. The system also said before that the volcanic season has 3 phases, so we should be in the 3rd phase now. Why hasn't anything happened? Luo Ze. Recently, volcanic eruptions have been happening at the same frequency as before. Nothing much has changed except that the temperature has increased. It's gotten hotter. Wen Yushi. I felt that too. If you're on the ship, it's unbearable to be outside, but on the island, it's still manageable. The island's temperature is different from the ship's. When I was on the ship, it was 45 degrees Celsius, but once I arrived on the island, it wasn't as hot, only about 30-something degrees. Luoze. Many players have been reporting heatstroke recently, mostly level 8 players. No wonder Yunmian hadn't noticed. She had been staying on the island the whole time. Yunmian. But players can just stay inside their ships. Ships have temperature regulation systems. Wrong you. That's why there haven't been any major issues yet. Players who can't take it are staying inside their ships, but they'll have to come out eventually. Otherwise, how will they bind to an island? Wen Yushi. Exactly. I almost fainted today when I came out. If the temperature keeps rising, it will be impossible to go out, and level 8 players can forget about upgrading. Yunmian suddenly understood. No wonder fewer players had been leveling up recently, even though so much time had passed. One reason was that unclaimed islands were hard to find, and the other was the extreme heat. Players were simply afraid to come out. Since Yunmian had obtained the formula for electrolyte water, she decided to hand it over to Hu Yuan and have him find someone to make a batch and put it up in the trading center. Perhaps it could help some people. Drinking it could help treat heat stroke, at least giving everyone some relief. In the following days, Yunmian stayed on the island, focusing on its development. After increasing her manpower, the fish pond was beginning to take shape. Today was the day to release the fish fry. She opened the island's information panel and saw that the orchard, pasture, and the requirement for 5 acres of arable land had all been completed. The only thing left was the fish pond. Currently, the island's rating was at 600 points. She needed another 200 points, but she had no idea how to get them, so she decided to discuss it with everyone in the group. Collective wisdom could be effective. After discussing it, they came up with a few ideas. The first idea? Build more workshops. Each workshop could increase the rating by 20 to 25 points. Building 5 workshops would yield an additional 100 points. However, workshop construction blueprints were quite rare. Yunmian could only get 1 per day from treasure chests, and that was if she was lucky. This morning, she had opened 3 treasure chests and obtained a blueprint for a toy production workshop. The second idea, build a pier. Since it was an island, it needed a pier. Yun Mianmian's island was too closed off. There were no paths between the island and her residence. To get to the beach, she relied entirely on Zhao Yi to carry her. If Yun Mianmian didn't invite players directly to her residence, it was difficult for others to enter. Of course, this made the island's defenses strong, but now, to increase the island's rating, building a pier would certainly add points. The third idea? Throw in sea star coins and upgrade all the basic facilities, such as the warehouse, breeding house, and greenhouse. Upgrading all of them to the maximum level would definitely add dozens of points. Today was the 96th day. Time was running out. To help Yun Mianmian reach level 10 first, Luo Ze sent her a blueprint for a kimchi workshop. Luo gave her a blueprint for an oil press. Ni Yangguang sent over a blueprint for a seasoning paste production workshop. These 3 blueprints could add 70 points for Yun Mianmian, and combined with the blueprint she had obtained today, her island's rating could increase by 95 points by tomorrow. However, building these 4 workshops would require more than 10,000 sea star coins. Yun Mianmian had almost run out of sea star coins. Recently, her expenditures had been high. She had bought a lot of flower seedlings and fish fry, and now she only had 6,000 sea star coins left. She was still short by 10,000 coins. Where could she earn them? Yun Mianmian decided to sell more goods. Perhaps to give players more opportunities, recently treasure chests had often contained sea star coins. A silver treasure chest could contain 5 to 10 coins, and a gold treasure chest could contain up to 20. So, most players had some sea star coins on hand. Yun Mianmian planned to use all the recent produce from the island for trading. If possible, she hoped to earn enough sea star coins by this afternoon so that all 4 workshops could begin construction. Construction would take an entire day and night. Yun Mianmian went to the warehouse. Without the double buff, she would need even more goods to make 10,000 sea star coins. Here's the English translation of the provided text. Luckily, in recent days, there had been a good harvest of fruits and vegetables. Yun Mianmian put up for sale a total of 2,000 pounds of fruits and vegetables, as well as over 1,000 portions of poultry, eggs, and meat. This was almost her entire inventory, leaving only a portion for herself and her family. This time, unlike before, the items didn't sell quickly because players had realized the importance of sea star coins, and not everyone was willing to trade them for food. Also, the demand for food had decreased. Food could now be found in treasure chests and bought from the marketplace as well. Although the taste of Yun Mianmian's fruits and vegetables was superior, there were now more level 9 players listing food in the trading center, and most people had stocked up enough. It took several hours, and Yun Mianmian's items still hadn't all been sold. In this situation, she wouldn't be able to gather enough sea star coins today. She managed to get about 5,000 sea star coins. Adding what she had left, Yun Mianmian hurriedly constructed a toy workshop and an oil pressing workshop. With 3,000 sea star coins left, Yun Mianmian planned to use them to upgrade the breeding house and buy more flower seedlings. For the other 2 blueprints, Yun Mianmian couldn't build them herself, so she returned them to Ni Yangguang and Luo Ze. Hu Yuan gave her an idea. He suggested she rent out the workshops on her island to the guild members and collect sea star coins as rent. Including the new ones, Yun Mianmian now had 6 workshops: the mill, sausage roasting room, bakery, beginner-level jam workshop, and the newly constructed toy and oil pressing workshops. Since Yun Mianmian didn't have the time to manage them herself, renting them out seemed like a good solution. She could collect sea star coins while letting the players handle the production. The rent for a workshop was set at 100 sea star coins per day, meaning she could earn 600 sea star coins from all 6 workshops. She could also rent out the farmland for planting vegetables and the pasture for cattle and sheep grazing. Yun Mianmian decided to lease these to others, collecting rent in sea star coins. It would bring in a good income while also benefiting guild members. Many level 8 players in the guild were willing to participate. They had saved up some sea star coins, not enough to reach 1,000, but each had a few hundred. If 10 people were willing to contribute a few hundred coins each, they could easily pool together thousands. Yun Mian could then use these sea star coins to upgrade the warehouse and the breeding house. It was a good idea. Yun Mian followed Hu Yuan's advice, picked a few players from the guild, and signed contracts with them. She handed over the management rights of the island's workshops to those players. As for the pasture, farmland, and fish pond, Yun Mian left them to be managed by Gufang. Although Gufang couldn't produce many sea star coins, he led the production team and ensured high output, so Yun Mian felt more at ease having him in charge. To quickly reach level 10, Yun Mian traded away everything she could from her warehouse, all for more sea star coins. The island produced new goods every day that could be traded for a lot of materials. But as more people reached level 9, sea star coins became increasingly valuable. It was getting harder for Yun Mian to trade for them. In the beginning, 2 pounds of vegetables could be traded for a few sea star coins, but now it took 10 pounds. The value of sea star coins was increasing, but fortunately, Yun Mian had enough resources. Wei Yue was also rushing his progress. Yun Mian could get real-time updates about Wei Yue's island from Hu Yuan. Previously, she had been busy with her own matters and hadn't asked, but if she wanted to know, it was easy for her to find out. Besides, Wei Yue wasn't keeping her in the dark. If he truly wanted to hide things, he wouldn't have let Hu Yuan's people work on his island. Apart from Yun Mian's strongest guild, other players also founded some guilds, though they were small in scale and not comparable in development. However, since strongest guild couldn't take in everyone, those who couldn't join had to settle for second best and join other guilds. Having a guild was quite helpful for upgrading and advancing higher-level players. Yun Mian distributed resources to the guild members and also received sea star coins that they handed over. Guild members could receive fruits, vegetables, and food, as well as eggs from her breeding house, even lambs and piglets. Of course, to receive livestock, a player had to accumulate a certain amount of contribution value. The guild required each player to contribute 1 sea star coin per day at minimum, though players could give more in exchange for a higher contribution value. When contribution value reached a certain level, players could upgrade their guild status. Initially, players started as regular members. When their contribution reached 200, they could upgrade to official members. Official members could join the guild's formal group and gain the chance to chat with the top players, as well as consult them on various issues and get answers. These top players were Yun Mian, Luo, Luo Ze, Wei Yue, Lin Qi, and Zhao Yichen. Nie Yangguang was also in the group, though most of the time, he was joking around with the members. For ordinary players, being able to interact with high-level players like Yun Mian was something they eagerly looked forward to. After all, Yun Mian and Wei Yue were considered the top players in the eyes of many. Just seeing their names on the leaderboard was a big deal, and people would even take screenshots if they saw them speak in the chat. With everyone's help, the area around Yun Mian's courtyard had become vibrant with birds and flowers. Through continual expansion, she had added pavilions, terraces, and rock gardens. The island's score had finally reached 793. She was just a bit short, and when Yun Mian woke up and saw the island's status, she decided to give it one last push. She pulled out the lucky dice. For the past 2 days, she had average luck, but today she finally rolled wish fulfilled. Having not yet collected her daily treasure chest, Yun Mian rushed to grab it. To her amazement, she obtained a diamond chest and 2 golden chests. Simply incredible. Yun Mian was full of confidence as she opened the diamond treasure chest without hesitation. A white light belonging to the diamond chest flashed. Obtained: spinning wheel blueprint, X1, cheese machine blueprint, X1, oil press, blueprint, S1, milk processing plant blueprint, X1, flour processing factory blueprint, X1. Yun Mian's eyes were dazzled by the various blueprints. She clicked on each one. Building just one of them would be enough to raise the island's score above 800, but it would take time. However, this wasn't what Yun Mian needed most right now. She wanted an immediate increase in her island's score, and she was just a few points away. She didn't want to wait another day. Yun Mian Mian then set her sights on the other 2 golden treasure chests. Obtained: outdoor dual ab wheel X1, climbing machine X2, children's seesaw get a 1, single post walker Y1. The chest was filled with outdoor fitness equipment. These could be placed directly in the small park or next to the garden to create a fitness area. She opened the other treasure chest. Obtained: rose seedlings X20, tulip seedlings X20, hydrangea seedlings X20, baby's breath seedlings X20, sunflower seedlings X20. These were good too. Planting them all would take about an hour. Though each seedling wouldn't add much to the island score individually, cumulatively, they could make a difference. Yun Mian Mian called over Wally and Eve to help, and they quickly placed the fitness equipment. She herself planted the flowers quickly. Over the past few days, she had learned a lot of gardening knowledge from Mario, and her experience in planting had increased significantly. Soon, all the seedlings were planted and categorized. When Yun Mian Mian saw that her island's score had reached 801, she was almost moved to tears. Finally, today was already the 98th day. With all the upgrade requirements met, Yun Mian Mian quickly clicked to upgrade. Even as she clicked confirm, she felt a bit nervous, something that had never happened before. As soon as she confirmed, she heard the system prompt. Entering upgrade status, please be patient. When she used to upgrade her ship, there would be a countdown timer. Now, with her island, Yun Mian Mian had no idea what would happen. She was eager to see how her island would change. She also wanted to know what would happen after reaching level 10, as the system had mentioned. 10 minutes later? Congratulations to player Yun Mian Mian for becoming the first level 10 player in the game. By passing the game's trial, you will be the first player eligible to return to reality. Yun Mian Mian. So it really is possible to return. However, if she was the only one who could go back, and her family couldn't, she would choose to stay with them. Just then, the interface in front of Yun Mian Mian floated up and turned into a giant screen. A flickering silhouette appeared on the screen. Yun Mian Mian stared at the figure in confusion. Soon, she heard an unfamiliar voice. Not the mechanical system voice, but a human voice. Hello, I am the head of the Revival Project. When you see this video, it means you have passed the trial and will take on the responsibility of saving humanity. Since you have passed this trial, it means you are capable of doing so. The world has long since fallen into an apocalypse. The World Rescuers Organization sealed the consciousness of the survivors and selected a portion of humanity to be placed into this post-apocalyptic game. Only those who pass the trial within the specified time can lead humanity back to reality and truly rebuild their home. This is both a game and reality. The real world is even worse than the game. Earth is already scarred with global oceanification and various natural disasters. After 100 years, we finally see signs of life, and thus began this plan. The game has undergone 2 cycles, and you are the only one who has passed the trial. Yun Mian Mian's mind was spinning. The information was overwhelming, and she struggled to process it all at once. What? Before coming to this game, she was just traveling and enjoying an ice pop. How could the world already be in an apocalypse? It seemed like her thoughts were anticipated. The figure on the screen continued speaking. To make sure that those selected to participate in the game do so without any preconceptions, your memories were altered, erasing all knowledge of the apocalypse and leaving you only with memories of a particular point in your life. Yun Mian Mian immediately thought, does that mean I'm not actually 22 in the real world? Could I be 30 by now? But that wasn't important. What mattered was she supposed to save the world? How? If she was the only one who had passed the trial, what about everyone else? There was no way she could do it alone. You will be the leader of the Revival Project, guiding all Level 9 players back to reality to begin the rescue mission. Players who haven't reached Level 9 will remain in the game until the system determines they have passed the trial. As long as reaching Level 9 was enough, her family and friends were pretty much all there. Yun Mian Mian breathed a sigh of relief. That was acceptable. But if the real world was worse than the game, just how bad could it be? Yun Mian found it hard to imagine, considering the game was already brutal enough. Can I see what the real world looks like now? Yun Mian spoke to the figure on the screen, but there was no response. It was just a video, and it couldn't hear her or respond. What was she supposed to do now? The figure on the screen disappeared. The system voice appeared. Congratulations to the first player to reach level 10. You have received the maximum level reward, a Super Survival Pack X1, a Rescuer's Supply Box X1, the list of all level 9 players in the game, and the ability to open a portal back to reality. The system will notify all level 9 players to form the Rescuer team, with you as the captain. Yun Mian thought of a saying, "The task is heavy and the road is long." Just when she had finally reached level 10, it seemed like everything was starting over again, despite being at the max level. A few minutes later, Yun Mian received messages from many people. They were all asking what was going on and why there was suddenly a rescuer squad. The system notified them to follow Yun Mian back to the real world. It seemed everyone had received the same message. Yun Mian simply summarized what the figure had said, copied it, and sent it to everyone. She had the list of all level 9 players, totaling less than 200 people. Now, she was the leader of these 200 people. Xiao Ruowei. Baby, don't feel pressured. No matter what, Mom will be with you and I'm proud of you. Yun Xiao. Sis, saving the world is up to you now. Ni Yangguang. Wow, Mian, leader of the rescuer squad, that's so cool. Luo Ze. Mian, what's your plan now? I want to come to you. My sister and I will always be your support. Luo. Mian, don't worry, we'll work hard together. Wrong you. I've almost finished making those weapons for you. You can take them to the real world. To be honest, Yun Mian felt a bit lost, but reading all these messages gave her a lot of strength. The support and trust of family and friends were the best reassurance she could get. Wei Yue's message, although late, finally arrived. Wei Yue. I just leveled up and heard you've already reached level 10. Leader, I'll be following you from now on. As the second player to reach level 10, Wei Yue was only half an hour behind Yun Mian. But that half hour made a huge difference. Yun Mian was the leader, and Wei Yue was just one of the many members. However, since it was Yun Mian, he didn't feel discontent. His drive to level up was to catch up with her and maybe even surpass her. But being surpassed by her didn't make Wei Yue unhappy. Seeing her become the leader, Wei Yue had already formulated many plans in his mind to support her. Going back to the real world, rebuilding a home. It seemed they would be working closely together, fighting side by side from now on. After becoming a level 10 player, all the resources on Yun Mian's Cloud Island were transferred to her backpack. She could take all these resources back to the real world. Her backpack transformed into a personal space that was no longer limited by slots. It could hold an unlimited amount of items. As a max-level player, Yun Mian could return to the real world ahead of others. Other level 9 players had to stay in the game. If they reached level 10, they could travel to the real world on their own. If not, they would wait until the end of the volcanic season and then respond to Yun Mian's summons to head to the real world. Before leaving, Yun Mian opened the Super Survival Box. Radiation Detector X1, Protective Armor X1, Soil Converter X1, Resource Point Distribution Map X1, High Quality Shelter Hint Card K1. Next, she opened the Rescuer Project Supply Box. First Aid Kit X10, Adrenaline Shots X10, Safety Helmet X1, Personal Terminal X1. These items would help Yun Mian quickly find a suitable base of operations in the real world. After getting ready, Yun Mian clicked on the teleportation option, preparing to leave the game and return to the real world. A white light enveloped Yun Mian, and after what felt like an eternity, Yun Mian felt an intense headache. When she recovered and opened her eyes, she found herself in the middle of an ocean. She was momentarily stunned, swallowing some seawater before quickly paddling her hands and floating on the surface.
She retrieved a lifeboat from her backpack, and after climbing aboard, she could finally take a good look around. Far in the distance, she could see land. It would take her around 10 minutes to row ashore. The system had already provided Mian with information about the current state of the real world. Before coming, Mian had mentally prepared herself, but seeing everything in front of her was still extremely shocking. It was now the 187th year after the apocalypse. It all started with global warming, ice caps melting, and widespread oceanification. A small part of the land remained habitable, but then nuclear wars broke out, destroying the world, and radiation spread everywhere. A small group of people managed to survive in bunkers, struggling to live for 100 years. Eventually, human civilization was on the brink of extinction. Earth was no longer fit for human survival. Fortunately, at the onset of the apocalypse, the rescuer organization sealed the consciousness of some individuals for preservation. A few years ago, radiation started to recede, and there were signs of life on land. The consciousness of those people was then sent into the game, and by passing the trial, they would obtain humanity's remaining resources to rebuild their home. All the resources that players obtained in the game were the last resources that humanity had left. Now that the Earth had finally begun to heal, the environment remained extremely harsh. Radiation, though weakening, was still present, and most of the planet was covered in ocean. The remaining land was contaminated wasteland. Rebuilding a home wouldn't be something that could be achieved overnight. In front of Mian was a desolate wasteland, with yellow sands sweeping across it. The entire world was eerily silent. It was devoid of life, filled only with deathly stillness. How could one survive in a place like this? Mian found it difficult to imagine. From now on, everything was up to her. No more missions, no more system. All she had was her personal terminal, which she could use to contact the level 9 players. Mian decided her first step was to find a place to stay. The desolate wasteland felt so unfamiliar to her, and the temperature was exceedingly high, around 40 degrees Celsius. Mian wouldn't be able to stay outdoors for too long. She needed to find a place to rest and avoid the blazing sun. Surviving in this environment was indeed far more challenging than it was in the game. To use the radiation detector, Mian couldn't let Little Wing carry her in the air. Though the radiation had weakened, there were still areas with excessive radiation levels. She needed to avoid those areas, so she had to walk on the ground with the detector in her hand. After walking for about an hour, Mian drank 2 bottles of electrolyte water, barely managing to stay alert and avoid heat stroke. In such hot weather, she didn't want her pets to suffer with her, so she kept Little Wing and Octopus Girl inside. As for Eva and Wally, they needed energy stones to recharge, so Mian decided not to waste energy stones on them unless it was absolutely necessary. It seemed she would have to use energy stones to wake them up until she could find a place to recharge them. At this early stage, Mian decided to rely on herself. Fortunately, she had a resource point distribution map, so she quickly found the nearest resource point. It was on the far side of a hill, where radiation was weak and some shrubs had even begun to grow. Mian took out her high-quality shelter hint card from her backpack. The function of this card was to quickly help her locate suitable land within a few kilometers, allowing her to build her own shelter on it. Though the area around here was barren wasteland, after using the hint card, Mian quickly found a patch of land with some grass growing. Since grass was growing here, it indicated that the soil had improved, at least enough for plants to grow. Even though it was just a small patch of grass, Mian could use her soil converter to transform nearby uncultivable land into cultivable land. The soil converter could convert 10 square meters of land each day. Mian decided to set up her shelter here. First, she placed the soil converter on a piece of wasteland nearby and activated it. At the same time, she chopped down some withered shrubs and started a fire. With all the resources in her backpack, Mian could even pull out a complete set of furniture to use here, like a bed, mattress, blanket, and pillow, if she wanted to. However, without a house, these things would get dirty from the wind and sand,
So it was better to first build a simple wooden house and sleep in a sleeping bag. Once she had a proper house, she could take out the furniture from her backpack. It didn't take much effort to build a simple temporary shelter, and Yun Mianmian's sleeping bag fit perfectly inside. She took out some food from her backpack and made a rice ball using rice, roasted meat, and sausage. She heated it over the fire before eating it. The delicious rice ball restored much of her strength. Paired with a glass of juice, Yun Mianmian felt somewhat healed, both physically and mentally. Just then, Yun Mianmian's terminal buzzed. She received a message from Wei Yue. Wei Yue had reached level 10 too, which meant he could also come to the real world. However, he wasn't in a rush. Since he wasn't the first player to reach max level, he didn't receive many rewards, and rushing into the real world wasn't a wise move. It was better to spend the remaining 2 days in the game gathering more resources and then come. Unlike other players, Wei Yue had received a personal terminal at level 10, which allowed him to proactively message Yun Mianmian. Unlike the other level 9 players who had to wait until the end of the volcanic season for Yun Mianmian to summon them to the real world. Wei Yue. How's the situation over there? Yun Mianmian was surprised to receive a message. She had thought she wouldn't be able to communicate with people in the game for the next couple of days. Yun Mianmian took a few photos and sent them to Wei Yue. Yun Mianmian. Not bad. I just had lunch and I'm heading to a resource point to look for supplies in the afternoon. Wei Yue. I'll come over no later than the day after tomorrow. If you need my help, let me know. Yun Mianmian. Sure. There's no rush. You can come over with everyone else when the volcanic season ends the day after tomorrow. Wei Yue. Got it. Yun Mianmian. Could you let everyone else know that I'm doing well? Since she couldn't contact everyone right now, she asked Wei Yue to let her family and friends know about her situation so they wouldn't worry. Seeing the photos Yun Mianmian sent, Wei Yue realized that the real-world situation was grim. He couldn't rush over impulsively. He needed to do as much as he could in the game to make a bigger impact in the real world. Though Yun Mianmian knew that the resource point was nearby, she still had to take her time to find it. The distribution map only showed approximate locations, and some of the resources could be buried underground. It would take some luck to find them. Yun Mianmian planned to wait until the sun wasn't as harsh before searching. However, by 3 o'clock, the sun was still scorching and blinding. She was getting impatient. After lying in her sleeping bag for an hour and restoring her energy, she decided to look around and try her luck. She had a good fortune buff today, so she figured it wouldn't take her long to find it. Sure enough, before long, Yun Mianmian found an underground tunnel. As soon as she went in, Yun Mianmian was sure this was a resource point. It seemed to be a bunker left behind by humans, containing some survival supplies. So much time had passed that most of the supplies were no longer usable. Yun Mianmian carefully selected what she could and managed to find a few usable items. A box of medicine sealed in glass bottles, including anti-inflammatory drugs and painkillers. A few packets of seeds, though the text on them had faded, and Yun Mianmian couldn't tell what type of plants they were. A filter and a gas mask. Other items were either rotten, moldy, or rusted beyond use. All she got from the entire resource point were these few items. Although it wasn't much, it was better than nothing. So Yun Mianmian put them in her backpack and left. Now, she needed to find a source of water. Although the sea wasn't far, what she needed was fresh water. Seawater could be filtered, but it wasn't suitable for irrigation and planting. It would be too much trouble to collect seawater and filter it every day. It wasn't a sustainable option. Yun Mianmian needed to find a source of fresh water. Finding fresh water before nightfall was her most important task at the moment. It was almost impossible to find drinkable water in the post-apocalyptic wasteland, but since the radiation had gradually dissipated, maybe the water pollution wasn't that severe. With a filter, it might become usable. After all, she had a radiation detector, and as long as there was radiation in the water, she would be able to find out by testing it. Yun Mianmian was lucky. It didn't take her much time, and she found a river before it got dark. The river was not far from where she had chosen for her shelter, only about a half-hour walk. Using the radiation detector, she found that the radiation in the river was very low, almost negligible. This made Yunmian very happy. She could haul the fresh water to her shelter, or perhaps even plant crops by the river. Another option was to divert the river water to her shelter. After thinking for a while, Yunmian chose the easiest option. She would simply fetch the water and put it in her backpack. Once there were more people around, she could build pipes to divert the water. She took 10 or so plastic buckets from her backpack, filled them all, and then put them back into her backpack. By the time she returned to her shelter, it was already dark. Yunmian made a stand, stuck it in the ground, and hung a lamp on it. She couldn't spend all her nighttime just sleeping, so she decided to work in the dark, under the lamplight, and start planting. Taking a hoe, she dug up the patch of ground that had grass growing on it. This land didn't need to be treated by the soil converter, so she could plant seeds tonight. But first, she needed to remove the weeds. After weeding, Yunmian chose spinach seeds, cabbage seeds, and cucumber seeds from her backpack and planted them. By tomorrow, with the help of the soil converter, she would have an additional 10 square meters of land to cultivate. Yunmian planned to plant some fruit then. Since this was the real world, it would take a long time for the seeds to grow after being planted. Yunmian looked at her backpack and saw that she still had plenty of supplies. If she were just trying to survive by herself, the supplies in her backpack would be enough to last her a lifetime. These were all the wealth she had accumulated in the game. However, if they were to be used to rebuild society, they were far from enough. After her busy day, it was very late, and Yunmian thought about the 2 pets in her backpack. Since arriving in the real world, she hadn't taken them out. However, as soon as she took out the pet satchel, she noticed that both Octopus Girl and Little Wing had changed in appearance. Not only had their sizes shrunk considerably, but their appearances had also subtly changed. Most notably, they could no longer communicate with Yunmian, but the way they looked at Yunmian still felt very familiar. It seemed they had turned into ordinary animals and their special abilities had disappeared. Yunmian felt a little disappointed, but upon reflection it seemed reasonable. After all, this wasn't a game, it was the real world. Yunmian patted the 2 of them and thought, as long as they were still by her side, that was all that mattered. Even though they couldn't communicate, whenever Yunmian talked to them, they would respond. When she called their names, they would affectionately nuzzle her. Now that she had returned to the real world, Yunmian had to adapt quickly to the changes she faced. The next day, Yunmian woke up early. The first thing she did was take out her lucky dice, but she found that the dice had changed. It was no longer a 6-sided dice that brought good luck. It had turned into an ordinary numbered dice. Yunmian was stunned and held it in her hand to examine it closely. It had indeed changed. Yesterday morning she had used it, but that was because she was still in the game. Now that she was back in the real world, her cheat item had disappeared too. To say she wasn't disappointed would be a lie. But Yunmian quickly composed herself. The lucky dice had helped her a lot, and now that it had fulfilled its purpose, it was time to let it go. Besides, she had always been lucky in the real world. Even without the lucky dice, she believed she could continue to live well. Yunmian clenched the dice tightly and solemnly put it away. In the morning, Yunmian planned to water the seeds she had planted the day before, as the temperature wasn't too high, at about 30 degrees Celsius. The water had been filtered overnight and was clean enough to be used for irrigation. After watering, she needed to hurry up and build a house. At the very least, she needed an enclosed house so she could install the temperature control system. By noon, it would be too hot to do much physical work. Just then, Wei Yue sent Yunmian another message. He asked Yunmian what she was doing. Yunmian truthfully told him that she was building a house. Wei Yue, didn't you bring your house from the game to the real world? Yunmian frowned and suddenly realized that she had indeed brought everything from her island, which meant that the courtyard-style house was also in her backpack. Her backpack was too full of stuff. so much so that she hadn't even thought about taking out the courtyard, instead just assuming that she needed to start over and build everything herself. Wei Yue. Besides the house, you should be able to take the land from your island too. Give it a try. Yun Mian. All right. She had completely fallen into a misconception, thinking that she had to start everything from scratch and survive in the wasteland. It turned out that she was just moving to a new place. The system hadn't made it clear and had made it sound much more difficult, which had completely misled her. Wei Yue's words woke her up from her misunderstanding. Wei Yue, who hadn't even come to the real world yet, already knew more than she did. Yun Mian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. How do you know that? Yun Mian asked. Wei Yue? After reaching full level, I got an opportunity to communicate with the system, probably the same as the hidden reward you received earlier. I asked the system many questions about what would happen after we returned to the real world. When Yun Mian got her chance to communicate with the system, she didn't even know that she would return to the real world, so most of her questions were about the game. Later, once she reached full level, she immediately returned. Wei Yue. That's why I stayed in the game a bit longer to gather more supplies. I've almost collected everything now, and I'll come find you tomorrow. At the last minute, Wei Yue used all of District 1's manpower to help him gather resources. All of his warehouses had been upgraded to the highest level and were already full. Yun Mian. All right, I'll give it a try and see if I can take everything out of my backpack. Her mind was no longer on the conversation. She was eager to take out the courtyard house, including the cultivated land, orchards, fish ponds, and even pastures. Once she took everything out, wouldn't she be able to live the happy life of a farmer again, even in the real world? Yun Mian suddenly felt like a full-level character entering a new world. She took out the courtyard and placed it in a suitable spot. The familiar house instantly appeared before her eyes. Next came the garden, fields, orchard, pasture, fish pond. All of them were brought into the real world. Yun Mian was ecstatic. With these, rebuilding a home wouldn't be a problem at all. Although the fields were empty, there were no fruit trees in the orchard, no cattle or sheep in the pasture, and no fish in the pond. She could expand gradually. While plants and animals in the real world wouldn't grow as quickly as in the game, with patience and effort, this land could once again flourish. The final day of the volcanic season, the system sent out a server-wide notice. Final day countdown for the volcanic season. Players who haven't reached level 9 will return to the rainy season and apocalypse. Ocean survival will enter the next era. This was the notification for players below level 9. For players above level 9, they received a different message. Apocalypse. Ocean survival is about to end. Players above level 9 will return to the real world to participate in the rebuilding plan. Players may choose whether to return to the real world. Players who choose to return will be transported after the volcanic season ends. Otherwise, their resources will be reset and they will start the game anew. Some players who didn't want to return to the real world cursed angrily upon seeing this message. Wasn't this basically forcing them to go back? Who would want to stay if their resources would be reset? There were also players who were eager to return and couldn't wait to click transport right away. However, the system stipulated that level 9 players could only return after the volcanic season ended. Only full-level players could return to the real world in advance. Just then, Luoze and Ni Yangguang managed to rush to full level. They had just received their system reward packs, including personal terminals, and they contacted Yun Mian. Yun Mian advised them to collect more resources in the game before returning, so they both decided to stay an extra day. Yun Mian shared the information she got from Wei Yue with them and asked them to pass it on to Xiao Ruowei and Yun Xiao, advising them to exchange anything useless for valuable resources for the real world. It wasn't yet dark, and Yun Mian was lying in her courtyard planting flowers. She had already installed a temperature control system in the courtyard, so the temperature was comfortable regardless of whether it was day or night. She planned to plant the courtyard full of roses and to grow some climbing roses outside the courtyard. Planting roses in the courtyard was perfect. Their rich fragrance was versatile and could be used for extracting essential oils, making rose tea, rose wine, or even rose jam and rose pastries. As for the climbing roses, they were a type of vine plant that needed to grow against trellises or walls, making them more visually pleasing when planted outside. She envisioned the entire front wall covered in blooming roses. It would look amazing when the flowers blossomed. The border collie, Aioli, was also let out by Yunmian and stayed close to her, lying down wherever she went. The octopus preferred staying in its fish tank, while Little Wing perched on the rooftop, watching Yunmian work and occasionally flying up for a spin. Robot Wally was busy cleaning, and Eve was on standby. Life like this was heavenly. Yunmian planned to go to the kitchen to prepare ingredients later, as she wanted to be ready for tomorrow. Everyone would be back the next day, and she was planning to make a feast to welcome her family and friends. Just then, Wei Yue sent her a message. "Send me your location. I'm coming over." Yunmian immediately realized that Wei Yue had also returned to the real world. Yunmian, aren't you going to find a suitable place to settle first? Ideally, it would be best to find a spot near a resource point. Besides, Yunmian wasn't sure how far Wei Yue's location was from her own. Wei Yue, I could find one near you. Let's see if you're far away. Yunmian sent him her location. Is it far? Wei Yue checked the distance. 2,000 kilometers. Wei Yue, not too far. I'm coming now. Yunmian, all right. How long will it take you? Hearing him say it wasn't far, Yunmian thought they might even have dinner together. Wei Yue, about 3 hours. Wei Yue had been transported to the ocean, so he needed to get to shore first and then find a place to use a helicopter. With all that to do, 3 hours seemed about right. Yunmian was surprised to hear it would take 3 hours, thinking, how is that not far? Wei Yue really didn't seem to mind the trouble. However, being close together was indeed convenient, making it easier to help each other out when needed. Yunmian? I won't wait for you then. I'll eat first. Send me a message when you arrive. Wei Yue? Okay. He said it would take 3 hours, but in reality, Wei Yue encountered some trouble on the way, and he only arrived near Yunmian's location at around 11 o'clock at night. Seeing it was so late, Wei Yue decided not to go to Yunmian to avoid disturbing her rest. He needed to find a suitable place nearby to settle down. Once he took out his house, it wouldn't be easy to relocate, as everything inside was packed in the backpack as a set. If he wanted to move, he'd have to repack everything individually. He sent a message to Yunmian, telling her he wouldn't come over that night and that they'd meet in the morning. Yunmian, who was feeling sleepy, simply replied, "Okay." From a distance, Wei Yue could see Yunmian's courtyard house. He placed his English-style manor directly to the south of the courtyard. From the second-floor balcony of the manor, he could see the gate of Yunmian's courtyard. The distance was just right. It would take about 10 minutes to walk from his place to Yunmian's. As for other facilities, Wei Yue planned to find a suitable spot for them in the morning. Everyone else would be arriving tomorrow. He needed to finalize his residence first. Yunmian's personal terminal started beeping incessantly early in the morning. The first thing she did after opening her eyes was to reply to messages. It seemed that everyone had received their personal terminals. Xiao Ruowei, Yun Xiao, Ni Yangguang, Luo Ze, Luo Luo, Rong Yu, Hu Yuan. Dozens of people had sent messages to Yunmian. Everyone was asking her for her location and getting ready to come to her. Yunmian replied to each one, first informing her mother and brother of her location to check their proximity. If they were far, she planned to go pick them up personally. Now that they were back in the real world, Yunmian thought it would be great for the family to live together. Even if they didn't share the same house, being neighbors and visiting each other often would be quite lively. She had already reserved a few plots of land next to her house for her mother and brother to place their houses. After washing up, Yunmian stepped out of the courtyard and noticed an English-style manor in the distance. Wasn't that Wei Yue's house? The manor was at a good distance from her own, neither too close nor too far.
Yun Mian paused for a moment before realizing that Wei Yue had become her new neighbor. She took out binoculars to look over at the manor. She saw Wei Yue standing at the manor's entrance, but she couldn't tell what he was doing. Luckily, she could only see the entrance and not inside. Otherwise, she would be invading someone's privacy. Wei Yue suddenly turned to look in Yun Mian's direction. She quickly put down the binoculars. She checked her terminal and saw that Wei Yue had also sent her a message that morning, asking if she was up. Yun Mian replied, "Yes, I am." Wei Yue messaged her back, "I settled near you last night. If it's inconvenient, I can move." Since he said that, Yun Mian felt it wouldn't be right to say otherwise. This land wasn't her private property anyway, and Wei Yue was keeping a respectful distance. "It's fine." Once her mother and Yun Xiao arrived, they could live on the other side, near the pasture to the north. Yun Mian thought about it and opened her conversation with her mother and Yun Xiao, checking their distance from her. Her mother was over 500 kilometers away, and Yun Xiao was 400 kilometers away, so it would take some time for them to get here. The closest person to her was Ni Yangguang, who was over 100 kilometers away. Yun Mian decided to use the time to prepare lunch, expecting everyone to arrive in time to eat together. Wei Yue sent her a message asking what she was planning to do. Yun Mian, "Cooking? Everyone will be arriving soon?" Wei Yue, "Need help?" Yun Mian, "Aren't you busy?" Wei Yue, "Mainly just want to grab a meal." Yun Mian, "Haha, all right. Bring your own ingredients and come help." Another mouth to feed meant another pair of hands to help. Even if it was just peeling garlic, it would help, and Yun Mian was more than happy to have Wei Yue assist in cooking for a crowd. Luo Zi and Nie Yangguang arrived at Yun Mian's courtyard house almost simultaneously. They bumped into each other at the entrance and greeted each other. Nie Yangguang came by bike, covered in dust. Luo Zi used a small aircraft, an upgrade reward he had received. He had specifically worked on the aircraft the night before and made some improvements which allowed him to arrive quickly. He initially thought he'd be the first to get there, but seeing Nie Yangguang, he was surprised. "You were this close too?" Nie Yangguang said with a grin. Luo Zi didn't explain, and the two entered the courtyard together. Yun Mian had already told them before that they could come in directly. She'd be cooking in the kitchen. As soon as they walked in, they heard a dog barking. Ollie barked at the strangers until Yun Mian told her to stop. Upon hearing Yun Mian's voice, Luo Zi quickened his pace. Just as he was about to call out Mian Jie, he saw a figure emerge from behind Yun Mian. Wei Yue stood behind her, a full head taller, very eye-catching. Yun Mian had a spatula in her hand, while Wei Yue was holding some green vegetables. Ni Yangguang exclaimed, "Turns out someone beat us here." Luo Zi stared at Wei Yue, looking displeased. Yun Mian, "You two arrived just in time. Come and help, I've been busy for a while now." Wei Yue, "The vegetables are washed. I'll help you cut the ingredients." Luo Zi, Mian Jie, what do you need me to do?" Yun Mian thought for a moment. "Can you help me prepare the fish?" Nie Yangguang, "What about me?" Yun Mian gave him a random task. "You peel the garlic?" When everyone arrived, Yun Mian began serving the food. Xiao Ruo Wei, Yun Xiao, Luo Zi, Wei Yue, Nie Yangguang, Wen Yuxi, Rong Yu, Hu Yuan, Zhao Yichen, and Shen Qianjue all made it to Yun Mian's courtyard. Gufang and Lin Qi were too far away and still on their way, so they didn't wait for them. Yun Mian made over a dozen dishes, filling a large round table. Xiao Ruowei sat on Yun Mian's left side, and the seat on her right was initially empty, so Yun Mian called Luo over. Luo looked at Luo Zi and gestured for him to sit next to her beside Yun Mian.
Everyone else found their seats, and Wei Yue sat diagonally opposite Yun Mian. He then took out 2 bottles of alcohol from his backpack, a fine vintage red wine and a bottle of Maotai. Yun Mian nodded in satisfaction. Wei Yue knew how to handle things. On a day as joyful as this, it was fitting to have a drink. Nie Yangguang happily poured drinks for everyone. Yun Mian stood up, holding her glass, and said to everyone, "This toast is to celebrate all of us making it back to the real world safely. I hope we can all continue to thrive together." Simple words, yet filled with the sincerest wishes. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together. With her family and friends around her, Yun Mian felt an indescribable happiness. Suddenly, she felt a sense of stability. This was the first time since returning that she felt that it was truly good to be back. Now she was full of energy, looking forward to the future. Ni Yangguang. It's pretty good to be back. Once I find a place to stay nearby, I can come over and freeload often. Wen Yushi. Ni Yangguang, all you think about is food. We're back to rebuild our home. Ni Yangguang. Mian is the captain. I'm sticking with her, listening to her. Luoza. Mianjie, we'll all help you. Luo. Right, Mian. Let's work hard together. Wrong you. The world is all wasteland. Seems like there's a lot of work ahead. Zhao Yishan. Rebuilding wasteland? We made it through the game. We can do it in the real world too. Hu Yuan. There are also other level 9 players who've returned. I'll gather everyone together. Wrong you. Let me know if you need anything from me. Shen Qianjue. These are all small matters. Let's talk about them later. For now, let's eat before Yun Mian's cooking gets cold. Wei Yue. I trust Yun Mian. She will lead us to make Earth better again. Everyone spoke up one after the other, full of encouragement and support for Yun Mian. As the captain, Yun Mian confidently declared, "That's right. From now on, let's work together to rebuild our home."